Linchuan City. Inside a shabby rental apartment. A level 16 super typhoon has made landfall in Yunxiao City, suspected of being caused by an extraordinary wind-type monster. Citizens are advised to take precautions. In 3 days, the most prestigious Beast Master Academy, Zitong Academy, will begin enrollment. Only the elite among elites are accepted. The demon hunting team discovered a suspected yellow demon-like creature in the primeval forest. It resembles a fox with horns on its back, matching the fossils of ancient mythical beasts. Shisu finished reading the latest news, then opened Zitong Academy's website, munching on a dry bun as he browsed. A year ago, with the revival of spiritual energy, the world had undergone earth-shattering changes. Flowers, trees, livestock, birds, insects, fish, and even humans gained evolutionary powers under the influence of this spiritual energy. Low-intelligence plants and animals became irritable, destroying cities, polluting rivers, and causing chaos among humans without restraint. As a result, a new profession appeared in the world. Beast Masters. And Zitong Academy is the elite institution training people to confront fierce beasts. Zitong holds enrollment twice a year, and even in a small city like Linchuan, over 100,000 young boys and girls applied in the first half of the year, selling everything to take the exam. The result? Not a single one passed. Linchuan was left with nothing, becoming a laughingstock. This also reflected the strictness of the academy's admissions. New students must not only possess the demeanor of a sage but also must have impeccable character. Even their family members cannot have any flaws. Their demeanor, behavior, and speech must be proper, and the best candidates have an aura of immortality. Zitong does not accept arrogant, decisive, and aggressive beast masters who carry heavy resentment. The academy aims to cultivate students into immortals who treat others with kindness, not assisting in evil deeds, and will not offer any support to students with demonic tendencies. The next round of assessments begins in 3 days, and Shisu plans to give it a shot. If he succeeds, he'll receive a 200,000 yuan monthly subsidy for being a beast master. But to participate in the exam, he first needs to buy a beast at a beast master shop and sign a contract. Beasts are expensive, and raising them costs even more. He sold his house just to afford it. At this moment, he couldn't help but wish he were the long-lost child of some wealthy family, supported by vast resources, so that starting out wouldn't be so difficult. Fortunately, even though he couldn't find a rich family to claim, he had a special ability. A mysterious green light appeared in Shisu's left pupil, but his right eye showed no abnormalities. This magic eye had forced its way into his eye socket on the day the spiritual energy revived, granting him the ability to perceive everything and see the hidden potential of inferior beasts, allowing him to buy good creatures cheaply. Unfortunately, he hadn't found anything good recently, and with a new beast master shop opening nearby, he decided to take a chance. Knock, knock, knock. Shisu, are you home? Knock, knock, knock. Shisu. The loud banging on the iron door was urgent and impatient. Shisu got up to open the door, replying indifferently, "Second uncle." Eh? Shisheng Duo squeezed past Shisu and placed a bag of discounted apples on the table. He got straight to the point. "You have money, right? I saw that you sold your dad's house. How much did you sell it for?" "None of your business." "What do you mean, none of my business? That's my house. Mine." Shisheng Duo slammed the table, his face full of anger. "That house was your grandfather's and grandmother's. They said they would give it to me, but unexpectedly, a will was made, leaving it all to your dad." The old folks were confused. "You're young and should understand a bit more. I didn't want to explain all this to you before, but now your brother and sister are going to Zitong, and they need money to buy beasts. Stop wasting time and give me the money." After speaking, Shisheng Duo realized that being so forceful with family wasn't quite right. When a child in the family applies to Zitong, even the relatives need to behave properly and cannot be as rude as common folk. If Shisu reports him to Zitong, accusing him of stealing money, his children's future would be ruined. Shisheng Duo softened his tone. Bitterly patient, Xiaosu, leaving aside the money that was originally mine, your cousin I's spiritual power is now 300. His tone was full of pride and self-satisfaction, raising his 3 yellowed fingers toward Shisu's face. 300, what does that mean? You go to the same high school, your ages are close, he's 300, and you have how much? 100, maybe? That number makes him top in the whole school. And your cousin, 360. That firmly holds first place in the school. You know these things. Dragons among men, that's exactly them. Their future is limitless. Shisheng's calm voice delivered the final ultimatum: if you don't block or mess things up, when Iza and Rongrong succeed, maybe they'll promote you, depending on whether you know how to act. If you stay this jerk. Don't blame me for being harsh. He kicked over the coffee table, the sale apples rolling everywhere, yellow liquid seeping from the rotting spots. Shisu stared at the rotten apples, his eyes blank. His second uncle's family wasn't poor, they had saved a lot from business, but they didn't want to spend it on an outsider like him. Since he was an outsider, there was no need to be polite. He silently looked around, gripping the broom handle. Chi Shengduo was looking down at his cigarette, not noticing Chi Su's small move. If you're not talented, don't hold back, transfer the money from the house sale to me, I'll give you 500 every month so you can finish college. Whoosh, the stick cut through the air. Chi Shengduo choked on the smoke, coughing violently while dodging. Murder! Murder! You little bastard, heartless thing. Eating and drinking in my house for 5 or 6 years, stealing my money whenever you want. I didn't mind. Now you've gone crazy. How dare you sell my house without asking? I tell you. If you don't hand over the money today, I won't leave. Let's see who can outlast who. Chi Shengduo immediately lay on the ground, his angry face staring at Chi Su, acting like a rogue and bully. Hit me. Even if you injure me, you still owe me money. Call the police, I don't care. Hit. Chi Su slammed down the broom handle heavily, his voice stern. The money was stolen by your son. Pretending to be rich at school to show off, throwing dirt on me. You stupid pig, you actually believed it. Lie down all you want, I won't give you a single cent till the sea's dry and rocks rot. He slammed the door and ran straight to the beast shop. Chi Shengduo scrambled up after him, shouting, Stop. Give me back the money. Give back the money. Catch the thief. Catch the thief. Chapter 2 Picking Up a Bargain. On the street, the blazing sun overhead. Various passers-by walked with different kinds of beasts, mostly common cats and dogs, generally small, without magical pills to nourish them, growing slowly just like humans. Catch the thief. Ho ho ho, catch ho ho. Chi Shengduo was out of breath, his vision blurred by sweat, barely seeing that jerk's figure. He stomped his foot angrily, pacing and yelling at the top of his lungs. Your little brother and sister are gifted. Growing faster than ordinary people without pills. And you are trash. Trash. You useless thing. You can't reach the purple vine, yet you want to ruin others. Beast. I raised you for nothing. Beast. I won't forgive you. The scolding faintly reached Chi Su's ears, his face darkening a bit. After his parents died, relatives on his father's side often came, competing to raise him, and finally Chi Shengduo took him in. He thought his second uncle was kind. During that time living under others' roof, he worked hard like a little bee, paying his own way, sometimes buying his siblings expensive things, trying not to trouble relatives. Unexpectedly, Chi Shengduo raised him because he was thinking of the house his parents left. Chi Su heard Chi Shengduo drunkenly say he wouldn't sell his daughter to buy a house for his son, he wanted to sell his own nephew. That little brother and sister were even worse, pushing all the blame for mistakes onto him. After graduating high school, Chi Su immediately moved out of that suffocating home. Now he is an adult, qualified to enter the Wisteria Academy, and this opportunity must not be ruined by Chi Shengduo. Arriving at the beast taming shop, Chi Su panted heavily and pushed open the door. Since the Wisteria Academy started recruiting, the beast taming shop was packed, and the air was full of noise. Strange and peculiar beasts were locked in cages, each with different personalities. Some were baring their teeth, others were quite calm, old, and majestic. Price tags were hung in prominent spots, with the cheapest going for at least 200,000. Beast tamers were undoubtedly a profession for the wealthy. Although everyone now had the ability to tame beasts, it seemed like they were all at the same starting line, but those from ordinary backgrounds simply couldn't compare to those with vast fortunes, limited in financial power, lacking resources, unable to buy or raise beasts. If they wanted to catch up, they would have to gather a group of like-minded individuals and form a demon hunting team, venturing into blocked-off secret realms. Secret realms were usually places that were hard to reach, such as glaciers, forests, or deserts, filled with countless rare treasures. High-level fairy herbs, unique beasts, and if you were lucky, a single trip into one could change your life forever. But most people were unlucky, losing their lives there. Chi Su patted his chest to catch his breath, took out his sunglasses, and put them on to hide the abnormality of his eyes. He activated his magic eyes and carefully observed each beast, peering into hidden attributes that others could not see. Beasts had a growth system divided into 9 levels, from low to high. Larval stage, growth stage, mature stage, complete stage, transcendent stage, overlord stage, emperor stage, beast god stage, infinite stage. Ordinary people could only absorb spiritual energy through natural breath, with weak spiritual power, and could only sign contracts with larval stage beasts. Beasts also had 9 quality levels. Inferior, normal, good, excellent, elite, epic, legendary, mythical, Genesis. The difference in power between inferior infinite stage and Genesis infinite stage was as vast as the sky and the earth. Even though they were of the same growth level, the Genesis stage crushing the inferior stage was no different from squashing an ant. The beasts in front of him, such as snakes, insects, rats, and ants, all had their qualities and levels marked. Inferior larval stage, inferior growth stage, inferior larval stage, normal larval stage. Through his magic eyes, Shisu could see the beasts' bodies, checking for mutation chances and hidden bloodlines. Unfortunately, nothing came up. He shook his head in disappointment and squeezed through the crowd to look at another row of beast cages. By chance, his eyes swept over a blood-red little worm, and his heart skipped a beat. Inferior larval stage, inherited ancient bloodline, increases growth level, has a 1% chance of mutating into elite quality, Earth Dragon Lord, mutation chance increases with the feeding of rare treasures. It's a hidden bloodline. Elite quality. Shisu's face lit up with joy, and he stared intently at the red worm. This is it. This is what he's been looking for. It has a hidden bloodline and a mutation chance. As long as rare treasures are fed to it, there's a chance to activate the elite quality beast. Rare treasures, besides certain flowers, plants, and trees, minerals, and antiques, can absorb and store a large amount of spiritual energy, which can be made into pills. Whether humans or beasts eat them, they provide a great boost. But they cannot be eaten recklessly, it has to be done step by step. Just like with ginseng or deer antler, you can take a little, but if you take too much at once, it will cause your blood vessels to expand and lead to a nosebleed. Overdosing on rare treasures is dangerous, and both humans and beasts can be backfired upon, turning into dry corpses from absorbing too much spiritual energy. Therefore, you must take the corresponding fairy herbs or pills according to your level, never overdo it. Trying to take too much will lead to certain death. Shisu withdrew his magic eyes and decided to buy this inferior larval stage worm. In fact, some beasts can mutate, but it's a secret. Others don't know which beast has the mutation chance. Some merchants specifically buy inferior quality beasts to raise, gambling whether one of them will mutate into a valuable beast that can turn a profit. This is the gambler's way of making money, no returns for 3 years, but when they do, it's a 10-year payoff. Shisu didn't need to follow that gambling path, he had his magic eyes to see through everything. Finally finding it, he let out a long breath, lifted his head, and said to the busy boss, "I want this one, 200,000, can it be cheaper?" "No, no way. We're not making money off the beast itself, it's all hard-earned labor." The boss replied while still busy. "These guys start off fierce, but I risked my life to tame them for you. Don't haggle with me." "Hey, kid, you're planning to take the Wisteria exam, right?" "Yeah," Shisu nodded. "Then this poor quality one won't do, at the very least it has to be of good quality." The boss revealed some inside information. In the first half of the year, there were no set rules, but now that the beast taming system has matured, the competition is fierce. With so many people taking the exam, Wisteria is naturally going to raise the bar. Otherwise, any cat or dog could go to the school and get 200,000. What's the difference between that and giving it away? It's too much of an expense to keep giving it every month. Here, take a look at this white jade snake, good quality, juvenile body, a fixed price of 3 million. Before Shisu could refuse, someone jumped in, "I want it. I want it, full payment." Hearing this, the boss gave Shisu an apologetic smile, "He wants it, you can take a look at something else." Shisu turned to look at the rich young master who made the bid. The other person cared more about style than warmth, still wearing a thin designer jacket in late autumn, showing off. He was even more arrogant. It was his cousin, Shiiza. Chapter 3, Earthworm and Snake. The two locked eyes, and Shiiza raised an eyebrow in a smug way, exchanging glances with his rich second-generation friends, his lips curling into a bizarrely wicked smile. The words he spoke were even more offensive. "After choosing for so long, you picked a poor-quality little earthworm. What were you thinking, bringing this trash to the exam? It's embarrassing. If you can't afford it, don't take the exam, what's the point? Just accept your fate." "Iza, you can't say that, even a rotten salted fish can dream of turning over. There are a lot of people who dream, and once they hit the wall and step on nails, the dream will naturally wake up. Moreover, people like them taking the exam with us is actually a good thing. They can be our stepping stones, making our beasts look more impressive. The stronger and weaker will be obvious. Isn't that good?" True, Shiiza had already spotted Shisu but couldn't be bothered to greet him. He didn't want his friends to know he had a poor cousin, whose underwear even had holes, it would be embarrassing. He was afraid Shisu might try to get close to him, borrow money, so he immediately urged the shopkeeper loudly. "Hurry up and pack the white jade snake for me, be careful, don't hurt it." After speaking, he took out his new phone and called his dad, hiding in the corner to avoid being seen. "Dad, I found a good quality white jade snake, 3 million. I don't have enough in my pocket, can you transfer the money to me?" "What? Good quality? Isn't the ordinary one enough?" "It's one level above the poor quality. I remember someone brought a poor quality one earlier this year, raised it to an extraordinary body, and Wisteria still accepted it." "Keep your voice down." Shiiza's face turned slightly awkward, and he smiled stiffly at his rich second-generation friends who were looking at him. He covered the microphone and deliberately lowered his voice. The boss said Wisteria changed the rules. At least it has to be of good quality. Once I pass the Wisteria exam, it'll be a big honor for the family, and you'll also have face. When we talk to the relatives, you'll be better than Chisu's father, and your son will be more successful than his son. Stop focusing on 3 million. If you don't spend the money, how can you get the wolf? Chiisa tried hard to convince him. Moreover, Wisteria gives a 200,000 subsidy every month, 200,000. You spend 3 million, and in just over a year, you'll get it back. It's like I got a good quality beast for free and became a famous Wisteria beast master. In the future, there will be plenty of money going into my pocket. We won't lose out. Chi Sheng Duo was moved, and with a determined look, he said, "All right, I'll transfer the money to you." Hey! Thanks, Dad. Chiisa's face lit up with joy, and he let out a sigh of relief. He hung up the phone, and soon after, a transfer came through. Without hesitation, he transferred the money to the boss and carefully took the insulated box. The good quality white jade snake coiled inside. The scales glimmered with a jade-like sheen, and on its head, 2 sharp little horns protruded. It can't be, is it about to mutate into a dragon? Chiisa was startled by his own thought, filled with joy and excitement. He held the thermal box tightly, as if it were a treasure, and opened his jacket to cover the white jade snake, making sure no one could see it. The strength of a beast tamer depends on whether there's a mutation chance, whether there's ancient bloodline within. Otherwise, a snake might evolve to its utmost, but it remains a snake, a common thing, and its combat power can't compare to those mutated ones. This boss is clueless, hasn't realized the snake has horns, he's just stumbled upon treasure. Suddenly, Chiisa remembered something and looked over at Chisu, who was still buying low-quality worms, his gaze full of disdain. He saw that the rich second generation were focused on selecting their beasts, too busy to pay attention to him. He then walked up to Chisu with the thermal box. He lifted his jacket to reveal the white jade snake, clearly showing off and bragging. In front of family, especially someone he had grown up with, Chiisa knew Chisu's character and was unguarded with him. See it? It will definitely transform into a dragon. Brother, I know your financial situation is limited, but bringing these poor quality worms to the exam at best, you embarrass the Chi family, at worst, you embarrass the entire city of Linchuan. The threshold was so low in the first half of the year, and yet no one from the whole city was admitted. Don't you realize what that means? They all just brought low quality, immature creatures and gambled on luck, treating the examiners like fools. Have you seen the forum of Zitong University? The seniors are already complaining about our city of Linchuan. They've made it clear that they hope no one from here will embarrass themselves again. But you? You've brought another inferior product. After saying that, Chiisa looked at him with pity in his eyes. Give it up. You're no longer an outstanding student. The university you're going to is fine, you'll graduate and be a small office worker or something. At least you'll have a steady meal. Why force yourself into a circle that doesn't belong to you? Since the world officially entered the era of beast taming, what's valued is no longer academic performance or intelligence, but spiritual energy and beast taming abilities. Back then, Chisu had shown off in front of all the relatives, ranking at the top of his class, and was often compared to Chiisa. Fortunately, Chiisa had a steady mindset, never lost his guard, and firmly believed he was better than Chisu. Now, with the spiritual energy revival, it's clear who is the true Qilin. Now seeing Chisu fall from the top student with excellent grades to the bottom with weak spiritual energy, it's somewhat pitiful, and it can't help but make people feel a bit sad. Brother, go home. Don't waste money. 200,000 for a worm? You'd be better off buying yourself a pair of shorts. Didn't you notice your shoes have holes in them? Chisu turned his head to look at Chiisa, suddenly smiling. Pity is an emotion only those standing on high ground can show. That look, from above, was less sympathy and more like charity. Chiisa felt like he had reached the high ground, so now he could pity him. Ha, how laughable. Chisu lowered his gaze, staring at the white jade snake in Chiisa's arms, activating his magical eyes to peer into it. Evolution Direction 1, Rough-Skin Snake. Evolution Direction 2, Silver Ring Snake. Evolution Direction 3, Albino Cobra. This snake, though a good specimen, still had its evolution path pointed in the direction of a snake. It didn't have a hidden bloodline or mutation chance, no chance to mutate into a dragon, and no possibility of becoming the mythical beast Xuanwu. Xuanwu, also known as the tortoise snake, as the name suggests, both tortoises and snakes have a chance to mutate into Xuanwu. Chiisa's snake, however, was just a snake, evolving in the direction of a rough-skin snake. Even without using magical eyes, it was obvious. The horn on top of the white jade snake's head was just the juvenile horn of a rough-skin snake. This beast had already solidified its form. No amount of spiritual pills or elixirs would change that fact. The authoritative channel broadcasts various beast taming illustrations 24/7, and if Chiiza had spent any time watching, he wouldn't have bought a limitless rough-skinned snake. He could raise it, and after continuous evolution, it would have a very strong attacking power. But to spend all his wealth and energy, exhausting all effort to raise a boundless spirit beast is unnecessary. Chapter 4, Keep It Up. Chisu's pupils returned to normal. He took off his sunglasses and put them in his pocket, hiding information. Don't call me brother anymore, it's ambiguous. Hiss, then what should I call you? Chisu? Chiiza frowned tightly. He didn't want his friends to know he belonged to this loser. Chisu, your majesty. Your majesty won't do. Chiiza shook his head decisively. Your majesty is too dirty. Sick. Chisu took the small wooden box with earthworms, scanned to pay, and changed direction toward the shop selling fairy herbs and pills. Chiiza realized late, who's sick? You were sick first, making me call you your majesty. You're the sick one. Ize, who are you scolding? A wealthy companion asked, confused. Nothing at all. Chiiza anxiously wrapped the white jade snake tightly. He hadn't had time to sign a contract. Being snatched was unacceptable. He just thought it was fine. The rich companion stared at the young tiger, stood up, and said to the shop owner, I want this 6 million fine-quality juvenile. Chiiza's eyes widened sharply. Goodness, 6 million, his snake was only 3 million, same fine quality, but the price doubled. Thinking carefully, he understood. A tiger in the past was the king among beasts, how could a snake compare? Moreover, tiger had the beautiful title of one of the 4 great divine beasts, ranked with Qinglong, Zhuke, and Xuanwu, so naturally the price was higher. Chiiza was not envious at all. When his snake mutates into a dragon, what is a tiger? The pill shop had fewer customers than the spirit beast shop, only a few. But the customers here were either rich or noble. Chisu stepped inside, a warm current washed over him. The shop was full of floral fragrance, selling various potted plants. Around each plant floated faint white spiritual energy. Some thin like smoke, some dense like milk, representing weak and strong spiritual energy. Prices differed accordingly. The cheapest in the shop was 500,000. There were also many pills made from spirit herbs, minerals, cinnabar. Pills to increase human beast spiritual power, pills to speed spiritual energy absorption, pills to raise spirit beast breakthrough probability starting at 1 million. Fairy herbs and pills had only 4 grades. Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, Yellow. Each small grade was divided into upper, middle, and lower. Chisu looked around. His remaining 600,000 could only buy a palm-sized lower-grade yellow fairy herb. The fairy herb was kept in a ceramic bowl, lush and green, like the catgrass cats used to eat. Also called wheat sprouts, absorbing spiritual energy made it grow fast and dense. Eaten it could regrow, naturally absorb spiritual energy and store it. Taking it increased a little spiritual power. Chisu called the owner and quickly paid, leaving a balance of 100,000. It was autumn now, weather turning cold. He bought a special warm nest for the earthworms, and some non-spiritual food. After deducting train tickets to the big city, lodging, meals, this money was running low. If Chi Sheng Duo came to act rogue again, it wouldn't be that he refused, but he really had no money left. Chisu held the wheat sprouts leaving the shop, suppressing the desire to eat them himself, and hurried home. The front door was not closed, wide open, the house entirely visible. Luckily, he had no valuable belongings. He locked the door and returned. Chisu opened the wooden box storing the earthworms, picked up scissors, cut a half-long piece of fairy herb, and placed it near the earthworm's mouthparts. Only allowed to eat a little each day. Chewing too much is impossible. You don't want to be sucked dry into dried earthworms, right? The earthworm understood, shook its head side to side to show don't want to. It slowly moved to the fairy herb, used its sharp mouthpart to nudge the grass, signaling Chisu to eat first. Chisu froze. He felt mixed emotions, a little touched. He lifted his fingertip, gently slid along the thin body of the earthworm. I won't eat, it's all yours. Do you want to become my spirit beast? The earthworm struggled to lift its upper body, nodded. Chisu didn't delay, used scissors to cut his finger, passed fresh blood into the earthworm's mouthparts. At the same time, he activated his thin spiritual power, completely consuming it, to establish the contract with the juvenile body. In an instant, the earth-colored blood contract formation glowed beneath the earthworm's body, and after a while, it disappeared without a trace. With the contract in place, Chisu could now see the earthworm's attribute panel more clearly. Beast name, Land Sun. Level, Juvenile. Grade, Inferior. Attribute, Earth. Loyalty, 100. Skills, tilling and loosening soil, soil improvement. Evolution Path 1, Ironworm, body becomes as tough as iron. Evolution Path 2, Earth Shrimp, grows eyes. This is the basic panel of the inferior Landsun. The data is known to all, it is the worst of the worst. Chisu looked at Evolution Path 2, Earth Shrimp. There is a folk saying that earthworms originally had eyes, but shrimps had none, so shrimps borrowed the eyes from earthworms and placed them on their own heads. Later, the shrimp, enchanted by the beautiful scenery, was unwilling to return the eyes, causing the earthworm to lose its vision, unable to see anything, and only able to crawl around aimlessly. Meanwhile, the shrimp's eyes were swollen, simply because those eyes were not theirs, mismatched. What the truth was, no one knew. The official version simply said a suitable beast name based on the earthworm's evolution path. Shisu, with his magic eye, saw its hidden data. Hidden initial bloodline, elite quality earth dragon monarch, feeding it with rare heavenly treasures can improve its quality. Initial talent, survives even if cut in half, has regenerative abilities, its meat contains high medical value, capable of treating bronchitis, rheumatoid arthritis, hypertension, heart disease, gallstones, hemorrhoids, and baldness. Skill, evolves to growth stage unlock. Mutation probability progress, 2%. The Earth Dragon Monarch is a wriggling medicine chest, with excellent medicinal effects. On the market, many people seek a segment of Earth Dragon Monarch's body, priced as high as $1 million, alongside heavenly treasures. Before Shisu decided to keep the Landsun, he thought about fattening it up and selling pieces of its meat. But when he saw how obedient the Landsun was, he felt some reluctance in his heart. Shisu looked at the earthworm, sucking on the immortal grass. The mutation probability was still only 1% before, but now it had risen to 2%, still far too low. Sigh. He let out a long sigh. He had done all he could, now it was up to the Landsun to see if it could activate the hidden bloodline to become an elite quality when it broke through to the growth stage. Come on, Shisu whispered, almost as if speaking to the Landsun, or perhaps encouraging himself. Chapter 5, Earth Dragon Monarch. Shisu finished washing up and placed the immortal grass pot into a wooden box, closing the lid to create a mini training room with relatively dense spiritual energy. The spiritual energy around the immortal grass nourished the weak body of the earthworm. Then, he placed the wooden box at the head of the bed and turned off the lights to save electricity. He thought to himself, should he borrow from the loan sharks to raise it? Maybe buy something better for the Landsun. He had asked a loan shark company early that morning, borrowing 10 million, but the daily interest was 200,000. It wasn't per month, but 200,000 per day, an outrageous amount. If he went the official route and downloaded every loan app, he might scrape together a few 100,000, but it wouldn't even be enough to fill his teeth. He was very short on money, extremely short. At this point, he could only ask his golden finger. Shisu raised his hand, covering his left eye, which was occupied by the magic eye. He had no idea where this magic eye came from, and hadn't noticed anything unusual, but it had provided him with the greatest benefits. Logically speaking, he should be satisfied, like having a bicycle, why would he need a motorcycle? But still, he couldn't help asking, can you give me some money? I'll definitely pay you back. The magic eye remained silent, as if too lazy to care, perhaps thinking he was too greedy. Shisu immediately added, forget I asked, just go to sleep. He regarded the magic eye as a versatile beast, not knowing what its true form was, but its temperament was cold. It had been parasitic for a whole year, never interacting with him, only lending him the ability to perceive everything, making it impossible to figure out what it was thinking. Shisu had a conspiracy theory in his mind. His spiritual energy was so low now, still under 100, could it be that the magic eye was secretly devouring all of it? When he sat in meditation, he clearly sensed vast amounts of spiritual energy flowing into his body smoothly, but his spiritual power didn't grow substantially. He had gained points, but the progress was too slow. Extremely slow. If this is the side effect of gaining the ability to see through all things, then Shisu had nothing to say. He avoided a lot of detours thanks to the magic eye, seeing treasures at a glance, he couldn't just gouge out his eye and throw it away. Sigh. Shisu crossed his legs, meditating as usual, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. In plain words, it was just calming his mind and breathing. After signing the contract with 2D Sun, his thin spiritual power had already dropped to 0. In a short time, he could not sign a second spirit beast. To sign a contract, he had to spend the corresponding spiritual power. The higher the spirit beast's growth level, the more spiritual power he would consume. Besides signing blood contracts, spiritual power had two other uses. One was to strengthen his own physical ability. Two was, when the spirit beast ran out of spiritual power and could no longer fight, he could transfer his own spiritual power to it to help it recover. Signing a contract consumes spiritual power, releasing skills consumes spiritual power, whether human or spirit beast. Daily meditation to absorb spiritual energy was important, the more the better. With Chisu's closed eye breathing, the invisible spiritual energy in the air continuously flowed into his left eye. The next day, the sound of cracking like an egg suddenly rang, caw. Shisu opened his eyes. Spiritual power value, 0.5. He immediately put on a mask of pain, burying his head in the pillow, letting out a hysterical roar, his fist smashing a deep pit into the pillow. Damn it! This is wrong. Soon, he sat up as if nothing happened, trying hard to adjust his mindset. He followed the strange sound and his eyes widened. He saw the wooden box lid being pushed up by a small head. It blinked, a pair of jet-black clear eyes, dragon claw-shaped paws gripping the edge of the wooden box. Shisu was shocked and immediately lifted the lid. This spirit beast was earth yellow all over, round and fat, only palm-sized. It stood straight, its short tail sweeping back and forth. Its back slightly hunched, neck leaning forward, seeming ready to dig into the ground at any moment. Thin, shallow ring patterns ran from its head all the way to its tail. 2D Sun's originally slender mouth disappeared, replaced by a dragon-like snout. Shisu hurriedly picked up a ceramic bowl that had fallen to the side. The immortal herbs bought yesterday had been eaten, only bare soil left in the bowl. Because 2D Sun had eaten a large amount of immortal herbs, it smoothly broke through from the juvenile stage to the growth stage. And successfully activated its hidden bloodline, mutating into an elite quality Earth Dragon Lord. Didn't I tell you not to eat too much? Aren't you afraid of backlash? Shisu frowned tightly, feeling fear. His heart pounded, without a trace of joy. Why suddenly disobey? Was it because of the words "go for it"? You think I was pressuring you? Shisu thought hard. 2D Sun worked so hard because of those words, it didn't want to disappoint him. Its loyalty reached 100%, wholeheartedly thinking of him, it would strive and strive for him. Strive until life didn't matter. The Earth Dragon Lord drooped its head, curling its body into a ball. Though it was previously juvenile, it was not just born. It had been in the spirit beast shop for more than half a year, unwanted by anyone. Like humans, it absorbed the essence of heaven and earth day and night. It should have broken through long ago. But it was low quality, difficult to cross that threshold alone. The immortal herbs Shisu spent a fortune on pushed it, giving it strength, and in one go it broke through the invisible wall, evolving. The Earth Dragon Lord wanted to say it knew, but it couldn't speak, only shrunk its head, not looking at Shisu's dark face. Seeing it so pitiful, Shisu helplessly huffed. Warmth in the palm of my hand. I'll make you some food. After eating, we'll head to the big city. Once we get to the Wisteria Academy, don't be scared, and don't run off. Be careful not to get eaten by other beasts. The Earth Dragon Lord may be of elite quality, but it's still just a small growth body, easily crushed under a single seat. At that point, it won't be able to protect itself. The Earth Dragon Lord let out a soft grunt. It sensed that Shisu had lost his anger, and relaxed its body comfortably. Its eyes shone brightly, and in its heart, a sense of expectation for the big city slowly arose. Chapter 6, Wisteria Academy. Since the recovery of spiritual energy, the country has been divided into 5 major regions. Southeast, Southwest, Northwest, and a central authoritative area. The Wisteria Academy is located in Longyang City, within the central area. Shisu boarded the train, entered a private compartment, and locked the door behind him. In just 1 year, the world has changed so much. In the past, the train only had rooms in the sleeper car, while the other carriages were all seats. Now, with beast taming, the entire train is divided into compartments. 1 person per compartment, and the ticket price has soared, now costing over 1,000. Shisu placed his bag on the upper bunk, then dragged the half-meter-tall beast's special heating bed with all his strength, lifting it and placing it on the lower bunk. The heating bed's exterior is made of metal, with windows and a door, resembling a small roundhouse. Inside, there's a cotton package, a toilet, a shower, and a heating function. It's rechargeable, and once fully charged, it can be used for 24 hours. It costs 32,000, which is the cheapest among the small heating beds. Shisu opened the window of the heating bed and saw the Earth Dragon Lord still sound asleep. Its food bowl and water jug were both full, so he sat down to rest. Ding! The train started, and the scenery outside the window quickly receded. At first, it was just normal buildings and roads, but as time passed, a towering wall appeared in view. The wall was covered with electric wires, and occasionally, a crackling sound was heard as something was electrocuted. Shisu looked up at the top of the wall. A ridiculously thick tree branch was tentatively reaching toward the track, its size almost as thick as a regular tree trunk, with bark covered in warts like a toad's. It got shocked by the electricity and slowly withdrew the overreaching branch, disappearing from Shisu's sight. On the other side of the electric wall was the mystery zone. In this area, the magical plants and animals were so dense that they could easily catch bullets with their bare hands or swing their tails to launch nuclear bombs. It was difficult to clean up. Although surrounded by walls, many escaped creatures managed to cross the electric fence, causing havoc in the city. There are many mystery zones across the country, with varying sizes, and they are divided into 9 levels. The first level is the safest, while the 9th level is the most dangerous. Scattered hunter teams are the main group entering the mystery zones. The government doesn't stop them, as long as they pay the required fees to enter. The lower the level of the mystery zone, the higher the entrance fee. The higher the level of the mystery zone, the lower the entrance fee, and usually, those who enter don't come back. However, if you have a beast taming school certificate, the fee for entering level 1 mystery zones is waived. It's the best place for students to practice. The uniqueness of Wisteria Academy lies in the fact that it covers all levels of the mystery zone from level 1 to 9 for free, and the government even provides some supplies to assist. The benefits of Wisteria are so tempting that no matter what, he must enter. 8 hours later. Chisu, carrying heavy luggage, exited the train station and ventured deeper into Longyang City. He walked and rested, his eyes exceptionally bright. Winter was approaching, but the locals seemed unbothered by the cold. Thin windbreakers, short cheongsams, men and women, old and young, all exuded a kind of elegance. Chisu looked down at his bulky sweatshirt and sweatpants. White on top, black on the bottom, with fancy patterns printed on them. He was afraid of the cold, so he also wore a big red sweater underneath his sweatshirt, with a high collar. On the bottom, he had cotton pants with brown snow boots. He found the brown color too dull, so he hand-painted some designs, with a green dragon on the left and a white tiger on the right. In Linchuan City, this outfit was very popular, quite stylish. The more extravagant you dress, the more eye-catching you are, no matter how chaotic the colors. But seeing the minimalist fashion of the people in Longyang City, Chisu still felt that he was quite stylish, the most eye-catching person on the entire street. He took out his phone, navigated to the location of Wisteria Academy, and walked forward with great excitement. A first-tier big city was densely populated, with examinees from all over the country gathering here, blocking the streets completely. Looking around, there were dense heads of people and spirit beasts everywhere. Chisu carried a backpack, held Warm Nest in his arms, struggling to move through the dense crowd, sweat dripping from his forehead. Through the window of Warm Nest, the earth dragon Zune slept very soundly, drool spilling from the corner of its mouth, emitting a faint smell of herbal medicine. Chisu raised his hand to close the window tightly, to prevent anyone or any spirit beast from smelling it, and swallowed this little meatball. At this moment, he did not need to walk himself, a torrent behind him pushed him forward. His face was deformed by the crowd, his complexion dark purple, breathing with difficulty, feeling as if he was about to die. After an unknown time, he finally passed through the narrowest section, instantly revived, taking several deep breaths of fresh air, and hurried to Wisteria Academy to register. The academy was huge, covering 1/10 of the entire city. The outdoor square inside was equally hard to walk, filled everywhere with people. The good news was, there was no risk of suffocation. Examinees consciously formed several endless long lines, leaving 1 meter between people, with staff assigned by the academy to maintain order. Various small spirit beasts sat on the heads of examinees, or were held in palms, mostly of inferior or common quality, with very few good. He had not seen any excellent yet. But his elite Earth Dragon Zune stood out, far surpassing the tens of thousands of competitors around. After using his magic eye to observe, Chisu felt confident and joined the long line to wait. Wisteria could let examinees register online, so why register offline? It was to test patience. Observing examinees' tempers, starting from the queue, was a way to filter them. Some saw the long line, the cold weather, not knowing how long they'd stand, and had no patience. Thinking that their spirit beast was not good enough, they turned to other spirit beast schools, voluntarily quitting. By queuing, a large number of inferior examinees could be effectively filtered out. Woof! Woof woof! Ha! Cluck cluck! Cluck cluck! Although examinees kept quiet, the spirit beasts were restless, showing their wild nature one after another. Earth Dragon Zune was awakened, rubbing its eyes and opening the window. Chisu asked, "Do you want to enter the spirit beast space?" After signing the spirit beast, a beast master activates a private spirit beast space to store and summon at any time. But a qualified beast master would train the spirit beast's adaptability, social desensitization training. So that if kept inside for a long time and released later, the spirit beast would not panic or attack randomly. Earth Dragon Zune shook its head, its black eyes glancing everywhere, curious about everything. Chisu, having nothing to do, chatted with Earth Dragon Zune. Before, cities were full of green plants, now the plants have become spirits, only removable as exclusive resources. Look at that lawn, plastic, fake, and that tree, cement-filled, also fake. But don't be sad, when we have money, we can buy lots and lots of real ones. Chisu suddenly remembered, he still didn't know if Earth Dragon Zune was male or female, so he pinched its tail, lifted it, looked carefully, and silently put it down. No eggs. The dragon maid's thought vanished into smoke. Male is fine, male is also fine. He had no requirement for the spirit beast's gender. Chisu said, "Later I'll tie a flower on your tail, you'll be the most handsome Earth Dragon Zune." Earth Dragon Zune raised its paw to cover its mouth, giggling, It also wanted to dress up, to be as handsome as its master. Chapter 7 Go Mother Leave Child. Ah whoa. Suddenly a young tiger's roar startled a large number of spirit beasts, the whole scene went chaotic. Earth Dragon Zune peeked out, looking towards the back of the line, confused. Who was making a cat sound? Don't twist. Don't twist. Chiiza held white jade snake 7 inches tightly, shouting sternly, don't move. It won't eat you. He shouted to the rich second generation in front, Xingchen. Help, control your tiger, it's scaring us. Wang Xingchen snickered, slowly rubbing the little tiger's head, letting it show its power. If a few tiger roars can scare you away, then that beast tamer isn't fit to enter Zitong. You might as well head back now, don't waste any more time. Chiiza was at a loss for words, glancing at Wang Xingchen with resentment, then turning to look at his little sister. Chi Rongrong had a slender figure, draped in a soft white fur coat, holding a red-eyed jade rabbit. Her aura was ethereal, standing there like a fairy untouched by the mortal world. The jade rabbit remained motionless at the tiger's roar, as calm as its owner, seemingly indifferent, cool and aloof. Chiiza knew his little sister's true nature. On the surface, she appeared pure and aloof, but secretly she was skilled at smoking, drinking, and playing drinking games. Switch places with me, he said, struggling to hold the white jade snake. Staying farther from the tiger might make it stay calm. Chi Rongrong rolled her eyes and stepped forward. Chiiza caught a refreshing floral scent and teased, oh, still using body fragrance pills? I thought you couldn't smell the tobacco on yourself. Where did the money come from? Body fragrance pills had no real effect other than dispersing a pleasant scent, lasting for a long time. Each pill started at 1.5 million, specifically designed to extract money from the fairies. Chiiza knew how much savings his family had. After buying this white jade snake, there wouldn't be much left. How did his sister get these beasts and pills? Chiiza had a guess. Did some dog lick send them? His face turned serious for once. I'm telling you, no man would give you things for no reason. If you accept it, it means you agree to practice dual cultivation, understand? Shut up, Chi Rongrong frowned. She hated being lectured. In the past, Chisu always played the elder brother card, and it drove her mad. Now that Chisu was finally gone, her own brother was equally annoying with his constant talking. These gifts were proactively given by a dog lick, forced upon her, not something she asked for. Besides, when someone is pursuing you, they should show sincerity and offer something to earn your favor. Without sincerity, why would she be with some stingy dog lick? Chi Rongrong didn't want to argue with Chiiza anymore. As she casually glanced to the side, her eyes froze in surprise. Brother, look over, there is that tango? How did he get here? Does he have money to buy a beast tamer? What kind of beast did he bring? It wouldn't be a cheap one, right? We can't accept that. Chi Rongrong's voice raised in panic. They were from the same city, so if his hometown lost face, she would lose face too, especially since he was a relative. Chiiza knew Chisu was also coming. He had seen him in the beast tamer store. He casually glanced over and muttered, yeah, it's cheap, and his face is thick as hell. Cousin? Wang Xingchen put down the chubby tiger and turned around, swinging his sore arms, your cousin? Call him over, let's chat, we're all familiar. Not that cousin, it's Tango, from Tang Dynasty, the Tang family, Chiiza explained without changing his expression. Oh, Wang Xingchen finally understood. Tang's son, huh? Ugly face, low intelligence. He frowned, isn't he handicapped? Schools don't even issue exam permits to people like this. No matter how long they wait in line, it's useless. Chiiza waved his hand dismissively, he doesn't look bad, it's just his aptitude that's low. He thinks he's amazing, full of some inexplicable confidence. Just an average guy, you've seen him last time, he was buying low-quality worms. Upon hearing this, Wang Xingchen's mouth drooped, shaking his head, it's him. Since it was the other side who didn't care about their hometown's reputation, he suddenly shouted, Tangu. Chisu turned his head at the sound. Who the hell dared shout like that? Tisk. Wang Xingchen and the others immediately covered their mouths, chuckling silently, pretending to look around indifferently, not daring to meet Chisu's eyes. Chisu saw 3 big idiots, then turned his gaze away. He decided to wait until he registered and then invite them to the woods for a beating. Tangu. This time, it was Chiiza calling out. Chisu didn't turn around, but the others were curious and glanced back. Poochie. Chiiza and the others desperately held back their laughter, tightly pressing their lips together. So many people have assigned seats. This is too funny. The prank caught the attention of a wisteria mentor, who quickly walked over. This person's name is Chen Jingzhong, and his current job is to maintain order in the team. When the registration ended, he would be the one conducting the assessments. Chen Jingzhong stared at Chiiza and calmly said, you, and you, the 3 of you don't need to queue. When Chiiza heard this, his smile faded, and his face turned pale. He hurriedly bowed and apologized, sorry, teacher, I was wrong. I'll keep my mouth shut. I won't shout anymore. Please give me another chance, this is just a good quality beast I'm controlling, I know it's a good quality one, Chen Jingzhong interrupted, speaking slowly, I also know that your spiritual energy levels are higher than the others here. You three don't need to queue, you're directly admitted, follow me. Across the country, all the talented individuals emerging were being closely watched by the schools. But when it comes to snatching up students, no school is better than Wisteria, which only picks the inferior products that Wisteria itself doesn't want. Hearing direct admission, Chi froze for a moment, then felt overjoyed, excitedly hugging Chi Rongrong. Ah! Chi Rongrong pushed him away with disdain, calmly saying, "Teacher, I don't want to be an exception, I want to queue up and follow the rules." Chen Jingzhong gave a look of approval. Good, very good. He then turned the conversation, but doing this is a waste of time, wasting your own time. You're occupying a spot without earning it and wasting other people's time for collecting their admission forms. Chi Rongrong immediately turned red in the face, her toes curling slightly. That's a bit much, isn't it? Chi chuckled quietly, wrapping the white jade snake around his neck and gently pushing Chi Rongrong to follow the teacher. Passing by Chi Su, he acted aloof, not glancing sideways, enjoying the envious gazes from others, his face calm without any ripple. Wait a minute. Chi Su spoke. Chen Jingzhong stopped in his tracks and turned back to look at the young man. Earlier this year, he had encountered something similar. At that time, while queuing for registration, he took in a new student carrying a low-quality product, which caused a huge stir, and other candidates stopped him, thinking they could also get special treatment. Little did they know, that so-called low-quality product was already showing signs of mutation, a silkworm turning into a butterfly. Normally, the evolutionary path of a silkworm is to turn into a moth, only a caterpillar can spin a cocoon and become a butterfly. Those that evolve in a way that does not follow the normal path are called mutations. Mutated beasts are undoubtedly the strongest, and if they also possess ancient bloodlines, they are the strongest of the strong. Unfortunately, that silkworm didn't have ancient bloodlines, but having mutated into a butterfly made it a mutated beast, reaching the qualifying admission line. And the key point wasn't in the mutated beast, but in the beast tamer's qualifications themselves. Chen Jingzhong couldn't be bothered to explain and said meaningfully, exceptions are the privilege of geniuses. Ordinary people, it's better to follow the rules. As long as one has a little self-awareness, they wouldn't make themselves look foolish, just leave it at that. Chen Jingzhong lifted his leg to leave, but Chisu called out again. He walked up to Chen Jingzhong with the warm nest, and the earth dragon Zun made an effort to crawl up the windowsill, standing straight, showing pride for its master. Chisu turned his back to the other candidates and softly asked, "Can we make an exception?" With such a long line, they were sure to spend the night outdoors. If he could suffer less, why not ask for it? Chen Jingzhong glanced at Earth Dragon Zun, his expression changed, and he lost the calmness he had before, leaning in for a closer look. When he clearly saw that it was indeed a young ancient Earth Dragon Zun, his eyes slightly brightened, and he whispered, "What quality?" Without dedicated instruments, it's hard to judge with the naked eye. He could only confirm, based on the official illustrated guide, that the creature in front of him was indeed a special mutated beast, an ancient Earth Dragon Zun. Elite, Chi Su replied. Chen Jingzhong nodded, flicked his finger to send Earth Dragon Zun back, closed the window, and said, emotionless, "Set a price." Ha? Chi Su was stunned for a moment. Set a price? What does that mean? It seemed like he wanted to mother it. Chapter 8, Dissuasion. Chen Jingzhong opened the skylight and spoke clearly, his expression serious. The assessment isn't just about the beasts you control. The most important thing is the person. The elite among elites, the genius among geniuses, that is Zitone's motto. His gaze was intense, scanning each of the students one by one, his voice rising in volume. I realize many of you have misunderstood, thinking that if you go broke and buy a decent beast, you'll definitely be admitted, and that with the school stipend, you'll get back on your feet. You're calculating with a loud click. Chi-Iza subconsciously lowered his head, his cheeks burning with embarrassment. Wrong. Chen Jingzhong snapped, showing no mercy. You might have extraordinary talent, but without the funds to support your beast, Zitone will help, but if your aptitude is average, and you borrow money to buy a high-quality beast, hoping to use Zitone to recover your losses, freeloading off the school's resources, then sorry, you'd better go home. Chen Jingzhong fixed his gaze on Chisu. If your spiritual power reaches 300, I'll apologize to you. I'll admit I was blind, misjudged you, and deserve to be ashamed. But if you haven't reached 300, and like I just said, you've burdened yourself with loans just to buy a high-quality beast, hoping to use Zitone to patch up the holes, then we have nothing to talk about except your beast. Chen Jingzhong had seen too many students who tried to take shortcuts, poorly qualified ones, including those from rich or influential families. Of course, the standards were different for rich and poor students. Zitone was a top-tier academy, with resources at the top of the pyramid. It didn't need to care about anyone's feelings. Tell me, what is your spiritual power value? You can shout it out, slap me in the face if you can. Chen Jingzhong said calmly. Gold will shine, anyone can see it. If it doesn't shine, it's not gold. I'm sure I've never seen Chisu, never heard of him. Chisu clenched his fist, his face as red as a ripened fruit. Say it. 0.5. Ha 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 ha. A burst of laughter erupted instantly. Chiiza laughed even harder, leaning forward and patting his sister's shoulder with force. 0.5. I never knew spiritual power could have decimals. Ha 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 ha. Shi Rongrong pursed her lips and turned her head, the corners of her mouth curling up. She wanted to laugh but also wanted to act cool, so she covered her mouth and lightly coughed, pretending that her laugh was just a harmless throat itch, casually stroking her jade rabbit. Chen Jingzhong pulled out a fan from his waist and opened it, covering the lower half of his face. He then revealed a look of contempt, curling the corners of his mouth. After a while, he looked at the utterly embarrassed Chi Su and said coldly, I'm telling you clearly now, Zitong doesn't want you. Don't bother queuing up again. Chi Su's face turned paler. The same words, for Chiiza and the others, no need to queue meant an exception for admission. He had thought that with an elite beast, he could shine and make a name for himself. Chi Su swallowed several times, touching his warm chest, his voice trembling. This is the beast I raised, it's mine. I know my spiritual power is too low, but as long as your school is willing to support me, I'll work hard. Work hard? Chen Jingzhong interrupted without hesitation. Who here isn't working hard? Effort alone isn't enough to catch up with others. There are countless geniuses in the world, like fish in the river, thousands upon thousands of them. They all have one goal, to enter Zitong. There are only 100 spots for the next semester, but 1 million students have applied. With such limited spots, why should the school choose you, a mediocre one, to spend resources on cultivating? Besides, this beast of yours, is it really one you personally picked and raised? There's no telling if you stole it from someone else. The first beast signed by a poor rookie. Having the ancient bloodline, a rare special mutant beast, this is impossible. Only a newcomer from a wealthy family has this possibility, spending hundreds of millions, even billions, to buy a bunch of tamed beasts, picking the best one to sign a contract. This elite Earth Dragon Lord might very well be stolen by the young man right in front, from some rich family, or from a gambler beast trader. Before others sign, he steals it for himself, then hides in the wisteria to avoid trouble. The truth, Chen Jingzhong is too lazy to investigate. He snaps his fan shut, every word piercing the heart. Stop arguing with me, no matter how much you talk, no means no, wisteria does not want you. Quickly quote a price, don't ask for too much, no matter how precious the Earth Dragon Lord is, the world has more than just it. Besides, it is still a small growing body, I have to spend a lot later to raise it, you need to weigh this money too expensive I will not buy it. Not for sale. Shi Su's voice was hoarse, silently slinging his backpack. Faintly, he heard the Earth Dragon Lord crying. He knew clearly in his heart, the Earth Dragon Lord was not crying because it couldn't have a good life with that person. Its 100% loyalty did not change, it was feeling pain for him, feeling sad for him. But tears are the most useless thing, if crying could change reality, he could cry until the end of the world. Shisu reached into the warm nest, touched the Earth Dragon Lord to soothe it, then looked up at the huge campus, the towering, cloud-high solemn school emblem. Then, he picked up the warm nest and left the line, his tone calm without waves. I will come back, it won't take long. Since there is special admission, since there is an exception, since there are no rules, then honestly lining up to register and be tested becomes a joke. As long as his tamed beast is stronger than others, not just a little, strong enough to change the rules, even if he is useless, he can enter school anytime. He will come back to take back his dignity. Chen Jingzhong did not stop him, a trace of mockery curved his lips. He just now thought the other would drop harsh words, saying something about 30 years east, 30 years west, setting a 3-year deal surely crushing wisteria. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be like Grey Wolf speaking, slinking away, tail between legs. Hilarious. Perhaps he also knew the day the Dragon King returns would not come, so he did not speak too fully, saving some face for himself. As Chisu left, many cute students packed up their tamed beasts, heads down, dejected, disappearing outside the school, the long line instantly leaving a big empty space. Those behind, not knowing what happened, excitedly filled the gap, bringing common types of tamed beasts, cats, dogs, chickens, ducks, fish. TSK tisk TSK, Chiisa saw this, clicked his tongue shaking his head. These people are definitely no good, all PS them out. Chen Jingzhong, follow. Ah, here they come. Chiisa chased asking, teacher, what was that person's tamed beast just now? Was it an earthworm? Judging by the mentor's attitude, heavy purchase, it didn't seem like a low-quality earthworm, more like a mutant beast. Chen Jingzhong did not want meaningless chatter, ignored it. Chiisa could only ask another question, deciding to carefully observe when things were calm. Now I am a 1-star tamer, right? Officially becoming a tamer, besides Wisteria giving 200,000 monthly allowance, there are other benefits. Every month they send a high-grade Shen-level Qi gathering pill and marrow washing pill, greatly improving his constitution, absorbing spiritual energy like riding a rocket. These benefits don't exist in other tamer schools, even lower yellow-level schools won't give. Chen Jingzhong was about to take these 3 to receive the Tamer badge, to get benefits via exclusive badge. Signing a tamed beast becomes a 1-star Tamer. Signing 10 tamed beasts becomes a 10-star Tamer. The higher the star level, the higher the status, the more benefits. But signing 10 low-quality beasts does not mean 10-star Tamer. Professional institutions carefully evaluate the tamed beast and Tamer ability through a series of processes. A giant, strong Xian Yu wolf slowly walked over, standing over 3 meters tall. With every step it took, the earth trembled 3 times, attracting countless shocked gazes. It walked up to Chen Jingzhong and obediently lay down at his feet. Chen Jingzhong lightly flipped over, almost as if he floated, and sat steadily on the smooth beast fur. He spoke, "This is an elite quality extraordinary body, a mutated beast. A dog turned into a wolf, and it is the 3rd beast I have contracted. The Xian Yu wolf does not have ancient bloodlines, just a regular mutation, and it's not as powerful as the Earth Dragon Sovereign." But the man was not selling it, and he couldn't just kill someone for their goods. That would be a lack of grace, and it would be beneath him. A small-time thug could never become an immortal. Chen Jingzhong desperately suppressed the evil thoughts in his heart, eager to return to his office to focus on his cultivation, trying to maintain a calm tone. "I am a Tier 3 Beast Master, and from now on, I will be your teacher. Come on up, don't waste time. I have other things to do later." "Hey, hey." Chiiza and the others grabbed the Xian Yu wolf's seemingly soft but actually very tough fur, struggling to climb up. With the mount, they quickly reached the entrance of the grand, magnificent building. Chapter 9, A Home Tutor? Nightfall arrived. Chiiza and Wang Xingchen walked shoulder to shoulder, full of pride, chatting and laughing as they left the school, discussing whether to go to the Siren Adult Club or the Abyss Bar. "Let's go to the Adult Club. The bar is too low-end, full of fake beauty. They're not even as good-looking as your sister. This time, you're paying, don't forget your wallet again." Wang Xingchen deliberately emphasized the words, dragging out the tone with clear meaning. Chiiza awkwardly laughed a few times. "I'll pay, order whatever you want, tonight we don't stop drinking until we drop." Behind them, Shisu quietly followed. Until the 2 entered the club's lobby and approached the front desk to request a private room. Shisu stepped forward, grabbed Chiiza by the shoulder, and threw a punch that made a loud cry of pain. "Ah!" Chiiza staggered, clutching his face in pain. "Damn, who dares hit me?" When he raised his head, his expression changed. Shisu didn't give him a chance to speak. He grabbed his neck, raised his knee, and slammed it into his stomach. "Ugh!" Chiiza groaned, instinctively curling up into a shrimp-like position. Shisu followed through, pressing him down onto the ground, elbow striking the same spot on his back, 3 times, fast and fierce. "Damn you!" Chiiza got angry, not someone to be messed with. He immediately rolled over and shoved Shisu down. Although Chiiza was at a disadvantage, his spiritual energy level was higher than Shisu's, and his physical strength was superior by several levels. Taking advantage of the moment when Shisu hadn't gotten up, he straddled his waist and started punching back. It happened in the blink of an eye. Shisu turned his head to avoid the punch, grabbed Chiiza's face, and puckered his lips, giving him a sharp kiss on the mouth. The sound was loud, kiss. Chiiza froze. Wang Xingchen froze too. The atmosphere immediately became eerily quiet. Shisu seized the opportunity, applying force to break free, then lifted Chiiza up, kicked with his leg, and slammed the back of his foot hard into Chiiza's side. With a whoosh sound, Chiiza was sent flying, crashing into a sofa not far away. Crash! The magazine rack for guests to browse collapsed loudly. Chiiza lay on the sofa, his face still stunned, eyes glazed over. Such despicable methods. Shisu rubbed his lips and looked at Wang Xingchen. "I was wrong." Wang Xingchen immediately covered his mouth, apologizing so fast it was like overtaking on a curve. Shisu knew when to stop and turn to leave. He was sure that those 2 would never bother him again in this lifetime. They would avoid him even if they saw him on the road. Back at the budget hotel, Shisu pulled out his phone, searching for the location and ticket prices for a Tier 1 secret realm, planning to find resources to feed the Earth Dragon Sovereign. After looking for about 2 hours, he lowered his head dejectedly, raising a hand to tightly grab his hair. It was too expensive, too expensive. It costs $1 million just to enter. There's no limit on how long you can stay inside the secret realm, so you can stay until you get your money's worth, but he simply couldn't afford the $1 million entry fee. In the end, I'll still have to borrow money, huh? Shisu didn't want to borrow money because of the interest, he'd have to pay back much more. Go to another beast tamer school? That way, you can enter the first-level secret realm to search for treasures for free. But to enroll, you must sign a body-selling contract for 4 years. During this time, you can quit, but you can't transfer to another school. This rule exists because of people like him, who take advantage of the first-level secret realm to get treasures and then, once they have the ability, switch to Zitu, leaving no other beast tamer school foolish enough to fall for it. Shisu furrowed his brows, raised both hands, and messed up his hair. What else? What else? Is there only that path left? Is the only way to get money by doing that kind of work? Shisu struggled to convince himself. After a long time, he held his phone and searched for tutoring job listings. If you look at the highest paying job right now, it's tutoring. Not teaching subjects like math, language, or English, but teaching knowledge related to beast tamers, spiritual plants, magical tools, and more. The official Beast Tamer encyclopedia updates daily, so tutors have to keep stuffing new information into their minds every day, and they can't forget previous knowledge. Their knowledge reserves must be greater than those of school teachers or even officials, with a preference for those who frequently enter mysterious secret realms. That way, if a wealthy client finds some rare thing, the tutor will recognize it, making them worthy of $100,000 an hour in teaching fees. If the client needs it, the tutor also takes on the task of helping the client find beast tamers, with a separate fee. And the beast tamer data controlled by the magic eye far exceeds what the authorities know, often feeding Shisu with little-known beast tamer knowledge. Some beast tamer names Shisu had never heard of, and the authorities hadn't discovered them yet, but when he woke up from a nap, his mind would have new knowledge that he couldn't forget. Nothing suited him better than being a tutor, and finding high-quality beast tamers was a breeze. But tutoring was similar to the master role in certain stories. It was a high-risk occupation. Either you'd lose your virginity early, or you'd lose your dignity later. It was scary. Most rich people were older, and the client could be a well-maintained elderly lady or a middle-aged coal tycoon who was halfway in the grave. Shisu had no choice. If a wealthy client could hire him, that would be good enough. He glanced at his warm bed again, and his hesitant heart became resolute. He was going for it. Shisu grabbed a pen and paper, noting down the local tutoring job information. Chapter 10, Appraisal of Treasures. The next day at noon. After a busy morning, Shisu sluggishly returned to his hotel and collapsed on the bed. He had visited 13 luxury houses, but none of them were willing to hire him. He couldn't even make it to the interview stage to show his abilities. Just the resume screening process had gotten him rejected without a chance to meet and talk. Shisu buried his head in the blanket, lying in silence for a long time before suddenly sitting up straight. He opened his phone live streaming app, clicked on the Beast Tamer app, and chose Appraise Treasures. He registered an account, thought for a moment about a username, and decisively typed it in. Student of Zitu Academy, rejected version. He quickly completed a 100-question quiz and scored full marks, advancing to the first-level treasure appraiser. Then, he ran downstairs, bought a pack of masks and a phone stand, and put on sunglasses. This was also a highly dangerous path. If someone found out he had the magic eye, they'd gouge it out immediately, without the friendly greetings or brotherly gestures. The revival of spiritual energy had only been for a year, and high cultivation people were still rare. Meanwhile, cunning and evil villains were plentiful. But for the sake of making money, Shisu had no choice but to take the risk of exposing himself and start the livestream. He set up his phone on the stand, aimed it at his face, and sat at the table, eagerly welcoming visitors. Free treasure appraisal, not charging a penny. If you like me, you can support with a $1 gift. Everyone wanted to sign rare beasts, preferably those with ancient bloodlines. But people who didn't know much about beast tamers could easily end up buying beasts with no limits. Shiiza was an example. He saw that a white jade snake had horns and thought it could turn into a dragon, but he had misunderstood. Such people were everywhere, spending huge amounts of money and using years, even decades, to cultivate the beasts, only to end up disappointed. The money was wasted, the emotions and time invested all thrown away, like trying to carry water in a bamboo basket. Therefore, the authorities launched a platform called Treasure Identification. It identifies all kinds of beast companions, checks whether uncut stones are spirit stones, assesses the strength of the spiritual energy absorbed by ancient antiques, and sets grades for the world's wonders, helping people avoid detours. The identification results are for reference only. Shisu waited for a long while, as visitors came and went, all attracted by the words Purple Wisteria Academy written on the sign. But when they saw that there was a version scratched off, with a middle finger expression attached, they left. The number of people in the top right corner hovered between 1 and 100, but no one connected. Shisu was not in a hurry, patiently waiting for someone destined to connect. On this platform, there were too many rich people seeking treasure identification. In the popular live broadcast rooms, treasure identification had to wait in line. Perhaps someone, bored of waiting, would come to chat for a few words. At this moment, the Earth Dragon Honor woke up. With a click, it opened the warm nest's door and looked for Shisu. It waddled with its round belly, grabbing Chisu's pants leg to climb up, then leapt and jumped onto the desk. Next, it wriggled into Chisu's crossed palms, half closing its eyes, and lazily stared at the camera while snoring. The sound, like a V8 engine, sparked a flood of comments. Host, what kind of beast companion is this? Ancient Earth Dragon Honor. Is it for sale? I'll pay 100 million, and you can pretend I didn't ask. You can't afford it, so why shout out prices? Host, I'm serious. 70 million, it's sitting in the bank, you can withdraw it, just enter your password. Shisu saw the crowd picking up and curved his lips. Welcome to my live stream. I'm an all-around host, only identifying treasures, no discussions about prices. You can choose between the literary or the martial. Who will be the first? What do literary and martial mean? Shisu explained, literary means I'll choose my words carefully, trying to avoid hurting your feelings. Martial means I'll say whatever comes to mind. If you can't handle it, it might hit you hard, so it's better to go with literary. I'll choose martial. This world is just a giant McDonald's. What's McDonald's supposed to mean? It's full of masochists. Ha 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 ha. Shisu saw a visitor request to connect, and clicked to agree. The screen split in half, with Shisu on the left and darkness on the right. Suddenly, the screen lit up, and a large green-scaled snake appeared out of nowhere. The camera zoomed in, showing the snake's neck, with several bulging lumps on both sides, as if something was about to burst out. On the other end, a deep voice with a hint of arrogance said, I choose martial, let's go. What the hell? Am I seeing things? This is an ancient ferocious beast, Xiang Lu. Wait, bro, how do you pronounce that? Xiang what? Upstairs, stop acting all cultured. It's just Xiang Lu, no need to add all that fancy stuff. You're trying to sound smart. Look at that green-scaled snake. It's trending towards having 9 heads. No doubt, it's Xiang Lu. The comments flooded in, and most people were convinced that the snake's owner had gotten a true treasure. The owner of the green-scaled snake urged, open your mouth, what are you staring at? Shisu didn't activate his magic eye, calmly asking, how much did you pay for this snake? 120 million. The man said loudly. It showed signs of mutation when you bought it, right? Obviously. If it didn't show mutation signs, why would I spend this much money, even sell the company to buy it? Oh wow, you sold your company too? Shisu raised his hand, resting his chin, and asked the last question, does it smell? I mean, like a rotten smell? What the hell? The snake owner was in a panic, rotten smell? Do you even know what you're saying? It's alive, it's an ancient mutated beast. How can it smell rotten? Shisu listened and confirmed there was no such smell, speaking bluntly, it's not Xiang Lu. Stop dreaming. It's just a sick snake. The bulging lumps under its skin aren't heads, they're snake hyperplastic tumors. If you don't believe it, you can press on the tumors and feel. If they're soft, it's tumors. If they're hard, it's artificial bone filling. Either way, it's not Xiang Lu. Does this mean the snake owner was scammed? The host is a level 1 appraiser, a newbie. What the newbie says is worth listening to. I know the host's trick, let's keep watching. First, they trash talk him, then try to add him as a friend, then offer to buy the royal beast he raised for a high price. Let's see if he lets the snake master add him as a friend. I think so too, that Earth Dragon respect is just bait to lure people in, the streamer is a beast dealer. Snake master big shot, don't fall for his tricks. Shisu saw the comments starting to spread rumors, so he clarified, I don't sell beasts, I don't add friends, those who want to learn can stay and listen, those who don't, swipe away. So arrogant? You need to understand, streamer is in the service industry. With that attitude, better quit this line of work early, folks, let's leave, don't give him heat. Even so, many still wanted to hear why the streamer was so certain. Seeing the viewers didn't drop and the big shot didn't disconnect, Shisu explained scientifically. First, when a snake mutates into Shangliu, it emits a strange smell. This stench can effectively drive away beasts, protecting itself from attacks. Second, Shangliu has 9 heads with human faces. As the name suggests, the main head is a human face, not a snake head. Everyone, look at this snake. The snake head is still triangular, no sign of a human face. Maybe some didn't see clearly. Please zoom in, big shot. The snake master didn't move, seemed unable to accept the fact, frozen. Shisu didn't want the scene to cool, so he continued to talk, showing the hidden rich in the comments his ability. To know if a snake can mutate into Shangliu, don't look for bumps under the skin, look at the main snake head. As long as the main head shows human face outlines, there's a 50% chance it's Shangliu, 50%, by Suzhin, a normal albino snake. This big shot's blue scale snake only shares one thing with Shangliu, the color of the scales, both are cyan blue. Some scammers rely on these scales, add fillers, trick buyers who don't know, you got fooled, brother. At the word tricked, like stepping on a cat's tail, the snake master immediately flared up. I wasn't tricked, I wasn't tricked. I checked. It's fine. You are the scammer. When I bought it, I took it to someone I know to check, healthy. No problem. What fillers? What tumors? It's Shangliu, you say it, it's Shangliu. Say it and I'll send you gifts. Say it. Suddenly, the other side went crazy, kicking doors, smashing things. Shisu was shocked, speechless, dumbfounded. As the Snake Master shouted, the live room flooded with viewers, surpassing 500. Shisu grabbed the water cup nearby, gulped a big mouthful to calm himself, didn't want to fuel the fire with force. He said, I advise you to take it to the Beast Hospital to remove the unknown object early, it still has a chance, otherwise it won't survive next year. Snake and money both lost. Snap. The other side disconnected, like taken away by the platform moderators. TSK, the streamer still has too much class, the Force stuff doesn't smell bad at all. I almost fell asleep listening. What's the difference from class? Appraisal is appraisal, not a place to show off knowledge. If you're so talented, why doesn't Zetone want you? Those upstairs, haven't you noticed? The streamer's audience isn't you poor guys, it's to show the low-key big shots he's not a newbie streamer, he has real things. After the comment, Shisu received the second user connection request. Unlike the first, this user is named Ching Chiu. A golden diamond hangs before the name, showing V62, meaning this person has tipped 6.2 million on the platform. A big client. Shisu immediately accepted the request. Hello. On the screen's right, the huge living room filled with expensive redwood tables and chairs, pure Chinese style. Hello. The mature woman's voice on the other side instantly caused a comment surge. Mom. Mom. Useless, miss, need a beast? I have a 432-month male, can speak human words, serve tea and water, good at reading people. Upstairs, 36 years old and still trying to pick up girls? The mature woman's voice didn't waste time and placed a large bird with fiery red feathers on the ground, letting it show itself. Its tail feathers were extremely long, and it emitted a fiery red halo around it, as dazzling as flames. The mature woman was polite. It's called the flame bird. I think it shows signs of mutation into a phoenix. What do you think? I support the boss, this definitely could mutate into a phoenix. I also support the boss. Just now the comments were praising the green-scaled snake. I saw right away that Snake was sick, but I didn't want to start a fight, so I stayed silent. This time I promise, the boss's bird is the real ancient mythical beast. Support the boss +1, what does the host say? Host, please say it. Is it a treasure or trash? This time I'm supporting you. I trust your judgment. Shisu activated his magical eye and looked for a moment, confirming his deduction was correct. He then asked, is it literary or martial? Literary. Shisu muttered, and said, sorry, this flamebird does not have ancient bloodline, it's not even a mutated beast. It's simply a bird evolved into a flamebird, it won't mutate into a special ancient mythical beast phoenix. If I'm not mistaken, it has already grown to the extraordinary body stage, capable of spitting fire, strong and fierce. Although it's not a phoenix, it can still be raised. The comments went crazy, flooding the screen with holy cow. But the mature woman remained calm. The reason? To be honest, the officials told me that this bird might mutate into a phoenix. Maybe when it grows to dominant body, it will activate its ancient bloodline. I haven't asked the big live stream room yet. I need to wait in line. I saw you're somewhat reliable, so I came here to pass the time. As long as you give me a reason I agree with, I'll send you 100 gifts, each worth 10,000. Big sister is generous. Rich lady, look at me, look at me, look at me. Shisu's eyes sparkled. He held back his excitement and said calmly, historical records mention that phoenixes have both male and female, with males being Fon, females being Huan, collectively known as phoenix. It's not a single beast, but two of them, inside the same body, with dual sex organs. What is the gender of this mythical beast? The mature woman was silent for a long time, female. Shisu nodded, is there any sign of male organs developing? She was silent again, no. Ah. Shisu said, phoenix feathers are multicolored, with features like a chicken head, swallow neck, snake neck, turtle back, and fishtail. It is a hybrid of various animals, not the glorified, celestial-looking, ethereal bird you see in movies. Your mythical beast's feathers are crimson, with a bird head, bird body, female, and no signs of mutation anywhere. It doesn't match the phoenix at all. If you still won't give up, don't believe me, and think it will definitely mutate, then I personally think it's far from mutation. Don't even talk about growing into a dominant body, let alone an emperor body or beast god body. The chances of mutation are slim. I hope this explanation satisfies you? Historical records? Are these really written in the historical books? I didn't know that. Maybe it's something passed down from the family. You see, he speaks so confidently, it doesn't seem like he's making it up. I think he's making it up. Just trying to attract attention. He's tricking the rich lady into sending gifts. Lady, don't let him fool you. Shisu glanced at the comments, thinking there's a way to verify the truth of this. Use fire to burn it. Just like how the flame bird couldn't withstand the high temperature. If it has ancient phoenix bloodline, it will rebirth from the flames, its level reset to 0 to start cultivating again. If not, it will die completely. This method is too cruel, he didn't want to mention it. Chisu added, if you don't want to raise it anymore, just break the contract, find it a good family, and part on good terms. Is there any problem? As soon as he finished speaking, rows of thunder swords whizzed across the screen, flashing lightning, the special effects nearly blinding him. His phone made a sizzling sound as the screen went out. Chisu quickly tapped the screen several times, shouting, not good. It's really stuck. Aha. Chisu couldn't hold it in anymore, feeling unbearable pain. He shook his phone over and over again, eventually, resignedly accepting the reality. Useless. Even when given a chance, still useless. I can't blame anyone. The Earth Dragon King only felt that Chisu suddenly breaking down was quite amusing. Zhang opened the dragon's mouth and mimicked a roar, shouting, roar. Chisu picked up the teacup and placed it upside down on the ground. Dragon Lord, pressing his finger on the bottom of the cup to prevent it from flipping open. Roar, roar. Dragon Lord exerted force and smashed the cup, proudly lifting its head and signaling with its gaze for Chisu to bring a new cup for it to play with. Chisu thought it was time to buy Dragon Lord some toys, so he took Dragon Lord out of the room and decided to buy himself a new phone along the way. At Wisteria Academy, in a private dormitory, a young girl stood by the window, tapping the screen of her phone to send a gift. She was dressed in a perfectly fitted purple school uniform, the two badges on her chest reflecting a cold light. The upper badge was the school emblem, a silver base with a relief carving of the school's logo, a wisteria flower. The smaller badge below it was even more exquisite, a circular badge in deep starry sky color, with two diamond-shaped stars protruding. This was the emblem of a two-star beast master. She noticed that the live stream connection suddenly cut off, froze for a moment, and exited the live room to click on the host's profile. No such person could be found. This host had been reported by someone, and their account had been banned. No need to think much, it was the Public Relations Department of Wisteria handling it. The school did not allow anyone to profit off its name, and wordplay was not allowed either. LV Qingqiu casually set down her phone, watching the now gloomy Firebird, and comforted, don't be afraid, I won't abandon you. You were chosen by me, and even if you can't become a phoenix, I'll still take care of you. Upon hearing this, the Firebird perked up, its spirits lifted, and it flew excitedly to the redwood bird stand. LV Qingqiu called the butler and wrote down a string of ID numbers. Go check, make sure to bring it over. My brother's wish will come true. Yes. Chapter 12, 30 million reward. Late at night. Longyang City was brightly lit and bustling. Wisteria Academy's registration officially closed, and students who successfully received their examination permits could be seen everywhere, with smiles brighter than ever. Whether they could stay in the top university and gain residency in Longyang City depended on the upcoming Beast Master battles. The losers would go home, while the winners would keep fighting, aiming for a spot in the top 100. The snack street was crowded with students from ordinary families. My exam is tomorrow morning, number 78. My opponent is number 77. After I finish, I'll come watch you and cheer for you. By the way, what number are you? 77. The two originally close friends fell silent. For a long time, they didn't exchange any words, silently parting ways, even leaving behind the braised pork elbow the boss had packed, disappearing into the crowd. Give it to me, I'm their friend, we settled the bill. Chisu swallowed, his eyes flickering. It was his first time lying, and he was nervous, afraid of being exposed, constantly looking around. He was afraid those two would come back, afraid the boss would reveal the truth on the spot, feeling extremely uneasy, every second seemed unbearably long. Here, be careful, it's hot. The boss handed the braised pork elbow to Chisu, quickly serving vegetables and flatbread to the next customer. Chisu grabbed the food bag and walked off, his steps quickening. In his pocket, Dragon Lord was excitedly rolling around. Getting 2 free braised elbows. Over 100. Master is really clever. At this moment, Chisu suddenly stopped, his face full of hesitation. After a long while, he slowly turned back, scanned the code to pay, and ran off without waiting for the boss to speak. He ran all the way to the hotel nearby, looked up, leaned against the wall to catch his breath, he. In the end, he couldn't get over the mental barrier, feeling guilty. He spent 4,000 on a new phone, it was smooth, but his treasure app account still wouldn't log in, and the gifts from the rich lady couldn't be cashed out. Every day he stayed in Longyang City was a cost, without any income. To save money, he had subconsciously lied to the boss. But when he got the free elbows, he realized he wasn't happy at all. Being poor doesn't mean giving up one's integrity. Now, he could comfortably open the bag, smelling the rich meat fragrance that was his, and he felt much more at ease as he walked to the hotel. They banned his account, he could just register a new one. Chisu never forgot to teach Earth Dragon respect. We may be poor, but as long as we have integrity, never lie, never boast, never bully others, and only accept rewards for earned efforts, even if we are poor, we will always be respected wherever we go. Earth Dragon Respect poked its head out from the pocket and nodded seriously. Jisoo smiled and lightly tapped the Earth Dragon Respect's snout with his fingertip. When they arrived at the hotel, he swiped the card to enter the room. Inside, a dozen or so strong men dressed in black, tight clothing stood on either side. At the end of the line stood an elderly man with white hair, smiling at him. Jisoo took a step back, lifting his gaze to look at the room number. No way, this grand welcoming ceremony. What's going on? Did they mistake me for someone else? Who are you? Jisoo asked calmly. Are you the student of Zetong Academy who got dropped from the list? The old butler asked in return. Jisoo shook his head like a rattledrum and nonchalantly dodged the question. I don't understand. If there's nothing else, please leave. I need to rest. The old butler smiled and said, let me ask you another question. Are you Jisoo? Before Jisoo could deny it, the butler opened the file in his hand. Jisoo, male, 18 years old, both parents deceased, once stayed at the Chisheng Duo family. Zetong freshman Chi Iza and Chi Rongrong are your cousins, and you don't get along with them. Yesterday, during the registration queue, you were humiliated by Zetong teacher Chen Jingzhong and persuaded to withdraw. This morning, you applied for tutoring jobs at 13 different places. Your resume listed your skills and specialties as specialty. The old butler paused. You failed the interview, and that afternoon, you live-streamed a treasure appraisal with Earth Dragon Respect, and your account was banned. He closed the file and said kindly, am I right? Jisoo was speechless. He believed his ancestors' 3 generations were dug up, and the other party had only chosen the key points to mention. A wise man knows how to read the situation. Facing so many people, he didn't have the confidence to take them all down. The key was that there was an old man, and as soon as he lay down on the ground and shouted a few times, Jisoo would be in big trouble, with no way to explain himself. I am Jisoo, what do you want from me? Jisoo stopped pretending. My young lady has invited you, her name is Chin Chiu. Please follow me. It turned out to be a graceful older sister. Jisoo understood in his heart. He returned Earth Dragon Respect to the Beast Master space, and since it couldn't fit into his elbow, he stuffed it into his arms to keep warm. They went to the underground garage, where he got into a black car. After about an hour, they arrived at the private dormitory area of Zetong Academy. In the 2-story apartment. Jisoo looked at the young girl calmly brewing tea in front of him, a blush appearing on his face. She was barefaced, with an oval face, sweet looks, and an entirely harmless appearance. What stood out the most was her voice, mature and steady, carrying a hint of seduction. Living in a small town, Jisoo had never seen such an elegant and noble girl. Among his peers, most were like Chi Rongrong, swearing every other word and acting in a flamboyant manner. When he saw Lu Qingqiu approaching, Jisoo instinctively crossed his legs, pressing his torn socks under his knees to hide his exposed big toe. He raised both hands and took the Qinghua porcelain teacup that Lu Qingqiu handed him. Thank you. Before leaving, he hadn't expected her to be so young, probably around 20. From her voice, he had thought she was an aunt and hadn't paid much attention to the details. But if she was the same age, that made things awkward. Relax, I don't want Earth Dragon Respect, Lu Qingqiu smiled and said, I just need you to help with something. Tell me, Jisoo took a sip from the teacup, it's delicious. Lu Qingqiu chuckled a few times and moved the paper with the address to Jisoo's hand, getting straight to the point. This is my brother's address. He's very picky. The beast master selected by his teacher didn't need his satisfaction. His spiritual power value has reached over 3,000, but he hasn't signed a single beast yet. He has high standards. It must be a mutated beast, and it must have ancient bloodline. Also? Jisoo raised an eyebrow, already sensing that this job was not simple. Lu Qingqiu counted on her fingers and said, it needs to be a water type, gentle in temperament, clean, and without any body odor. Don't look too strange, it has to be easy on the eyes, better if it has some divinity. Can't be clingy and too passionate, can't be too cold and not communicate, aim for the middle. Even though it's water type, don't cry all the time, he hates anyone crying, I have to take the blame for that. No wings, because when the beast flaps wings, it stirs dust, very dirty. No swimming in the sea, see the first rule, will have fishy smell. She laughed suddenly, sorry, my brother's demands are too many, very annoying. Yes, no. Jisoo rubbed his nose, thought for a long time, then honestly said, ancient mutated beasts aren't common, and he has so many demands, can't find one quickly. Be patient, don't rush, when found I will contact you, you pay for the beast. That's right. Lu Qingqiu nodded, offered reward, as long as you can do it, 30 million for hard work. Goodness, 30 million. Jisoo covered his mouth to not laugh, yes. Lu Qingqiu, also, one chance to join the Wisteria exam, beast battle. Whether you get into top 100 depends on your ability. You can prepare for the exam first, then find my brother's beast, 2 months limit, any problem? Jisoo heard he could take the exam, jumped up, you have the power to decide? Lu Qingqiu smiled, my dad is principal, I'm not, he is. Even though principal, father's power is limited, board above him. But with Chisu's excellent beast, believe father can persuade board to give this bad student a chance. Lu Qingqiu first emphasized, I only give opportunity, if your beast loses in battle, don't ask me for extra match, except win or lose. Chisu raised corner of mouth, hit address, I won't lose. So confident? So confident. Lu Qingqiu smiled knowingly, I will text exam time and number later, be on time. She politely saw him off, go back, night is late, rest early. Chisu waved at Lu Qingqiu, walked fast out of apartment. Out of school gate, he jumped on spot punching air excitedly. Most important now is not preparation, but find brother's beast, get 30 million reward. With 30 million, buy elixirs, Earth Dragon Zune will fight stronger. Chisu returned to hotel, took warm pork with Earth Dragon Zune to eat, plan not to sleep, go to 24-hour beast shop. If no shop in Longyang City, go to other cities, find it as soon as possible. Chapter 13 Chisu vs Lion Cat. 2 days later. Wisteria School, special arena for beast battles, full of voices. Audience seats circular around, center is platform sealed with transparent bulletproof glass. Left and right of platform, one person and one beast each, opposite each other. Battle 713 vs 714. Start. Wrong. 713 player waved arms wildly to crowd, let his good beast bully normal weakling. He snubbed nose, thick lips, face full of freckles, casually showed love to Chi Rongrong. You look so good in purple uniform. Below stage. Chi Rongrong felt embarrassed, red face, lay on legs pretending not to see. Battle ended quickly, not same level, no suspense. Loser 714 carried seriously injured beast, frowning, just an exam, need such heavy attack? Host about to mediate, Judge Chen Jingzhong took microphone. He said coldly, student, you signed waiver before match, since signed, no right to complain. In exam, death and injury unavoidable, take a lower yellow grade blood pill home. Also, Wisteria's threshold higher each year, you and beast average, no chance this life, don't come next year. Hearing this, 714 blushed, took pill, fed beast to heal. Sobbing, she ran down from the stage. The next group of students began their battle. Host, number 715 versus number 716. Number 715 is ready, number 716, number 716, are you there, 716? 716. Countdown 1 minute, if you don't show up it counts as a forfeit. In the audience, Lu Qingqiu took out her phone to contact Chisu, her toes tapping the floor unconsciously. She knew Chisu had gone to get a beast for her brother, 3 hours ago in the next city. The match was starting now, could he make it in time? Number 716, number 716, 10 seconds left, 10, 9, 8. Seeing Chisu didn't answer, Lu Qingqiu hesitated, then got up and walked toward the principal, her father. Just as she was about to ask for help. He's here. Number 716 has arrived. Huff, huff. Chisu ran onto the stage, gasping like a broken bellows, sweat pouring down like rain. Stuck in traffic, he had run from the train station all the way, his throat dry, not even a sip of water. He quickly opened the beast space, and a small meatball appeared at his feet, not even half his palm big. The host squinted for a long time, pale with shock, looking helplessly at Chen Jingzhong. What's happening? The big shot is exploding fish? Is this fair to the other students? Looking at number 715, he had a face of contempt, a look of certain victory, clearly not knowing what he was facing. Fool. Chen Jingzhong's expression changed. He never expected number 716 to be the thief he had chased away. He raised a pause gesture and picked up the microphone. Who told you to come? Is this the place you should be? I have never seen someone so shameless. Security? SECU. Teacher Chen. The principal interrupted loudly, sipping tea leisurely, continue the exam. Chen Jingzhong immediately darkened his face, his eyes shifting between Chisu and the principal. Then, he tore up the original number 716 player's data, his gaze cold, continue. Both sides present, let the match begin. Suddenly, a lion cat, as big as a Tibetan mastiff, attacked, moving extremely fast, only the small magic circle under its feet, enhancing agility, could be seen. Chisu raised his hand to cover his left eye, activating his golden finger, peeking through the narrow gap of his fingers. Beast name, lion cat. Level, mature body. Grade, normal. Attribute, wood. Loyalty, 65. Skill 1, double movement speed, silent footsteps while moving. Skill 2, fluffy long fur can resist some damage. Skill 3, extraordinary intuition for danger. Evolution 1, 9 lives cat demon, survival type. Evolution 2, moon shadow spirit cat, agility type. Evolution 3, Guardian Lion Cat, Defense Type. Not a mutant beast, no ancient bloodline, seems like Earth Dragon Zune has the advantage. But Earth Dragon Zune is currently at growing body, Lion Cat is one level higher, advantage not big. And Earth Dragon Zune's skill 1 is a healing box, no attack power. When it evolves to growing body, it gets skill 2. Create a swamp 2 meters in all directions, making soil inside the magic circle soft like water. But Chisu hasn't seen the power of skill 2, doesn't know the suction strength, doesn't know if the opponent can climb out. Even if strong enough, hard to trap this fast-moving beast into the swamp trap. Seeing Lion Cat getting closer, Chisu stood in front of Earth Dragon Zune, wait for my order to attack. Since he cannot be completely sure, he cannot watch coldly and wait for victory. Dealing with a fast-moving beast is actually simple. Just use your body as bait, draw its attack, then tightly hold this cat to limit it. According to Lion Cat's skill 3, extraordinary intuition for danger. So it will not bother Earth Dragon Zune, it will, absolutely, 100%, attack him first. In front of Chisu, Lion Cat pretended to strike Earth Dragon Zune, suddenly turned to pounce on Chisu. Chisu had predicted it, seized the moment, and tightly grabbed the pouncing Lion Cat. His body fell backward from the huge impact, the back of his head hitting the mud with a thump, stars flashing before his eyes. But his hands didn't let go, he adjusted his posture with all his strength, creating a fatal chance for Earth Dragon Zune. Rip. His clothes were torn, his skin scratched deep, fighting and biting with the Lion Cat. If someone didn't know, they might think two wild beasts were fighting. Teacher. Teacher. Contestant 715's eyes were wide and round. Is this allowed? Isn't this supposed to be a tamer battle? He's cheating. Finding a loophole. The opponent was clever, using himself first to wear out the Lion Cat's strength. He dared not use such a method lightly, only could report it. Chenjingzhong's face darkened. If your tamed beast loses its blue bar, and the opponent is not down yet, will you still give your spiritual power? Of course I will. Then that's fine. The tamer and tamed beast are one. The test never limits the tamer, you can act too. Chenjingzhong's words hit like a strike. Hearing this, 715 rolled up his sleeves and rushed straight at the crying Earth Dragon Lord. Suddenly, Chisu shouted, tightly grabbing the back of the Lion Cat's neck, his palm cut by the fur, leaving blood marks, now. The Earth Dragon Lord shot forward like a bullet, crashing through the Lion Cat's neck. The long fur, which could resist some attacks, tore like brittle paper, leaving a bloody hole, blood gushing out. Meow, the Lion Cat screamed and collapsed heavily. 715's eyes were full of pain, he coldly drew the stick at his waist, swung it across his arm, hitting Chisu with force. In an instant, a soil-colored magic circle flashed under his feet, vanishing immediately. The hard ground turned into soft swamp, in a blink, it swallowed half of his body. The more he struggled, the deeper he sank, the wet sticky mud soon ready to cover him. The Earth Dragon Lord suddenly jumped, tail whipping the stick away, claws scratching madly at 715's face. Match over. Contestant 716 wins. The host said, bending to grab 715 stuck in the swamp, pulling him out with effort. Someone. Take him to the hospital. Stitch if needed, stomach pump if needed, costs on you. Chisu sat up, looking at the Earth Dragon Lord licking its wound, smiling as he snapped his fingers. I'm fine, going home. Chapter 14 Potential Danger. Chisu put the Earth Dragon Lord into the tamed beast space, staggering down the stage, sending LV Qingqiu a text. Found a tamed beast suitable for your brother. Can it still walk? Please send it over, my brother will have someone heal it, stay at my brother's place, don't go anywhere, Earth Dragon Lord is exposed, this is for your safety. LV Qingqiu sent the message, staring at Chen Jingzhong. She knew the grudges between Chisu and Chen Jingzhong, she didn't understand Chisu, but understood Chen Jingzhong. Chen Jingzhong had relatives on the board, some talent himself. With talent and small power, he looked down on others, using minimal power to trouble others, his words were sharp and cruel. He wasn't rude to everyone, seeing officials in the board, he wore a fawning face. He only bullied those weaker than him, pretending to be noble and righteous, leaving no one to truly hate him. Say he's bad, he didn't kill or steal. Say he's good, clearly he was not. LV Qingqiu had no way with him. She couldn't leave now, couldn't escort Chisu. She had to watch every match, pick students with potential. Not judging life or death just by tamed beast or spiritual power. She watched Chisu leave, then looked at the arena. The whole hall was silent, soon whispers began. That Lion Cat is mature, among contestants, no doubt a top one. Since it was defeated by 716's tamed beast, then 716's tamed beast must be complete? Extraordinary? Hiss, the size doesn't look right, can it be overleveled and win? This is instant kill, overleveled instant kill? What did 716 bring just now? I only know it's Earth type, too small to see. But it's so strong, directly pierced the lion cat with defense, if it had killing intent, aiming at the head. The lion cat is doomed. The students whispered and analyzed. Winning isn't just about beast taming. If it weren't for number 716 holding it tight and limiting the lion cat's movements, with its dodging speed, that little nose would have a hard time locking its position for a killing blow. That's true. Beast tamers and their beasts are inseparable. Does anyone know what number 716 is called? I want to make friends with him. The students asked around and reached Chen Jingzhong's side. Chen Jingzhong coldly replied, "A thief's name, what are you asking for?" A thief? The crowd was puzzled. His beast was stolen. Its spiritual power is only 0.5. He secretly bought the original number 716's place, scheming his way into Zitong. Ah, how could there be such a person? The students trusted their teacher's words without doubt and pouted as they dispersed. Chen Jingzhong opened his fan and slowly waved it. He knew that Chisu could not have bribed the original number 716, it was the principal's doing. But such a person must never be allowed into Zitong. Just like how, in a pond of koi, a dirty black scavenger fish suddenly appears. It will pollute the water and ruin the reputation of the koi pond, turning it into a big mess. Chisu's existence lowered the status of Zitong Academy. When outsiders see that someone with only 0.5 spiritual power can enter, Zitong's slogan of elites among elites, geniuses among geniuses becomes a joke. Not to mention that he claimed he would return. Now it's really going to be a show. Where will Chen Jingzhong's face go? Chen Jingzhong picked up a stack of candidate materials and flipped through them one by one. Since the principal started making small moves, privately switching people, making the fair assessment unfair, and using the elite Earth Dragon Sovereign to stir up trouble, trying to make Chisu famous in one battle. It was just a small growing Earth Dragon Sovereign, and against a mature one, it could have a fighting chance. But what if facing a complete form? Could it still win beyond its level? Chen Jingzhong snorted a few times, planning to hire people from outside the school to swap places with the candidates. Chiisa watched Chisu's retreating back, still stuck on the question of how Tangu could take the exam. Soon, he belatedly asked his sister, what did Tangu bring? A chimera? Meanwhile, Qi Rongrong and Wang Xingchen's eyes popped out, as if they were about to burst from their sockets. Qi Rongrong involuntarily stood up, letting the jade rabbit fall to the ground, ignoring it like a discarded item. She finally understood why Chen Jingzhong would spend so much money to acquire him. That useless Tangu, with his lucky streak, stepped on dog poop and ended up with the ancient Earth Dragon Sovereign. She wanted it, she wanted it, she wanted it. The Earth Dragon Sovereign, following such a master, was wasting its talent. Its growth level would definitely stop advancing. If she raised it, it would soar. She would also rise to become one of the most renowned and powerful beast tamers. Qi Rongrong slowly clenched her fist, biting her lip. Tangu definitely wouldn't just give it to her. What could she do to get it? Could she use cute tricks? Impossible, that would be too demeaning for her. Chisu wouldn't buy it either, their familial bond had long disappeared. Could she buy it with money? Even less likely. Tango probably makes a fortune every day by cutting Earth Dragon Sovereign meat, he doesn't need the money. Then there's only one way. If the master dies, the beast contract becomes void, and the Earth Dragon Sovereign would be a free beast, ready for a new master. No, no, no. Qi Rongrong shook her head vigorously. No matter what, he is a relative, she couldn't do that. Looks like she could only find someone to beat Chisu, threatening him to voluntarily break the contract. If once isn't enough, then twice. If 2 times aren't enough, she'd cripple his hands and feet, making him a true useless person. By then, he would have no money to treat himself and would die, but it wouldn't be her fault, she didn't kill him. As for who to find to beat him, to take the blame. Qi Rongrong looked at Wang Xingchen, but Wang Xingchen glanced away and sneered. Great, this one's clever. She'd have to use the dog-licking fool then. Chapter 15, Husband Zhu. Chisu didn't take any luggage, only dragging a warm nest, and with all his might, he managed to get to the home of his older sister in the city center. His vision blurred, his whole body in a half-faint state, ragged and weak, he flopped against the security room, opened the door. The security uncle jumped in fright. If it weren't for that warm nest, he would have thought this person was acting in those years, we beat the beggar together. He poked his head out the window, who are you looking for? LV. LV Yenmo. As soon as the words fell, Chisu lost strength, fell heavily forward, lying on the ground in a daze. At the same time, a weak hiss came from the beast in the warm nest, impossible to tell what kind of creature it was. Seeing this, the security uncle first contacted the owner, then ran out of the security room. He glanced at the slightly trembling warm nest, curious in his heart, but dared not open it himself. Since it was for young Master LV, and carrying a beast nest, it must be like the previous person, searching for rare beasts for the young master. The price, of course, would be sky high. If because of him, a sky-high priced beast escaped, he wouldn't even be able to repay it with his life. The security uncle didn't touch the worm nest, squatting beside Chi-Su to watch over him. Afraid he might die and be responsible, he summoned a giant golden retriever. The golden retriever was 2 meters tall, with a simple, honest face. It lowered its head on its own, licking Chi-Su's wounds. The saliva of the Earth Dragon Lord was useless, but the golden retriever's saliva had significant healing effects. With one lick, the half-bloodstained face seemed to have a smoothing filter applied, and the wounds disappeared. Canine saliva is rich in lysozyme, immunoglobulins, and more, with antibacterial and cell growth-promoting effects. Of course, it also has more than 600 types of bacteria, possibly causing zoonotic diseases, more harm than good. But after the revival of spiritual energy, the saliva of canine beasts became even more effective, like a miraculous medicine, without the harm, good for humans and harmless. When evolved to an awesome growth level, licking to regenerate lost limbs is not a dream. Pride filled the security uncle's eyes as he patted the golden retrievers but lightly. The next second, the furry tail swept over, circling his neck and playfully squeezing a few times. It was an ordinary quality complete form, healing wounds from mature form was simple. From head to foot, the wounded was renewed, as if pulled out from a pool of water. As for side effects, its saliva did not smell nice. At this time, a team of bodyguards walked in step. The security uncle withdrew the beast, pointing at Chi-Su, "It's him." The bodyguard team spoke little, clearly divided tasks, for carrying Chi-Su's hands and feet, one holding the worm nest, heading to the apartment. The apartment building was 3 stories, with an added loft, front yard, pool, and garage. In the whole community, to know who is richest, don't look at how many luxury cars are in the garage, look at the front yard. A large lawn area means the owner is rich and powerful, small area, slightly less so. But some do not follow the rules. Some bosses like to be low-key, nothing planted in the front yard, only rockeries, pavilions, and cement, looks poor but actually wealth rivaling a nation. The unconscious Chi-Su was placed on the cement, one person picked up a hose and sprayed him. The water pressure was strong, wherever it hit, redness and stinging pain. Chi-Su frowned, waking up, but could not open his eyes. After some time, the water stopped, the whole team of bodyguards crowded back to report. Achoo! Blown by cold wind, Chi-Su sneezed sharply, shivering as he got up. First thing was to look for the worm nest. The worm nest did not hold the Earth Dragon Lord, but a beast chosen for the big sister. Low-quality juvenile, a deer. He had picked it up from the street. Heard that this deer had a bad temper, not easy to provoke, even sold cheap at 50,000, no one bought. The beast shop owner did not want to raise it, wasting food, simply threw it away. After observation, Chi-Su found that the deer was not bad-tempered, but had high self-esteem. It could not tolerate buyers pointing fingers, scorn, and mockery. If someone openly said you were trash and worthless, judged every part of your body, and gave lowest score. Are you angry? Chi-Su imagined himself in the situation. He would definitely go all out to crush those people. The deer is fine. But, what about the worm nest? Are you looking for this? The young spotted deer was brought to Chi-Su. The little deer looked timid, with black and shiny eyes, so pitiful. Chi-Su followed the hand that was holding the deer's neck, raising his gaze. He didn't raise it too much, the other person's height was only a little bit taller than his. Probably 6, 7, 8, or 9 centimeters. Definitely wearing height-increasing shoes. Chi-Su ignored the other person's flat slippers, took the shivering spotted deer, and stared at the elegant young man in front of him. Looking at his face, he seemed to be around 25 years old, dressed in loose casual clothes. A beige knitted sweater on top, straight-leg pants on the bottom, no extra bright color embellishments. As for his looks, his sister is beautiful, those who understand will understand. Chi-Su realized all the injuries on his body were gone, it was as if he had never fought with the lion cat. Only the red marks from the water gun remained. He thanked first. Thank you for saving my life, I will repay you in the future. My name is Chi-Su, your sister hired me. I know who you are, no need to repay me. Lu Yanma's attitude was approachable, his tone gentle. Listening to his sister, this person has the ancient Earth Dragon bloodline and was targeted by others, so he needed to stay here for a few days. It wasn't wrong to call it a life-saving favor. He glanced at the spotted deer and returned to the main topic. Is this the beast you found for me? A deer? Just as he was talking, the butler presented a wet towel with both hands. He took the towel and carefully wiped his palms, the hands that had been holding the deer. Then, he sprayed some hand sanitizer onto his palms and slowly rubbed it in. Finally, he grabbed the air freshener and sprayed it everywhere, without mentioning inviting Chi-Su into the house. Chi-Su. What is this sissy behavior? Is this necessary? Is he disgusted by the deer, or by me? It doesn't matter, anyway, he's just someone who deserves a beating. Chi-Su's voice was hoarse. He still hadn't had a sip of water. It's not an ordinary young spotted deer. It has ancient bloodlines and has a chance of mutating into the Water King, the divine beast Fuju. The initial elite, how to refine and improve its quality, that's not something he should worry about. Lu Yanma responded indifferently with a simple as if he had heard this kind of talk many times and remained unfazed. He gently flared his nostrils, no longer smelling the dog's saliva odor, feeling more at ease, and invited Chisu to chat in the pavilion. He asked politely, "What would you like to drink? Coffee? Tea? Or Coca-Cola? Orange juice?" Chisu blurted out. Lu Yanma smiled slightly and had someone fetch it. From the bottom of his heart, he thought the person his sister found online was unreliable. But, for his sister's sake, he gave them some patience. Lu Yanma remained humble. "To be honest, I am skilled in handling various beasts, and I gather the latest information on beasts from sources like Purple Vine, the officials, and independent demon hunting teams. If I wanted to, I could be the top mentor of Purple Vine, the divine beast Fuju, the Water King, and the spirit of cleanliness. I've studied about it in ancient books, and I'm after it." He could directly state what he wanted, but Fuju only existed in ancient books, no physical entity had been found yet. He couldn't just wait for the Fuju to appear until death, so he had to search for a similar substitute. Now that he had seen the entity in person, it was completely different from what he had imagined. Lu Yanma said, "Fuju is indeed mutated from a deer, with 4 horns and pure white fur. He also likes to wear gold and jade, decorating himself brilliantly. This is also a characteristic of Fuju." He hid this clue and continued, "But this brown spotted deer with 2 horns, no matter how you look at it, it's just an ordinary beast, with no signs of mutation. If there's no sign of mutation, how can you be sure it has ancient bloodlines? I'd like to know the reason." His words seemed like a polite request for knowledge, but in reality, they were an impatient interrogation. Chisu, who had once lived under others' roof, watching every move, was very sensitive. He held the spotted deer close to Lu Yanma. "You hold it for a moment, its characteristics are a bit abstract, and you need to take care of it for a while." "No. As Chisu got closer, Lu Yanma stepped back several paces, lightly covering his mouth and nose, and said softly, "Just speak over there, I can hear you." "Oh." Chisu put down the Sika deer, letting it get used to its new home, and said, "Fuju is a beast of Zhao water. Zhao means omen, it can sense in advance when its master is about to face an attack related to water elements. I bought it and took care of it, it is grateful to me, so when it sensed I was about to be sprayed by the water gun, it gave a warning." Before losing consciousness, Chisu clearly heard a few loud cries from the deer, that was the warning. But at that moment, he really had no strength to avoid it, and passed out. Even though he didn't spend a single cent, he picked it up, he still had to pay the average price of 200,000 for low-quality goods. "Look at me, I really was attacked by water elements." Chisu shook his soaked, tattered clothes, squeezing out a puddle of water. He then showed the fading red marks on his arms, caused by the water gun, proving his words were true. Chapter 16, Buying the Elixir. "It's very abstract, I know, sounds like I made it up." Chisu then changed his method to prove it, speaking confidently. "Ordinary deer's attribute is fire, nothing to do with water, their skills relate to longevity and strengthening the body. Deer antlers are considered essence of flesh and blood, made into wine, very nourishing. Historical records say, deer antler wine, drink a cup, live 1,000 years. Chisu raised his hand to point at the Sika deer. "Fuju is different. Its skills relate to water, purifying polluted water, generating water sources, cannot summon wind, but can call rain, overturn rivers and seas. If you want to know whether it has ancient bloodline inside, it's simple, please give me a piece of gold, or high-quality jade." Chisu then explained the reason. In ancient times, the places Fuju roamed were rich in beautiful jade and gold. Fuju loves these treasures the most, often collecting them to hang on its body, has very high aesthetic sense, picky like you. Now gold and jade can absorb spiritual energy, they are precious, all tamed beasts, seeing them, would want to swallow immediately to grow faster. What makes Fuju different from other tamed beasts is, it does not eat them, just hangs them for looks. Hearing this, Lu Yanmo's expression slightly changed. He didn't know Fuju's skills, but the words about loving gold and jade matched what he read in ancient books. This proved that the person his sister introduced really had some knowledge. He sent someone to get a palm-sized gold piece and placed it in front of the Sika deer. Maybe it was an illusion, or perhaps because of Chisu's words, he felt a filter over it, and actually thought the deer was elegant, extraordinary, with some divinity. The Sika deer saw the gold, its eyes instantly brightened. It lowered its head, used its young antlers to push the gold, trying to hang it on its horns as decoration. Seeing this, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Lu Yanmo's mouth. This was the first time our young master smiled. For some reason, Chisu suddenly thought of this sentence. This person usually looked gentle and refined, always with a faint smile, but the eyes never had any real laughter, just acting, showing high cultivation. This time it was a real smile. Finally found a tamed beast he liked. Shisu thought for a while in his heart, then said, "The 30 million, you give, or should I ask your sister?" "Oh, and 20,000 for buying the tamed beast." Lu Yenmo seemed not to hear, or didn't bother, fully focused on the cicadeer. He picked up the gold, easily broke it into two, and forcibly made holes with his fingers, hanging one on each side of the cicadeer's horns. The cicadeer was extremely happy, jumped a few times, rubbed against Lu Yenmo, then turned to play by itself, showing its horn decoration to everyone. Not clingy, not aloof. Lu Yenmo was very satisfied, then said, "Go to the steward to get it, you will live in the attic from now on." Shisu hurriedly refused, No, I'll find my own place." He didn't want to live under the same roof with a busybody. He was grateful for treating his cat scratches, that's true, but it didn't mean he wanted mental torment. Lu Yenma's own sister didn't want to live with him, let alone him. "Do as you wish." Lu Yenma replied gently, bending down to pick up the cicadeer and carrying it into the house. Soon, Shisu got the money card and rushed straight to the pill shop. Not long after he left, the chair he had sat in was taken out of the pavilion and thrown into the trash bin. The pill shop in the big city had an extraordinary decor style. Each immortal herb and each pill had its own small display case. The glass cabinets were crystal clear, without a single scratch, and Shisu could clearly see the intricate veins on the immortal herbs. The wooden base of the display cases had a copper plaque nailed to it, engraved with the name, grade, and price. He lowered his head and glanced at the dense zeros, his heart calm as ever. "When you have money, it's like this. Boss, I need 2 lower-grade yellow-rank bone-washing pills," Shisu said. "To improve the Earth Dragon Lord's qualifications, to purify, and to refine the elite quality into an epic one. The effect wouldn't show immediately, though. It required a lot of bone-washing pills, continuously washing again. The best would be the Heaven, Earth, and Mysterious rank bone-washing pills, which could improve the Earth Dragon Lord's quality by 1 level after taking several, or even dozens. But his finances were limited, so he had to make do for now. And I need 2 lower-grade yellow-rank chi-gathering pills. The chi-gathering pills accelerate the absorption of spiritual energy. At present, the Earth Dragon Lord needed to quickly raise its growth level to reach the mature form. But still, he couldn't rush it, feeding it mysterious rank pills might be too much. Getting possessed, that's the risk of absorbing too much spiritual energy, causing the power to lose control, and then igniting. Then the mind would also lose control, becoming mentally unstable, and thus getting possessed. Beasts and plants in the secret realm became violent due to improper cultivation, killing indiscriminately. Thus, yellow rank pills are the best. I'll also take 1 lower grade yellow rank essence pills. This was to prevent getting possessed from over-absorbing spiritual energy, to consolidate the essence, spirit, and energy, and to solidify the foundation. Give me 1 more lower grade yellow rank beast spirit pill. How much is it in total? The beast spirit pill increases the success rate of a beast's breakthrough. The Earth Dragon Lord's breakthrough from its juvenile form to its growth form is like passing the newbie protection period. The higher it goes, the higher the chance of failure during the breakthrough. If the Earth Dragon Lord fails during the mature body breakthrough, all its cultivation will be lost. All spiritual energy will turn into useless waste energy, dissipating into the air, and it will have to start over from the juvenile form, retesting. This would still be a good outcome, the life would remain, and it wouldn't get possessed. Thus, beast spirit pills are essential, and they are the most expensive of all pills, followed by bone-washing pills. In terms of price, beast spirit pills, bone-washing pills, essence pills, chi-gathering pills. Shisu thought about the beast battles. The purple vine had only given 1 chi blood pill for treatment, for the loser, and not the winner. He had to buy it out of his own pocket, so he asked the boss for 10 lower-grade yellow-rank chi blood pills. Along with 10 pots of lower-grade yellow-rank wheat sprout immortal herbs, which could substitute to replenish the Earth Dragon Lord's blue bar in a critical moment. His spiritual energy was 0.5, how could he cross over? "Young man, anything else you need?" The shopkeeper, who had finished calculating the bill, looked up and sized up the unfamiliar customer. Dressed in rags, could he really afford this? Don't just take his pills and run. It was impossible for him to just snatch it, but it would still be a hassle for him to catch him. Shisu took out his reward money from the bank card. How much is it in total? The shopkeeper carefully tallied up the bill, checking the list. It's all lower grade yellow rank. 1 beast spirit pill costs 5 million, 2 bone washing pills cost 5 million, 1 essence pill costs 1 million, 2 chi gathering pills cost 1.4 million, 10 chi blood pills and 10 pots of immortal herbs cost 10 million, totaling 22.4 million. More than 20 million, Shisu nodded. Swipe it. Yes, extremely expensive, ridiculously so. But the current society could only function properly because of these sky-high-priced pills. If these pills became cheap, everyone would have to become a beast tamer, making themselves invincible. Who would still want to be a farmer, planting crops? Who would still want to be a worker, hauling bricks? Who would still study scientific weapons? Who would still study artificial intelligence? there would be no employees in any industry. Everyone's heart is full of cultivation, beast taming, clearing all secret realms, and making achievements. Shisu understood the meaning behind this sky-high price. He also understood that in this world, beast tamers are exclusive to the rich. Even heroes are an exclusive title for the rich. If you want to be a hero who makes achievements, you must first have money. Chapter 17, Chi Rongrong Slander. After the evening rush hour, inside the old community, the rental agent opened the door and revealed the room's facilities, recommending to Chisu, the whole apartment is 75 square meters, has a kitchen, a bathroom, air conditioning, and a washing machine. It's very cost-effective. The already small living room was divided into 3 areas, each a separate private space, separated by a few flowered fabrics. Different renters of varying ages and professions lived inside. Various autumn and winter clothes were draped in front of the wire beds, and because the balcony was full of others' clothes, there was no space to dry them in the sun. The clothes dried in the shade, giving off a strong smell of foot odor. Shisu silently followed the agent inside, casually making eye contact with the renters. Both sides bent slightly and nodded in a friendly gesture. On the floor, cigarette butts, instant noodle containers, beer bottles, and a bunch of shoes and socks scattered around. Among them, the oily companion spirit beasts, cockroaches, scuttled around. The cockroaches walked upright, making a tap-tap sound as they moved. Shisu briefly met their gaze and immediately tiptoed to the wall, carefully watching his steps. The cockroach army was everywhere, some even raised specifically to scam money. If anyone accidentally stepped on one, whether young or old, no one would cheat you, it would cost 200,000. The agent knocked on the bedroom door a few times. I'm bringing someone in to view the apartment. After waiting a few seconds, he pushed the door open. The bedroom was divided into 2 areas, and near the door, there were 4 young kids, some boys, some girls, all couples. They were a couple of years younger than Shisu. They were sitting on a 1.6-meter bed, playing cards, smoking, and blowing smoke rings. The word mom was used like a comma, uttered every now and then. When Shisu entered the room, a girl with yellow-dyed hair cursed and stood up. Damn, not again, this is wasting time. She pulled open the flowered cloth that blocked the small balcony, revealing a mountain of stacked luggage. She moved the bags one by one and stuffed them under the bed. It was unclear how much time passed, but eventually, the clutter was cleared, and the agent led Shisu over. The small balcony was a small section that jutted out from the bedroom, half a meter above the ground, with narrow walls on both sides and a glass window in front. The overall length was a bit more than 1 meter. The agent started gesturing. Look at our little bedroom, lots of sunlight, you can open the window for ventilation, raising your arms is very convenient. Now look at these walls, they've got 3 layers of wooden cabinets. Wood prices nowadays are not cheap. Trees have become wise, even toilet paper is hard to make. In schools, textbooks are no longer available. The raw material for paper is trees, pine trees, fir trees, birch trees, and poplars. As soon as you get close, branches poke through you. Now, a white sheet of paper is as expensive as luxury goods, even more expensive than crocodile skin or mink fur. If you want to write something, you can only open your phone's memo app. These 3 layers of cabinets existed before the spiritual energy revival. They've already become lifeless, worthless, still serving the same purpose as before, holding things. Because the living relatives of these cabinets are very valuable, that's why old houses with wooden products are considered a good thing. The agent sat down on the balcony, touching the wooden cabinet. You can store miscellaneous things or stuff clothes here. You can even put a coffee cup. It's very chic, sitting here drinking coffee and looking at the view, so beautiful. Later, invite a few friends over, and you can meditate together. If you squeeze in, you can all sit. Being close will deepen the relationship. After saying this, the agent quoted the price, $500 a month, $500, with a bathroom, able to take a shower, cook, air conditioning, and a washing machine. You can't find this anywhere else. If you're okay with it, deposit 1 month and pay for 3. The washing machine is just a washing machine, no drying function. There are more than 20 people in the house, whoever grabs it first gets to use it. Shisu twitched his eyes. Please bring along 3 or 5 friends, 3 or 5 close friends would be better. He is nearly 1.8 meters tall, and when he shrinks here, he fills up the space, his legs cannot stretch. Helplessly, the agent was right, this setup, this price, really tempting. Now the money is there, but houses are hard to find, not many listings. Many people rush in for high city salaries, normal houses are already picked, what's left are all bad ones. Shisu has seen quite a few, this one is the best. Living in a hotel costs $280 a day, even with money, you cannot spend like this. For now just stay, later when a better one comes, move. Deal. After signing the contract, Shisu went back to the hotel, covered the warm nest with his old quilt, wealth not shown, then moved his few belongings to the shared rental. Di Long was obediently cultivating the pill in the beast control space. Shisu did not want to release it and attract attention. He sat cross-legged on the balcony, closed his eyelids to store energy and sharpen strength. Ding-ling-ling. Hello? Big brother, what's up? The red-haired roommate answered the phone. Work came in, release your cockroach, find a person named Chisu, photo sent to you, once found do not act rashly, you are not the match, just report the address. Okay, hanging up, I'll check the photo. Red-haired opened the chat app. The phone card responded slowly, the screen still white. At this moment, someone tapped his shoulder, handing him a phone. Chisu calmly said, call your big brother, just say you found it. Huh? Found what? Chisu smiled pointing at himself, found me. The fight location was arranged at the free park. Chisu was brought by the red-haired to the fitness equipment area. Each fat-headed thug stopped playing, grabbed sticks and machetes, released their beasts, eyes on the swinging rich guy. Boss, start? The ugly man stopped swinging, eyelids drooped, looking half asleep. That lazy gaze was the weariness that comes after all desires are satisfied. Brother Tang, we were classmates for 3 years, I don't want to bully you, but what you did is too shameless. Rong Rong is your cousin, and you still touched her? If she hadn't told me, I wouldn't even know you are a vile person. Chi Su did not understand. What? Touch what? Touch who? Ugly man Xue Baoyu saw Chi Su did not admit it, sneered and nodded. He took out his phone, opened video mode, aimed at Chi Su's face. He raised the phone like raising justice, speaking with certainty. When you stayed at her house, you snuck into her room every time the adults were away and touched her. Her face is thin-skinned, too embarrassed to speak, hiding painful scars in her heart for years, telling no one. If you hadn't chased her at school, forcing her to go to Zitang with you using Di Longzun, she probably wouldn't have told me this secret. You are shameless. Despicable. Xue Baoyu was furious, teeth itching. If someone like you, ignoring ethics, is allowed into Zitang, trained as a high-star beast master, Rongrong will never escape your control. I only say this once, if you cancel the beast contract in front of me, quit the exam voluntarily, and give Di Longzun to Rongrong to apologize, I will let you go home safely. If you refuse, I will expose your ugly deeds. The shame will be yours, not Rongrong's. The one to be ashamed is you, not her. Don't think that because girls are thin-skinned you have no consequences. Justice is in people's hearts. No one will laugh at her, no one will say she seduced you, everyone knows you are the villain. You deserve the curse. Chi Su suddenly laughed uncontrollably, making Xue Baoyu dumbfounded, thinking this man too arrogant. I touched her. Ha! Chi Su laughed with tears, mocking, Chi Rongrong is a liar. She wants the Earth Dragon Lord, she couldn't take it herself, so she asked you to do it. Stealing someone else's beast is too low, you surely won't do it, if it spreads out it would shame you, ruin your reputation, and hurt your future. So she made up a lie, slandering me for touching her, that way, you would naturally help punish me, and take my prize beast, all fair and proper. You were used, dummy. Xue Baoyu was stunned for a moment, then said, stop twisting right and wrong. No girl would lie about her purity. Hearing this, Chi Su looked helpless. He gave up arguing, raised his hand and slapped Xue Baoyu's phone away, eyes full of fearlessness. Stop talking, all of you, attack together. Xue Baoyu's face darkened, he picked up the phone, stepped back a few paces, and kept filming. I know you can fight, you play parkour, if you can't beat me, you run away. But whether you hit me or run, it just proves your guilty heart, panicked and anxious, thief's conscience. Beat him. Beat him until he breaks the contract. As the words fell, sticks and blades came at him head-on. Chi Su smiled and clapped, not even dodging. In a flash, several beams of light shone behind him, black-clad police poured out. Drop all weapons. Don't move. Put your heads down and squat in a line. Hear me. Move again and I'll shoot. Thugs were pressed to the ground, terrified. Xue Baoyu was also held down, stunned on the spot. They came, but why call the police? He never imagined Chi Su would call the police, calling the police was like snitching to a teacher, pathetic. Chapter 18 I help you. Talk. Who is the mastermind? The police asked harshly. Since the Aura revival, magical beasts ran wild, global population fell sharply. From 8 billion, it plunged straight to 3 billion. Social order barely stabilized, population began growing, but people still died daily, growth was not obvious. So every life is extremely precious, murder is the gravest crime. No exception. With sticks and blades as evidence, and the timing of the strike caught, the criminals could not argue. Who was the mastermind? Fingers all pointed at Xue Baoyu. Xue Baoyu's face went pale, he vaguely felt things were getting serious. I just wanted him to apologize, didn't want to do anything. Right, he molested his cousin. Speak with proof, Chi Su said calmly, if she can produce proof that I bullied her, I will go to prison in farmland for life. If she can't show proof, just mouth lies, then I will get a lawyer, and she will farm in prison. Shi Su changed tone. But any feud between her and me is none of your business. You hire someone to kill me, no matter how rich your family, I will catch you. I didn't hire anyone to kill you. I just wanted to teach you a lesson. Beat you up. The sticks and knives were to scare you. Shui Baoyu cried in panic, snot and tears streaming. I entered the second round exam of Zitong, Wowo, my exam tomorrow morning, Wowo. Hearing Zitong's exam, police loosened their hold, exchanging glances with colleagues. This is tricky, depends on the school's attitude, if they want to protect can only release him. First, put him in detention for now. Who among you still has exams? The thugs shook their heads in despair. Then go farm. Shi Su returned to the rented room, hadn't even sat down, Lu Qingqiu called. Shui Baoyu was released without guilt, Qin Jingzhong arranged to fight with you, tomorrow morning, coming with bad intent. Shui Baoyu's beast is a good mature body, your lion cat is only normal mature body, one rank lower, worlds apart. You struggle with lion cat, beating him is certain loss. Lu Qingqiu had more to say. In the arena, morale is very important. Audience encouragement, cheering, support, are the best boosters of morale. And Shi Su's reputation at Zitong was already bad. Stealing beasts, spirit power 0.5, illegally buying a competition spot. Rumor even said, he molested his cousin for 5 or 6 years. It sparked public outrage, and the school forum exploded. LV Qingqiu knew who spread this news, Qin Jingzhong. That person wouldn't do it personally, but would send others, leaving no evidence to catch. She could not favor Shi Su, could not clear his name, the more she helped, the more people said he got in through connections, denying his ability completely. If Shi Su chose to fight back, no one would cheer for him, and his failure would be satisfying to all. When he was at a disadvantage, the crowd cheered, when close to winning, they sighed. For these beast tamers, especially the beasts, it was a cruel blow. LV Qingqiu felt full of regret but had to advise, withdraw from the competition, you were so outstanding, even if you don't enter Zitang, you will succeed elsewhere. Shi Su was silent for a long time, eyes dark, fists clenched tightly. He said softly, give me a night to think. Okay. LV Qingqiu hung up, looking at her brother holding the deer. His face showed no expression, calmly reading, hard to tell if he liked his beast. But since he held the deer in his arms, the annoying cleanliness seemed gone, which showed he loved the deer. LV Qingqiu took off her pearl necklace, intending to give it to Fu Zhu as a gift. Before reaching him, LV Yanma stopped her. Vulgar, bland, when will you realize your taste is poor? LV Qingqiu felt a vein pop at her temple. She silently put the necklace back on, and spoke of serious matters, he will not be your tutor, give up. Because of his pretentious illness, her brother didn't go to school, only stayed at home. He needed a private teacher, had hired many before, but dismissed them all for being shallow. Now, finally one he recognized, he wanted to hire with a high salary. Did you hear? He will not agree. Ignored, LV Qingqiu was annoyed. LV Yanma opened a drawer, took out an expensive notebook, copying from ancient books. After a while, he suddenly looked up, are you talking to me? LV Qingqiu laughed angrily, or else. I thought you were talking to Qi something on the phone. LV Qingqiu. LV Yanma thought a moment, you didn't mention it to him, how did you know he would refuse? It's not like I didn't offer money. Big brother, not everything in this world can be solved with money. Does he not know himself? LV Yanma, but that someone is just lacking money, it can be solved with money. LV Qingqiu helplessly held her forehead, he is called Shi Su, not that someone. Oh. LV Yanma replied absent-mindedly, clearly didn't remember. His head was for storing beast names, not human names. He said lightly, I texted you this afternoon to contact that someone, why didn't you reply? I did reply, read but not answered is my reply. LV Yanma paused writing, staring at his little sister, next time don't do this, I really don't want to go to school to catch you. LV Qingqiu felt like she was undergoing 10 tortures, legs sore but couldn't sit. She took body fragrance pills, wherever she sat, the scent lingered for 10 or 15 days, inviting ridicule and needing to pay compensation. LV Yanma looked at his watch, calmly said, make that someone come now, be obedient, I will let you go. Hearing this, LV Qingqiu immediately notified Qi Su and left. Someone had to deal with this odd person, she had no other way. If they could reach an agreement, great, with money, maybe Qi Su would withdraw from the exam. Half an hour later, past midnight 12. Qi Su was brought by the housekeeper into the front yard, the old place, inside the pavilion. He noticed the previous wicker chair was replaced by a metal chair. LV Yanma had been waiting, white shirt, black pants, simple style. Qi Su felt a wave of emotion. No wonder the rich, clothes change every day, even chairs are not the same. He bent to sit opposite LV Yanma, orange juice and pastries were pushed over. LV Yanma spoke kindly, I want to hire you as my tutor. One day, working 2 hours a day, with a monthly salary of 10 million. Chi-Su thought for a moment and replied, I won't do it. Why? I don't know how, I've never taught anyone. Don't know how? Then do you know how to receive your salary? Yes. Then you already know how to teach. If you didn't, you wouldn't receive the salary. You want money but don't want to work, am I wrong? Chi-Su? Wait. This logic doesn't make sense. LV Yenma smiled slightly, I'm joking with you because we're friends. Chi-Su. He thought of how LV Yenma had arranged for someone to treat his injuries, and out of gratitude, he said, I won't be your tutor, but if you ever have any questions, you can ask me, and I'll reply occasionally. Also, if you decide to sign a second beast, I'll help you find one. No handling fee, but you'll cover the cost of the beast. LV Yenma's expression shifted slightly. No handling fee, but still working. Did he want something from him? Perhaps it was related to tomorrow's beast battle. Was he trying to get him to help remove Shuebao Shui? Impossible. He wouldn't illegally remove a life just because of a little kindness. But this little kindness was making him a bit tempted, he didn't want to give it up. It seems the only way is to go through the proper channels and help that someone remove this obstructing Shuebao Shui. LV Yenma made up his mind, he would participate in the competition. He wasn't a student of Zitian, he was a new student, and he could participate, directly undergoing the battle assessment. Since Meng Jingzhong abused his position and swapped that someone's original opponent, letting Shui Baochuan fight against that someone. Then he could swap places too. He'd fight and beat fake Baoyu out of Zitian. LV Yenma pondered in his mind for a while and smiled at Chi-Su. I'll help you get rid of Jia Duobao. Ha? Chi-Su looked confused. What? Who is Jia Duobao? Chapter 19, Tactics. In the Beast Arena, the second round of the selection assessment began. The exclusive seating area was on the second floor, not as crowded as the first floor audience seats, with a broad view, making it the best spot to watch the battle. The sofa seats were spaced 3 meters apart, each with a small side table. On the table were delicate pastries and drinks, along with dried meat snacks for the beasts. LV Qingqiu walked towards her seat with the blazing bird and froze, brother? LV Yenma, holding a deer, looked up, took out a handkerchief. He used the handkerchief to cushion his fingers and pinched the metal nameplate on the table. Go find a student named Qingqiu, this seat has a good view, I want to buy it. LV Qingqiu's face turned dark. Wait, bro? Are you serious? LV Qingqiu tentatively asked, brother, what's my name? Don't you know your own name? LV Yenma replied in confusion, his eyes showing concern, do you have a fever? Are you feeling unwell? What's this question? So you don't know my name? I know, you're my dear sister. I may forget other people, but I will never forget you. LV Yenma said seriously. He put down the metal nameplate, reached out to hold his sister's hand, and said firmly, Qingming. He gently patted her hand, explaining logically, it's from the poem about the Qingming festival, with the rain pouring down, it suits you, the little crybaby. Mom and Dad were insightful. Ha! LV Qingqiu gave a forced smile, pulling her hand away roughly, too lazy to argue, and turned to find her friends and squeeze in to sit. Crazy. LV Yenma shook his head helplessly, took out the hand sanitizer, and rubbed his fingers, his gaze falling on the arena below. That someone still didn't accept his help, but it wasn't because of their integrity. It was Qin Jingzhong who made the battle chart public, and the whole school knew that someone was going to fight Shui Dayu, and no one could replace them. In the players' resting area, Chi-Su, wearing sunglasses, violently kicked open Shui Baoyu's room, activated his magic eye, and firmly locked onto the giant tortoise that was 1.6 meters long and weighed over 300 kilograms. Beast name, Spiritual Tortoise. Level, Mature Body 100%. Grade, Good. Attribute, Water. Loyalty, 63. Skill 1, retracts all 4 limbs and head into its shell, during which time its defense is doubled, but it cannot move. Skill 2, a layer of energy shield covers its body, and during the duration. Skill 3, shoot out a high-speed rotating high-pressure water column from the mouth. Skill 4, to be unlocked. Evolution Path 1, Mystic Water Tortoise. Evolution Path 2, Immortal Tortoise. Evolution Path 3, Healing Tortoise. No ancient bloodline, no mutation probability. You're crazy. Get out. Shui Baoyu shoved Chi-Su hard, gritting his teeth. You messed with my mentality before the match, now it's too late to apologize. Let's settle this in the arena. Coming out of the detention center, he was still shaken, his life almost ruined this time, he hadn't slept a wink all night, nightmares kept haunting him. Luckily, heaven had eyes, giving him the chance to personally teach this useless fool a lesson. They signed a waiver, now even if he kills him, the police won't be able to do anything. Shuebayu feared Chisu might give up, not fight him, and not let out his anger, so he intentionally provoked, "If you're brave, don't back down, if you run, you're a coward." Arguing back and forth was pointless. Chisu turned around and walked away, his expression serious. Shuebayu was stalling the growth level of his beast. His beast could already evolve into complete form, but he hadn't done so. It wasn't out of fear of failure, he had enough money to buy beast spiritual pills, feeding his beast to 100% success rate, so he wouldn't fail. Not evolving, stalling the level, was to keep it as a trump card. Hiding skills and true strength, pretending to be weak to deceive others, he wouldn't reveal it until the last moment, to avoid being targeted by the opposing beast master for defense/attack. Everyone was going to fight to the end. The ranking of the purple vine had only 100 spots, relying only on spiritual power in beasts wasn't enough, tactics were also needed. This was Shuebaoyu's strategy. Growth form vs complete form, should he give up? Chisu didn't want to give up. Earth Dragon Zune also wasn't without a chance of winning. The first two skills of the spirit turtle were focused on defense, as long as it wasn't attacked, it wouldn't cause much trouble. The tricky part was skills 3 and 4. Skill 3, shoot out a high-speed rotating high-pressure water column from the mouth. If Earth Dragon Zune got hit by this move, its brain matter could be spun out. This was assuming it could withstand it, if not, its body would be shredded by the water column. Against this move, both he and Earth Dragon Zune would have to dodge, not taking even a single hit. As for skill 4, though it was not unlocked, Chisu knew. Based on the spirit turtle's skills, it could be inferred that its evolution path was Mystic Water Tortoise. Official data showed that the Mystic Water Tortoise's skill 4 was Mystic Water Cannon. Mystic Water Cannon, compress water flow with a bit of spiritual energy, shooting out a highly concentrated water ball from the mouth. Upon hitting the target, it explodes, creating a violent water wave shock, knocking back surrounding enemies, with strong attack and stunning effects. Even if he dodged the Mystic Water Cannon, not hitting himself, the residual wave power would still knock him 8 yards away, not to be underestimated. Chisu entered his resting room, closed the door, and began pondering tactics in peace. Right now, there was only one way to win. Make the spirit turtle feel danger, force it to shrink, activate skill 1, or combo skill 1 and 2, increasing defense while activating damage reflection. This way, it becomes a live target, unable to move. Then Earth Dragon Zune Swamp Trap could hit 100%. And the damage reflection wouldn't hit it. It would only reflect into the mud. How to make the spirit turtle shrink? It's not difficult. Earth Dragon Zune was an elite quality beast, naturally suppressive, a roar might work. If the dragon roar doesn't work, he has other tricks. Pull down his pants and fart, stinky attack. If farting doesn't work, then poop on the spot. Turtles have extremely sensitive noses, far beyond most people's imagination. And their forelimbs are short, unable to cover their noses, they can only shrink their heads and hide inside their shells. Once it shrinks, that's the opportunity. Trap it in the swamp. Chisu opened the beast space and released Earth Dragon Zune. He cupped the beast in his palm and shared his plan. You have to believe in yourself, believe in me, we can win. Earth Dragon Zune's tiny body shook like a sieve, its big watery eyes blinking. It could hear and see everything that happened to its master in the beast space. But its master wouldn't release it yet. It cannot break out of the space on its own. It wants to tell its master, the one saving him is not Lu Yenmo, but the security uncle. It also wants to say, it trembles not because it fears the old turtle, but because it fears it cannot protect its master once the battle starts. If because of its carelessness, the master dies. The Earth Dragon Lord painfully hugged its head, the pressure overwhelming. Don't worry about me, I'm not as weak as you think. Chisu understood in his heart. He spoke jokingly, relax, I'm a man with a safety net, I can't die. He took out the golden soft armor he made overnight, woven from fine copper threads, opened the collar, and put it on the Earth Dragon Lord. Its defense is weak, it can only be counted as ordinary clothing. But a beast wearing clothes is the brightest sight. Chisu adjusted the soft armor slightly, do you trust me? The Earth Dragon Lord nodded without hesitation. Then wait for my signal before acting. Chisu stood up to look for something to replace poop, pee, and farts. Earlier he had pretended, he had pride, he could not pull down his pants in front of everyone. On the restroom table there was a row of cigarettes for the players to relieve stress. Chisu's eyes lit up, he stuffed them all into his pocket, not forgetting the lighter. The smell of tobacco will irritate the turtle's respiratory tract, and also humans, turtles dislike the smell, some people do too, coughing when they smell it. It will work. Chapter 20, Not One Step Back. The broadcast sounded. Number 713 Shuebaoyu versus number 716 Chisu, players please enter. Chisu held the majestic Earth Dragon Lord and pushed the room door, each more confident than the last. Suddenly, his brow tightened, he tugged hard at the stubborn door. Damn! Who locked his door? Chisu lifted his leg and kicked hard. Bang! 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 Number 713 Shuebaoyu has arrived, 716. TCH, why 716 again? 716, are you there? 716. If you cannot arrive within 1 minute, it counts as forfeit. 716. The Earth Dragon Lord anxiously leapt, hitting a small hole in the door, landing outside. It raised its head to look at the keyhole, stiffened its neck, rammed at the lock, and made another hole. The lock core was destroyed. Shisu could finally leave the restroom, grabbed the Earth Dragon Lord, and ran wildly toward the stage. With the host's countdown, he arrived just in time. Number 716 here. As soon as he spoke, the whole arena hummed with snickers. They didn't say anything, strangely united in silence. Host, blue side, number 713 Shuebaoyu, beast, good quality spirit turtle. With that, warm applause echoed endlessly. Red side, number 716 Shisu, beast, elite quality Earth Dragon Lord. The applause stopped suddenly. This time, the silence carried whispers of gossip. Using an elite beast to show off in the fish pond, shameless, thinking it's some dragon lord. That beast was stolen, I heard some beast traders are looking for it. All deeds exposed and still dare to compete, truly shameless, invincible in the world. The voices grew louder, forming a buzzing wave. The Earth Dragon Lord, already leaning forward, drooped its head little by little, pressing onto the ground, completely losing fighting spirit. It trembled, trying to speak human words to explain. It was bought by its master, not stolen. But only a crying tone came out. The Earth Dragon Lord knew in its heart. If it wins, it's showing off in the fish pond, annoying everyone. If it loses, it's useless, elite quality diluted, and its master will suffer too. It no longer knew what to do, tears the size of beans soaked the dirt. Whether losing or winning, the result is bad, so why fight at all? Might as well not fight, the master would not get hurt anymore. But if it does not fight, between it and the master, one must call out the shameful forfeit. It did not want the master to lose face, so it secretly wriggled toward the stage edge, its retreat clear, showing surrender. Ha ha ha. Look at that beast. Afraid and wants to run. Growth stage versus mature stage, size difference obvious, fleeing is normal, but isn't it elite quality? Retreating without fighting. So cowardly. This is why the Beast Master is important, fail to train, this happens, Beast Master garbage. He wasted his talent. Upon hearing this, the Earth Dragon Lord slowly stood up, looking up at Shisu, who was quietly following him. No, no. Master is good. If you don't want to fight, I won't force you, Shisu said, bowing. Sweat dripped from his forehead and nose, clearly under a lot of pressure, but he tried hard to remain calm. The Earth Dragon Lord remembered how confident his master had been before the match, and suddenly realized that what he was doing was wrong. Roar. I will fight. It also has the confidence to win. The spirit turtle was originally a bit uncertain, but upon hearing the faint roar from the Earth Dragon Lord, it stretched out its neck, becoming more defiant. So it was just a little weakling. The audience cheered for it, this match was definitely won. The match begins. The spirit turtle opened its huge mouth, and from deep within, high-speed swirling water gathered out of nowhere, suddenly spraying out, sweeping from left to right. The water column, like a laser, carved deep and wide grooves in the bulletproof glass surrounding the arena. Shisu grabbed the Earth Dragon Lord and leapt, flipping over the water column with grace and agility, causing the audience to sigh in disappointment. Lame, why dodge? If you can fight, fight, if not, admit defeat, don't waste everyone's time. You're just showing off by jumping around. Same old tricks, stalling. This is a Beastmaster battle, no one wants to see the Beastmaster show off. Especially as 0.5 level Beastmaster. You just want that 20,000 subsidy every month, right? Fine, I'll give it to you. Just consider it paying for a dog. Get out of here and stop disgusting people. A few cans of soda flew over the half-sealed bulletproof glass, missing Shisu's face. The drink fell to the ground, with the red soda splashing everywhere. Then, bang. Bang. Various drinks hit Shisu, with considerable force, causing swelling at the spots where they hit. Roar. Roar roar. The Earth Dragon Lord roared angrily, wanting to block some of the hits for his master, but Shisu tightly held onto him. His face was as pale as paper, and despite his strong mental fortitude, his mind was now somewhat unsteady. All he wanted was to join Zitong as a Beastmaster. Why was it so hard? The Earth Dragon Lord buried its head in Shisu's palm, unable to hold back anymore, and began to sob loudly. Admit defeat, Shuebaoyu stopped the spirit turtle from launching another attack. He lifted his chin, showing the same pity as Chiiza. I don't want to pressure you, it would seem like I'm bullying you. But I have a condition if I let you go, after the event, cancel the contract and give the Earth Dragon Lord to Rongrong. If you don't agree, I'll ask Uncle Chi to come, let him seek justice for his daughter, and make sure you end up in prison. Shisu ignored him completely. He wiped the dirt off his face, his fingers stained with a few smears of blood, and his cheek stinging. He lowered his eyes, pulled out a cigarette from the box, put it in his mouth, and lit it with a lighter, exhaling slowly. Huff. Shisu looked around at the audience, scanning each face that was filled with disdain for him, his gaze landing on the smug Qingjingjong. The truth didn't matter, no one cared except the victim, and he didn't want to explain. Even if he went everywhere to plead his innocence, telling everyone of his grievances, wasting time collecting a bunch of evidence to clear his name. And those who had humiliated him would only casually say, "Oh, I misunderstood," and treat the whole matter lightly. So he didn't want to explain, he didn't want to care. As long as he became strong enough to stand above everyone, these fools would naturally change their tune, searching for evidence to justify him and seeking justice against Qingjingjong. Even if he was truly heinous, a great criminal, as long as he was strong enough, there would be people who would use their wits to create excuses for him. Therefore, he had to win this match. Win the next match. Become the final victor, never retreating a single step. Chapter 21, No More Chances. Shisu suddenly dived down, his eyes determined, heading straight for the spirit turtle. "You're overestimating yourself." Although he said that, Shuebayu was also worried that Shisu might play some trick to guarantee victory, so he tapped the turtle shell. "Break through, stop hiding." After saying that, he stepped back a bit to avoid being accidentally injured. In an instant, the turtle's front limbs grew wide and long, flat and sharp, cutting through iron like mud. Its hind limbs resembled two fish tails. Its mouth was triangular and hook-shaped, and the speed at which its neck shot forward was fast. The head stretched and retracted toward Shisu, swallowing a chunk of blood-red flesh. Then, bang! 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 The powerful Xianshui cannons fired in a three-shot burst, and the spiritual turtle began to crawl, its momentum ferociously advancing. The Earth Dragon Zune saw this and immediately activated the mud technique in the spiritual turtle's path, creating a swamp trap. However, as the Earth-based magic array lit up in front of the spiritual turtle, though it was only for an instant, it exposed the location of the trap. The spiritual turtle lifted its front limbs and slammed them onto the ground, leaping into the air, spitting out a thick water column. Using the hardness of the water column as leverage, it adjusted its landing position, bypassing the swamp trap. Bang! 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 Again, a three-shot burst of Xianshui cannons. Shisu's thigh was bitten, blood gushing out, and his movements became sluggish. He waved the Earth Dragon Zune aside and, enduring the pain, rolled to the side to dodge the attack. At the moment the Xianshui cannon was about to explode, he raised his hand, jumped, and grabbed the recess at the top of the bulletproof glass. This was caused by the water column earlier from the spiritual turtle. With a push of his fingertips, he lifted his entire body, barely avoiding the aftershocks of the explosion. Without delay, Shisu grabbed the recess and swung his body towards the spiritual turtle. His fingers were cut, and everywhere he passed left a striking red mark. Bang! Bang! Another burst of Xianshui cannon. Shisu had already anticipated this, letting go in advance to land, narrowly avoiding the blasts. Two shots of the Xianshui cannon pierced the bulletproof glass, heading straight for the audience seats. At that moment, two balls of fire hit the Xianshui cannon, instantly evaporating it. The crisis was averted, and the fire returned to the mouth of the flame bird. Great! Lu Qingqiu tossed some dried meat towards the flame bird and turned to look at the arena, his brows furrowing slightly. He saw Shisu flip and jump onto the spiritual turtle's back, flicking the burning cigarette butt into its mouth. He was racing against time, continuing to light cigarettes, inserting one into the left nostril and one into the right nostril of the spiritual turtle. Damn, you're using tricks again. Shuebayu rushed forward, but was hit in the calf by the Earth Dragon Zune's tail. Crack! A slight crack of bone breaking was heard. Shuebayu stood stunned for a moment, then collapsed to the ground, rolling and twisting in agony, crawling in a dark, distorted manner, unable to scream from the pain. The spiritual turtle squinted its eyes, choking, a fiery rage burning within. It lifted its neck, attempting to bite Shisu, who was sitting on its shell. But its neck could only bend 90 degrees, not 180 degrees. Bang! 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 The Xianshui cannon shot straight up and then fell straight down, targeting Shisu. But it forgot that Shisu was beneath it. In an instant, Shisu dodged by rolling to the side, just landing when the aftershock of the Xianshui cannon sent him flying several meters, rolling helplessly across the ground. The spiritual turtle reacted quickly, activating its skill 1, retracting its head and limbs into a defensive position. This was exactly what Shisu wanted. Spitting blood, Shisu shouted in pain, "Now, go!" Roar! A thunderous roar echoed throughout the entire arena. All the spectators stood up in unison, their eyes wide open. The yellowish magic array suddenly bloomed, and the spiritual turtle sank deep into the swamp. At the same time, the Earth Dragon Zune's body underwent an astonishing transformation. It rose from the ground, continuously expanding until it grew as large as a small mountain, then stopped. Its size was even bigger than the spiritual turtle's. Its body exuded thick, steaming smoke. Dragon head, dragon body, dragon claws, soaring through the clouds. This was the mature form of Earth Dragon Zune. Roar. Earth Spike Technique. Pft, pft, pft. The dense stone spikes shot up from the expanded magic array, easily piercing through the spiritual turtle's body and halting in midair. The water-based magic array that had surrounded the spiritual turtle disappeared, and a water element spirit core was pushed out by the stone spikes. When the beast master reaches the complete form, a spirit core forms within their body, much like a cultivator's inner elixir. It has the effects of delaying aging, opening the meridians, and aiding in mental clarity and enlightenment. In simple terms, the beast master can consume the spirit core of the same element. Just like beast masters, one can cultivate the path of immortality. Shisu struggled to crawl toward the water element's spiritual core, gripping it tightly in his palm. This thing is more valuable than any elixir, just right to sell to Lu Yenmo. Let go, that's mine. Shuebayu looked at the dead spiritual turtle, his face pale. He lost. The host, belatedly realizing, picked up the microphone, displeased. Number 716, please return the spiritual core to its owner. You killed someone else's beast, don't take their things too. This is someone else's pet, not yours. Upon hearing this, Shisu could only let go. The next second, the Earth Dragon Lord grabbed him and moved him onto its scaly back. Golden scales grew in circles along the body, layer after layer, very even, very beautiful. So cool. Shisu smiled with satisfaction, his lips curling up. The Earth Dragon Lord roared majestically, even its master is handsome. Shuebayu held the spiritual core, the size of a quail egg, crying bitterly, completely forgetting about his broken leg, his chest aching and suffocating. The spiritual turtle wasn't something he bought for the exam, he had raised it himself for more than 6 months. I raised it for more than 6 months, woo woo woo. Shuebayu was in tears, crying uncontrollably, leaving no dignity behind, and this moved many people. The host sighed deeply, genuinely not wanting to announce that number 716 had won. When the spiritual turtle sank into the swamp, the outcome was already clear. It can swim in water, but it doesn't mean it can handle mud. After staying for too long, it would suffocate. It had already lost, but still, the killer strike was made. In the end, it was all for the water element's spiritual core. Thinking that by winning, it could claim it as its own. This person's character is too bad, even the beast follows its bad example. The host raised his eyebrows at Chen Jingzhong, signaling him to express his opinion. The elite quality mature body, its destructive power was clear to see. Let's not even mention the lion cat, the spiritual turtle. It had real defensive skills, it was killed in one strike. At this rate, Shisu, with all his stains, will surely get into Zitong University. Chen Jingzhong, with a dark expression, picked up the microphone. Well, trying to stop him outside the school seems impossible, it wouldn't be able to stop him. He simply said, Shisu, do you know what you've done? You know in your heart, right? Shisu lay on the dragon's back, responding weakly, what did I do? Chen Jingzhong didn't bring up the stolen beast issue. He could tell that the Earth Dragon Lord was very loyal to this person. If they used the excuse of the stolen beast to chase him away, in the end, it wouldn't work out well. As for replacing the original number 716, that wasn't something Shisu did. Thus, only the unclear domestic matters were left to discuss. Chen Jingzhong said, Shi Rongrong, don't be afraid, tell everyone, what did he do to you? At this moment, the venue was so quiet that even a needle falling could be heard. Whether it was a rumor or not, it could be clarified once and for all now. Shi Rongrong's face turned red, her clothes crumpled in her grasp. She didn't expect that a small lie could escalate so much. At first, she just wanted to use it to convince the obsessive guy to help her, with only 3 people involved, Tangu, herself, and Shuebayu. But now, she couldn't tell everyone that the accusation was made up, that she wanted the Earth Dragon Lord, and that she falsely accused Shisu of touching her. She simply couldn't open her mouth. On one side was innocence, on the other was future, face. Don't be afraid. Wrong. Just say it. I support you. Shuebayu shouted through his tears. Shiiza knew his little sister was lying. With the parents away from home, he was there. What could the 3 of them do in the same room? They could play cards, right? This thing was getting. On one side was his little sister, on the other side was Tangu. Shiiza glanced at the Earth Dragon Lord, firming his resolve. He wanted his sister. Tangu, with the Earth Dragon Lord, could live well wherever he went. Shiiza stood up, placing his crying sister behind him. I believe this matter shouldn't be questioned by the victim, no one should focus on the victim. This is a scar, it's hard to heal, and opening it up again so bloody, isn't that inappropriate? My sister still has to get married in the future, and the family doesn't know about this matter. She hasn't dared to speak up, so no one should bring it up again. Chen Jingzhong nodded. This was an acknowledgement, a death sentence. Did you hear that, Chi Su? You've done such a disgraceful thing. This is absolutely something the school cannot tolerate. It has nothing to do with your spirit power, or your beast control abilities, it is about your character. The admissions website of Zetone clearly states that one must conduct oneself properly, sit straight, and show the demeanor of a gentleman. Even family members cannot have a single stain. Chen Jingzhong glanced at the principal, who nodded in agreement. He revealed a barely noticeable smile and said, "Here, I announce that your qualifications for the competition are revoked, and you can never again apply to Zetone. Go now." Chapter 22, A Grudge is Formed. Family members cannot have a single stain? What about those two? Chi Su struggled to lift his body, staring at Chi Iza and Chi Rongrong, his eyes cold as if they could shoot out two daggers. I have a stain, but they are my relatives. Chi Rongrong instantly became furious, no longer crying, her face twisted in rage, pointing at Chi Su's nose and scolding. You've ruined my reputation, and now you're dragging me down with you. Trying to destroy my future. A relative like you is better off without. Chi Iza was also furious beyond control. Now, on behalf of the entire Chi family, I expel you from the family tree. From now on, you are no longer part of the Chi family. The Chi family has no place for a disgraceful, filthy scoundrel like you. Enough, Chen Jingzhong frowned and intervened. This was the beast control competition evaluation venue, not the Chi family's living room. Shouting like this, what was it supposed to look like? He looked at Chi Su and said, pretending to be kind, the school is humane, your cousins are victims, they will not be affected by your actions, they are still students of Zetone. At this point, not only do you fail to repent, begging for forgiveness from the victims, but you still think of dragging them down with you. Simply shameless. Chen Jingzhong paused, his expression serious. So, not only will I revoke your competition qualifications, but I will also notify all beast control schools that no one will accept you. Chi Su shivered in his heart, his face draining of color. This clearly meant that his qualification to become a beast master was completely severed. Chen Jingzhong signaled for someone to bring over a low-grade Chi blood pill from the Xian rank. The pill was packed in an ancient wooden box, thrown next to Chi Su as if it was charity. Xue Baoyu wins this round. Beast control battles are not about who wins, but about who wins. The judge's seat exists to determine the winner based on comprehensive ability. Xue Baoyu has a complete beast control, with a spiritual power of 283, and on top of that, he is willing to stand up for female students, his character is good, and his overall ability far surpasses yours, meeting the admission criteria of our school. Therefore, Zetong accepts him. Although the spirit turtle is dead, Xue Baoyu's family is well off, and buying another high-quality beast is not a problem. Chen Jingzhong looked around, making eye contact with the teachers on the judges' panel, and they all nodded lightly, showing agreement. He continued, you used a cigarette laced with some unknown poison, it's a victory that's not earned, and then, you didn't follow the rules and tried to wipe out the opposition. We unanimously agree that you lost this beast control battle, Xue Baoyu won. As soon as he finished speaking, the words "the teacher is wise" were echoed in waves. Chen Jingzhong smiled faintly, leaned forward, and sat down. Take the low-grade Chi blood pill and leave here, don't delay the progress of the evaluation. Host, announce the next contestant's number. Chi Su looked at the wooden box on the ground, inside was the pill meant for losers. Xian rank low grade, selling it would be a large sum of money. He slowly stretched out his arm, wanting to pick it up. In the end, he curled his fingers and pulled his arm back. Chi Su looked up, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins. He spoke slowly, word by word, I didn't lose, I won, I won't take this pill. I'm not being driven away by you, nor expelled by the school, it's because I don't want to fight anymore, I don't want to come to Zetong anymore. There's no reason, it's just that the actions of your school are truly disappointing. The host saw that Chi Su still had something to say and, out of courtesy, lowered the microphone, frowning tightly. Why are there so many issues? Chi Su stared coldly at Chen Jingzhong and said, during the admission period. Harsh words were exchanged, and I was not the only victim, other students suffered as well. Your school has strict admissions, but that is no reason for personal attacks. Whether intentional or not, you are pushing people to madness. The temperament of a beast tamer directly affects the beast's mood. If he becomes gloomy, the beast will also grow depressed and dull. If he comes to hate everyone, the beast will turn violent and ruthless. The worst outcome is loyalty dropping sharply, with the beast killing its tamer by its own hands. Then the beast goes berserk and is struck down by those so-called righteous people. You are unworthy of your position, a false teacher, yet the school covers for you, pretending not to see. Ha, in a school like this, true geniuses will never come. Chi Su forced himself to take a breath, using every ounce of strength to stand. His legs trembled from the endless bleeding, yet his voice was clear and strong, echoing across the hall. Condemned by 1,000, I follow my own path. Abandoned by all, I guard my own heart. Today's shame is tomorrow's step. Today's insult is tomorrow's crown. I will return, but then, I will not come as a student. I will make all of you know what it truly means to be the favorite of heaven. The scene erupted, like a giant rock smashing into a calm lake, boiling over. So what if you have the Earth Dragon Lord? There are plenty of beast tamers with ancient beasts. Just because you just reached maturity, you dare to speak so boldly. Since you declared war, we will see about that. Now get out. Get out of Ztang. Out. 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 The angry voices piled over each other, wave after wave. Shisu's face remained calm as he patted the Earth Dragon Lord. The Earth Dragon Lord crushed the low-ranked Shi blood pills underfoot, swung its tail to send the host flying, and steadily vanished from the hall. Lu Qingqiu's expression was serious as she looked at the ugly face of the principal, realizing Shisu would never enter Ztang. Publicly shamed, who would allow him in? Lu Qingqiu sighed. Whether Shisu had harassed his cousin, no one knew. But she felt Shisu was not that kind of person, otherwise, when they first met, he wouldn't have been so proper, behaving like a pure young man, clearly inexperienced in love. At this point, even if she wanted to help, it was useless. Lu Qingqiu summoned the Firebird to find her brother, wanting to ask his opinion about this matter. But the seat was empty, her brother had gone somewhere unknown. Outside the school gate, Shisu coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed on the back of the Earth Dragon Lord. The Earth Dragon Lord only had front claws, no hind legs, and had to speed up its crawling to dash to the security room. Inside the room, to save Li Lang from leaving home, who expected the top scholar in the imperial list, Sun Fuqian hummed softly in a gentle tone, eyes half closed, enjoying the warm wind. Bang! The Earth Dragon Lord smashed the door open, roughly squeezing inside, placing the bloody Chi Su on the ground. You again! Sun Fuqian was full of surprise. He glanced at the Earth Dragon Lord, showing no shock. He had seen everything guarding a rich neighborhood gate. Summoning a golden retriever, Sun Fuqian poured a cup of hot water and handed it to the Chi Su, who was licked awake. Little brother, what work do you do? You have the Earth Dragon Lord and are still so badly hurt. That work must be dangerous. How much did they pay you for such risk? Chi Su took the water, looking at his healing leg, lifting his head to survey the security booth, realizing he may have mistaken his savior. Chapter 23, The Championship. Chi Su asked precisely, are you working for Lu Yen? Sun Fuqian said with full energy, I am a security guard, working for all the residents. I mean. Oh, I get it, they don't want me. Sun Fuqian laughed awkwardly. Before, I came here applying as a family doctor, running from apartment 1 to 100, none wanted me. Later the management said, why not be a security guard, they needed one, these residents are hard to please, 10,000 a month, of course I took it. Chi Su nodded, secretly cursing Lu Yen for shamelessly taking the place of someone else's kindness. He pulled out all of Shun's cigarettes, roughly 7 or 8 boxes, each box selling for 10,000 yuan. Sun Fuqian's eyes instantly lit up. The cigarettes were rolled with tobacco, a kind of herbal plant. A single puff could fill a person with energy, more than coffee could. No matter if the tobacco had spiritual energy or not, it was a priceless treasure. Nowadays, all the market had were e-cigarettes, full of chemicals, weak and harmful. Sun Fuqian had been craving this puff for a long time, so without holding back, he picked up a box, wiped the blood clean, hurriedly tore off the plastic, and urged loudly, "Hor, hor." Chi Su lit it for him, all for you. If you need anything else, tell me, I'll get it for you. Whoa, such confidence. Sun Fuqian grinned, his smile bright. He held the cigarette, inhaled deeply, and looked Chi Su up and down, forget it, the cigarettes are enough. I see life hasn't been easy for you, risking your life to earn money to repay me, I couldn't bear it. He immediately asked, what happened to you? How did this come about? The Wisteria exam. Sun Fuqian understood, touched the Earth Dragon Zune, and laughed, you won, right? I can guarantee, you will definitely get into Wisteria. An ancient tamed beast, no matter how high Wisteria's standards, it wouldn't reject it. The golden retriever saw its master touch another beast, felt jealous, bumped Sun Fuqian with its head, grabbed its dog bowl, and smashed it on the ground, woof. Okay, sorry. Sun Fuqian immediately calmed it. He took out freeze-dried meat and filled a bowl, joking, home beasts are jealous, you've seen it. Its temper is gentle, it doesn't bite, don't be afraid. I'm not afraid of dogs. Chi Su hugged the wronged Earth Dragon Zune, returned it to the beast space, and said, I won, but Wisteria's school style has problems. I don't want to go. Is there a school that clashes with Wisteria? Chen Jingzhong could be so arrogant only because of the school's indulgence. He couldn't believe that Wisteria's top officials acted like this and could make all schools obey, willingly lower themselves, and follow orders. Hearing Chi Su ask this, Sun Fuqiang's smile faded. He peeked outside, closed the window tightly, as if what he was about to say needed privacy. On top of the security booth, Lu Yanma quietly crouched. Sun Fuqiang didn't notice the wall-crawling figure, returned inside, and opened his mouth. He spoke without reservation. Wisteria is full of snobs, not going is the right choice. Poor students getting into wisteria don't start at the peak of life, they step into a nightmare abyss. I won't go into details. Look at Wisteria's forum, you'll see the pride and arrogance. Proud and self-important, that's the label of Wisteria students. You ask which school clashes with Wisteria? Too many, too many. Sun Fuqiang repeated too many to emphasize it. Afraid someone might be listening through the wall, losing his job, he got up again, walked out the door. He circled the security booth over and over, even jumping to look at the top. Lu Yanma anticipated it, landed silently, crouching low. Sun Fuqiang saw no one, finally circled the security booth once more. Lu Yanma bent low, moving around Sun Fuqiang like a shadow, without a single sound. On his shoulder hung a small all-white deer, equally silent. The Sika deer mutated during the contest, almost at the same time as Earth Dragon Zun evolved, becoming an ancient tamed beast, Fuju, reaching growth stage. Fuju's initial skill, Breath Seal. Countless tiny, crystal-clear bubbles drifted around, finer than morning dew, like a membrane, covering the beast's smell, causing sharp-nosed enemies to lose track. The golden retriever couldn't smell it. Skill 2, Environmental Camouflage. The dense bubble layer creates weak visual distortion, making Fuju's figure blurry, if in a damp environment. Like rain or mist, or being in the water, the effect will be greatly enhanced, allowing for brief invisibility. With these 2 points alone, Lu Yanma and the Beast Masters are rain assassins. After inspecting, Sun Fuqiang finally put his mind at ease. He returned to his room and continued, the board of directors of Zitong is made up of officials, so most of the resources in the country are allocated to Zitong Academy. Other school principals can't do anything about it, they can't compete. When resources are insufficient, benefits are low, capable people naturally won't go. Over time, the Beastmaster Academies have been divided into 3 types, top exclusive Zitong, mediocre ones, and third-rate schools. The students at Zitong Academy are far stronger than those at other schools, completely on a different level. They get knocked out just by making eye contact. Do you know about the competition? Chi Su shook his head in confusion. It sounded like a competition between schools. But it seemed meaningless. It was obvious Zitong would win, so what was there to compete about? It's just wasting time. Sun Fuqiang said, the competition is a match between schools. It is held every 2 months. Students enter the 3rd-level secret realm, and the one who kills the most monsters and brings back the most resources wins. It lasts for a week. Oh, it's this kind of competition. Chi Su couldn't help but nod. That's right. It shows the school's strength and eliminates monsters to get real work done. If you can find some treasures, it's a huge improvement for all participants. Of course, it also comes with danger. However, the danger in the 3rd-level secret realm is not high. As long as you're not too weak, there's a 90% chance of surviving. Seeing that Chi Su didn't react much, it was clear that he didn't understand the dangers of the competition. Sun Fuqiang became serious, there are no legal or moral constraints in the secret realm. In previous competitions, the first ones to leave the competition were always Zitong students. Each of them came back with a full load. As for the little geniuses hoping to represent other schools, they either got beaten up, died, or lost their high-quality beasts. No one knows what happened, and no one can get an answer. Nobody's a fool. It's clear that it's the Zitong participants doing it, but there's no evidence, so those school principals just have to swallow their broken teeth. The danger is not the 3rd-level secret realm, it's the people. It's the Zitong students. Sun Fuqiang changed the topic. But in the last competition, just a while ago, at the beginning of October, a student from Jialan Academy killed 13 monsters and got 13 spirit cores. One of them was even dug out from the body of an extraordinary body beast master. Extraordinary body. Chi Su's eyes widened. The extraordinary body in the secret realm is far stronger than the tamed extraordinary body outside. Their combat power is not the same. It's like a crazy person fighting a normal person, the crazy person doesn't care about their life, doesn't follow any rules, no logic. The normal person can hardly defend against them, it's hard to predict what tricks the crazy person will use, where they will attack from. Therefore, the combat power of the extraordinary body in the secret realm is generally much stronger than the tamed ones. That student was able to defeat this level of opponent, they're really impressive. Chapter 24 Jialan Academy. Sun Fuqiang praised this person without reservation, his eyes shining brighter than when he was smoking. That Jialan student entered the top 10 with this achievement, ranking 10th. Although the top 9 were all from Zitong, the resources they brought back were worth slightly less. But in previous years, no one had ever entered the top 10 of Zitong. He's the first one. Among the sea of purple uniforms, that light blue was extremely eye-catching. One battle, and he became famous. Sun Fuqian didn't know if that person had been recruited by Zitong, but the name of Jialan Academy had been completely brought into the spotlight by this outstanding student. He said, if you want to find a new school, I recommend you go to Jialan. Other than Zitong, the requirements for other Beast Master schools aren't that high, anyone can enter. But, you'll have to pay some fees. How much the school wants, you go ask yourself. It was normal for the school to charge money in the past. Textbook fees, teaching fees, material fees, special course fees, dormitory fees, in short, they tried every way to collect money. Now with the secret realm, some paid projects disappeared, all handled through the secret realm. Non-students entering a first-level secret realm must pay $1 million entry fee. If you are a student, you can be exempted with a student ID. But the school would not let students get this cheap for nothing. Students still pay the school tens of thousands, sometimes over 100,000, each time they enter. Both sides gain. Sun Fuqian pointed out the location to Chisu. Jialan Academy is not far, it is in Longyang City, but not in the city center, it is in the suburbs. Taking a taxi from here, 1 or 2 hours, hard to say. If the road is jammed, it will take even longer. Sun Fuqian glanced at his watch. It was just past 12 noon. Teachers at Jialan Academy finish work at 10 in the evening. If you leave now, you will definitely arrive before 10, even if you climb all the way. If that star student is still at Jialan, get me an autograph, my daughter is his fan. No problem. Chi Su replied immediately. He found the location of Jialan, got up to say goodbye, and rushed off without stopping. He did not plan to take a taxi, running instead, to exercise. LV Yenma stopped hiding, immediately following. Why must you go to school? Isn't being my tutor good enough? Chi Su shivered in fright, frowning. Go find someone better. Since there was no life-saving favor, his attitude reversed, purely business. Also, earlier I said I would help you find a second spirit beast. I will, but not for free. I want labor fees. Every question you ask me later will be charged. LV Yenma smiled softly. I never bullied you. Taking anger out on others is not the way of a gentleman. I'm not taking anger out on you, I just realized I mistook the person. Chi Su explained fully. I thought it was you who sent someone to save me. You didn't deny it, shamelessly taking credit for another's favor. Since I never owed you anything, why should I help you for free? Being kind? Being bored? Chi Su muttered a few words, not wanting to talk too much to LV Yenma, and quickened his pace. LV Yenma followed slowly, leisurely, hands behind his back, like on a walk, breathing calmly. In that case, you can't blame others, it's your own mistake. I didn't guide you to make a promise, you proposed it. Now you turn your face and deny, isn't that taking anger out? Chi Su pouted in frustration. He could not confidently say no. Now with anything involving Zitong, he did not want to get involved. Don't follow me, or I will shout. Chi Su threatened. Shout what? LV Yenma asked with interest. Shout that you are tailing a sunny big boy, intending bad things. LV Yenma laughed. Your action is no different from your cousin slandering you. Chi Su slowed down, surprised. You believe I am innocent? Yes, I think your taste isn't so bad. If you wanted bad things, why not choose a pretty one? Chi Su paused. Even not pretty ones can be abused. LV Yenma froze, breath slightly caught. So you really abused her? I did not. Chi Su's face turned pale, urgently denying. She is my cousin, impossible. I thought so. LV Yenma's expression returned calm, moving to the main topic. Though we are friends, Zitong is my father's treasure. Since you and Zitong cannot get along, we are opponents. See you at the early December championship. Business is business, private is private, opponents and friends can coexist, as long as you manage the boundary. I admire you, we can have academic exchanges. At the new school, if things go wrong, I am willing to help. Chi Su fell silent. Chen Jingzhong declared that no spirit beast school would accept him, though the security uncle said other principals were unhappy. Few dared to blatantly defy and go against Zitong. Whether Jilan wanted him was still uncertain. Chi Su looked at LV Yenma. You're following me to help me get into the school? I don't need that. If you don't need it, that's fine. I didn't come to help you. I came to see that famous student. LV Yenma answered honestly. He had heard about this person from his sister. The person had rejected Zitong's olive branch and was still at Jilan. Zitong already had many people preparing to give this person a hard time in the next competition. Naturally, he wanted to see who this second strong opponent was. Passing a drink shop, LV Yenma politely asked, Hey, want some water? Chi Su looked around in confusion. Who are you talking about? Who are you asking? You. What's my name? Chi Su asked. LV Yenma. He paused for a while, Xiao Qi. What Qi? Aren't we friends? Can't you remember your friend's name? LV Yenma changed the subject and took out his phone. Let's add each other as friends first. Chisu stayed silent and did as told, staring at LV Yenma. LV Yenma opened his profile, his moments, and browsed for a long time but found no trace of his name. Then, an even bolder move came. He added the nickname Top Beast Tamer, showing a smile that seemed pleasant but was really quite annoying, trying to cover up. To me, you are this. LV Yenma said sincerely, turning to the store owner to get an orange juice, scanning the code to pay, thinking that should settle the matter. Chisu took the orange juice and stubbornly asked, "What's my name?" LV Yenma immediately switched to a tactic that would make the other person shut up, his voice growing slightly impatient. Baby. It worked brilliantly. Chisu, shuddering, turned and ran away. Chapter 25, Principle of Jilan. In the evening, the sun set, and the light dimmed. The Jilan Academy sat in a remote suburb, grey and old. The tallest building had only 3 floors, lower than Zetone's 2-story Beast Arena. The outer wall of the building was originally probably light beige. It had too many messy graffiti and was stained by rain and moss, some areas dark, some light. Chi-Su couldn't confirm it. The ground was muddy and wet, with a few wild grasses growing through the cracked gaps. The edges of the leaves were covered in dust, drooping and lifeless. The whole school gave off an image of being broken down and decaying. At that moment, a heavy, rough breath sounded in his ears. Chisu turned to look at LV Yenma, who looked more pained than childbirth. His face was twisted beyond recognition, and Chisu felt a strange sense of relief. Let's go back, stop staring. LV Yenma didn't respond but took a deep breath. He released his poor, tiny beast, curling up its body and attempting to sit on it. Fushu didn't dodge, thinking it could hold up over 80 kilograms, standing straight with legs as tall as Chisu's calves. When LV Yenma sat down, Fushu didn't collapse, but its 4 legs started shaking. Go find the principal's office. LV Yenma said. Fushu trembled and took a step, every move difficult, carefully avoiding the potholes. Suddenly, it twisted its foot, and both man and beast fell to the ground, splashing a lot of dirty water. Their white clothes and white fur were both covered in mud. Immediately, their screams echoed one after another. Chisu covered his ears, looking at the completely mad LV Yenma and Fushu, with a speechless expression. He didn't understand, he really didn't understand. It's dirt, not poop, is it really that serious? Chisu ignored them and quickly looked for the teaching building. Generally, the principal's and teachers' offices are set up in the teaching building. He didn't have to spend much effort to find it. Inside the teacher's office, there was only one female teacher. She was alone, wearing a thick black sweater, facing the mirror, focused on her makeup. Her originally ordinary face was now transformed into something exquisite, like a lotus in water, thanks to Asian magic. She took out a fake bang wig and placed it on her slightly thinning forehead. Then, big waves spread out. Just like that, a stunning, beautiful woman appeared out of nowhere. The female teacher took off her thick sweater, revealing a black strapless top, then draped a large leopard print coat over her shoulders, picked up her small bag, and was about to head out. She turned around and was shocked. Oh my! Why didn't you say anything? I saw you were busy, so I didn't interrupt. Who should I talk to for registration? Chi-Su asked. I handle the registration, but I have something to do right now. Go to the 3rd floor to find the principal, she said and walked off to meet her blind date. Chi-Su ran up the stairs after exiting. On the 1st floor of the teaching building, there were 4 classrooms, each noisy as could be. He couldn't hear what the students were talking about, only took a quick glance through the window. Inside the classroom, there were people of all ages, from 50 years old to as young as 15. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a chaotic mix. Only Zita had a clear age range, only accepting students between 18 and 25. Chi-Su withdrew his gaze and found the principal's office, knocking on the door. Come in. The gruff voice sounded somewhat dismissive. Chi-Su pushed the door open and entered. The room was not as shabby as he imagined. The wooden floor, long wooden desk, real leather sofa and chairs, and several framed calligraphy paintings hung on the wall. The principal was a slightly overweight middle-aged man, his sparse hair showing pale skin, and his temples had turned white. He had the face of someone in their 40s but looked much older than his years. On the desk, there was a small brown deer lying down, its face white fur, eyes closed, resting peacefully. Seeing Chi-Su enter, Principal Xiong Meng lifted his head, glanced over lazily. Sit down, I have something to do, wait a moment. With that, he lowered his head and focused on his phone's live stream, his brow furrowed tightly. Chi-Su craned his neck to look at the live stream. It was a treasure app stream. The principal was watching a popular host with over 100,000 viewers. Thanks to Brother Crow for sending 100 big treasure swords. Oh, Brother Crow, it's been a while, do you have something to appraise? Alright, next is your turn. The treasure host cupped his hands in thanks, then continued explaining to another high-profile client connected online. He spoke in great detail, from ancient to modern times, missing no details. Clearly, he was a knowledgeable and talented person. How come someone is cutting in again? Xiong Meng muttered under his breath, his heel tapping impatiently. In this live stream room, only after sending a gift worth 10,000 yuan could your name be added to the list for a connection. He thought he would soon be up, but instead, one old member after another, and even a new member, kept cutting in. Some people, in order to get in line faster, spent 100,000 at once, jumping ahead of the members but staying ahead of regular viewers. Xiong Meng had been waiting for the steer for over a week, but it still hadn't reached his turn. Looking at the situation, if he didn't spend more money, he might never get connected with the host. Xiong Meng gritted his teeth, stomped his foot, and angrily spent 990,000, even opening a 1-month membership, just to get a faster appraisal of this deer. Thanks to my brother Xiong for the membership, thank you brother Xiong. As usual, let's start with the new members first, and Brother Crow, we'll get to you after. Upon hearing this, Xiong Meng finally breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. This deer had taken him over a month to find. Its special white mane seemed to be transforming into an ancient imperial beast, with hair already beginning to show on its head. He had spent 150 million, emptied his entire savings to buy it, even causing his wife to divorce him. He bought this deer, not for anything else, but for Jialan's new star. Zitu had failed to poach talent, secretly sabotaging his business, which led to his current financial struggles, with the school almost on the brink of collapse. Less than 2 months were left until the next grand competition. If the school collapsed before then, the new star couldn't replace Jialan to compete in the championship. Xiong Meng felt he could hold on until the next competition. Even if he had to borrow money at high interest, he was determined to have Jialan slap Zitu across the face again. This deer was his gift to the new star. He knew very well that for the competition in early December, there will certainly be many wisteria students targeting the rising star. If the husband is there, he can protect that person's safety, so they won't die. At this moment, Xiong Meng urgently needed a precise answer, an authoritative confirmation, to spend money to feed the growing deer until it matured. Chapter 26 Reindeer. The host told Crow Brother for about half an hour, then suddenly hit the drum beside him, and the festive background music Good Luck Comes suddenly played. Good luck comes, I wish you good luck brings joy and love, good luck comes we good luck comes. This song meant that the client found a treasure. The public screen barrage quickly spammed, receive good luck. Xiong Meng also sent several messages in a row, feeling a bit excited, almost unable to sit still. A good start, this is a good start. He surely could share in the joy. With all kinds of cool gift effects, the host raised his voice. Crow Brother, this is the ancient beast Cheng Huang for sure. Brother Rong asks, at which level secret realm was this obtained? Crow Brother did not appear, his voice magnetic, with a kind of old money style, sounding like a wealthy young master. He said, bought from the auction house, this Cheng Huang was on the news before, the demon hunting team found it, I don't know at which level secret realm it was caught. Okay. The host nodded and bowed, chatting, spent quite a lot of money, right? Not much, 200 million. Crow Brother casually mentioned the sky-high price, causing an uproar. The public screen captions rolled full, daddy 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 daddy. The host opened his eyes wide, whoa. 200 million. Really worth this price, and more than worth it. He talked freely. It is said there were 6 great spirit foxes in ancient times, the widely known Daji is one, the other 5 are. In Journey to the West, Yalong Daxian, just by the name very powerful, Yalong, war god. Then Xinyue Fox among the 28 constellations, likes to play in the world, meddle with lovers, little honeypot. The exorcising and avoiding misfortune Xingqiu, also well known, curvy, enchanting, proud empress. In Spring and Autumn Records, Nu Jiao, wife of Yu the Great, everyone heard of you controlling the flood, could not do without Nu Jiao's support, excellent virtuous helper. Our Cheng Huang belongs to the leader of 6 great spirit foxes. It is said, as long as you ride Cheng Huang, you can increase life by 2,000 years, but it has long horns on its back, only ruthless people can ride it. And Cheng Huang's unique appearance is very popular among women, you know, hee hee. The host grinned lewdly. Crow Brother, any other questions? Beep. The other side said nothing, disconnected, as if thinking the previous description was vulgar, unwilling to respond. Seeing this, the host's face showed no change, still a careless smile, but inside a bit upset, silently cursing fake. He sipped water, shouted, Brother Xiong, are you there, Brother Xiong, it's your turn. Xiong Meng immediately joined the call, but the camera was not adjusted, showing his big fat face. Yo, Brother Xiong, we are not pigs that become spirits. Raising pigs is useless, pigs cannot become martial Tianpeng. Tianpeng is fictional in novels, in ancient beasts there is no pig species, just send to slaughterhouse. These words made the barrage, spam the screen. The host joked, "Sorry bro, just a joke, bring out the treasure to show." Facing jokes, still asking for appraisal, and so many viewers, Xiong Meng did not get angry. He smiled stiffly, imitated pig sounds a few times, switched to the rear camera, aimed at the deer. Shisu, having nothing to do, had been sitting long, waist sore. He got up, moving body while shifting towards the principal. Actually, in ancient beasts there were pigs, called Ji, eat humans. Shaped like a tiger, with a cow's tail, sounds like a dog, belongs to monsters. Perhaps mentioning this would cause the live room to be banned, so the host simply did not mention it, just said none. This host is a top appraiser on the treasure appraisal platform, named Hontu Dayun Fathathe. He has a common face, yet extremely popular. Many people come for his humorous personality. The host glanced at the deer. "Brother pig, no, what does brother bear think this is?" Xiong Meng said gloomily, "Fu Zhu." The host showed a meaningful smile, picked up the teacup. "Well, let's have the friends in the livestream tell him, they've all been my old fans, they should know the answer, isn't this Fu Zhu?" Hearing this, and seeing the smile, it was clear this deer was not Fu Zhu. As for why it wasn't, no one could answer. In fact, everyone thought it was Fu Zhu, but since the authority had already declared it wasn't, they naturally wouldn't continue acting like fools and started chatting loudly. It's not Fu Zhu, but a very special kind of deer. In ancient times, there was a battle to hunt deer, so this deer is called pig deer. This deer is just an ordinary beast, it's just that the fur on its face hasn't fully fallen off. Don't say it's an ancient beast, it's not even a substandard one. I'm a 2-star beast tamer, and I can confirm it. It's been affected by spiritual energy during development, it has signs of albinism, and its constitution is very weak. It won't live long. This kind of deer is also a new breed. There used to be spotted deer, moose, reindeer, and now the official name is almond, full name Lulixing almond deer. Go to hell. I looked carefully again. Don't mess with me. Xiong Meng's face turned even darker, his lips trembling slightly. The host leisurely said, "Brother bear, although the facts aren't as exaggerated as the bullet comments, this deer is healthy and has no issues, but I'm sorry to tell you, it's not an ancient Fu Zhu. If a deer mutated into Fu Zhu, its fur would change color all over, it would be completely white, not just the head. This deer is most likely dyed by someone, using a dye that's hard to wash off. Since it's dye, I suggest you hurry up and find a way to wash it off, otherwise, over time, it might produce carcinogens and cause the deer's face to rot, and you'll be in trouble too." Next one, "Goodbye brother bear." Xiong Meng's eyes suddenly turned red, unwilling to accept reality, and quickly pulled the camera closer. "Take another careful look at this deer, 150 million, the fur on its face isn't bleached, I've checked." "Buddy." The host interrupted him, "I know you're anxious, but calm down first. Many people have been deceived when buying beast pets, think of it this way, you're not the most foolish one. You even know the deer could mutate into Fu Zhu, which is better than some people who hold a turtle and ask me if it can mutate into a teenage mutant ninja turtle, but if it's not artificially bleached, but evolved naturally like this, then that makes it even clearer it's not Fu Zhu. I already said, if it mutated, all its fur would change color, if only the face changes, then it's not, do you understand what I mean?" The host stroked his chin, eyes full of contempt. "This deer's evolutionary direction is most likely the white-faced reindeer, the kind that pulls Santa's sleigh. Reindeer have either black fur on their faces or some white mixed in. Your beast is just over white, not even a regular mutated beast. If you don't believe me, go ahead, find someone else to look at it. Maybe someone else, after taking your money, will reluctantly say what you want to hear, just to comfort you." Xiong Meng immediately adjusted the camera to the front, hurriedly saying, "When you show it to others, it'll be at least half an hour. That's when they look carefully and make the tamer interact with the beast for a while before making a conclusion. How come when it's my turn, after just a few words, it's next? Your beast can be confirmed at a glance, old brother." The host didn't hold back, dropped the smile, and furrowed his brows. If it can be confirmed at a glance, why waste time? Xiong Meng's nasal voice was heavy, with a slight tone of crying. "I've been looking for over a month in beast shops across the country. I'm the principal, I can tell it's not an ordinary deer, I know beasts. I spent over 100 million. The host impatiently waved his hand, staring directly at the camera. "How long you've been looking, how much you've spent, has nothing to do with me. So what if you're the principal? You're not my principal, you never taught me. What, still want emotional service, huh? I'm not that flirty kind of streamer, you gotta pay extra." The live chat went crazy laughing. "Ha ha 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 ha, gotta pay extra." The streamer turned his face, took a few puffs off camera, speaking as he exhaled smoke. "Let's talk facts. Just looking at this beast, you can't force me to say it's an ancient mutant beast, right? My words have authority. I can't speak nonsense, big brother, don't trick me." Shisu spoke slowly. "It is an ancient mutant beast. Chapter 27. Welcome to join. It is a..." The streamer fell silent, squinting at Xiong Meng, thinking the clear voice just now could not have come from this rough man. Who is it? The principal's son? A student. Shisu stayed out of view to avoid being seen by Z-Tone, or it would start another unstoppable argument, and he would lose in the end. He saw the principal crying uncontrollably, held the person's shoulder, and spoke clearly. It is an ancient mutant beast, but not Fuju, it is another kind, called Lu Shu. At this, the streamer's face changed. Lu Shu? This was beyond his knowledge, he had never heard of it. Xiongmeng looked at Shisu with teary eyes, joking, really? Really? Shisu had already seen it with his magic eyes, thinking the principal would appreciate it and get a treasure. He did not expect that the top appraiser from the official appraisal platform actually did not recognize the treasure. Shisu switched his phone to the rear camera, aimed at the grown reindeer, and explained, Lu Shu blesses the household with many children and prosperity, descendants flourish, career succeeds, attribute, wood. Its feature is a white head with tiger stripes. We won't mention the white head, you already talked about it just now. Look at its brown fur, carefully, there are some black stripes inside. Shisu moved the soft fur, tiger stripes. Then, he lifted the reindeer's short tail with his palm. Deep brown with red, corresponds to Lu Shu's red tail like flame. He held the phone and walked to the window, looked at the row of potted plants, picked up a porcelain pot with outgrown fairy herbs, and said to the reindeer, good, make a sound. The reindeer opened its mouth, its cry clear and melodious, like a song. A shocking scene happened. From the bare porcelain pot sprouted tender green shoots, and the shoots grew taller and taller. In just a second, a pot of lush wheat seedlings fairy herbs appeared in everyone's view. Shisu smiled and put the porcelain pot back in place. Once the fairy herbs absorb some spiritual energy, they can be eaten. Lu Shu's skill can stimulate the growth of spiritual plants, something most beasts cannot do. Upon hearing this, the live stream seemed frozen in time. The streamer sat stiffly, and on the chat screen, no new messages appeared for a long while. Silent and still. After who knows how long, the streamer gritted his teeth and forced out, little brother, which sect are you from? You clearly know what kind of ancient mutant beast that deer is, why come to appraise treasure? He took a deep breath, looking at the camera. Friends in the live room, my knowledge is limited, I admit, but far beyond most people. Otherwise, so many rich people wouldn't ask me for appraisal. No one is all-powerful. Today I misjudged, but the other side is intentionally causing trouble. Somehow they found a rare beast not even in the official records, to ruin my stream. So this person isn't making it up, there really is an ancient mutant beast called Lu Shu? Of course, are you blind? They even showed a unique skill, and you still ask? Does he have an account on the appraisal platform? I want to add him as a friend. Don't add yet, he came to ruin FAGE's stream. Adding him would just give him attention. Is FAGE's management here? Kick him out quickly. Wait. The streamer's face darkened. If he kicked him out now, he couldn't recover, he would lose completely. This was his first defeat, it would definitely be edited into a video and spread on the appraisal platform. By then, this brat's name would spread throughout the Beast Master Circle. To save face, he had no choice but to issue a challenge. I give you 3 choices. First choice, fight me online, we'll appraise the same magical beast, see who is right or wrong in the end, starting at 10 tomorrow morning. Second choice, fight me offline, literal meaning, the result will be pinned at the top, also the day after tomorrow morning, I'll come to you. Third choice, forfeit and admit defeat. The host squinted, now there are over 100,000 viewers in the live room, if you forfeit, everyone will just treat it as a joke. If you accept, the scene will be far beyond your imagination, young man, don't be too reckless, think carefully before answering, losing a small face and losing a big face are not the same. Using reverse psychology, Shisu fell for it. He was fearless, not reckless and still called young? I accept, I choose the first one, account name will be Magic Eye. Good. See you then. As soon as the host finished speaking, the principal's account was kicked out of the live room. Xiongmeng was not angry at all, feeling very happy. He smiled and glanced at Shisu, came to Jialan to sign up? Yes. I won't charge you the registration fee, the school has no dorms, there's a cafeteria, eat as you like, no need to pay for meals either. Xiongmeng added quickly, you don't eat much, right? Shisu knew the principal feared his big appetite would make Jialan's finances worse, so he said, normal appetite. That's good. Xiongmeng breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he fidgeted and chuckled awkwardly, you helped me a big favor, normally, I should waive your fee to enter the first level secret realm, but with the school situation. I understand, how much? Shisu asked. 100,000, I'll give you half price, 50,000. Deal. Shisu nodded, looking at the reindeer, is it the prized student you want to sell me? I mean the one who squeezed into the top 10 of the purple vine in the contest. Not selling, giving. Xiong Meng picked up a pen with his fingers to replace a cigarette and ease the craving, saying sadly, he brought honor to the school, even refused Purple Vine's invitation, I can't show nothing. Luckily this deer really has ancient bloodline, otherwise I would have jumped from upstairs, scared me. The teaching building had only 3 floors, couldn't die from falling, and he didn't intend to die. As long as life remains, everything is possible. If life is gone, then truly no chance. Giving for free, Chi Su couldn't help liking the principle. Giving an ancient magical beast must be for the next contest. But giving Lu Shu was not suitable. Chi Su said, Lu Shu is not battle type, not fit for secret realm, its skill may even cause trouble, letting demonic plants revive. Keep it yourself, let it increase your luck, when you have money, the school can continue, right? Xiong Meng hesitated for a long time, I'll think again, if Xiaowen doesn't take it, I can only keep it, what's your name? Chi Su. Xiong Meng was stunned. He received notice from Purple Vine, but he didn't care about Chen Jingzhong. Purple Vine messed up his Jialan, the grudge was already set, just this one left. Especially this one staring at him was another genius. He must have him. Xiong Meng stood up and gripped Chi Su's right hand, forceful. Welcome to Jialan Academy. Chapter 28, Becoming a 1-Star Beast Master. Chi Su still remembered to get the security uncle's signature, asking about this rising star. Xiaowen went to first level secret realm, usually he stays inside for a week, counting the days, he'll be back soon. Xiong Meng smiled. He always watched, as soon as the star disappeared, he immediately sent people to find him. Xiong Meng picked up car keys, let's go, I'll take you to get the 1-Star Beast Master badge, the appraisal hall is just beyond 5th Street, not far. Okay. Downstairs. LV Yanma and Fu Zhu all disappeared, not sure where they went. Chi Su thought, probably went home, take a bath. No hotel outside is as clean as home, especially with leaky shower joints. If crap falls on the head, next year he could go to LV Yanma's grave. Not exaggerated at all. Chi Su walked with the principal along a street, looking at parked vehicles, wanted to ask which one was the principal's ride, but held back. If the answer is a Yadia electric bike, that would be awkward. They passed another street. Chi Su couldn't help but ask, where is the car? Even if it was an electric car, so what? He didn't even have a bicycle, so how could he mock the principal? Xiong Meng was confused, I don't have a car, I sold it a long time ago. Then why are you holding the car key? Just something handy. Chi Su was speechless. Xiong Meng also felt a little embarrassed. He raised his hand to rub his head and changed the subject, we're almost there, almost there. Just go straight and turn right. Do you know what the identification hall does? Chi Su knew, it's for evaluating the beast tamer's star level. Exactly. Xiong Meng dug at his ear with the car key and explained slowly. The identification hall is run by the government. There's one in every city, and there's one inside Zitong University specifically for Zitong students. Besides evaluating the star level of beast tamers, they also evaluate treasure masters and elixir masters. The streamer you saw in the live broadcast room is a 3-star treasure master. Chen Jingzhong, the one you had issues with, is a 3-star beast tamer. Xiong Meng told him all the details. He took out 2 badges, one was 3-star beast tamer, the other was 1-star elixir master, holding 2 positions. The beast tamer badge was starry sky blue, carved with a person and a dragon, with the person having no facial features, wearing armor and riding on the dragon's back. The elixir master badge was white, engraved with a hand holding a plant, with a round, colorful elixir pattern circling half of the badge. As for the treasure master badge, Chi Su had seen it before, the streamer home to Dayun Fafafa wore it. The badge was pinned on the chest, copper-colored, engraved with an open book, with 3 symbols above it, beast, elixir, and ore. Currently, Chi Su wasn't a master of anything. But soon, he would get his own badge. Xiong Meng put away the beast tamer badge and, with both hands holding the elixir master badge, his eyes filled with a bit of reverence. He explained to Chi Su, in the past, there was no such thing as spirit beast elixirs or bone cleansing pills. These elixirs only appeared after the revival of spiritual energy. People with a background in traditional Chinese medicine worked day and night, experimenting with various spiritual herbs, minerals, and other materials to finalize the formulas. Elixirs aren't easy to make. For example, a qi and blood pill requires different materials for each small step in the process. The materials and dosages vary greatly. What materials are needed? What is the dosage? Which beast tamer essence should be added? And the timing of the fire must all be strictly controlled. Otherwise, it can harm the body. Xiong Meng gathered his hands and stored the badge close to him. Currently, I can only perfectly replicate low-grade yellow-tier elixirs. The higher the grade, the more complicated the process, and the materials used are rare and hard to find. Xiaowen entered the secret realm to help me find materials. After successfully refining and selling the elixirs, we split the earnings 50/50. If you're interested, we can cooperate. Chisu nodded in agreement. After I finish the online PK, I'll go to the first level secret realm. He wasn't just challenging the duel for face. He planned to use the name of Magic Eyes to make money. He couldn't back out now. At this point, the only thing outside of his knowledge was alchemy, and the principal was the best teacher. Chisu increasingly felt that coming here was the right choice. It was a pity he didn't meet a new star and couldn't get an autograph. The security uncle would have to wait a few more days. The identification hall building was golden and triangular. There weren't many people in the hall. The official staff were bored, fiddling with their phones. Becoming a one-star beast tamer was no simple task. First, it required the school's accompaniment. It wasn't just about bringing the beast and getting the badge. Secondly, it was necessary to test the beast's obedience, loyalty, gentleness, as well as its quality, skill, power, and other aspects. If any of these didn't meet the standards, you'd have to go home and practice some more before coming back. It was very strict. Chisu walked up to the counter. The official glanced up, put down the phone, and said, "Follow me." She led Chisu to the identification room and went through a series of processes. With the endorsement of Principal Jiaolan and Xiong Meng, he successfully received his badge. At this moment, Chisu deeply realized how great the benefits were for a one-star beast tamer. Where to Play gets a 5% discount, and buying anything too, including miraculous elixirs. As for the 200,000 subsidy, and benefits from elixirs, that depends on the rules of the Beast Taming Academy. Jiaolan obviously had nothing, but Chisu was content. A 5% discount, he could save a big pile of money later. Chisu was about to leave the appraisal hall, but Xiong Meng grabbed him, forcefully pulling him to the wall-side display cabinet. Xiong Meng looked at his watch, mumbling, wait a bit more, until exactly 9 o'clock, the last batch of premium snacks will arrive." 9 o'clock? Chisu was startled. It was only 8 now. He was a little confused. Wait an hour, just to buy snacks? Xiong Meng said seriously, "These are not ordinary snacks, they are high-end snacks for beasts, called hypoallergenic freeze-dried rabbit meat, can effectively increase loyalty, and the key is they are not expensive, you can afford it." Not expensive means how much? Chisu knew clearly, his spending view was different from the principal's. What the other meant by not expensive could be 10,000 per bag. With that money, he might as well take Earth Dragon Zune to a restaurant to eat. There were still farms in the market, as long as the animals did not reach low quality, low intelligence, poor talent, weak body, or deformities would be sent to restaurants as human food. The price, same as before, less than 100, could eat a big plate of spicy rabbit meat. In other words, low-quality products sold in the beast shop were already the elite of the animal world. Moreover, he did not need to increase Earth Dragon Zune's loyalty, 100 points was the max, unchanged till now. Xiong Meng saw Chisu's unwillingness, not knowing Earth Dragon Zune's loyalty, clicked his tongue. "Why are you so stingy? That is your own beast, not unrelated. Don't think loyalty over 50 points means it will be devoted, unless it reaches 100 points, in danger it could abandon you." Chisu just opened his mouth, but was interrupted by Xiong Meng. 210 yuan, 240 G per bag, using 8:1:1 raw bone meat formula, 80% muscle, 10% bone, 10% organs. Xiong Meng emphasized, "Notice, this is not ordinary rabbit meat, the raw material is rabbits that absorb spiritual energy, frozen to preserve meat, contains a little spiritual energy, tiny but it's there." Hearing this, Chisu's attitude flipped, decisively sitting on a nearby seat, waiting by the cabinet for the rabbit. Even though Earth Dragon Zune's loyalty was full, the snack was only 210. And contained spiritual energy. Not buying would be a loss. Xiong Meng smiled, leaned down to sit, took the front row seat, chatting casually with Chisu. "Wisteria told me, said you're that cousin, is it true?" Xiong Meng treated it as nonsense. Wisteria wanted to ruin someone, could say anything, do anything, he himself was a victim. It was just that he refused to be undermined. Look at his Jiaolan now, should have risen to fame, now facing near closure. His wife divorced him, not just because of buying overpriced beasts, but because he offended the wrong people, for the child's future, had to cut ties. Xiong Meng thought Chisu was wronged, but he wanted to hear him deny it personally, then he could safely accept the student. Chisu slowly said, "You already said it's cousin, blood-related, what can I do?" He looked down, picking at his fingers, mouth with a trace of bitterness. "In all my life, never thought the one stabbing me hardest would be family." "Then your parents? Did they help report to police?" Xiong Meng asked further. "They died early, I'm the only one at home." I see. Xiong Meng was silent for a long time, put his arm around Chisu's shoulder. "Though people's sufferings can't be compared, your situation is indeed not bad, carefree, no illness, no debt, light body. Xiaowen is different, father likes gambling, mother biased, he also has a younger brother, spends like water, grandparents paralyzed, whole family depends on him. Have you heard about him bringing out 13 beast spirit cores from the secret realm?" Su nodded. I've heard of it. Everything's been sold, nearly 80 million, and it's still not enough to fill the hole in his family. Xiong Meng sighed as he spoke. His father owes a mountain of debt, and the hospital wants their money too. Don't even mention the hospital, they're being humane, letting him delay a few days. But the casino and the loan sharks, they won't give him any time. The people there have a whole bunch of extraordinary beasts protecting them. How can you fight that? You can only pay back the money. If he can't repay, it's not his parents who'll suffer, not his useless brother, it will be him. With his talent, if fully exploited, he could make people a fortune. Xiong Meng clenched his knees and lowered his head. I'm useless too, I can't help him. As long as his father is still around, their family is a bottomless pit. No matter how much money you throw at it, it won't fill up. I can't even advise him to go to Zitu. Zitu isn't a place for poor families. If he goes there, he'll just lose more and it'll be even harder to live. Su stood there in shock, not expecting that there were people even worse off than him in this world. His gossiping cousin and his gambling father were nothing compared to the situation his family was in. When it came to horrible families, Xiaowen had one. Su felt a desire to help and wanted to donate some money. But just as the principal had said, once gambling was involved in the family, it became a bottomless pit. No amount of money would help. Xiaowen could only rely on himself to fight through it. As Su half closed his eyelids, his voice flat, I found a place, no need to trouble yourself. You bastard, trying to throw money at me. But luck wasn't on his side. Lu Yenmo, drive. Wait. Su called out, staring at Lu Yenmo's lace gloves. Are you participating in the battle royale? Yeah, I'm joining. You've already declared war on Zitu, how could I just sit back? But how are you going to go like this? The secret realm is really dirty, abandoned for a year with no one to take care of it. Ha! Lu Yenmo suddenly inhaled sharply, as if struck by a bolt of lightning, his body leaning back, his mouth slightly open, and he froze completely. Su's tone was strange. You didn't think someone cleans the secret realm, did you? You didn't think there's a janitor, did you? No way, young master. Lu Yenmo quickly sat up straight and asked desperately, not even level 3? You won't go even if I pay you? Not even level 1 cleaners, that's a secret realm, not an amusement park, Su said with a smile. He wanted to push Lu Yenmo away, so he would have one less rival to worry about. He had found him a small-time assassin, Fu Zhu, but he couldn't risk turning the stone and hitting his own foot. What if Fu Zhu came back and assassinated him? Lu Yenmo's face turned ashen, and he remained silent for a long time. After these few days of getting to know him, Lu Yenmo realized Su was no simple person. If he let that person show his power in the competition and make it into the top 10, then Ztone would become a joke. Thinking of this, it seemed like he had made up his mind. Get in the car, I'll take you home. A cleanliness obsession can be changed, but an extreme obsession requires extreme measures. Before Lu Yenmo entered the shared apartment, he had already imagined many unpleasant scenes. For example, the house was old, messy, with piles of dirty dishes in the sink, and a stench filling the air, all of which were within his mental tolerance. But when he stepped into the living room, he realized his imagination was far too lacking. Lu Yenmo tightly covered his nose and mouth, the veins on the back of his hand popping out as he quickly ran toward the bathroom. He slammed the door open, and a black and yellow toilet entered his view without warning. Inside, a rat the size of a forearm was happily taking a bath, blowing out murky yellow bubbles. He couldn't take it anymore, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted onto Chisu's body. Lu Yenmo woke up the next morning. He looked around and found himself lying in bed. The person beside him was still asleep, sprawled in a very bold posture, one leg hanging off the bed, snoring heavily. Lu Yenmo frowned, pinched Chisu's shirt that was pulled up, gently tugged it down to cover his belly button, which could easily collect dirt, and looked around the bedroom. The bedroom was small, the walls yellowed, and from the style of the decoration, he was still in the shared apartment. But this room was much cleaner than the outside, with smooth, clean ceramic floors, daily necessities neatly arranged, barely acceptable in terms of tidiness. The large window was wide open, ventilating the room, so there was no strange odor inside. Lu Yenmo nodded unconsciously. Right, this was the scene he had mentally prepared for, something he could accept. But those things outside, he could guarantee that even someone without obsessive cleanliness would not stand it. Chisu noticed the movement beside him, lazily turned over, reached out and touched, then opened his drowsy eyes, morning. Since the last fight in the small forest, all the tenants in the house had been caught for extorting by placing cockroaches. But they couldn't be locked up for long, they were all young, a few days in detention and then kicked out of Longyang City, banned from stepping foot there for 3 years. So he had rented this room, at 1,500 yuan a month. With a level 1 Beast Tamer badge, he even got a 5% discount. At this moment, the Earth Dragon King was curled up on the balcony, meditating, surrounded by snack bags. In one night, it had eaten over 4,000 yuan worth of rabbit meat, now basking in the sun to digest. The dragon's face was extremely content, as if it was the happiest Earth Dragon King in the world. Seeing this, Shisu gave up on the idea of educating the child. This kid had suffered a lot since following him, never tasted any good things. Let him show off his dazzling light and buy some happiness with money, that wouldn't be bad. Shisu rubbed his eyes, got up, and started picking up the empty snack bags. Are you going out later? Lu Yenmo asked. I need to buy some necessary items to enter a level 1 secret realm. Shisu had never been there, but he had heard that the food inside had all gone bad, the water source was polluted, and it was inedible and undrinkable. He had to bring some food with him. In the secret realm, some buildings had not collapsed, and the bedding was complete, so one could stay there. Thus, bedding and sleeping bags were necessary. Vroom vroom. Shisu checked the text message from the principal, which listed the names of the required spiritual herbs. Return spirit herb, blood clotting vine, soul calming flower, explosion fruit, frost dew grass, firefly moss. The names of plant species were mostly updated and renamed based on their effects. There was also the rock turtle shell blue, bezoar, deer antler, toad venom gland sac, paralysis and pain relief, etc. The principal gives only common ones, the type easily found in the secret realm. These materials can make low-level life energy pills, mana recovery pills, essence nurturing pills. As for cinnabar, realgar, sulfur and other minerals, they exist outside the secret realm, in plenty. If you meet Xiao 1, please take extra care. Principal Xiong. Shisu memorized the list, replied, okay, and transferred 50,000 entrance fee to the principal. He looked at the idle high-class second-tier brat. Lu Xiao, still coming with me? Lu Yenmo nodded. I'll go with you to a first-level secret realm to look around, get used to it first. Hearing this, Shisu stated in advance, if we encounter a swamp you must cross, I won't carry you on my back. Forget that idea early. I believe I can do it myself. Go for it, Lu Xiao Mao. Chapter 30. Start a fight. Evening. The restaurant is on the top floor of the mall, many diners, only 1 or 2 tables empty among a dozen or so. Shisu pulled out a chair and sat, placing carefully selected supplies on the ground, picked up the menu, and said to the waiter, 1 tomato egg rice bowl, 1 big plate of chicken, very spicy, my pet likes it. 1 cold jellyfish salad, drinks 1 cup of fairy grass nectar half sugar no ice, 1 cup of QQ9 ice so good to drink mapu tea. Okay sir. The waiter recorded it, looked at Lu Yenmo, and for you? Lu Yenmo wore the highest protection KN100 mask, squatting by a plastic chair. He used wet wipes and disinfectant, meticulously cleaning the chair, as if handling a priceless treasure. The waiter dared not disturb him, seeing his seriousness, seeking Chisu's help. Chisu answered for Lu Yenmo, make double of what I just ordered. Okay. The waiter hurried off. Before dinner, Chisu and Lu Yenmo had lunch together. He found this young master was not as difficult as imagined, with common tastes, only requirement was cleanliness. The dishes and drinks he ordered were very popular, likely something Lu Yenmo liked too. Chisu's eyes fell on the supplies Lu Yenmo selected, nothing ridiculously expensive, all high-cost performance items among affordable products. This person was not a big spender, seeking quality and practicality. He didn't buy flashy, overpriced things, especially branded goods, very low-key. Lu Yenmo finished cleaning the chair, opened a shopping bag, took out a transparent raincoat to wear, held a strong dirt-removing spray, and went straight to the kitchen. Chisu was used to this by now, didn't ask a thing. That person went to be the restaurant's free cleaner, making sure the kitchen was spotless. But doing this, when his food would come, nobody knew. Maybe 2 hours later. 2 hours for breakfast, 2 hours for lunch, 2 hours for dinner, a day passed like this. Chisu felt he did nothing, yet felt tired. Mentally tired. Out of boredom, he opened his phone to watch, home to Dian FAFAFA, live broadcast. Tomorrow morning at 10 is a PK, he wanted to see what the opponent was doing now. Coincidentally, FAFAFA was chatting with fans about this, popularity reached over 300,000. Welcome new friends entering the live room, welcome. Because of high popularity, Magic Eye entered live room, notification was folded, Wang Defa didn't see it. He chatted alone, no treasure appraisals today, everyone knows tomorrow I have a very important PK at 10 AM, family, mark the time, please support a lot. Jubo, I am new, what are PK rules? Just send gifts? Wang Defa glanced at the comments. The questioner was a tourist system name, no V badge, meaning total gifts sent less than 100,000, maybe not even 1 cent. He shook his head, humming, treasure appraisal platforms are not like this, not an entertainment platform. Other apps act all fancy to see who can grab money faster, we compete with knowledge, saying that insults me, admin, kick them out. If you don't understand the rules, don't ask stupid questions, this is the official treasure appraisal, not do something, seriously, FAGU doesn't need your small gift money. Competing with gifts? What, you don't even have a V badge, how much can you really gift FAGU? Spirit revival has been a year, and you're still a newbie. That just shows you're not in our beast circle. Don't force into someone else's track. Go check your women's toilet. Women's Toilet, the app with most female users, originally called Show Something Book. Many fake crazy talks spread from there, also the hotspot of male-female conflict. The 3 words Women's Toilet popped up, the bullet screen went crazy. Wang Defa watched these provocative messages, didn't stop them. The more they argue, the more lively the livestream, the fiercer the better. The person just kicked out came back with a new account, called, So What If I Have No V Badge? Without a word, they slammed 10 big swords, 10,000 spent, and the username got a level 1 V Badge diamond icon. Rich sister, crazy. Stinky men, this is called judging people by eyes. Got slapped, huh? This episode is my custom revenge queen, sister is fierce. On the other side of the V1 account, Chi Rongrong felt relieved. She curled in the 4-person dorm, chin up, kept typing, now can someone tell me the PK rules? Just 10,000 and acting proud, little sister, not telling you, make you mad, don't say fa goo. Only 10,000 to be a big heroine? Ha 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 ha. V10 user spammed haha V16, V21 followed with mockery. Chi Rongrong gritted her molars. Angry and impulsive, she dumped the 20,000 that Wisteria subsidized, V-badge number became 3. Just this? Been holding back, V3 at max? Not a big heroine? Big heroine only has 30,000 in pocket? Seeing this, Chi Rongrong's face turned red, both angry and frustrated. She just asked a question, didn't attack anyone, why are all barking here? She clenched her phone, fingers tapping the screen loudly, I am Wisteria's. After posting, a cold smile curled on her lips, a bunch of losers who can't even get into Wisteria, why laugh at me? Unexpectedly, the bullet messages got worse. I'm still your dad. Wisteria what, just because Wisteria can show off? True bosses in Wisteria never show off the name, so you're just a talker, believe she's Wisteria or believe I'm Qin Shi Huang. Long live the Emperor. Long live. 10,000 years. Damn. Chi Rongrong's gums almost broke, immediately took out her student ID, posted video with account unblurred. She returned to the livestream, check my profile. If you dare, offline duel. Wang Defa casually clicked, eyes lit up. Not saying a great beauty, a little beauty still fits the bill. Seeing her style, either a rich kid suddenly wealthy, or a poor proud kid. Looking at her V-badge, spend half a day to get V3, no more movement, clearly a poor proud kid. Poor with only pride left. Beautiful, talented, but no money, isn't this a chosen toy? Chapter 31 Young Master? Wang Defa followed Chi Rongrong, planning private chat after livestream. He changed his tone, brothers, give me face, stop now, almost cyberbullying, she's just a girl, don't bully her. Fa good, did you check the beauty's profile? Fa go betrayed. Fa go forgets loyalty for beauty. Father and son served the country, why betray the emperor? Emperor why rebel? Wang Defa laughed covering mouth, realized it was inappropriate, said, I'll send a red envelope, the biggest on appraisal platform, 10,000, every 10 minutes, until my livestream ends, remind me brothers. WTF. Fa go, I knew I followed right. Fa go is the undisputed top treasure appraiser. What kind of thing is the magic eye that dares to challenge Fa go in a PK? It's just a clown pulling in traffic, whether or not he dares to accept the challenge is another matter. You should check the Magic Eye's fan count, it's currently 3,100. Out of those, 3,000 are our brothers infiltrating the enemy ranks, and the remaining 100 are probably bots from the platform. The topic naturally turned to the Magic Eye. Wang Defa stopped keeping secrets and spoke in a deep tone, the PK rules are, tomorrow, 10 lucky people will be randomly chosen. Both of us will authenticate beast spirits together. Listen, handsome guys and pretty girls in the livestream, the beast spirits you're going to authenticate should look as weird as possible. Something with strange shapes, hard to tell what kind of creature it is, would be ideal. Only then will it be fun to authenticate. With those words, Wang Defa pulled a few ancient books, scrolls, and some damaged manuscripts from the bookshelf behind him. He sat in front of the camera and carefully laid these treasures on the table. During the beast spirit authentication, you can refer to materials and get 5 minutes to look things up. The recovery of spiritual energy has only been a year. How could I memorize so much knowledge in such a short time? We're serious here, it's impossible. Could you get into Tsinghua or Peking University in a year? Impossible, right? So, we allow some outside help. Wang Defa adjusted the camera so that the audience wouldn't see the content of the ancient books. This was normal, all these were priceless collectibles bought at high prices, and you couldn't just leech off them. Therefore, no one joked around or tried to sneak a peek. Wang Defa continued, the Magic Eye side can do the same. We're not doing double standards. We'll authenticate 10 people, and the total score will be 10 points. At the end, we'll calculate the total score to decide the winner. I trouble you all to convey this to the magic eye. I'm going to start cramming now. 3 hours later, I'll end the stream, and the red envelopes will be sent as usual. Little assistant, keep an eye on the red envelopes, don't let them stop. Okay, FA Goo. Go FA Goo. We support you. The serious man is the most handsome. FA Goo, I've already messaged Magic Eye privately, but he hasn't replied, playing dead. Seems like he's planning to ghost you. Don't do this, FA Goo is not even earning money, preparing for the battle. If he's ghosted, then it's a huge loss. Wang Defa glanced at the comments, what loss? I'm sending money to the family. How can that be called a loss? Without your support, there wouldn't be today's Wang Defa. Big shots, I have one request. If I lose, please be gentle with your words. If I win, don't go after Magic Eye. Cyberbullying is bad. If he sabotages my stream or has bad character, that's his problem. I can't learn from him, right? At this point, FA Go is still considering the opponent, crying out TAT. Magic Eye, get out here. Listen to yourself. Just for this, you've already lost. I beg Magic Eye, please don't ghost FA Go, I'm still waiting to see FA Go slap him in the face. A petty person who wins once and then disappears without a trace, it's just disgusting. If he doesn't show up tomorrow, I'll take people to dig him up offline and take revenge for FA Go. Wang Defa acted as the peacemaker, don't do that, don't do that. It's not that serious. Everyone, calm down. If he backs out, it'll be my bad luck. He changed his tone, but I think he will definitely start the live stream on time. Our stream has more than 500,000 viewers now. I'm a big streamer, and there are too many people who want to grow their accounts using me. If he doesn't do the PK, how will he grow his account? Even if Magic Eye loses, it's fine. Any publicity is good publicity. I'm giving him this chance. As soon as he said this, comments blasting Magic Eye for being shameless and feeling sorry for FA Go flooded the screen. He's just acting. Hearing this, Chi-Su raised his neck and looked up at the sweating Lu Yenmo. The other person had changed into a new set of clothes, and his old ones were nowhere to be seen. Counting it up, he had changed 3 sets of clothes today, and even his shoes had been replaced. Lu Yenmo wiped the chair again and sat across from Chi-Su, saying, someone about to fight for dignity wouldn't have the time to go live. And he's interacting with the comments while reading books. His mind is clearly not on the ancient books. He wouldn't do this unless he's absolutely sure of victory. That makes sense, Chi-Su thought the same thing. He ignored the 99 plus private messages behind the scenes, no need to look, it's definitely people cursing him for gaining attention. Chi-Su said, I think this brother FA most likely hired some stooges, 10 of them, who memorized the answers in advance. He had no idea what beast he would identify tomorrow, but the other side knew it all too well. If he didn't have the Magic Eye, he would definitely lose. This move is sneakily underhanded. At this moment, the food was finally served. After Mr. Lu carefully selected the ingredients, the 2 plates of tomato and egg rice smelled extra fragrant. Lu Yenmo picked up the chopsticks sterilized with high heat, the scorching temperature made his fingertips turn red, but he remained unfazed. He held the chopsticks in one hand and a spoon in the other, using the chopsticks to scoop the rice into the spoon, bringing it to his mouth, chewing slowly, savoring every bite. Chi-Su wasn't so particular, he grabbed the plate and devoured the food in large mouthfuls, finishing in less than 5 minutes. He put down the empty plate and stared at Lu Yenmo. If you had the Magic Eye, would you still show up for the appointment? This PK match, once again, was one where neither winning nor losing would result in anything good. As long as he won, he would be seen as a small person who used the big streamer's platform to get attention, drawing traffic for himself. Although this was indeed his thought, once FA was exposed to the public, word would spread quickly, and most of those entering his livestream for identification would probably just be looking for trouble, not to mention giving gifts. Without gifts, he wouldn't have any money to receive. It's really hard to make money, but even harder to swallow the bitter truth. Lu Yenmo swallowed the rice in his mouth and then spoke, I don't have the Magic Eye, your hypothetical question is meaningless. But that streamer, I don't like him. I blocked him after watching just one of his live broadcasts. He explained the reason. That day, a country bumpkin was holding a piglet. Before he even had a good look, he said he was sending it to the slaughterhouse, and I couldn't finish the identification, just hurriedly glanced at it. Whether that pig will mutate is another story, but I didn't finish looking at it. Why did he take it away? So annoying. What makes it even harder to understand is that this kind of person actually accumulated millions of followers. What kind of people are these? Lu Yenmo shook his head while speaking, pouting. Chi-Su. So Lu Yenmo meant that he entered someone else's live stream as a visitor, only because his visitor hadn't finished identifying a piglet, he blocked the streamer. Okay, no problem. Chi-Su casually echoed, I don't like him either. I support Magic Eye to take him down. Which side do you support? At this moment, Chisu already had a plan in mind. The other side had hired stooges and memorized the answers in advance, so what? The outcome could still be decided. Chisu saw that Lu Yenmo suddenly stopped responding and lowered his head quietly to eat. When Lu Yenmo looked up, he didn't meet Chisu's gaze but turned his neck to look into the distance, as if something unusual was catching his eye. Chisu thought Lu Yenmo hadn't heard, so he asked again, I support Magic Eye, which side do you support? Who do you support? As the words fell, the light above Chisu's head dimmed. At some point, the surrounding customers stood up and gathered around him. Every one of them summoned their beasts, glaring at him fiercely. Clearly, these were all fanatical fans of FA. Chisu's eyes widened in shock, and he looked again at Lu Yenmo, who was still eating quietly. That person lowered his eyelids, calm as if he had never criticized FA earlier, seeming as if he had no clue, as if he was deaf to everything outside the window. Lu Yenmo raised his hand to cover his forehead, blocking Chisu's burning gaze, pretending that the two of them weren't familiar, muttering, add a bit more salt, it will taste better. He slightly lifted his index finger and pointed it at Chisu. Chisu's eyes grew even wider, filled with disbelief. Wait, he just sold me out? Among the onlookers, a tall and strong man took a step toward Chisu. Don't disturb the other guests, come with us. Dining with strangers like this is quite common, especially at mealtimes, it's normal to eat together. Chisu remained unmoving, glaring at Lu Yenmo with eyes full of knives, summoning the Earth Dragon King. As soon as the Earth Dragon King appeared, the man immediately took several steps back. Others quietly returned to their seats as if nothing had happened. Chisu saw the waiter bring the big plate of chicken, placing it in front of Di Longzun, and coldly said to Lu Yenmo, I want to break off our friendship. If you follow me again, I will beat you to death. No loyalty at all. Sorry, I have OCD, I don't like fighting, Lu Yenmo apologized quickly, full of innocence in his tone, besides, I see you can handle yourself, you don't need me. Chisu. Lu Yenmo was skilled at the apology process, taking a gold bar from his pocket. Chisu declined, I do not accept reward for no merit. Lu Yenmo then switched to a small bag of mint candies, pushing it to Chisu, eagerly waiting for forgiveness. Sigh. Chisu sighed, took the mint candies, eat quickly. Lu Yenmo sped up his eating, asking, when are we going to the level 1 secret realm? Tomorrow afternoon, I already bought the ticket. There is a bus that goes straight to the level 1 secret realm, nearly 3 hours journey. To be honest, Chisu felt a bit nervous, going alone felt a little shaky. Lu Yenmo's spiritual power is over 3,000, able to protect him while collecting herbs. Maybe. In any case, it's a reassurance pill. Chapter 32 Live PK. After dinner. Lu Yenmo refused to go home with Chisu no matter what, and they parted ways. Chisu woke from a nap, sitting cross-legged on the balcony, placing his phone on the wooden cabinet. He switched to the front camera, showing only below the neck, just in case, still wearing a mask. Right now, he feared someone like Lu Qingqiu digging into his ancestors, so he contacted a knowledgeable principal in advance. The principal had wide connections, and the appraisal platform hid his new account ID, no one could see it. Magic Eye Live. Followers all received a pop-up notification and rushed in, making the live stream's popularity soar. 500, 1,000, 3,000, 5,000, the number kept growing. Bad news, the public chat was unbearable, full of trash talk, most with V marks. Clown MO, how much money did you take from FA Go? Thought about the consequences? Relying on FA Go to start the account, who gave you the courage? FA Go is live too, go support him. Once the bullet screen appeared, all the V marks left, only the non-V black fans kept spamming. Chisu ignored them completely. Not because he didn't want to fight back with words, but because he had high quality, wouldn't insult, preferring action over words. Top popular streamer 3-star appraiser Great Luck FA sent a co-stream request. Chisu clicked accept, the screen instantly split in two. Then, Wang Defa used privileges, splitting the screen into 3. He and Chisu were on the left and right sides, the middle black screen allowed viewers to join the co-stream. Above both accounts, there was a gift progress bar. Wang Defa's red, Chisu's blue, the viewers' donations determined the length of the red and blue bars. At this moment, red absolutely crushed blue, pushing blue to the edge of the gift progress bar, almost invisible. FA Go, as you said, he really started on time, trying to ride your popularity. Even Black Red is still red, look at his livestream viewers, 4,000 plus, if not for FA Go, such a small streamer, I would swipe past. 4,000 plus all our allies. Don't hurt them. They are our own. Just here for fun. Wang Defa's livestream was flooded with flashy gifts. V53 sent 99 big swords. V47 sent 99 big swords. V67 Crow sent 666 big swords. Thanks to my Crow for the donation. Thanks Crow, 666 big swords. Wang Defa jumped excitedly, wishing he could kowtow on the spot. 6.66 million. Oh my god. Today really opened my eyes, this scene could go down in history. My class tutor skipped class, used big screen to show the livestream. Our boss too, said a meeting, turns out watching livestream. This livestream is full of value, appraising rare beasts, FA good teaching for free, who could miss this? On Chisu's side, ignoring the public chat full of stars, it was silent, yet not unnoticed. Those who had lost to Wang Defa before. Frantically giving him free likes, among them was Principal Xiong Meng. Wang Defa controlled the scene effortlessly, raising his hands. To be fair, the friends randomly selected are not me, Wang Defa, nor our Wang family army admins, nor our little assistants, but the mentor I specially invited, Purple Vine Tutor, 3-star Beast Master Chen Jingzhong, Teacher Chen. The next 10 friends will be personally drawn by him. Remember what I said yesterday? Friends applying for voice chat, your beasts must look strange, so you can't tell what they are. This is to test the knowledge reserves of me and Clown Demon. Don't apply for voice chat if you don't have such a beast, taking up space. This live show is watched by everyone, whoever wastes time showing off, consequences are on you. Knowledge reserves, Chisu curled his lips, lifting the Dragon King's mouth. The key to winning lies exactly in this knowledge. The other side had memorized answers, but the answers were split into simple version and detailed version. The detailed version had more words meant stronger. But you can't just talk for no reason, can't drift off topic, otherwise it will backfire. You need to find the right chance. Wang Defa wiped his forehead, showing his wet fingertips to everyone, smiling awkwardly. I'm sweating, everyone can see my pressure, I didn't even take the college exam this seriously. So I hope Clown Demon can also show strength, give full effort. Even if not a single answer is correct, he must persist till the end. This respects everyone's attention and is the basic quality of a streamer. No more nonsense, please all stand up, whatever you're doing, put down your work, open recording software, witness together my high moment defending the title of #1 treasure appraiser. Please welcome the first friend. Show your beast. On the screen appeared a shiny blade about 1.2 meters long. At first glance, it looked like a sickle, but the handle was 2 bent hind legs. A flood of question marks filled the screen comments. Wang Defa cleared his throat. Everyone calm down, this friend is not messing around, this beast is called Sickle Blade Mantis, also known as Living Sickle. Look at the blade tip, use 2 fingers to zoom the screen. Do you see the beast's triangular head? Keep zooming, you'll see compound eyes made of thousands of hexagonal crystals. Whoa! It's really a beast. Alive. Its eyes are shining. Why isn't Clown Demon saying anything? Confused? He has no idea what this is, how can he explain, yet shamelessly trying to attract attention here? What's the use of attracting attention if no one gives gifts, ha? Wang Defa laughed and pointed the spear tip at Chisu. Clown Demon, last time you tricked me with the deer shoe, back then you knew, I didn't, you won. Now, it's fair treasure appraisal. Friends can show any beast, neither of us knows. Fairer can't be fairer. This is the time to test real skill, I've said enough, it's your turn. Chisu thought, those who memorized the correct answer were different, Blade appeared and he immediately responded, afraid of missing the chance to shine. Now, he had to play sweet to mess with his mindset. Chisu pretended not to understand, FA go, what creature did the Sickle Blade Mantis evolve from? Blade Arm Mantis. Wang Defa said without hesitation. Chisu smiled strangely, are you sure? With that smile in question, Wang Defa felt inexplicably anxious, uncertain. He looked down in his book, then searched online, finally confirming, yes, Blade Arm Mantis. Blade Arm Mantis is about 40 centimeters long, an arboreal predator, a species existing 1.8 million years ago. Now rare, nearly extinct, its evolutionary direction is the Sickle Blade Mantis. Wang Defa focused on the comments saying, keep going, calming himself, fully showing what professionalism is. One more point, Sickle Blade Mantis is not an ancient beast. What is ancient? It is measured in hundreds of millions of years. The beast has an ancient bloodline from millions of years ago, that's what makes it an ancient mutated beast. What we are looking at is a Sickle Blade Mantis, its evolutionary path is normal, it hasn't mutated into another creature, nor does it have an ancient bloodline, it just looks strange. But rare things are valuable, you know, even though its talent is average, signing a beast contract with it is just a waste of points, it can still sell for a decent price, and be considered a unique collector's item. Chisu waited for Wang Defa to finish speaking and asked, anything else to add? Wang Defa thought hard, searching his mind, and lightly uttered 2 words, no, nothing. He then said, since you asked what kind of creature it evolved from, it means you don't know anything. I won't charge for the tuition, next. Wait. Chisu spoke in a calm voice, now that you've finished, it's my turn. His thoughts were clear, the Sickle Blade Mantis also has another type of evolution, called the Linea Mantis. You say this is a sickle blade mantis, but do you know, the Linyu mantis looks almost identical to the former? They both have sickle-shaped limbs, but with subtle differences. The curve of the sickle, the thickness of the blade, and the color of the compound eyes all have slight differences, easily confusing people. Chapter 33, Real or Fake Centipede. Wang Defa's face changed color. What's going on? Does this mean he mixed things up? Although he didn't know what a Linyu mantis was, after the lesson from Lu Shu last time, the demon I said there's such a creature, so it's probably real. Wang Defa was getting uneasy, wanting to privately message Qin Jingzhong to confirm. The owner of the sickle blade mantis didn't know what it was either, just thought it was a curiosity, bought it to play with. Without signing the beast contract, they couldn't see the beast's information and didn't know the exact name of the beast. The information on the sickle blade mantis was something he asked Qin Jingzhong about, that's how he got the authoritative answer. At this moment, Wang Defa doubted if Qin Jingzhong had made a mistake. The most important thing is that this first customer is his annual member, who spent 9.99 million, voluntarily acted as his agent, a loyal fan who wouldn't betray him. The next 9 customers were also all agents, all annual members, very close relationships, ensuring that he could successfully redeem himself. Their friendship was built on trust, and they saw him as an authority. If it wasn't a sickle blade mantis but a Linyu mantis, the trust would crack. Wang Defa thought it was a sure win, with the mindset that he was playing around with the opponent. But now the demon eye suddenly says something like, "What is this Linyu mantis?" Wang Defa broke out in a cold sweat, his mind turned into mush, falling into deep self-doubt. What's wrong with Fa Ge? He looks terrible. No way, did he really mix it up? No way. Damn, it's a disaster from the start? If you ask me, the demon eye is really sneaky, first calling me Fa Ge, then after I finish talking, it turns around and refutes me. It's obvious. Shisu took the opportunity to speak. Let me ask you again, is it a sickle blade mantis? Wang Defa's skin twitched, stammering, I've never heard of a Linyu mantis. Since you're saying there is one, show me an ancient text to prove it. Shisu laughed, don't be nervous, there's no Linyu mantis, I made it up to mess with you. Wang Defa's breath caught for a moment, his fist clenched tightly. Who are you messing with? Fa Ge is someone you can mess with? Damn, this kid, is there anyone who can teach him a lesson? Anyone up for an offline match? Fa Ge wins this one, the opponent is just messing with his mind, Fa Ge, stay calm. Believe in yourself. Wang Defa took a deep breath, grabbed a Red Bull, and gulped down most of the bottle, rallying himself. Next. On the screen, a segment of a completely black chain appeared. Each segment of the chain was not hollow but solid. As the camera moved, it was about 3 meters long. When it crawled, it looked like a metal chain slowly moving on the ground. Then, a hand covered in scratch marks came into view, flipping the entire chain over. In an instant, a mass of yellow centipedes was exposed in full view. Good, treasure friend, hurry up and flip it over, the property management has already warned. Wang Defa quickly said. He rubbed the goosebumps on his arms, still using his old trick. First, go the right way. Trap the demon eye with no escape. As long as the demon eye is roughly right about what he said, it's just a copycat, inviting ridicule. This beast is called the 1,000-segment centipede, not mutated, not ancient, but still rare. It evolved from centipedes, and among 1,000 centipedes, there might not even be 1,000-segment centipede. That shows how rare it is. The terrifying part of the 1,000-segment centipede is, it can break apart, turning into separate independent segments, each with a pair of legs, and hooks on the legs. These segments can temporarily detach from the head, move alone for about 20 minutes, then merge back on their own. Wang Defa then explained its attack methods to the Wang family army. After the 1,000-segment centipede breaks apart, each segment grabs different parts of the enemy with its hooked legs, pulling in different directions, tearing the enemy apart alive. Also, the 1,000-segment centipede is poisonous, stored in its head. Friends, be careful. If you're bitten by accident, I'll teach you a few tricks: crush half of a lotus root and apply outside, or boil the juice and drink it, or use purple-flowered violet with dandelion on the wound. If none of that is available, it's fine. Grind 7-leaf 1-branch flower with vinegar and apply outside, it works too, or wash with boiled fish mint. Depends on what you have at hand. Wang Defa left no gaps, blocking every possible counter, giving all knowledge needed. He didn't forget to boast a bit, I won't hide it, I've entered the alchemist profession, know a little about herbs, aiming for 3 badges, going for a grand slam. As everyone knows, talent levels can be divided into 5 grades: basic knowledge, potential, stock, high, excellent, top, peak, know a little. Brother Fa is humble, you work so hard, I really like it. I watched Brother Fa rise from unknown to a million fan top streamer, not with looks, only with talent, barely reaching today. Some clowns want to ride his fame without effort, dream on. Wang Defa looked at the chat, pressed hands together in thanks, and reminded Shisu, I'm done, it's your turn. Shisu sensed something strange about the chain. Too slow, it's moving too slowly. Centipedes move very fast, especially evolved into 1,000-segment centipedes, should be even faster. And that hand in the shot, something is off. If he guessed right, this isn't a 1,000-segment centipede, it's... He closed his eyes, and when lifting his eyelids, his left pupil changed color, glowing an eerie green cold light. Beast name, fake segment worm. Level, growing form. Grade, normal. Attribute, earth. Skill 1, Batesian mimicry, harmless creature imitates harmful creature. Skill 2, secretes small amount of slime, spreads poison, making enemies itch all over. Evolution Path 1, bone-eating worm, itch reaches the bone marrow. Evolution Path 2, nest worm, each segment can reproduce itself. Evolution Path 3, burrowing worm, if can't fight, run, if can't run, dig. Exactly. Shisu understood everything. He said firmly, this is not a 1,000-segment centipede. It's a fake segment worm. Fake segment worm? Isn't that the worst beast? Earthworm grandson is the worst, but these two beasts, one is last, one is second to last, trash among trash. Brother FA says this is a collectible 1,000-segment centipede, the clown demon says it's a trash fake segment worm, interesting. Whatever, blindly support Brother FA. Brother FA is a 3-star appraiser, no matter how good the fake segment worm disguises itself, it can't escape Brother FA's eyes. I trust Brother FA. Shisu was steady as an old dog, the fake segment worm's skill makes the enemy itch all over. Friend, roll up your sleeves, or take off your top. I just saw scratch marks on your hand, probably from itching, you scratched yourself, right? The fake segment worm's disguise was nearly perfect, impossible to pick faults by appearance. Like the 1,000-segment centipede, it can break apart into segments, but attack power is very different. Don't talk about tearing enemies apart, maybe pulling a few hairs, even if the fake segment worm is strong. But it can't stay disguised for long, once the buyer feeds it, takes it through a secret realm, it will be exposed soon enough. Or spar with a friend, and you'll see, it's just a worthless bug. Chapter 34, How did he embarrassingly end the stream? Buddy, are you still there? Shisu called out to remind him. Wait. The man on the mic seemed stunned, unable to believe that his rare and expensive living collectible was actually trash. Wait. He muttered quietly for a long time, staring at the 1,000-joint centipede scratching his arm. Soon, he took several heavy, rough breaths, and even through the screen, one could feel his raging anger. Finally, the buddy spoke, questioning Wang Defa. When you bought this 1,000-joint centipede, you swore that the 8.88 million price was worth it, saying I got a good deal. Now the magic eye tells me, this bug is worthless, even 80,000 is too much. Don't rush to make excuses, I really itch all over now. I thought it was seasonal, dry skin, but it turns out, it's all because of a fake centipede. The man grew angrier as he spoke, decisively leaving the fan group, furious beyond measure. I trusted you, a 3-star appraiser, and became a fool. How are we going to settle this account? Wang Defa panicked, quickly stood up, and bent low. Whether it's really a fake centipede isn't certain yet. Your itch might really be dry skin. Besides, when you bought the 1,000-joint centipede, you only sent me a video. From that, it looked fine. It's possible the seller swapped it, showing the real one and sending you the fake, that kind of thing can happen. Brother, don't rush, let's talk in private. Can you message me? We can discuss things, clear the misunderstanding. Send me your address, I'll come, face-to-face appraisal. Hearing this, the man didn't want to make things too awkward, nor expose that Wang Defa had asked him to act as a pawn. He left a way out. Without warning, he disconnected the mic, and the screen went black. Wang Defa had no mood to continue streaming. He needed to quickly calm down this rich client, otherwise, he would be finished. If it really was a fake centipede, he had to find a real one to make up for it. Cooperate with this client again, prove the magic I was wrong. Otherwise, his streaming career would end here. Wang Defa looked at the camera with a face full of apology. Sorry, brothers, this is a big shot, I can't provoke him. I need to quickly go to his place. I'll post updates in pinned videos. Sorry everyone, really sorry. Ignoring the fans' pleas, he ended the stream efficiently. Once Wang Defa left, Chisu's stream suddenly attracted a huge crowd, popularity hitting over 10,000. And their tone was much more polite than usual. Little brother, who exactly are you? Whether it was a 1,000-joint centipede or a fake centipede, still unknown. But judging by the second person on the mic, the magic eye was likely right. Shisu looked at the comments and replied, just a student. He glanced at the clock, half an hour more and I'll end the stream, need to go to the secret realm. If you want appraisals, now is the time. I can do everything, beast appraisal, immortal herbs, elixirs, spirit stones, antiques everything. Wow, everything. Looks like FA hit a hard nail. If you can do everything, why not take the appraiser exam? 0 stars, who would trust you? Everyone can brag. I can do everything too, but without the appraiser badge, it's just talk. Shisu, when I come back from the secret realm, I'll take the exam. If a 3-star appraiser is FA, I'll be modest, maybe 4 stars. So arrogant. Kid, I'm recording this. Watch your words. Are you a student of Zeton? No. Famous beast schools, besides Zeton, only Jalan. I remember Jalan has a very strong student, could it be you? Not me. I heard Jalan is going to close. Is the streamer from Jalan? Is that true? Jalan has such a strong student, 13 spirit cores, just from the fame alone, endorsements come endlessly. Jalan won't go bankrupt, right? Did you notice? The streamer didn't deny he's Jalan's student. Before, he answered every question, but now he's silent. Shisu remained silent. He knew well that his enemies were too many, and now with FA added, he didn't want to drag the school into trouble. But he also wanted to use this chance to bring fame to Jalan. For a moment, he didn't know whether to admit it or not. At that moment, the principal who had been watching him sent a message. Xiongde, he is. Having the student made him proud, Xiongmeng feared nothing, only worried Shisu would jump ship. Jalan produces talent after talent. Only 2 talents, far behind Zeton. Is the streamer joining the contest? Yes, I will win and take first place. Such confidence bordering on arrogance sent the chat into frenzy again. Who knows Zeton? Quickly send the info. The clown must be crazy, the contest isn't about knowledge. What beast control do you have to be so arrogant? Xiongde, I firmly believe you will win. Take first place. Shisu looked at the principal's response and smiled from the heart. He agreed to let the visitor join the voice chat, answering questions one by one. Soon, small gifs of 10 or 20 flashed across the screen. Shisu's smile was bright. Not bad, more will come later. Meanwhile, inside the first-level secret realm, the sounds of insects and birds echoed endlessly. A dark, thin teenager carried a bamboo basket, bending down to push aside the grass. Small green grass with 4 heart-shaped leaves poked out, with faint water drop-like patterns on the leaves. This was Hui Ling grass, the one Principal Xiong wanted. He took a shovel from his waist, digging out the roots along with the soil, holding the dirt tightly in his hands, tossing it into the bamboo basket on his back. Then he took a dirty wet towel to wipe the sweat from his face, lifted his sticky shirt to wipe his body. His skin was extremely rough, pitted, covered with scars big and small. Some scars twisted like purple-red centipedes, crooked and lying on the skin. Burns from dense cigarette butts covered his body, the worst being his face. Like acid had been poured on it, flesh twisted horribly, features deformed, extremely frightening. Buzz. The teenager took out his phone and looked at a message. When will you return? A new student has arrived at school. I think he's very good, cheerful, and full of energy. You have a friend now, Principal Xiong. The teenager's face showed no expression, he didn't care who had come to school. He turned to look at the nearly full bamboo basket, replying simply. Tomorrow, Su Hongwen. Chapter 35, Crouching Dragon, Hidden Phoenix. Long-distance bus terminal. Baby, I'm in the VIP lounge, when will you arrive? Lu Yanma. It's okay if you can't remember names, just call me Dad in the waiting hall, Shisu. Shisu stepped into the noisy waiting hall, looking around. Many travelers were heading to the first-level secret realm, shouting one after another. Wind and Fire Will Demon Hunting Squad needs 1 strong attack expert. Spirit Power 180 plus preferred. Any beast allowed. Antarctic Demon Hunting Squad needs support. Who has a support beast? Detox skills preferred. Anyone who can buff the whole team. Come fast. Squad provides meals. For a 1-star beast master, the first-level secret realm is simple. But for scattered civilian cultivators, it's different. Average spirit power is barely above 100, and beasts are mostly low quality. Their beasts' growth levels are basically young, very few grown. Going to the secret realm with such talent, survival is very hard. Shisu, with 1 spirit power point, was no exception. These scattered cultivators went to the secret realm partly to let their beasts eat well, free low-level fairy herbs. Also to search for resources, picking raw materials for pills to sell. Forming a team is for safety. All monsters in the secret realm evolve, today young, tomorrow they might break through, power skyrockets. Thus, the third reason to enter the secret realm is to catch wild beasts, tame them, and replace their own trash beasts. Forming a team is the safest choice. And the most dangerous. Teammates had no trust in each other at all. Of course, if they cooperated many times and developed tacit understanding, there was no need to find other partners, just one call to gather everyone, heading to the secret realm to search for treasures. Shisu did not plan to form a team, having LV Yenmo was enough. This time, going to the secret realm to find medicinal herbs, it was not to split 50-50 with the principal, he did not rely on this to make money. His cooperation with the principal was different from Xiao Wan. He provided the raw materials and labor costs to the principal, and the refined pills were all fed to the Earth Dragon Lord. Refining a low-grade yellow-tier pill, the principal only charged 100,000, no matter the type of pill, the price was uniform. Although there was no 95% discount here, this price, plus the cost of entering the secret realm and buying minerals, was far lower than the price at pill shops. It just meant he had to work a bit harder. Chisu saw LV Yenmo walk out from the VIP lounge, raised his hand to signal, here. The other carried big and small bags, still in the old outfit. Transparent raincoat, KN100 mask, black lace gloves. At this moment, a scruffy bearded man came over and asked, our team lacks a main force, how much spiritual power do you have? Chisu, 1. 1. You heard right, just 1 point. The man rolled his eyes, then asked LV Yenmo, and you? These two seemed to be acquaintances. If this young man had high spiritual power, he would not mind bringing along a 1-point lazy fish. I have 3,124 points. LV Yenmo said truthfully. Don't lie, man, the bus is about to leave, I don't have time to play with you. The man thought that since he could report over 3,000, his true spiritual power would not be too low, so he could chat a little more. What are your names? Chisu clasped his hands, with full voice, Wulong. LV Yenmo slightly nodded, gentle and refined, Fengchu. He was straightforward, we are not forming a team. TCH, the man flicked his hand and turned to leave. LV Yenmo signaled Chisu with his eyes to follow, gripping the luggage, his feet like wind, leaving the waiting hall. Outside. Dozens of buses were neatly parked, dark green bodies, printed with secret realm entry notices and help phone numbers. Chisu glanced over. Mainly forbidding making trash in the secret realm. If trash was seen, pick it up and take it out to throw away. Otherwise, the stench drifting from the secret realm full of bacteria and viruses would directly affect the city's air quality. The moment the bus door opened, a mixed smell of gasoline, sweat, and the sour rotten odor of fermenting objects hit, like a heavy punch slamming LV Yenmo's cheek. He rolled his throat, swallowed the rising saliva with difficulty, and boarded the bus. He slowed his breathing, lowered his head staring at the aisle, stepping like plum blossom stakes, only using the front of his feet to lightly tap the rubber floor, moving to the rear window seat. The seat in front was not plastic, but cotton. The seat was covered with yellowed white cloth, faintly smelling of scalp oil. LV Yenmo seemed prepared, squatted down, took out a basin, water, and laundry detergent from his luggage, turning into a hard-working housewife. Chisu could not watch, tore off the seat cover, patted a few times, sit, I promise you, but is the first to touch it. LV Yenmo frowned, why are you patting, it was already clean, you haven't washed your hands from home to here, have you? Chisu simply tore off his own seat cover, you sit here. Oh. LV Yenmo put away the basin, placed luggage on the overhead rack, then sat down. His back straight, not fully leaning on the seat, sitting only a third of the seat surface. His heels lifted, only toes touching the floor, minimizing pressure area. Soon, the bus was full and departed. He maintained this posture, motionless, like a doll placed on the seat. Every bump, his body swayed slightly, then immediately returned. Chisu could not help saying, living this long is not easy for you, huh? How do you know? Lu Yenmo's eyes lit up, as if he had found a kindred spirit. To outsiders, he had money, power, and seemed to live a comfortable life, but no one knew the pain inside him. He expressed his suffering, but others only thought it was pretentious and didn't want to listen, especially his sister. Chisu looked at Lu Yenmo's sitting posture, worn out both physically and mentally, suddenly looking much older. He put on his headphones, turned his head to look out the window, and said no more. Chapter 36, Super High Combat Power. Who knows how much time passed, when someone tapped him on the shoulder. Chisu turned his head, and Lu Yenmo had a thick stack of playing cards in his hand. It seemed homemade, the cards were thicker than the ones sold in stores, with a black background and white patterns on the back. Want to play landlord? Lu Yenmo set up a portable folding table, everything ready, just waiting for Chisu to nod. How do you play with two people? Chisu asked, puzzled. Why can't two people play? Lu Yenmo's fingers nimbly shuffled the cards. Win one round, 10,000. Do you want to play? Chisu decisively agreed. I'll play. Red you start, black I start. Lu Yenmo randomly drew a card and revealed it, you go first. Chisu reached for a card, his eyes suddenly lighting up. Oh, a good start, the big king. He felt secretly pleased, but his face showed no emotion, and he used one hand to mark Lu Yenmo as moneybringer. Not long after, he also drew the small king. Wow. A bum. Since he started first, he could play first, and with a king bomb to back him up, Lu Yenmo couldn't possibly lose. Chisu couldn't help but flash a confident smile, thinking he had this in the bag. But when he drew the next card, the smile froze on his face, and he was stunned. Wait. He rubbed his eyes. What is this? He opened his eyes again, staring in disbelief. Clubs 11? Shouldn't it be clubs Jack? Chisu's mouth pressed into a straight line as he picked up the next card, his eyes widening involuntarily. Hearts 12, diamonds 13, spades 14, hearts 17, clubs 18. Chisu was in complete shock. After a long time, he picked out the two jokers and showed them to Lu Yenmo. What is this? Ha! You drew the clown card, haha. Lu Yenmo laughed, clapping his hands. If you draw a pair of clowns, you lose directly, bam. You're exploded, you lose, pay up. Hut Chisu gasped. Is this even landlord? Seeing Chisu still motionless, Lu Yenmo wiped the smile off his face and turned serious. Can't you play? Want to back out? Chisu took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling. He handed Lu Yenmo 10,000. Continue, you can play 3 cards with 1, make a straight. Sure, if you start with a joker, it's a wild card, and it can turn into any card. Lu Yenmo received the money, his lips curving up again. This deck isn't complete, I only took out half, the other half is in my pocket, so don't worry about our hands being similar. Chisu half closed his eyes, pulling the corner of his mouth. Well, thanks for only taking out half. He really didn't want to know what other weird cards might be in the other half. 3 hours passed, and they arrived at the entrance of the secret realm. Chisu gained a valuable lesson, earning a small fortune, 130,000. Lu Yenmo was in a good mood as he got out of the car, looking up at the towering walls. The walls were covered with electric fences, tightly enclosing the first-level secret realm, making it impossible to see what was inside. At the gate, 2 official teams were stationed, collecting registration fees and allowing people to enter and exit. Lu Yenmo took out his Wisteria student ID and handed it to the officials for verification. Chisu handed over his Jalan ID. The officials used a tablet to search the student ID number, confirming it was correct, and politely said, "The magical beasts inside have evolved recently, be extra cautious." You take care too. Lu Yenmo responded politely, walking into the unknown area with the crowd. After entering the secret realm, they had to walk along a wide, straight, muddy road. On both sides of the road, there were walls, and under the walls, various stalls were set up. There were stalls selling weapons, low-level pills, daily necessities, bamboo baskets, and the noise from the vendors was deafening. Cheap. The cheap blood pills that cost 500,000 outside are now 450,000 each. Don't miss out. Spend over 3 million for a 5% discount. Selling beast masters at a low price. If you need support type or strong attack type ones, come take a look. 100,000 each. Pick whatever you want. This road is 800 meters long, with stalls lined up side by side. The purpose of the road, besides selling goods, is also to give all treasure hunters a chance to turn back, a chance to walk away if they regret it. Chisu put on his sunglasses and looked at the Beastmaster stall, activating his magic eye to see the full qualities of the beasts. Inferior juvenile forms, inferior growth forms, all wild, baring their teeth and looking fierce. Among them, there was a juvenile wild boar. It lowered its head, said nothing, but raised its eyelids to look at him, its black and white eyes clear like a human's. It was already evening, and the sky was covered with fiery clouds, casting a red glow into the boar's eye sockets, which gleamed with a bloodthirsty coldness, sending a shiver down one's spine. Do you want to buy it? Lu Yenma noticed Chisu's small movements and turned his head to look at the sunglasses. In that instant, Chisu blinked, and his pupils returned to normal. He spoke calmly, "There is indeed a good one. You must know which one I'm talking about." It was the wild boar. It carried ancient bloodlines and could mutate into a Ji. However, Ji eat humans, and they cannot be tamed. He was considering whether to keep it. For now, the pig was still a juvenile, but if it evolved into a growth form and mutated into a Ji, both the shop owner and the beasts would be doomed, as its combat power would be extremely strong. Buying it now could save many lives. But he himself was a weakling and couldn't suppress a Ji. What should he do? While thinking, someone else took an interest in the pig and began negotiating with the owner. "Lower the price a bit, I'll take it for 80,000. If I take it home and let it breed, 1 litter of over 10 piglets, I can make the cost back." "No way." The shop owner immediately rejected. "Outside it starts at 200,000, 100,000 is already low, take it or leave it." "But pigs like this no one wants." The buyer was unwilling to give up and argued reasonably, "It's still small now, looks all pink and cute, you can raise the price. But its breeding season only lasts for half a month, it grows quickly, and once it gets bigger, people will hate it, it's smelly. You can't just think about the market price. Let's talk about the breed. If you don't sell it within half a month, you'll be stuck with it, understand? It's better to sell it for 80,000 now than drop it to 30 or 40,000 and still no one wants it." To be honest, I run a pig farm and I need sows. If you insist on not selling, then forget it, I'll go find one in the secret realm. The buyer made a move to leave. Come back, come back, come back. The shop owner pulled the person back reluctantly. Fine, take it, scan the code. 100,000, I'll take it. Lu Yenma spoke briefly, transferred the money, and then went through the motions, politely saying to the buyer, thanks for letting me have it. Thank you, my foot. I already gave you a discount. Give it back to me. Here, take it. Hold it well. Lu Yenma automatically filtered out the foul language and placed the piglet in the buyer's arm. The buyer stood stunned. Lu Yenma pulled a black and white card from his pocket, took a few steps back, and gave a mischievous smile at the corner of his mouth. With a flick of his wrist, the card shot forward with the speed of lightning, like a sharp blade, plunging into the pig's skull, killing it instantly. Buyer. Shop owner. Chi Su. He knew Lu Yenma was formidable, had known it from the beginning. But when he saw the man effortlessly and easily kill a beast, especially a mutated ancient beast, he was truly shocked. For most people, even if it was a Ji, it would be an extremely valuable beast, rare and sought after, with a high price, desperately signed for, and even Chi Su was thinking about how to train it and make it his own. Yet Lu Yenma killed it without blinking an eye. Did you bring a light? Lu Yenma asked Chi Su as if nothing happened. Only the phone flashlight, probably won't last much longer. Chi Su looked at the pig's corpse and exhaled heavily, stepping toward the small gate at the end of the road. I brought one. Why did you suddenly put on sunglasses? It's night time. Lu Yenma asked as he followed. I wanted to. Are you angry that I killed your precious pig? Lu Yenma noticed that Chi Su's tone wasn't friendly, and softly said, it's a pig, you can't raise it, it'll die. I've completely cut off your hopes and saved your life. Chi Su bought a bamboo basket and held it in his arms, helplessly saying, then thank you very much, my friend. You're welcome, just a small favor. Stepping through the small door, they finally reached the true secret realm area. A fresh, invigorating scent greeted them, mixed with a thick, faint fishy smell. The scene before them didn't look like an abandoned city, but more like a primeval forest, with not a trace of past marks. Everywhere Chi Su looked, there were trees, all kinds of crooked trees, with faces growing on their trunks, eyes tightly closed. The tree spirits, unless attacked, would ignore humans as if they were mere ants. But anyone who dared to cut them down would instantly be enraged, killing gods if gods appeared, and killing demons if demons appeared. Chi Su was cautious, walking around the trees, and gradually, the blurry outlines of tall buildings appeared around him. The buildings were all entangled with branches, some collapsed ruins covered with rust and moss. Chi Su tightened the bamboo basket in his arms, calmed his mind, and stepped deeper into the jungle, one step at a time. Chapter 37, Parting Ways. Night fell, and light rain pattered down. Chi Su, crawling on the ground with a headlamp, was soaked through. He was shivering from the cold, occasionally wiping away clear snot. Under his sunglasses, his strange eyes flashed with an eerie light. On the lawn, several thin red vines were slowly moving. Blood-coagulating vine loves shade and moisture, commonly found in dark and damp valleys or rock crevices by streams. During the rainy season, it climbs on dead wood or large rocks, soaking in the rain. This is a holy medicine for external wounds. Whether it's cuts from knives or bites from magical beasts, just drop its juice on the wound, and it will quickly stop the bleeding and form a scab. The vines before him were preparing to climb up to the nearby abandoned hotel to be washed by the rain. Chi Su lifted his shirt to wipe the rainwater from his blurry vision and made his way to the root of the vine, digging into the soil to reveal the blood-coagulating vine's tuber. The tubers were numerous, deep red, and looked like pulsating lumps. He took out a syringe and a 500 milliliters infusion bottle, piercing the needle into the tuber. Put. The blood-colored vines twitched a few times, then turned back to attack. Smack. The Earth Dragon King raised its claw and pressed the vine down, immobilizing it. Chi Su seized the moment to extract the thick red juice and inject it into the infusion bottle. Soon, the bottle was full, and the once plump tuber became shriveled, leaving only a small amount of juice. He scooped up some dirt and covered the tuber, pressing it firmly down. You can loosen it now. Although the plants had become magical, humans still needed them to provide power and couldn't eradicate them completely. Leaving it alive to continue cultivating, they could return later to extract more. Chi Su stuffed the full bottle of blood-coagulating vine into his bag and looked around. The pills he had bought earlier were all consumed by the Earth Dragon King, leaving only chi and blood pills and wheat grass. The blood-coagulating vine was one of the materials for making chi and blood pills, but he didn't need it right now. What he really wanted was the material for making marrow-washing pills, but he hadn't found any yet. A burst fruit would be good too, to defend myself. Chi Su muttered, moving away from the abandoned hotel. Burst fruits contain a violent fire attribute. When immature, they are ordinary wild fruits, but when ripe, any impact causes an explosion, the power of which is equivalent to a hand grenade. making exploding pills with them, wrapping other herbs around the burst fruit. The explosion is prevented, and it greatly benefits fire-based beast taming, like Lu Qingqiu's fire phoenix. Shisu planned to get some to take back and make pills to give to Lu Qingqiu. She had helped him a lot with the purple vine test, and although the outcome wasn't ideal, he didn't want to cut off this connection. His eyes caught a glimpse of a few small white flowers growing under the tree roots. They resembled white lilies, moving without wind and emitting a faint, ethereal fragrance. Soul-calming flower, its fragrance can calm the emotions of violent creatures. It has a soothing effect on mental trauma and extreme fright. To tame wild spirit beasts, the soul-calming flower is indispensable, a popular medicinal herb, in short supply, and hard to pick. Shisu blew a warm breath into his palm to relieve the numbness from the cold, and looked up at the tree spirit guarding the soul-calming flower. Its leaves were golden yellow, like countless pieces of gold hanging densely on the branches. Its trunk was extraordinarily thick, 4 people holding hands together might not even be able to hug it. Spirit plant name, ginkgo tree. Level, mature form. Attribute, wood. Skill 1, instantly drop all leaves, flying all over, beautiful enough to stun enemies for 3 seconds. Skill 2, whisper of the living fossil, can converse with any object over 100 years old. Skill 3, cooked fruit moistens the lungs, relieves asthma, cures cough and wheeze, raw fruit reduces phlegm and disinfects, do not eat excessively, over 250 g causes food poisoning. It seemed to have no attack power, but such a big body could still kill with a single move. Shisu stared at the tree spirit's sleeping face, tiptoed closer, and bent down to pinch the petals. Velvet-like, thick and fleshy, nice to touch. He held his breath, gripped the shovel, and dug carefully, trying not to damage the soul-calming flower's roots, and not to wake the tree spirit. Hey! Where are you? Shisu's hand trembled, his face slowly darkened. The good news was, the root was intact. The bad news. He looked up and met the tree spirit's angry gaze squarely. Wham! The thick branch swung over, unstoppable. Shisu hurriedly stepped back, but his chest still got brushed. Tear. Several big rips appeared on his clothes, fine bloodlines on the skin, a sharp sting. Seeing the soil-colored magic array light up, Shisu shouted urgently, "Don't use skills. I want the flower." The Earth Dragon Lord nodded, rushing towards the tree spirit. At that moment, a white shadow moved faster, raising a gust of wind, standing in front of the tree spirit. LV Yenma raised his hand, expressionless, flicked with his fingers. The hard trunk cracked on cue, the upper half was blasted 8 jung away, leaving only a stump full of annual rings. Come pick it. He hid his skill and fame, standing with hands behind his back. Soaked by rain, his eyes had a few more traces of death, looking like he had nothing left to live for. The abandoned hotel is too dirty, many insects crawl into my ears, let's change the place. Shisu pointed at his torn shirt, looking even more lifeless. If you hadn't shouted that, I wouldn't be hurt, and wouldn't need your help. Let's go our own way, I don't want to be with you anymore. After saying that, he annoyedly took out a chi and blood pill, crushed it roughly, and rubbed it on his chest. External wounds are treated externally, internal wounds need internal medicine. Getting hurt in the secret realm is serious, even a small scratch could trigger infections, possibly deadly. Shisu closed his eyes, meditating in place, patiently waiting for the wound to heal. The spiritual energy in the secret realm was much richer than the city. If there were no dangers, he wished he could live here long term. About an hour later, the scratch was healed. LV Yenma had already disappeared, seeming angry too. He left without a word, giving him the silent treatment. For his own safety, Shisu sent LV Yenma a message, asking where he was. Red exclamation, you are no longer his friend. Damn it. Shisu cursed softly, putting away his phone. He got up to work, first picking the soul-calming flower, wrapping the roots with mud to avoid breakage that would make the flower wither. Then he picked the ginkgo tree spirit's fruit, filling the bottom of the bamboo basket. This herb was not very useful, but since he saw it, might as well take it. He hugged the bamboo basket, wandering forward with the Earth Dragon Lord without purpose. Chapter 38, How to Get the Signature the Security Uncle Wants. The rain grew heavier, nearby faint screams sounded. Shisu pretended not to hear. White mist came out from his mouth and nose. Shivering from the cold. It's not that he didn't want to save anyone, but that scream probably wasn't from a human. Chances are, by the time he arrived, it would already be inside the monster's stomach. This place is a secret realm, survival comes first. Sa, save me. A faint voice reached Shisu's ears. He paused, following the sound to see where it came from. It was a human voice. Little dragon, go. Shisu rushed toward the cry without hesitation. Rain poured down heavily, water constantly hitting his face, blurring his vision. He raised his hand to wipe it, when a strange black shadow swung from the trees. The Earth Dragon Zune reacted quickly, swinging its tail, but missed. Before it could see clearly who was coming, 3 cold lights flashed, and the dragon's face instantly had 3 deep, bone-piercing cuts. Its eyes were also severely injured, seeing nothing at all. Roar! Little dragon! Shisu was shocked, his eyes changing color, staring at the darting black shadow. Beast name, Furious Ape. Quality, good. Level, perfect form. Element, Earth. Skill 1, Awaken Intelligence, intellect equals 18-year-old human, can speak human words. Skill 2, Stone-Splitting Claw, infuse spiritual power into claw tips, swing 3 strong winds, causing tearing damage to target. Skill 3, Roar, causes mental shock in a fan-shaped area ahead, chance to make lower-level opponents briefly fearful. Skill 4, Rage Explosion, State Boost, Muscles Tense, for 5 minutes attack plus 30%, defense minus 10%, speed plus 15%, then enter exhaustion period, large drop in attack and defense. Additionally, there is one more note. Any beast drinking the Furious Ape's heartblood enters a berserk state, same as Skill 4. Warning, must use soul-calming flower-type herbs to calm rage and replenish nutrition in time. Roar! Even blind, the Earth Dragon Zune, through its bond with its master, sensed Shisu's position, coiled its tail around Shisu's waist, and ran wildly. The wind whistled in his ears. Shisu turned to look at the Furious Ape chasing relentlessly, fists clenched. A perfect form beast in a level 1 secret realm. The odds are too small. Almost impossible. Many beast masters enter level 1 secret realms, many, countless, yet few beasts or spirit plants have a chance to grow. Here, a mature form is already top tier. That Furious Ape obviously ate some miraculous herb that boosted its power. And that herb had been hidden in some unknown corner, not yet discovered. Looking at this situation, they probably couldn't escape. Suddenly, several low bushes flew past Shisu's eyes at high speed. Stop! Let go of me! Hearing this, the Earth Dragon Zune braked urgently, put Shisu down, and immediately got pushed heavily. You keep running. Blood tears streamed from the Earth Dragon Zune's eyes, shaking its head again and again. Go! After shouting, Shisu drew an axe from the side of his backpack and rushed at the Furious Ape. But it was just a feint. After attracting the monster's attention, he changed direction, sprinting toward the bushes, his legs moving like afterimages. In those low bushes hung several bright fruits, like a bunch of grapes dyed fire red. Each grape was thumb-sized, skin tight and glossy, covered with fine golden lines, the veins of spiritual power. From afar, they looked like firecrackers about to explode at any moment. These were bomb fruits. Shisu rushed forward, holding a bomb fruit in one hand, cutting the strong, flexible stems with the other. By his ears came the Earth Dragon Zune's wailing, but the next second, several roars burst out. It did not abandon its master, tangled with the Furious Ape, continuously casting mud technique and earth spike technique. The Furious Ape had already activated Skill 4, Rage Explosion, flexing powerfully, avoiding attacks skillfully. It gained a 5-minute state boost, tearing the Earth Dragon Zune's body into bloody pieces, skin peeling. Soon, the Earth Dragon Zune's blue bar was almost empty. It no longer had strength to howl, and at the moment its scales were ripped open in a large area. Collapsed with a thunderous crash. But its dragon claws held the violent ape tight, not letting the beast near its master. Shisu's face turned pale, sweat pouring from his forehead. Sweat and rain mixed together, soaking his reddened eyes. Slap! A string of explosive fruits was finally cut off. Shisu took advantage of the Earth Dragon Lord's desperate restraint, limiting the violent ape's jumping. He raised his arm and smashed the explosive fruit hard onto the magical beast. Little dragon, dodge! Mud magic suddenly activated, the Earth Dragon Lord sank into the swamp, barely avoiding the blast, its blue bar completely drained. The violent ape was blown several meters away, fire climbing its fur, instantly turning it into a fire monkey, screaming in pain, its meat fragrant. Shisu hurried to the Earth Dragon Lord, stuffing vitality pills and wheatgrass into the dragon's mouth, leaving only one pill to smear over its eyes. Healing would take time, but the violent ape was not dead. He did not delay, picked up his axe. Calculating the time, the violent ape should be entering exhaustion, its attack and defense greatly reduced. It could be killed. Ha! Shisu raised the axe and struck down with force. Suddenly, a heavy kick hit his lower back. He was thrown into the air, crashing heavily onto the grass, spitting old blood. The sneaky youth had no magical beasts, his face hateful, looking like it had been burned by fire. Ugly could not describe him, his features twisted and shriveled, a deformed being. Huff huff Shisu gasped, struggling to hold his axe. He shakily rose on his legs, blood pouring from his mouth and nose. He felt that kick had moved all his organs, the force extraordinary. This person's spiritual power definitely exceeded 1,000. But even so, he could not retreat. Shisu wiped the blood from his mouth, coldly spat a word, go. The violent ape was taken by him and the Earth Dragon Lord, Earth-aligned, compatible with the dragon. As long as he took the ape's Earth Spirit Core, his cultivation would soar. Most importantly, the violent ape's heartblood. Handed to the principal to make pills, the students of Jelon would gain the power to fight back, and in the championship, defeating Zetone would not be a dream. Seeing the opponent had no intention of leaving, Uchisu's mind was scattered, yet he forced himself not to fall. Name your price. Su Hongwon ignored him. Ignoring the heat, he gripped the burning head of the violent ape, squeezing with force. Crack! As the violent ape collapsed, an earth-yellow spirit core was firmly held in his palm. Then, he dug open the ape's chest with his hands, opened the small bamboo basket at its waist, carefully took out the steaming heart, and placed it in the basket with ice crystal grass. He thought, in this way, by the December championship, same-school participants would all have fighting strength. Even if they could not win, they could survive. Give it back! Chisu roared, swinging the axe, eyes full of killing intent. Su Hongwon kicked again, instantly sending Chisu flying, tumbling several times. Su Hongwon came to Chisu, his rough hands searching his pockets, but found no cash. He looked at the unconscious Earth Dragon Lord, no thoughts. No point in taking it if he couldn't feed it. But taking it and selling it later was fine. Break the contract, you live. Su Hongwon spoke succinctly. Damn! Chisu's eyes sharpened. You forced me. He ignored everything, pulled down his pants and charged. Out of the secret realm, everyone go their own way. Never meet again. Face? Face did not matter. To hell with face. This move really worked. Su Hongwon froze, expression blank, like clay. Chisu ran while untying the bamboo rope, reclaiming the violent ape's heart, not forgetting the Earth Spirit Core. He staggered to the Earth Dragon Lord, shaking it strongly awake, eyes barely opening. Leave here quickly. The Earth Dragon Lord was equally exhausted and weak. But still, following his master's command, Chisu bit down and struggled to wriggle, gradually moving farther away. The heavy rain poured down, showing no sign of stopping. Su Hongwon sat dazed for half an hour, before finally pulling himself out of the shock, aimlessly walking towards the outside of the secret realm. The next day, Chisu had restored his energy, spending the entire day touring the secret realm with the Earth Dragon King, collecting herbs to heal his injuries, and returning with a full load. Back at school. From a distance, he saw Principal Xiong Meng talking to a student in a sky blue school uniform. The student had his back to him, so Chisu didn't know who it was, nor did he care. He raised his arm with energy. Brother Xiong. Look what I found. He held up the bamboo basket high, revealing the heart of a violent ape inside. Xiong Meng stretched his neck to look, overjoyed. He quickly stepped forward. Did you find this in the level 1 secret realm? You're so lucky. A violent ape. This thing is rare and hard to catch. Chisu nodded repeatedly. It really is hard to catch. It took me and Little Dragon a lot of effort. You don't know how tough it was. I almost died, but it wasn't the violent ape that did it, it was a fool eye. He stopped himself, staring blankly at the student who had turned around. The two's eyes met. Xiong Meng laughed and introduced, Sir, you two haven't met yet, this is the Xiaowan I told you about, Su Hongwon. Xiaowan, this is Chisu, I also told you about him, he's outgoing, with strong mental resilience. You two, how about a handshake? The autumn wind blew, and it was completely silent. After a while, Chisu looked up at the sky, his face flushed, his eyes slightly moist. The wind today. Chapter 39, Maybe Next Life. The stars filled the night sky. Tonight, the stars shine, my heart is full of love for you. LV Qingxiu sat in her brother's living room with her own chair, staring intently at the apology dance. Soon, Wang Defa took off the ill-fitting maid outfit, panting loudly as he spoke, Family, I am now at the entrance of the house of the 1,000-segment centipede master in Longyang City. The assistant is going to ring the doorbell, we'll know whether that beast is a 1,000-segment centipede or a false segment worm in a moment. LV Qingxiu recognized this treasure friend from the neighborhood based on the front door. She had been following Wang Defa's PK with the magic eye last time, but she didn't realize that magic eye was Chisu. She only felt that the voices on the internet were all the same, the boys all sounded the same, the girls all sounded the same, no distinct features, and it was hard to tell who was who, just all clips. At the time, Chisu had also lowered his voice, and LV Qingxiu had completely failed to associate him with magic eye. Now, she just wanted to know the answer, who was right. Seeing that Wang Defa was still building suspense, the female housekeeper had opened the door, but was still standing there chatting about some irrelevant things, asking fans to help inform Magic Eye to come to the livestream. LV Qingxiu quickly sent 100 big swords, leveling up her V badge to level 64. 1 million, to her, was about the same as a dime. V64 Qingxiu, hurry up and go in to see the beast. Brilliant colored text popped up on the screen. Thanks to my big sword sister Qingxiu. Qingxiu sister, it's not that I don't want to go in, but Magic Eye isn't here. All the people here are my old fans, if I go in directly and it turns out to be a 1,000-segment centipede, the opposing family won't recognize me. The clown demon is very likely to hire Water Army and bite back, saying we are colluding, making a script. This, I have several mouths and still can't explain it. Wang Defa took out a train ticket in front of the camera, his expression serious. Family, I arrived at Longyang City at 6 o'clock this afternoon. The live stream has not been interrupted all the way. I guarantee there is no trickery in this face-to-face appraisal this time. This is my first time meeting this treasure friend offline. I'm really nervous, really nervous. Big brothers, big sisters, foster parents. Still the same old saying. If I make a mistake in the appraisal, please go easy on me. No one is perfect. Let's give the clown demon 5 more minutes. If he doesn't come, please everyone start recording and help me witness it. Tap, tap, tap. LV Yenma, wearing a bathrobe, walked downstairs with damp hair, emitting a strong smell of Chinese herbs. It was a medicinal bath. The bathtub was filled with rare treasures, washing marrow and cutting hair, greatly improving the body. Fu Zhuo was lying in the bathtub absorbing the leftover effects of the medicine, his body a whole size bigger than before. What does this prove? He can send someone to swap the tamed beasts, and take himself out to do live streaming. Lu Yenmo glanced at his sister, took out the powder made from immortal herbs, and brewed a cup of real immortal herb nectar for himself. Leave the fan club, don't be a fool being harvested like chives. If you don't understand something you can ask me. Lu Qingqiu rolled her eyes at her big brother. Ask him? She would rather spend money to find someone else. But she did have one question that could only be asked to her big brother. You went to the secret realm with Chi Su, how was it? Does he really only have 0.5 spiritual power? Does he have hidden strength? Hearing that Chi Su had entered Zhelan, concerning the championship, Lu Qingqiu believed Chi Su would definitely participate, becoming a strong enemy. The other 2 strong enemies, one was a new star from Zhelan last year, the other was the demon eye who boasted about taking first place. All 3 were students of Zhelan, each with extraordinary skills. Chi Su had a top-level tamed beast, the new star had powerful personal strength, and demon eye was knowledgeable and talented. They came with fierce momentum. If they still had any hidden cards, then Zitong would be in danger. Lu Yenmo thought for a long time, I think that person is really useless, not pretending to be useless, truly useless, can't even dodge the tree spirit's attack. Lu Qingqiu breathed a sigh of relief, nudging the computer screen with her lips. Before you marked Chi Su as baby, why change it to that person? The baby her big brother mentioned meant the same as a top-level tamed beast. In Fantasy Westward Journey, the tamed beast carried by a character is called a baby. Calling someone a tamed beast might get a beating, treated like livestock. If called a baby, at most he becomes gay, avoiding injuries and arguments. On the other hand, if Big Brother marked someone as baby, it showed he accepted the person, willing to be gay just to get along well. Now the note changed, does that mean falling out? Lu Yenmo kept a stern face, no response. Lu Qingqiu shrugged, seeing Wang Defa finally enter the room, focusing on the millipede curled on the sofa, sleeping. The camera shook briefly, lazily filming the millipede's length, then moved to the head to freeze, as Wang Defa used professional skills to identify the tamed beast. Not right. Lu Qingqiu spat out 2 words. Although the camera moved fast, she still noticed something unusual. The length was wrong, in PK it showed about 3 meters, this one was around 2.7 meters. The length could reveal the truth, but the photographer still had to shoot. Not shooting, the opponent would catch it, very obvious. Shooting could still fool many people. Lu Yenmo didn't even look, it must be real. Lu Qingqiu left the fan club, searched for Demon Eye and followed him. She had opened an account early to know who Wang Defa was clashing with, but the ID was hidden. Brother, Zitong is about to be slapped in the face. Lu Qingqiu looked full of worry. Slapped? Lu Yenmo raised his eyebrows with a light laugh, eyes curved, you think too much, with Big Brother here, no one can slap Zitong's face. Moreover, Zitong had many talents, their gifts were as good as his, some even better. They just despised participating in the championship as outsiders, didn't like to show themselves. So that person wants to slap Zitong's face, wait for the next life. Chapter 40, Useless. The street-side food stall was busy. Xiong Meng was rich and bold, told the boss, first, 50 skewers of lamb, grilled fish, spicy crayfish. After ordering meat dishes, he looked at the vegetable price list, paused, 6 skewers of baby cabbage. 1 skewer 50 yuan, only 2 leaves, already considered cheap. This meal was to celebrate Zhelan obtaining the violent ape heart, also to let the 2 young geniuses get familiar, helping each other in the championship, so just these dishes weren't enough. Also, 3 boxes of water beer, and 6 lion, that's it for now. Xiong Meng folded the menu, chatted with the boss a few words, then counted the meal money on his fingers. Lion was the cheapest mint cigarette, 2 yuan per pack. But that was in the past, now it costs 20 yuan per stick. Xiong Meng, in a daze, seemed to go back to his early middle school days. Back then, he had very little money in his pocket, couldn't afford a whole pack at the small shop, could only buy 1 stick at a time. 50 cents per stick, sharing with his brothers, each taking a puff. Standing at the school gate, feeling extremely proud. Now in middle age, still with little money, living even more miserable than in youth, could only afford low-quality yellow paper cigarettes. The kind used for tomb sacrifices, the same kind used to wipe one's ass. Life getting worse year by year. But maybe because of getting Lu Shu, Xiong Meng felt his fortune had arrived, luck was at its peak, life had a goal. He bent over, took a beer from the box, opened it, and first toasted Su Hongwen, sitting silently to his left. You are my student from Jialan and also my benefactor. Since you have firmly decided not to take Lu Shu, I will keep him for you. If you change your mind, I can give him to you any time. He swallowed a whole bottle in one go, burped long, took out a second bottle, and toasted Chi Su, sitting to his right. You once said Lu Shu brings prosperity to descendants, from now on you are my son, and Xiaowen too. That makes you two brothers, he. Xiong Meng chuckled foolishly, leaned close to Chi Su, lowered his voice. This matter is indeed my fault, not telling you clearly in advance, also hard to explain. I thought you didn't care about appearances, you. Have some pity on him, even if not blood brothers, just a greeting when you meet, even for face's sake, if you stay silent now, how awkward he would be. Chi Su bowed his head, left hand covering his face, red almost to bleeding, looking drunk and shameless. Awkward? The most awkward person is him, okay. He trusted his unique secret technique, giving Su Hongwen a huge shock. Maybe that would become a shadow over Su's whole life. And that signature. That damn signature. Chi Su did not expect a simple thing to become the hardest task, he could not open his mouth at all. Even though Su Hongwen had snatched things first and threatened to terminate the contract. But this is the secret realm, a place of survival of the fittest, no right or wrong, only strong or weak. He was weaker, he admitted defeat. And the other suffered remote molestation, he also had to admit it. No one could blame anyone. Any hatred or grievance, meet later, settle new and old accounts together. The question is how to settle this account. It was completely chaos, a big blunder. The principal insisted on treating to dinner, bringing Xiaowen along, making him sit like needles, uncomfortable all over. Clack. Su Hongwen opened a can, swallowed more than half the drink. He put on his hoodie, hiding from the strange gazes of surrounding guests. In high school, he was splashed with acid, his scalp corroded, full of wrinkles. New hair was sparse, thin, looking like a red old potato growing yellow fuzz. Walking on the street, all heads turned to look at him. Xiong Meng sighed, lightly patted Su Hongwen's shoulder, whispered to Chi Su, caused by concentrated sulfuric acid, the instigator did not mean it, really didn't mean it, just carrying a bottle of acid to scare people. Such pranks were common in school, boys often threw spiders or caterpillars at girls to scare them. The more frightened the other, the more excited they were. But sulfuric acid was too serious. On the day of the incident, Xiaowen was in chemistry class, that person dangled the shaking acid bottle above others' heads, scaring anyone into not moving, for fun. And he targeted Xiaowen the longest, finally also got into trouble. Xiong Meng held up fingers, 800,000 in compensation, ruined Xiaowen for life. But that money was all grabbed by the gambling father, not a penny left. There are still several times the debt left to pay. When Xiaowen came to Jialan, he didn't have a beast master, but his talent was incredibly high, with a spiritual power of 890. If it weren't for this body of his, he would have definitely been directly accepted into Zitang, no matter whether he had a beast master or not. But this body, TSK, what a pity. 890. Chi Su turned his head and silently opened his mouth, his eyes wide. It used to be 890, now it's definitely over 1,000. Xiong Meng muttered, the most disgusting thing is that the person who caused him harm was admitted into Zitang. Xiaowen went to fight in the championship, hoping to settle scores in the secret realm. I gave him a good quality beast master. But you already know the result, he became somewhat famous, but the secret realm is so vast, he couldn't find his enemy and instead ran into a transcendent beast, causing his beast master to perish, sigh. Without a beast master, he can still compete in the next championship. But it's such a disadvantage, the beast master's skills are very practical, they can help somewhat, it's stronger than fighting alone. If he encounters danger, it also provides an extra layer of protection. But Xiaowen stubbornly refused to accept the Lu Shu, probably because he was afraid that this ancient mutated beast would die in the level 3 secret realm, and he wouldn't be able to explain it when he returned. Too precious, so he flat out rejected it. Chi Su held his beer and clinked it with Xiong Meng, softly asking, how much spiritual power does he have now? 1754 points, impressive, right? Xiong Meng straightened his back as he spoke about the points. He raised his arm over Su Hongwen's shoulder, his words full of pride, when people talk outside, they say 300 plus points is a genius. That's nonsense. What's considered extraordinary talent? A handful of 300 plus points is considered extraordinary talent? Nonsense, that's just excellent, better than the poor students. The truth is, there are too many poor students in this world. Out of 3 billion people, 2.5 billion are poor students, that's why they seem to have high talent. Xiong Meng said, slapping Su Hongwen hard, with a slap sound, his tone strong. A real genius is like this. Ahem, Su Hongwen choked on his drink, lowering his head to wipe his mouth. Seemingly shy, he couldn't bear such praise, feeling embarrassed, and hesitated to look up. Xiong Meng transformed into a salesman, saliva flying, trying to get Chisu to accept Xiaowan. You've been to Zitang, how many students there have broken 1,000 points? Yes, many, but they have resources. The school provides for them, the government steps in and supports them. How many pills have been thrown in to achieve that result? My Xiaowan has nothing, he can only go to the secret realm to improve himself. If he survives and comes out, that's already impressive. Suddenly, Xiong Meng remembered something. I haven't asked you yet, how many points do you have? Back then, he was impressed by Chisu's knowledge, plus the information Zitang revealed about Earth Dragon respect. But Chisu's spiritual power value, he hadn't measured. He assumed it was around 200. Chisu moved his lips, raised his finger to rub his nose, and hummed a number. How much? I didn't hear clearly. Xiong Meng leaned in, even Su Hongwen, who had been quietly drinking, stopped his actions and glanced at the freak from the corner of his eye. 100 something? It's okay, speak boldly, Gelot's requirements aren't high, I'm just asking, to have a rough idea. Xiong Meng encouraged. Chisu slowly took a deep breath, 1 point, just 1 point. Clang. Xiong Meng slid off his chair and fell into a squat, his eyes full of disbelief. After a long time, he pushed away Su Hongwen, who was trying to help, and forced a laugh. It's fine, 1 point, haha, 1 point. He smiled, but his smile was more bitter than crying. It's okay, the medicinal materials you brought back are many. I'll rush to make some immortal pills to improve your physique, 1 point is just temporary. Don't be discouraged. Xiong Meng unconsciously lit another cigarette, his smile more painful than crying, the fingers holding the cigarette trembled slightly. His back bent again, as if his spine had been pulled out, and he sighed, Sewer, to say something harsh, even when I go to the secret realm for a breather, I have 1.5 spiritual power. 1 point, my god. Chisu's face remained expressionless. Do you really have to repeat that so many times? He was too extreme in his wastefulness, clearly something was wrong. This was closely related to another abnormality, the magic eye. It is said that you can't have both fish and bear paws. If you choose the magic eye, you have to give up talent. Chisu understood that no matter how many pills he took, the spiritual energy would never enter his body. Fortunately, the demonic eye wasn't too extreme, it only gave him a tiny bit of spiritual energy, just enough to sign a beast contract and have a beast by his side. He tried countless times to communicate with the demonic eye, but it just wouldn't acknowledge him. Chapter 41, Mutual Benefit. Chisu had once fantasized about the true form of the demonic eye. It was an ancient and profound beast. During its existence, the world was full of abundant spiritual energy, and many strange and bizarre beasts roamed. Later, something unknown happened, the world collapsed, the spiritual energy vanished, and all the beasts perished. Its physical body disintegrated, leaving only a remnant soul, drifting in the modern world with no spiritual energy. Finally, it waited for the resurgence of spiritual energy. It saw him as an extraordinary talent in cultivation, so it took residence in his eye socket, imparting all its knowledge to him, while absorbing his nutrients to nurture itself, waiting to rebuild its body and return to the world. Chisu believed that this was the truth. When the time was right, perhaps it would reveal itself, ask if he wanted to become stronger, and whether he wished to be respected by the world, then teach him martial skills and alchemy to become a sensation. He had great patience. Old Xiao, next door, had been waiting for Medicine Elder to appear for 3 years, and he was still far behind. After 3 rounds of drinks. Putting aside the fact that his face had turned the color of pig liver, Chisu felt quite good about himself. He wobbled to his feet, bypassed the drunk principal, took out a flat stone and a marker, and placed them in front of Su Hongwen. Sign it. Su Hongwen raised his eyes to look at Chisu, his face showing no signs of drunkenness, his eyes dark and bright. From the look of his eyes alone, it could be inferred that he must have been a handsome figure before. Chisu was not curious about what his teammate looked like before, nor did he care about appearances, he just wanted the signature. As the saying goes, alcohol gives courage to cowards. What shame did he still have? Wasn't it just molesting a disabled person? He could always be reported. My friend's daughter wants it, she's your fan, sign it. Chisu urged. Su Hongwen didn't say a word, put down his bottle, and wrote his name carefully, 1 stroke at a time. Well done. Chisu was satisfied, retracting the marker, then handing Su Hongwen the rabbit meat jerky he'd bought earlier, and holding the stone close to dry the ink. He opened his coat and placed the stone close to his body, accidentally meeting Su Hongwen's gaze. What are you looking at? Hearing this, Su Hongwen hurriedly turned his gaze away, subconsciously pulling his hat tighter, then tore open a snack bag and pinched out a piece. Shisu thought he was going to summon a beast, so he stood by and watched. For those who treated the secret realm as their home, there was no need to buy beasts. They could catch one inside the secret realm and train it with a little soulflower without spending money at the beast store. With such high spiritual energy, the beast he contracted couldn't possibly be just one, right? He had entered a level 3 secret realm once, surely not all of them had died. He was curious to see what kind of beast this ruthless guy could summon. Su Hongwen sniffed the meat for a while, then suddenly threw it into his mouth. Hey! Shisu grabbed the snack bag and said seriously, this is for the beasts, not for humans. In other words, this was livestock food. It smells good, Su Hongwen finally spoke. Without the rain obstructing his vision, Shisu noticed that Su Hongwen didn't look at anyone when he spoke. His eyes seemed to be wandering, blinking 3 times per second, before finally fixing on the ground, unmoving. Shisu tightly grabbed the snack and pulled it back. No matter how good it smells, you can't eat it. Do you have a beast? Su Hongwen silently shook his head. The beast that followed him became a consumable. If it lived past a month, it was considered lucky. Shisu irritably scratched his hair. Then what about the next competition? How are we going to work together? You can't just catch one from the level 3 secret realm, right? The loyalty isn't enough, who can trust it? Su Hongwen spoke softly, I'll act alone, you don't have to worry about me. Act alone. Shisu laughed, pulling a chair next to Su Hongwen and intending to have a good talk. Do you know that the students from Tame are planning to team up to trouble you in the December competition? And do you know how much spiritual energy Tame's principal son has? 3,124 points. His beast is the ancient Fuju. In the damp secret realm, it has a huge natural advantage, killing you is easy. You still act alone, what's the difference from giving yourself away? Show some team spirit, Xiaowan, don't be a lone wolf. In Shisu's eyes, a lone wolf is a very sad symbol. No one around, alone, no friends, only countless enemies. Everything must be done by yourself, the only person you can trust is yourself, how tiring life is. Shisu patted his chest, you can trust me, rely on me, we are on the same boat. Although I have only 1 point of spiritual power, and the beast is not trained yet, soon, I will catch up to the Wisteria student's progress, I mean my beast, to make Earth Dragon Lord the Pillar of Jialan. Shisu said so much, just wanting to get a bodyguard for free. You protect me while searching treasures in the secret realm, if anyone outside bothers me, you step in. I help you find immortal herbs to heal old wounds, and the beast, we help each other, how about it? Because of his wrong decision, Earth Dragon Lord got seriously injured, now can only stay in the beast space to recover, and digest the Earth-type spiritual core. If all goes well, before the competition he can reach the threshold of complete form, he also has to work hard to earn more beast spirit pills, help Earth Dragon Lord successfully break through. This is the critical period, Earth Dragon Lord enters fasting state, only absorbs spiritual energy for nutrition, fully focused, cannot summon casually. Shisu's task is to find a holy land in the secret realm with enough spiritual energy, assist with external force, speed up the beast's evolution. He needs a bodyguard, Su Hongwen is the most suitable person. Chapter 42, Ghost Market. Heal, my face? Can it be healed? A faint glimmer appeared in Su Hongwen's dim eyes. He rarely spoke, since the accident, he screamed too long, causing vocal cord damage. So his voice was hoarse, with thin traces of breathy sound. When he heard his face could be healed, he couldn't help blurting out more words. I can recover to how it was? Shisu leaned closer to examine Su Hongwen's face, who reflexively turned his head. Shisu looked carefully, this is indeed serious, but not a big problem, proper treatment can heal it. But to recover completely as before, is not so simple. Shisu watched Su Hongwen clench his fist, as if the next second he would swing at his face, immediately stepped back, moved his gaze, no longer provoking. He poured himself a beer, chatted casually, with this face, the security uncle's golden retriever cannot save you. The little dog can only heal wounds, and your wound has healed, only it grew crooked, this involves cosmetic surgery. Earth Dragon Lord's skill is even less, can only fix your bald head. Alright, you don't know who security uncle is, doesn't matter, I'll introduce you later. Shisu waved his hand, saw 1 cigarette left on the table, principal was sleeping dead, no one smoked, can't throw away, holding the thought of not wasting, picked it up and put it in his mouth. Unexpectedly, Su Hongwen picked up the lighter, click, lit it for him. Those eyes still did not look at him, only fixed on the cigarette tip. After doing all this, Su Hongwen withdrew his arm, lowered the brim of his hat. He looked at the leftover food, did not meet Shisu's gaze, exactly what immortal herb can heal? He had read many medical books, eaten various immortal herbs in the secret realm. But his face was still like this, even old scars didn't fade, only spiritual power grew. Ordinary immortal herbs definitely won't work, must be rare treasures. Shisu refilled Su Hongwen's beer, talked casually. For example, the jade agate rejuvenation flower growing on 10,000-year cold jade. Or the burning nirvana lotus, reborn from phoenix, grows in ashes. Or the reincarnation dream mushroom growing on the other side of Yellow Springs, beside the forgetting river. Su Hongwen frowned tightly. He didn't know what these were, but he understood. These three spiritual items, each harder to find than the last. From the perspective of the environment they grew up in, the jade essence revival flower is the easiest to obtain compared to the other two. But the eternal cold jade, for eternity, can only be found by digging up the graves of the ancients, and even then, there's a slim chance of encountering it. Chisu looked at Su Hongwen, who was hanging his head in silence, and lightly flicked the ash off his cigarette. That kid probably started with the revival flower, but the nirvana lotus and dreamback mushroom may take a lifetime to encounter. Su Hongwen wants the revival flower, but for him, it's the eternal cold jade beneath the revival flower he desires. Sitting in meditation on the cold jade, the cold air slowly seeps into the meridians, repeatedly tempering the flesh and blood, making the body stronger. It can also effectively prevent going astray in cultivation, having the effect of stabilizing the mind. Long-term exposure to the cold jade energy can also slow down aging. This item has immense benefits for both humans and beast tamers, making pills like the vitality pills and soul-calming flower unnecessary. Chisu doesn't believe Su Hongwen doesn't have ideas about such a treasure. He stated in advance, if we're lucky enough to find the jade essence revival flower, don't be too greedy, understand what I mean? Su Hongwen nodded and hoarsely replied, I'll take the flower, you take the jade. Exactly, we need to make this clear in advance, so there won't be any fights over the spoils later. Chisu pinched out the cigarette but with his finger and stared at Su Hongwen, I'm a useless person, but if you push a useless person to the limit, I'll do anything. I know, I've seen it. Su Hongwen involuntarily glanced at Chisu's crotch and raised his hand to cover his forehead. The previous scene lingered in his mind, a kind of mental torment, and he didn't want to experience it again. Chisu extended his right hand, from now on, we are in a partnership, let's get to know each other again, my name is Chisu. Su Hongwen glanced at him sideways but didn't move. All right. Chisu awkwardly raised his hand, rubbing the back of his head, shall we go now? I'll find you a beast tamer, but the cost is on you. Su Hongwen was suddenly awake, yawning, what were you talking about? Buying a beast tamer? Saying this, he took out his phone and transferred 200,000 to Su Hongwen, consider it a loan. This kid is hard to take advantage of, forcing it on him might make him lose his temper. Don't let his quiet and obedient demeanor fool you, when he gets mad, he's fierce. You can trust Xiao Su, he's amazing. Bear Meng gave a thumbs up. Su Hongwen grabbed Bear Meng's arm, wanting to help him up. No, I can go back myself. Bear Meng pushed him away and called the waiter to pay. He asked for a few plastic bags to pack up the leftover food, it would be reheated and eaten again tomorrow. Su Hongwen quietly helped Bear Meng clean up, while Chisu moved his chair to the side to make space for the two of them. It's not that he's lazy, it's that he's drunk and doesn't feel like moving. Bear Meng grabbed the food and said, just go to the beast tamer shop, don't go to the ghost market. Ghost market? Chisu was taken aback, looking confused, is it a place to buy things cheaply? Yes, it opens at night. Bear Meng said, you must have seen a lot of street vendors before you entered the secret realm. After midnight, they moved to the treasure mall and set up stalls outside the shopping mall. Bear Meng lowered his head and rummaged through the plate, looking for his leftover cigarette, muttering to himself. The stuff outside the mall is cheap, but the stuff inside the mall is high-end and rare. The ghost market is a gathering place for all kinds of people, there are all sorts of folks, if you really find some treasure, you still might not be able to bring it out safely from the ghost market. So don't go there to try to save money, I don't want to see you two in the morgue. Bear Meng knew that Chisu was knowledgeable and could definitely find some treasures. But Chisu was a useless person, with only 1 point of spiritual power, so he can only protect a little, relying on Su Hongwen to act. But as he said before, the ghost market is a place full of all kinds of people, and there are skilled individuals there, Su Hongwen might end up at a disadvantage. If they are skilled, they must have a solid background. Even if they kill someone, they won't bear any responsibility. The law only restrains the poor. In that case, it's better to skip it and go directly to a proper beast tamer shop to buy. By the way, where is my cigarette? I clearly left one. Chisu raised his hand, stop looking, I smoked it. Tisk. Bear Meng stared wide-eyed. He suddenly raised his hand, quit it. Be careful or I'll hit you. Chisu shrank his neck, stood up, and said, let's go, Shiongo, we'll send you back to school first. Get lost. Who needs your help? I'm not that drunk. Xiong Meng didn't wait for Chisu to speak, summoning a giant bat, which attracted the attention of the surrounding guests. The bat's massive skull hung more than 10 yards above Chisu's head, its ears standing upright like sails, big enough to fit 3 people side by side in its ear flaps. Its eyes were wide open, pupils vertical, reflecting Chisu's shadow, who seemed as small as a speck of dust. Beast name, Shadow Bloodbat. Level, Extraordinary Body. Grade, Good. Attributes, Water. Loyalty, 74. Skill 1, emits ultrasonic waves to detect the surrounding environment, seeing everything in complete darkness, and sensing the energy fluctuations of living creatures. Skill 2, emits a high-pitched scream that causes mental disturbance to a single target, with a chance to briefly distract or frighten them. Skill 3, condenses ultrasonic waves into an invisible crescent-shaped blade to cut the target. Skill 4, absorbs the enemy's blood to restore its own stamina and mana. Skill 5, summons a thick dark mist to obscure light, in which the Shadow Bloodbat's attributes are slightly enhanced. Shisu covered his face and peeked, thinking, the principal really hides his true nature. Extraordinary body, ha! Xiongmeng patted the bat's claws, his gaze full of affection. It's my first summoned beast, and my best treasure. I spent all my money and resources to raise it to this level. I can only afford one, the other two summoned beasts are complete bodies. Currently, except for the beasts in the secret realm, almost everyone's summoned beasts are stuck at the extraordinary body level, too afraid to break through, in case they fail. Xiongmeng didn't finish his sentence, disliking the bad luck it brought up, but Chisu understood. If the beast fails, both the beast and money are gone. If someone can't bear the psychological pressure, they might end up with nothing, no human, no beast, no money. Let's go. Xiongmeng waved his hand. The bat folded its claws and gently held his body as it flapped its wings. Xiaowan, are you leaving the door open tonight? Xiongmeng shouted. The school office was their bedroom, he lay on the sofa, Xiaowan lay at the desk. Don't leave it open, he's sleeping in my place. Shisu thought, after buying the summoned beast, he didn't know how late it would be, so it wasn't good to disturb the principal's rest. Okay. Xiongmeng whistled, and the bat flapped its wings, soaring high into the sky, disappearing into the night. Shisu saw them leave and turned to look at Su Hongwen, eagerly saying, let's go to the ghost market. Su Hongwen was taken aback, lowered his head to avoid eye contact, but the principal said. The beast shops in Longyang City have nothing good, I checked before. Shisu interrupted. It was when he was helping Lu Yenmo choose a summoned beast. Only a few days had passed, so there couldn't be anything new or good. Shisu urged, let's just take a stroll at the ghost market. Whether we buy something or not, what are you afraid of? Su Hongwen hesitated for a long while, well, fine. Chapter 43, A Narrow Encounter. Shisu smiled and walked across the street into the Mishui Ice City store. 2 cups of lemon water, room temperature. After drinking, his mouth felt dry, so he wanted something else to moisten his throat and ease his drunkenness. He bought 1 cup, and it didn't seem right for Su Hongwen to just watch, so Shisu simply treated him. Soon, the drinks were ready. Shisu grabbed the bag and walked out, handing one to Su Hongwen. Su Hongwen shook his head and refused, I'm not thirsty. He hadn't done anything this time, so he shouldn't take it for free. Shisu insisted, don't be polite. Su Hongwen took the lemon water and turned, stepping into the convenience store, intending to reciprocate with the same price. Do you drink tea? Shisu helplessly said, what are you doing? Hurry up, I'm not a buffalo, why buy so much water? It really proved that saying, poor people are always awkward and polite, only the rich have the shameless confidence. When Lu Yenmo freeloaded on rabbit meat, he was completely unashamed and felt totally justified. Then it's tea. Su Hongwen was quite persistent. He pulled out a steel G from his pocket, and surprisingly, it was all small change. Shisu sighed, grabbed Su Hongwen's shirt, and pulled him out of the convenience store. Forget it. Su Hongwen pried open Shisu's fingers, his eyes still flickering uncertainly. Don't look down on people, even though I don't have much money, I still have enough to buy you tea water. Shisu snorted through his nose. Xiaowen, it's just a glass of lemonade, we're classmates, you don't need to calculate so precisely. Precisely because we're classmates, I must calculate it so clearly, Su Hongwen said calmly. You give me lemonade, I give you tea water, exchanging our intentions. Thinking of that tiny money, and Su Hongwen's miserable family background, Shisu endured. Forget the intentions, let's go to the ghost market. After speaking, he stepped forward, but Su Hongwen turned sideways to block his path, starting to talk more. Just because my family owes a huge debt, I don't even have the right to treat someone? I don't need anyone's sympathy or pity, and I certainly don't need anyone to give me charity. After saying that, Su Hongwen walked away, returning to the small shop to count his steel G with the shop owner. Shisu frowned. Sympathy? Pity? A person with only 1 point of spiritual power, pitying someone with 1754 points? Nonsense. Helplessly he said, I don't pity you, you overthink, I just simply want to treat you. Then I can treat you too, Su Hongwen replied in the middle of his busy counting. Shisu could not bear it anymore. It's just a glass of lemonade, what are you arguing about? I just saw, your steel G can't even make $4. Can't buy a bottle of tea water. Forget it. Su Hongwen froze, his nails digging deep into his palms. He suddenly raised his voice. Is it necessary for you to shout how much money I have to everyone? Do you want others to laugh at me? Big brother. You have 1754 points. Who dares to laugh at you? He just laughed. Su Hongwen angrily pointed at the shop owner. Then don't buy his stuff. Go to another shop, okay? Chisu couldn't help but shout with a Taiwanese accent, hands spread. This was first led by Su Shankai, he just followed quickly. Su Hongwen coldly put away the tiny money, walked out of the shop, heading toward the ghost market, planning to buy at the second small shop on the way. Sigh. Chisu raised his hand to rub his temples. This person was even harder to deal with than Lu Yenma, extremely sensitive, really impressive. He couldn't help but have second thoughts. Being teammates with such a person was tiring. He would rather fight monsters for 800 rounds than carefully protect Xiuwen's sensitive feelings. At this moment, Su Hongwen in front suddenly squatted down. He buried his face in his knees, faint sobs of restraint could be heard. Crying? Chisu raised his eyebrows. A man crying is taboo, a true tough guy doesn't shed tears lightly. Crying doesn't solve anything, it just lets others laugh at you, and now he didn't care about embarrassment. But leaving it alone wasn't okay either. Chisu walked forward, casually said, "It was my fault just now, I apologize to you." Hearing this, Su Hongwen quickly wiped his face. He spread out his palms, counting the steel G he earned from selling scrap. There were more than 10 at first, then he bought this and that, how much left he couldn't remember. 3.7. After counting, Su Hongwen handed all the money to Chisu, add as a friend. Chisu did as told. Clatter, received, 30 cents. Altogether it was the price of a glass of lemonade. Now Su Hongwen owed nothing, his emotions slowly stabilized. He righteously pierced the drink with a straw, returned to being the cold high-class guy, said nothing, and headed straight for the ghost market. The Treasure Mega Mall was packed with people. Downstairs were street stalls, selling beast companions, elixirs, spirit stones, etc., quality not guaranteed, no after-sales service. Ancient books, antiques, immortal herbs, and other high-end spiritual items were sold inside the mall. Chisu put on sunglasses, looking over the crowd, craning his neck to watch the neatly arranged rough stones fully wrapped in leather. From the outside, those were worthless rough stones, different colors. When cut open, there was a chance to get rare items like Phoenix Blood Bodhi, Dragon Scale Cloud Brocade, or Tai Refined Gold. They stored rich spiritual energy, used to assist in pill refining. It can help with training, and can also be made into self-defense gear. The price, well, depends on what kind of jade it is, and the size of the jade, from several million to several hundred million. Rough jade sells for only tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. Many people want to gamble on a one-cut to wealth chance. But in reality, those who get rich overnight are few, while those who jump off buildings overnight are not few. We won't buy. Su Hongwen said quietly, his eyes full of disgust as he looked at the rough jade. Chisu knew Su Hongwen had a gambling father, and a gambler would naturally play the jade game. He said, "I'm not your father, I know the trade. If there is treasure, I will surely take it, I would never miss it." Su Hongwen pulled Chisu toward the beast taming stall. "They are cheating people like you who know the trade, do you understand fakes? If you are an outsider, know nothing, understand nothing, then you will buy nothing, and even the small sellers can't cheat your money." He knew the ways of jade gambling deeply, weirdos could never find treasure. Every batch of raw jade stones the seller bought was first appraised by themselves. Big stones were kept, small stones were used to attract returning customers. Among a pile of raw stones, they would put one small stone on purpose for the buyer to open, and the buyer would happily advertise for the seller. And that small stone, sold, would at most make $1 million. As for the buyers, they got a cheap find once, and it became uncontrollable, spending the $1 million they earned on the next stall. Even selling houses, borrowing money, trying for a second dream, ending in suicide. All are traps. Chisu also did not see any good stones, letting Su Hongwen pull him along. Su Hongwen stopped in front of the beast taming stall, looking down at the spiritless beasts. Some tamed low-quality beasts had no buyers, taking space in the store, and were sold cheap, their skills basically harmless. He did not need the beasts to be strong, just able to make him food and drink. Chisu glanced, "Let's go to another one." Su Hongwen saw these beasts all had some illness, at least they needed to be healthy. After about half an hour, Su Hongwen stopped in front of a hamster cage. This beast liked to store food, could fill its cheeks a lot, nickname, Walking Granary. He did not need to care, the hamster would find food to fill its granary, and even keep it fresh. "How much?" Su Hongwen asked. 50,000, the seller said. 20,000. Su Hongwen bargained. "Go away," the seller pointed aside. Su Hongwen pretended to leave, ears up listening for the seller to call him back. Unexpectedly, the seller ignored him, calling another customer, "Chisu, which one do you want? I don't bargain here." Shisu stared at the red-bellied golden pheasant in the chicken cage. Its back was bright yellow, belly deep red, neck had silk-like gold feathers. His tone had no emotion, like asking casually, "How much for this one?" 100,000, female, can lay eggs. Can it lay golden eggs? Ha ha, the seller sneered, pointing aside, "You also go away. You are so boring, just joking. Xiao Wen, come pay." Su Hongwen thought the chicken can lay eggs, fine, so he scanned to pay. Shisu picked up the cage, smiled, put his finger in, and tapped the red-bellied golden pheasant's head. "Hello, little phoenix." He turned to leave, but ran straight into Wang Defa surrounded by fans, his gaze darkened slightly. Looks like a fight is coming. Chapter 44, Enemies Meet. A commotion happened ahead, the crowd seemed pushed aside, people on both sides hurriedly moved away. First a beam of strong light cut through the path, the young man carrying a camera walked back. The light board outside the camera kept adjusting angle, making Wang Defa look bright and glossy. Behind him followed people holding sound poles, carrying equipment boxes, doing touch-up makeup, handing water, dispersing crowds. About 10 people surrounded Wang Defa, shouting, "Make way! Make way! It's Fa Gu! Ah! Fa Gu is here! Teacher Wang, help me check this! Teacher Wang, please stop! Fa Gu landed at the ghost market! Fa Gu! Fa Gu!" A group of people excitedly crowded around, holding various things. Some held a blue and white bowl, some clutched a jade pendant, and an old man held a bronze incense burner. Almost slammed into the camera. Shisu brushed it off, these antiques were all from last week, not a single genuine one. Wang Defa raised his hand to greet the crowd, his face glowing red. He wore a cross-collar tang suit, with a professional smile on his face. Holding a string of beads, dark red outside, semi-transparent, with several solid bead-like jades in the center, bright red and vivid. Shisu stared at that string of jade beads. Phoenix Blood Bodhi, the wearer is immune to the venom of snakes, insects, ants, and beasts, limited to biological toxins, ineffective against arsenic or mineral poisons like red arsenic. Phoenix Blood Bodhi is not very expensive, a fingertip-sized jade bead costs over $1 million. But these are not sold individually, to ensure effectiveness and longer protection, usually 13 beads are strung together and sold as a set. That starts at 10 million. Shisu looked down at his chicken cage. The red-bellied golden pheasant was preening its feathers, the golden-red scales on its neck glimmering under the light. This was the first sign of phoenix traits. The phoenix is king of birds, many think the phoenix evolved from birds. That's not wrong. But birds are divided, those that fly in the sky, and those that walk on the ground. People often only pay attention to those that fly, ignoring the lowest-level poultry. Chickens are also birds, just with weakened flying ability, like ostriches or penguins, unable to flap. And the full features of a phoenix are chicken head, swallow chin, snake neck, turtleback, fishtail. The chicken is in its mutation line. Though Wang Defa was inexperienced, Shisu still felt a bit uneasy. The vendor is ignorant, but that man is a 3-star treasure appraiser. Seeing Wang Defa getting closer, he instinctively moved the cage back, but stopped halfway. Isn't this the classic hiding silver where there is none? Hiding what? The more you hide, the more curious others get. What treasure is it, hiding so tightly, everyone wants a peek? Shisu simply lifted the cage back, holding it properly in front of his chest. He straightened his back and walked forward, the chicken in the cage shook a little, clucking twice. Shoo! Shisu whispered a single word. The streamer team came bustling from the opposite side, while Wang Defa checked each stall for good items. They brushed past each other, Shisu kept his eyes straight, only staring at the road ahead. Wang Defa paused, turned his head, wait. Shisu took a deep breath, looking back into Wang Defa's gaze. But Wang Defa was not looking at him, instead staring at Su Honwan, head lowered. UHSS, are you the 10th place from the last Beast Taming Academy Championship? Wisteria fully published his photo, the forum's hot pin post was him. This appearance, seen once, never forgotten. Su Honwan dodged the camera, pulling up his collar over his mouth and nose, you have the wrong person. How could I be wrong, long admired, long admired. Wang Defa flattered instantly, signaling the cameraman to follow, rushing towards Su Honwan. Curiosity, live viewers love this. Unexpectedly, suddenly someone jumped out in the middle. Shisu didn't hesitate, kicked down the cameraman, sent the camera flying, a spinning kick took down the assistant. The live phone fell with a crack, shattered, live broadcast cut off. These moves were like stirring a hornet's nest, Wang Defa's followers aggressively pushed toward him. Don't fight. Don't fight. Wang Defa immediately acted as peacemaker, spreading his arms to block his followers behind him. Ridiculous. Already said. That disabled person is 10th in the championship. Still standing there foolishly wanting to fight, can you win? And Shisu was counting on Wang Defa not daring. He didn't mention compensation, smirked evilly, raised a middle finger, tightly holding Su Hongwen's shoulder, go. At that moment, the dense crowd was parted by someone even bigger than Wang Defa's show, the bodyguards opening the way, wore suits and ties, cold and rough, pushing people aside. Chi Su was also hit, and immediately stumbled a few steps. If it wasn't for Su Hongwen grabbing him, he would have fallen flat on his face. Not long after, the main person appeared. The young man had slanted eyes, the corners of his eyes upturned, a face full of arrogance, giving off a feeling of scheming and unscrupulousness. His messy hair was styled perfectly, and the purple school uniform shone brightly under the light. On his chest, the badge of a 2-star beast tamer glinted with a dazzling shine. Chi Su whispered to Su Hongwen, people like this show-off should be locked up in jail, disturbing public order. Ha! Ha! Su Hongwen breathed heavily, his eyes bloodshot. His gaze was fixed on the purple vine student, and the chicken cage in his arms was being gripped tighter and tighter. Pop, the wire snapped again. Chi Su noticed something was wrong, turned Su Hongwen's body, and faced away from the young man. Is this the one who threw acid on you? Su Hongwen was sweating profusely, his face as pale as a sheet. He was in a daze, hearing nothing clearly, only his heart beating loudly in his ears. His legs shook as he took steps backward, suddenly moving, like a headless fly searching for an exit. Xiaowen, I heard your spiritual power is 890, guaranteed for admission to Purple Vine. I pity you, I've treated you to meals for 3 years. How is this any different from you stabbing me in the back? You're first in school, I'm second, Purple Vine only accepts one. Since you're dead set on going there, unwilling to give up, then you've stolen my spot. All the meals I've fed you these years were fed to the dog. I know you're not easy, but you're poor, that's fine, but you have to be loyal. A person like you, heartless and ungrateful, I, Lu Tianxiang, am no longer your brother. Pockmark, go get the 1,000-foot worm, Ma Lu. Xiaowen, I'm giving you a chance to make money, buy a beast tamer, buy a ticket to Purple Vine. Do you dare to bet? Dare? Good, it's your choice. Bring me the sulfuric acid, let Ma Lu hang on his face. It won't bite, don't worry. But if it crawls somewhere, I can't guarantee. 5 minutes with sulfuric acid, I'll give you 500,000. You won't find an easier way to make money. Who told us we were once close brothers? If you last a minute more, I'll add 100,000. Wow, no wonder you're 890, eating the Ma Lu alive. Even if it crawls into your mouth, it still can't. How disgusting, what's the taste? How long can you last? 10 minutes? Looks like I'm going to lose this bet. Xiaowen, you really have the nerve to bet with me. A minute for 100,000, why not just steal the money from my pocket? The other person suddenly leaned in close, startling Su Hongwen, and the sulfuric acid poured down on his head. Ah! Chapter 45, Rising Up. In the Ghost Market. Ha, ha! Su Hongwen's eyes were unfocused, charging recklessly, knocking over many stalls. No matter how much he trained his mind, facing his past nightmare, that fear ran deep into his bones. He hadn't found Lu Tianxiang in the competition, not because he couldn't, but because he didn't try to find him on purpose. He wanted revenge, but he was too scared to face him, afraid of hearing harsh words. Lu Tianxiang knew him best, knew his family situation, and after turning against him, he hurt him the most, always stabbing him in the heart. He couldn't bear it. And deep down, he also acknowledged that he was the one who betrayed his loyalty. In the face of profit, he chose the kind of profit that could change his life, not his friend. Su Hongwen. Su Hongwen. Su Hongwen. The loud shout snapped him back to his senses. Su Hongwen stared blankly at Chi Su, his peripheral vision catching a glimpse of Lu Tianxiang watching from the side, and the crowd around them whispering and pointing. How terrifying. What happened to that person? What sickness does he have? Is it contagious? Xiaowen? Is it really you? How long has it been since we last met? Lu Tianxiang's lips curled into a sharp smile as he greeted like an old friend. He turned to the appraiser he hired for a high price, old Wang, he's my high school classmate. When you pick out the materials, help him choose one as well. Lu Tianxiang then added, don't pick anything too expensive, 200,000 is fine. He can't afford more, his family is broke, he spent 3 years in high school using his roommate's stuff. Xiaowen, you're not like your dad, are you? Do you like to gamble? Only 200,000, a chance to get rich overnight, you, rising star, can surely afford it, oh? Oh, you. Chi Su swore, holding Su Hongwen's trembling hand, and said calmly, what's his name? Lu Tianxiang. Lu Tianxiang? Tianxiang? Chi Su smiled, back where we are, Xiang means big poop, how could anyone pick this name? What did you say? Lu Tianxiang's face darkened. Ears don't work well either. Chi Su added with a laugh. He turned his head, shamelessly inspecting the big poop. Some people wear gold and silver, that is noble. Some people are unbearably vulgar, pure nouveau riche style. Lu Tianxiang belonged to the latter. Let's go. Su Hongwen forcefully pulled Chi Su to move. Stop him. Lu Tianxiang refused to let go easily. The two were also enemies. Last contest he ranked 11th, and Su Hongwen took his spot. Thinking of raising an ungrateful wolf for 3 years himself, he was furious. Lu Tianxiang looked around, pointing to the stall with the most guests. Old wine, that one, pick it. Wang Defa could see, his annual member was clashing with the new star. So the rough jade he picked for the new star surely could not be good. Buying a piece of trash stone for 200,000, one could only accept it. Seeing Lu Tianxiang wouldn't stop, Shi Su decided to teach them a lesson. Want to gamble, right? Fine, I'll help Xiaowen pick. Let's see whose rough stone, once cut, is worth more. Hearing this, Lu Tianxiang finally looked directly at Shi Su, suddenly feeling familiar. Aren't you the one with the earth dragon Zun? Exactly, Grandpa. Lu Tianxiang's face blackened, kicking over an innocent stall, sneering, Kid, you want to be the leader, huh? If you want to be the leader, you better measure your spiritual power, 0.5, what are you arrogant about? Chi Su smiled shamelessly, gambling stones are not like spiritual power, so what if I am 0.5? I'll tell you, now I am 1 point, solid one. After saying this, Chi Su pulled Su Hongwen to pick rough stones. Wang Defa had already eyed a piece, 200 jin, quite large, as if a stone monkey was squatting inside. He, as always, kept the suspense, showing talent to the growing crowd of treasure friends. Identifying rough stone needs no professional tools, experts have their own method. Traditional medicine relies on looking, listening, asking, and touching. Gambling stones relies on seeing, touching, weighing, knocking, and shining. First, let's talk about seeing. Wang Defa shook his head, dragging out his tone. 1. Look at the shell's color, judge old or young, raw or ripe. 2. Check the surface holes, find the pine flower veins. 3. Examine the crack shapes, measure depth and direction. 4. Check the color series, peek at darkness and light. Where the sharp eye reaches, under the shell, heaven and earth, is already clear. Though Wang Defa was showing off, every sentence made sense, making several new treasure friends nod repeatedly, their eyes burning toward his 200 jin rough stone. Old players whispered to each other, commenting. Brother Fa's stone shell is evenly sandy, it really has a chance. Look at that python vein, winding and twisting, looks like something will come out. A 200 jin stone, if a bit of spring color comes out, it will make a fortune. Spring color is jade with both violet and green. Spring means violet jade, color means green jade. Because the color combo is rare, and mining is limited, market value is high. Now jade became a spirit object, price went up even more. Listening to the surrounding comments, Wang Defa's smile grew. He signaled his helper to hand over a flashlight, ready to examine carefully. On the other side of the crowd, Chi Su picked up small stones, looked, then threw them aside. We won't gamble, let's go. Su Hongwen was at a loss. He adjusted his hat and tried to comb the red-bellied pheasant, busy beyond reason, not knowing why he was busy. Don't panic, trust me. Chi Su was steady as an old dog. Su Hongwen was extremely nervous, sweating like rain. He knew Chi Su had skill, but that was about beast taming and immortal herbs, gambling stones was different. This was jade and antiques. Totally not the same. He spoke urgently, they pick first. The good stuff here is probably already taken. You won't find anything. Otherwise, let's check other stalls. Shoo. Chi Su interrupted, holding the dusty raw stone. The raw stone was palm-sized, its surface grayish-white with yellow tinges, covered in fine cracks, looking no different from a weathered broken rock. This kind of stone, traders call rough shell, 9 times out of 10 you lose with it, even left by the roadside, no one would pick it up. Chi Su let out a soft laugh, I'll take this one. He knew before selling raw stones, the stall owner would examine them. Good ones were kept, only the worthless ones put up for sale. But now, times had changed. Spirit energy had revived, jade had its own spirit, and there were ways to hide it from detection instruments. The higher quality the jade, the deeper it was hidden, impossible for anyone to find. So in the ghost market, finding treasure and getting rich overnight was no dream. Seeing Chi Su finish choosing, the older jade friends around shook their heads, clicking their tongues. That stone is full of cracks. Even if it turns green, it will shatter. You can't even get a ring face out of it. Young people are just young. Let's go to Brother Fa's stall. At least you can learn a trick or two. Chi Su's expression remained calm as he asked the stall owner, how much for this one? 10,000. Chi Su was surprised at how cheap it was, and said to Su Hongwen, pay up. Su Hongwen paid helplessly, staring at the unremarkable stone, lost in thought, escaping reality. Young Master Lu. Wang Defa pointed at the 200-pound big stone, this one. Lu Tianxiang nodded, quote it. Stall owner, 700,000. Fine, pay. Lu Tianxiang quickly paid, deliberately staring at Su Hongwen's face, making him uncomfortable. Xiaowen, honestly, you look much better now. Before, when you called me brother, you didn't know your own limits. Give you a little power, and you set up a dye shop for me. Now your attitude is right. I'm not someone you can look at as equal. As a brother, you should bow your head. You're just my assistant. Don't put yourself on the same level. For our 3 years as classmates, here's the deal: you each apologize to me, promise to live humbly, remember that Wisteria students are like your parents, then you can leave. Chapter 46, Odd and Snide. Shi Su ignored the barking words, looking at the electric cutting machine. Soon, Wang Defa's big stone was cut open, causing a stir. The flat cutting surface was grayish-white, like a lump of dog poop. But one small piece, about the size of a bowl, had an oily, warm color, like mutton fat white jade, with a few golden lines. This is Taiyi refined gold. Taiyi refined gold. Taiyi refined gold came out. It's small, but worth 7 to 8 million. That young master only paid 700,000. Add a zero directly. This is material for forging, just a rice-sized amount greatly strengthens ordinary iron, cuts iron like mud, doesn't rust, doesn't break easily. Su Hongwen's face turned dark, his raw stone almost crushed in his hand. Calm down. Why are you so impatient? Shi Su pried Su Hongwen's fingers, giving the palm-sized stone back to the stall owner. Grind it, just remove the shell. SSSHHH. The sound of the spinning wheel was sharp and piercing. Everyone craned their necks to look. The grinding sound abruptly stopped. The stall owner froze. A thin thread of dark red appeared, like blood vessels. Shi Su spoke slowly, word by word, blood qi. Blood qi, top-grade Hetian jade. After dropping blood, it can sense the location of family or enemies within 30 meters. The closer, the stronger the sensing. This is rare red jade. I remember in the 2017 auction, one red jade sold for 200 million. Though mine is small, with spirit energy, its unique effect means the price will far exceed 200 million. Shi Su reached out, pressing hard, pried the blood qi from the stall owner's tight grip. Thanks for your work. This is mine. Su Hongwen's tense body finally relaxed at this moment. For the first time, a smile appeared on his face. As expected of a pervert, the jade he offers is absurdly expensive. Shi Su shook the red jade at Lu Tianxiang, full of malice. Thank you, De Xiang. If you hadn't stopped us, we wouldn't have played this. Stone gambling is gambling, it brings bad luck. Honestly, I don't want to get rich overnight. I just want to live steadily, step by step, dragging you Wisteria students into the mud. But look at you, we are opponent Qi, and you helped us so much that Xiaowen's family debt can be cleared in one go. Shi Su put his arm around Su Hongwen's shoulder, eyes full of mockery. As they say, when heaven imposes a great task on a person, it first tests the mind and body. How is Xiaowen suffering? There is no labor, only lying flat. But lying flat, doesn't that make one a salted fish? Xiaowen, no matter how rich we are, we can't be salted fish, people will rot lying down. Enough, big shit Xiang, goodbye. Finally, the silent scene was broken by a furious roar. Stop. Lu Tianxiang's arrogance shattered inch by inch, his face changing from white to green, finally swelling to liver color. He snatched the strong flashlight from Wang Defa. I want to inspect it. You say it's blood infused, it's blood infused? Anyone can make dyed glass. You inspect? Shi Su shook his head, looking at the badge. Who do you think you are? You are not a gem appraiser, just a 2-star beast tamer. What can you really see? He then killed with praise. Fa good, you are a 3-star gem appraiser, you inspect it. No one here is more professional. Look how good the stones are, worth 7 or 8 million. Wang Defa clenched his fists tightly, his whole body trembling from restraint. If it weren't for too many fans, being a public figure, he would damn well kill that little brat. He gritted his anger, took the new flashlight from his assistant, and shone it on the blood-infused piece personally. The light penetrated, and the red veins seemed to come alive, the threads flowing faster. Gradually, a blood-colored phantom appeared in the flashlight beam. Wang Defa's pupils shrank sharply, his hands shaking uncontrollably. The jade spirit formed, real treasure, 100% real. No tack or tricks. Natural and pure. Everyone saw the scene, their eyes filled with envy looking at Shi Su. Lu Tianxiang suddenly turned to Wang Defa, his gaze murderous. Aren't you a 3-star gem appraiser? How could you miss such a treasure? He pointed at Taiyi refined gold, teeth almost breaking. I spent over 10 million in your livestream, invited you today with another 5 million, and you give me this? Hearing this, Wang Defa could no longer restrain himself, ignoring appearances to confront him. What, you spent less than 20 million, and I should make you 200 million? Where in the world is that possible? Is Taiyi refined gold trash? You still earned over $1 million today, what's not enough? You lost, vent your anger on me? Do I owe you? I tell you, my livestream doesn't need you. 20 million is nothing. You don't even deserve to wipe Crow Brothers' shoes. Rude nouveau riche. With that, Wang Defa exhaled sharply, reaching Lu Tianxiang's feet, waving his hand, let's go. Lu Tianxiang's face grew darker, eyes full of unhidden murderous intent. He raised his hand, pointing at Jisu's nose, his tone cold, see you at the championship. Jisu was not afraid at all, forget the championship, let's do it now, one-on-one, don't use beasts if you dare. Su Hongwen's heart skipped, staring at Jisu in shock. Are you always this brave? Isn't your spiritual power only 1 point? Lu Tianxiang took off his jacket, face cold, closing in step by step. Jisu pushed away Su Hongwen who wanted to help, focused, unexpectedly kicked with a crushing strike, grabbed Su Hongwen, running madly, legs leaving after images. He feared Lu Tianxiang was pretending to leave. The cat waited in the dark, looking for a chance to snatch the red jade. Then he decided to hit him first, so Lu Tianxiang would have no ability to cause trouble. Where is your home? Su Hongwen shouted, hugging the chicken cage. Turn right. Turn right. Jisu slid underfoot, changing direction like lightning. After a long time, the two finally shook off the pursuing bodyguards, gasping as they stepped into the old neighborhood. Jisu handed the red jade to Su Hongwen, here. Su Hongwen didn't take it, you chose it. You bought it, I didn't spend money. By law, whoever pays owns it. Jisu forced it into Su Hongwen's hands. This time, Su Hongwen didn't react, his eyes reddened. What exactly is going on between you and Dexiang? Why are you still afraid of him? Jisu didn't understand. Su Hongwen told the whole story in a low voice. At that time, Lu Tianxiang had 350 spiritual power, second in the school. If I gave up, the guaranteed spot would be his. Did I do wrong? Should I have given him the spot? He treated me to meals for 3 years. Are you crazy? Jisu said seriously, a true friend only feels happy for you. He would never make you give up a spot. Treating me to meals doesn't matter. He was unfair first, shamelessly using small favors to guilt you. He is just pure cheap, never treated you as a friend, petty, cannot stand your success. You are not wrong. Jisu took out the key and opened the door, walking lightly to avoid waking other tenants. He led Su Hongwen into the bedroom, turned on the light, took out the beast food for the earth dragon, and filled the red-bellied pheasant's bowl. He said to the chicken, make do for now, later in the secret realm I'll catch insects for you. Coo-coo. The red-bellied pheasant responded softly. It had been hungry for a long time, opening its beak wide, devouring everything like a storm. Jisu signaled Su Hongwen to come closer, his voice like a buzzing fly, it is a phoenix, hurry and make the contract. Su Hongwen was shocked and stared at Jisu again, then quickly looked away the next second. Jisu looked at the red-bellied pheasant, although it is a phoenix, we still need the jade carnelian rejuvenating flower, but the phoenix rebirth comes with cultivation reset. Other people's phoenixes do not matter, but one cannot let their own phoenix die. Therefore, this burning heaven nirvana lotus, which grew from ashes, could basically erase all thoughts. Tomorrow we go to the auction, sell the jade, the day after we try our luck in the first-level secret realm, and also let the little phoenix eat something good. Jisu got up, picked up a basin, fetched water from the bathroom for brushing teeth, washing face and feet in one go. How much does your family owe? Interest on interest, nearly 1.2 billion. Su Hongwen signed the contract, holding the extremely expensive blood essence, his expression dim, even if we sell it, the hole can never be filled. There will be a day it can be filled. Jisu looked at Su Hongwen, wrinkling his nose with a mischievous smile, as long as you can protect me, I can earn faster than compound interest. Chapter 47, Hard and Soft Don't Work. All was silent. Deep in the ghost market, beside the gambling stone stall, a jet-black hunting dog crouched low, nose close to the ground, slowly sniffing the messy pile of hair materials. Next second, it lifted its head sharply, dozens of blurry figures appearing in its mind, all customers who had touched the stones before. Woof. It turned to look at the stall owner. The stall owner lit up the phone screen, showing a dim-shot photo. In an instant, two auras were precisely locked, Jisu, Su Hongwen. Swoosh. The black dog became a shadow and darted into the night. Follow. The stall owner waved a hand, behind him over 100 people poured out of the ghost market like a tide. Bang bang bang. The old iron door trembled as it was smashed, dust falling from the frame. In the living room, tenants sleepily got up, cursing, dragging on their shoes. Here they come, why no key, is that just decoration? The door barely opened a crack when a foot kicked hard into his chest. Bang. The tenant flew out, hitting the basin rack behind him. Search them. The thugs entered one by one, overturning mattresses, tearing tenants' clothes to search. Pots and pans crashed to the floor, wall calendars ripped halfway down, hanging by a thread. Bang! A thug kicked open a bedroom door. He groped the wall lamp with a fierce, menacing expression, but before he could touch it, a heavy kick landed on his waist and abdomen. He bent over in pain, feeling the agony so much that his drool almost dripped out. Big brother, it's here. Click, Chi-Su turned on the light. He was dressed neatly, now in loose, comfortable clothes suitable for movement. He looked at the chaotic scene in front of him, mentally calculating the damage. He transferred 10,000 to each affected tenant, no less. Vendor Huixian pushed away his disheveled little brother and said casually, "Shall we talk?" Chi-Su gladly agreed, "Let's talk somewhere else. I'm going to a restaurant, a big one. I'll choose the place." "All right." Huixian chuckled as he walked out of the garbage-filled room, "Don't forget to bring your treasure." Chi-Su immediately brought his big treasure, Su Hongwen, and left the old house, surrounded by a group of people. In the business private room. Cold dishes and meat dishes, with all kinds of alcohol and cigarettes. Su Hongwen buried his head and ate ravenously, with no manners whatsoever. He was devouring the food like a starving ghost, and the nearby dishes had already been mostly cleaned out. At that moment, a small wooden bucket was brought over, and the waiter opened the lid, releasing a fragrant aroma. Chi-Su looked at the clear, translucent rice in the bucket and took a deep breath. This was a high-end food of the lower yellow grade. Each grain was smooth like jade, larger than soybeans, and had the effect of eliminating fatigue, recharging the pulse. Eating a bowl of this rice would relieve sore legs and back pain, making it easy to climb 5 floors in one breath. Though it was lower yellow grade, it wasn't as expensive as pill medicine, costing 10,000 per pound. The recharge the pulse effect was only temporary and was commonly used to satisfy one's appetite. Ordinary families couldn't afford it, and this was Chi-Su's first time trying it. He scooped a bowl for himself, picked up a grain, and put it in his mouth. The grain melted immediately, turning into a warm flow that spread through his body, gradually dispelling his drowsiness. Su Hongwen asked Chi-Su, "Are you having more?" Chi-Su shook his head, "It's all yours." Su Hongwen took out a food-grade sealing bag and poured all the rice from the wooden bucket into the bag, whispering, "I'm feeding chickens, not eating it myself. I'm not craving it." Chi-Su laughed, "No need to explain. Even if you're eating it yourself, I won't say anything." He looked towards Huixian, who was lounging in the main seat, casually leaning back against the chair with a thick cigar between his fingers. His index and ring fingers each wore a ring, a black sapphire and a green jadeite, both the size of pigeon eggs. They clearly showed he was very rich, having made quite a bit of money from gambling on stones. Out in public, he was a grimy street vendor, struggling through hardship. But in private, he transformed into a coal boss surrounded by gold and jade. He had mastered the art of hiding wealth. Despite his grandeur, he didn't even touch any of the mountain delicacies on the table, not even a single chopstick. Chi-Su got straight to the point, "How much are you willing to pay to buy the blood-soaked eye?" This red jade was perfect for someone in the underworld, where enemies were plenty. With a piece of jade that could sense the location of enemies, one could effectively avoid assassinations. Huixian flicked his fingers, and a little brother opened his coat, pulling out 2 red envelopes from his inner pocket. After receiving them, Huixian bent forward and slowly pushed the envelopes toward Chi-Su, grinning as he said, "Little brother, I'm here with sincerity. 2 choices, hear me out." He pointed at the envelopes with his index finger, "I know the market price of the blood-soaked eye is over 2 billion. In this envelope, there's a check for 10 million. You take a little loss, we'll be friends. I, who, owe you a favor. From now on, if you come to this hellhole market, mention my name and things will be easier." Upon hearing this, Chi-Su leaned back in his chair, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest, a faint smile at the corner of his lips. He didn't reply. 10 million for the blood-soaked eye? What a pipe dream. The words sounded nice, talking about a favor, but it was just an empty promise. The final interpretation was in the hands of the other party. If he truly encountered an unsolvable issue, would this old Hu help him? It was uncertain, and there was a high chance he would take the jade and then turn his back on him. This wasn't how you made friends. He would lose big by trading for an unstable ally. This was a bad deal, and he wouldn't make it. What do you think? Su Hongwen whispered. He felt a little tempted by this deal. They had found 2 treasures at the ghost market, and they would definitely become regulars in the future. Someone protected them, someone guided them, someone helped them, so they could avoid many detours and troubles. The other side was so polite, even inviting them to eat, like a sincere big brother. 1 piece of jade, for some money, to make a friend, plus a relatively smooth path forward, worth considering. Chi-Su looked at Su Hongwen's clear and spotless eyes, "Eat, child, eat more, look how thin you are." Oh, Su Hongwen continued cleaning the table, not wasting a single dish. "What does the second offer say?" Chi-Su asked. Huaxian saw he was unmoved, his smile faded a bit, and he held up 2 fingers, second choice, 20 million shak, silver and goods all settled. This is a normal deal. I am not your friend. Next time at the ghost market, don't greet me, watch your step. These words were a glaring threat. In fact, both choices were bullying, one soft, one hard. Chisu neither took soft nor hard. He stood up, rubbed his itchy neck, looking down at Huaxian from above. Boss Hu, you don't know how to do business, no foresight. Since I could open Shua Chin, it proves my ability. You don't think I rely on luck, right? I could help you keep the big goods, avoid losing treasures again, but you, to save money, treat us like beggars, offering 10 million to dismiss us. You overestimate yourself, and underestimate me. Chisu looked at the mud strip on his fingertip, casually rubbed it, flicked the leg kick eye medicine into Huaxian's wine glass. He smiled lightly, thanks for this meal, Shouan, let's go. Chapter 48 The Strongest Male Soprano. Crash. The whole table was overturned. Huaxian's face was stern, you don't drink a toast but take the penalty wine, fine, you're bold, let's see what skill you have to talk big. He waved his hand, come here. The door was kicked open, countless thugs rushed in. Colorful magic circles lit up, various spirit beasts appeared from thin air. Most were growing forms, very few mature, and 2 were fully evolved. Huaxian shouted, releasing the shop's guardian beast. Wind Lion Beast. A male lion occupied half the room, almost pushing a hole in the ceiling. It had 8 legs, a pair of bird wings on its back, a mutant beast, extraordinary body. Huaxian slammed down his cigar, staring at the brat wearing sunglasses, coldly, since you show no respect, don't blame me for ending you. Now hand over the treasure, roll with that deformity, forget about the money, not a cent, consider this over, or... Noisy. Chisu raised his hand, opened the beast space, Earth Dragon roared and leapt from the circle, biting the extraordinary male lion's neck. But its skin was thick, Earth Dragon's sharp teeth couldn't pierce, it flicked its tail and sent small fry flying, then retreated, using mud technique. The lion kicked hard at the wall, leaped over the swamp, rebounded, lunging at Earth Dragon, so fast it left an afterimage. Chisu grabbed the lion at the moment of counterattack, recalled Earth Dragon, narrowly dodging. He climbed elsewhere nimbly, opened beast space again. Earth Dragon raised sharp claws, cold light on tips, sneaked from behind lion's rear. But the gap in strength was too big, the lion sensed the sneak, spun violently, its fur all standing up, like a giant porcupine, touching it would pierce. Earth Dragon couldn't stop in time from momentum, about to get pricked, Chisu decisively recalled it. He grinned mischievously, hey, I took it back again. I let it out again. I took it back again. How's it, bite me, idiot. Earth Dragon seemed to glitch, unreal and real, lion couldn't hit it. Huaxian's fury rose, taking several steps and leaping into the air. Aim at Chisu and lift the leg for a flying kick. In that instant, Su Hongwen came from the side, swinging a wooden chair and smashing it heavily onto Huaxian's leg, the chair immediately shattering into pieces. He acted in a split second, using his body to crash through the window, grabbing Chisu and throwing him out. The private room was on the 2nd floor, and this height wouldn't cause much harm. Chisu landed steadily and shouted upwards, stop fighting. Come with me. The enemy was numerous, and fists alone couldn't defeat so many. So, he kept a trump card for himself, but it would take a few steps to use it. Su Hongwen, bleeding, jumped out of the window, and Chisu raised his arm to catch him perfectly, and the 2 of them grabbed each other and sprinted. Where are we going? Su Hongwen shouted loudly, holding his face with scratches. The auction house. The auction house was nearby, operated by the government. They collect treasures at night and auction them during the day, open 24 hours with strict security. As long as they can make it in, that Hu person wouldn't dare to act rashly. Put. A thick, sticky black phlegm brushed past Chisu and splashed onto the wall, corroding a shallow hole, sizzle as it emitted smoke. Chisu felt his scalp tingle, using all his strength to dart and climb walls, slithering in a Z pattern like a snake. But even as quick as he was, he couldn't outrun the lion. Kill him for me. Huaxian roared in anger. With the command from his master, the lion no longer held back, and pounced at Chisu with full force. Su Hongwen suddenly stopped, biting his teeth tightly, raising his arm to brace himself against the extraordinary strength of the attack. In reality, he couldn't withstand it. This was not a secret realm, there was no armor nearby to protect him, and no weapon available. His spiritual energy was high, but at best, he was a mature body, lacking skills, just having a better physique. But if he didn't block, Chisu would be doomed. The result was like this, it wasn't because Chisu couldn't negotiate, but because those people had always planned to kill and loot. It was his own fault for being too slow to notice the malicious intent. Had he known, he should have struck first and caught them off guard. Now, it was too late to say anything. Su Hongwen looked at the lion, which was almost within reach, with sharp eyes. He had no choice, it was all or nothing. At the critical moment, Su Hongwen was violently knocked aside. The thick lion's paw swiped past his face, carrying a heavy smell of blood, and grabbed another person. Chisu quickly fell backward, using one hand to support the ground, sweeping his leg like a whip at the lion's hind legs. Pft, pft, pft. His calf was pierced by sharp hairs, creating dense holes. Chisu froze, and the next second, a high-pitched dolphin-like scream suddenly burst from his mouth. Vita's opera 2 was sung perfectly by him with all his heart. Oh Wawa! Oh Wawa! Everyone covered their ears, even the Beastmasters did the same. The high-pitched notes with strong penetrating power broke the quiet night, attracting the patrol team's attention. They wore black tight outfits, silver whistles hung from their necks, badges were tucked on their chests, and they wore boots, giving off a unique and imposing aura. One of the women blew her whistle and walked slowly towards them. Seeing this, Huaxian and the others were shocked and scattered to escape. Run? That'll make it worse. The woman with long black hair raised her hand, pointing forward. A huge black jade snake appeared behind her, hissing as it passed. The snake beast devoured all their beasts one after another and spit out 3 spiritual cores. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! We're not running anymore! We're not running anymore! Huaxian panicked, falling to his knees, begging for mercy, forcing out a stiff smile. We're protected by the ghost market. As he spoke, he took off his ring and placed it on the ground, his eyes filled with flattery. The woman picked up the 3 spiritual cores and the gemstone ring, tossing them to her teammates. And add one more thing, bribing officials, take them to the prison to report. Huaxian's face turned deathly pale as he collapsed onto the ground. These people were neither police nor auction house guards, but members of the Order Legion, which was stronger than the police and had higher status than some officials, the strongest force in the entire country. Students from Beastmaster academies have 3 choices. The first choice, after obtaining the 4-star badge, is to attend an interview with the Order Legion. If they pass the interview, no need to go to school, patrolling the streets 24 hours a day, protecting the lives of the people, killing the monsters invading the city. The second way, join the Ironblood Legion, daily entering level 19 secret realms to clear monsters. High risk, high reward, dangerous job, the minimum threshold for the Beastmaster badge is 3 stars. The third way, join the Danqing Pavilion, mainly working on pill research, recording beast information, updating the official website daily. They recruit 4-star and above alchemists and treasure appraisers. The Beastmaster badge minimum is 2 stars, as long as you can protect yourself. Order Legion, Ironblood Legion, Danqing Pavilion, these 3 authoritative departments are managed by the government, and are the employment directions for every student. Iron Rice Bowl, high status, high income, top benefits. But picking up this Iron Rice Bowl is as hard as climbing the sky. Huaxian didn't expect his luck to be this bad. Dragon Sun City is so big, the Order Legion patrol teams are few, and yet he ran right into one. Now, even the boss of the ghost market couldn't save him. Huaxian and his group were taken away. The black-haired straight woman stood in front of Chisu, tilting her head and staring. Oh wah ah ah. Su Hongwen tightly covered Chisu's mouth, using his other hand to put on a hat, his head almost touching the ground. Stop screaming, can you be a little grown-up? Ugh, Chisu's neck veins bulged, pain unbearable. He hammered the ground madly, holding in his scream for a long time, barely adapting to the pain. He sat up gasping, looking at his flesh and blood-torn legs. The flesh barely hanging together, bones exposed. How could one bear it? Chapter 49 Glory. Do you need me to take you back? The woman asked coldly. Chisu nodded. Please take me to the security booth of Boyuanhua Mansion Community. Best to carry me like a princess. Don't put me on your back, I'm afraid the flesh of my lower leg will fall off. The woman suddenly smiled, like ice and snow melting, looking cold, but when smiling very cute. Gradually, that smile changed tone, like a demon coming to the world, full of schadenfreude. I was just politely asking, didn't really plan to help. Chisu's breath stopped, biting his back teeth. Then just go. Bye, be careful on the road. The woman laughed, head tilted back, wind under her feet, no trace of coldness, soon vanished. Bastard. Chisu cursed softly, taking off his coat and wrapping his lower leg. To Su Hongwen, she must be from Zitong. Wait until I enter the Order Legion, I'll make her regret it. Su Hongwen helped Chisu up. You are going to the Order Legion? Hum. Chisu gritted his teeth, walking forward, trying to put weight on his good leg. He said honestly, I have no great ambition, I became a Beastmaster just to make money and be on top. Stay in relatively safe place, do some possible good, save a few lives. What about you? Su Hongwen lowered his eyes, touching his face. With this look, he was destined to walk with equally ugly monsters. Besides, entering the secret realm, whether vampires or debt collectors, no one dares to enter to demand money. Su Hongwen said, I want to go to the Ironblood Legion, to live in high-level secret realms. In the Ironblood Legion, there are many like him, abnormal. Some monster damage is irreversible, no one discriminates against anyone. Shisu was silent for a long time. How many stars are you now as a beastmaster? Su Hongwen shook his head. My previous beasts all died, so the appraisal office took back my badge. I have to take the test again. Without beasts, he is not a beastmaster, cannot enjoy badge privileges. He sincerely said, thank you for giving me a phoenix, and Jade, you just saved my life too. I know saying thanks is meaningless, I owe you too much, but besides myself, I have nothing else to repay. If you don't mind, I will follow you for life, be your little brother, your sword, be your beastmaster. Even if we are separated later, each doing our own work, one call I come immediately. Shisu shivered, twitching his face. Do you really have to say it so mushy? He said helplessly, we are teammates, this is all what I should do. Just now I met danger, weren't you also standing in front of me? Besides, helping you is also helping myself. I must win the competition, and you are my strongest support. There is no gratitude between us, only mutual benefit. Whether it is the phoenix or the jade, it is what you deserve, earned with your own life. If it weren't for Xiaowen protecting him, whether he could escape the restaurant was another matter. Shisu knew he deserved a beating, but he just didn't want to bow his head and be humble. Ahead, the auction house was brightly lit. Shisu said, after the red jade is sold successfully, they will definitely deduct your service fee. 20%? Or 30%? Go ask yourself, quickly get rid of this hot potato, I'll wait at the door. Su Hongwen tightened his hat and strode quickly into the hall. Shisu stretched his injured leg, sat painfully on the flower platform, patiently waiting. After who knows how long, a familiar figure ran past his eyes. The person wore a gray tracksuit, had Bluetooth headphones, clearly running at night for exercise. Such high talent, still secretly working hard, running at night instead of day, really sneaky. Shisu muttered a few complaints in his heart, deliberately ignoring. LV Yenma lifted his leg high while stepping backward. He marched in place, slanted his eyes at Shisu, voice calm, lightly asking, does someone know they are wrong? Shisu, master, madam has been dead 3 days, the body stinks, cannot admit wrong. LV Yenma, without my permission, how dare she die? Shisu, she left a last word, entrusted old servant to pass it. LV Yenma, speak. Shisu, save old man's leg. Ha. LV Yenma lightly laughed, stopped marching in place, stepped in front of Shisu, what's going on? Just joking with you, no need to save, go ahead. Shisu felt weak all over, several afterimages appeared in front of his eyes, felt like his soul was about to drift out. Then I go. LV Yenma pretended to take a step. Go. LV Yenma did not leave, instead walked toward the auction house. At this time, Su Hongwen ran out from the auction house, holding a few bottles of the cheapest coagulant and painkiller powder. Because of that shocking face, LV Yenma instinctively looked back. This person seemed like a rising star of Jialan. Su Hongwen squatted in front of Shisu, gently loosened the coat around his leg, applied simple medicine, then wrapped it back. Then, he stood by the road, hailed a taxi, and helped the drowsy Shisu into the back seat. Driver, go to Boyuan Hua Mansion Community. Su Hongwen remembered where Shisu wanted to go, opened the front passenger door, and leaned in to sit. The driver saw an injured person, dared not delay a second, pressed the accelerator to the floor, the taxi whoosh sped away. LV Yenma saw no help was needed, pressed his Bluetooth headset, warmed up, and slowly disappeared into the street. Red Jade was successfully sold, after service fee deducted, 350 million. As soon as this huge sum arrived, Su Hongwen rushed straight to the casino, repaid part of the debt, and welcomed a rare period of peace. After that, he and Shisu almost treated the first-level secret realm as home. In countless life and death fights, that originally insurmountable debt mountain was slowly cut down bit by bit without noticing. Even more happily, his beast successfully mutated into an ancient mutant beast, the Phoenix. Su Hongwen's smiles grew more each day, and his character became more outgoing. The only regret was not finding the Fuyan flower. But the championship was near, they could try their luck in the third-level secret realm. Tomorrow, he would go with Shisu and another 28 classmates to the neighboring Yunxiao city to participate in the large school versus school competition. In the principal's office, Su Hongwen and Shisu changed into the sky blue school uniforms representing Jialan, eyes full of pride unique to genius youths. Xiong Meng's gaze, like substance, swept over the 30 ready participants. The weight of the words was like 1,000 pounds. Victory! Everyone raised their right fists, gathering strength into one force, echoing loudly in all directions. Jilan will win. Chapter 50, The Tournament, 1. Yunxiao City. The morning fog had not yet dissipated, and the square outside the third-level secret realm was already crowded, with no room to spare. 3,000 beast taming academies participated in this tournament, with 30 students from each academy. This tournament had 90,000 beast tamers brave enough to challenge the third-level secret realm. In the end, only the top 10 would be remembered by the world, and the school they represented would rise to fame. Almost all the participants selected by the beast taming academies were undoubtedly the top students of their schools. Only Tame was the exception. For Tame, such a small tournament didn't require much effort. The third-level secret realm was nothing. If they really sent their best students, it would be overkill, like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. So, every time Tame sent the bad students, the last 30 students of the entire school. But this time, there was a slight change. In the center of the venue, a massive display screen hung in the air, rolling with the top 10 from the previous tournament. Tame took 9 of the spots, firmly occupying the lowest one, the blue spot at the bottom. The participants were discussing among themselves, creating a noisy buzz. Our school is on the same level as Geelon. Since Geelon made it, we can too. I've prepared well for this tournament. I don't aim for 8th or 9th. I'm determined to get 10th. You wish. Shut up, you spoiled dog. The harsh voice caused widespread dissatisfaction, and many looked towards the unexpected group of fans. They had come especially for Tame, holding up banners with images of wisteria flowers printed on them, mocking the participants from third-rate schools. Most of the criticism was directed at Geelon, especially the rising star. Tame only sends bad students. They got lucky once and now they think they're something. How dare they come and compete? They dared to compete, huh? I hope they don't back out. Tame now has a chance to step on them, and I can finally release the frustration I've been holding in for 2 months. If Geelon doesn't place this time, they'll be done for. They deserve it, after pushing our Lord Tianxiang out. Lord Tianxiang? Su laughed, raising his arm to hook Su Hongwen's neck. Even the poop has fans, huh? He gained some fans when he was messing around on a certain app, Su Hongwen said quietly. Lu Tianxiang's videos were mostly about dorm life, where he filmed skits with his roommates, and he had appeared in a few himself. At that time, his face was still intact, and he enjoyed reading the comments praising him, flipping through them over and over, feeling secretly pleased. Now those videos weren't deleted, but he didn't dare look at them anymore. When I meet the poop prince, I'll beat him into real poop, Su joked, then looked up at the big screen. The peeled potato in his hand seemed like a fruit, and he ate it with gusto. Do you think the 10 blues could make it? No. Try this, Su Hongwen said, tearing open a small hole in the packet of pepper salt, sprinkling it evenly on the potato's bite marks, and holding the bottom with his other hand to prevent the powder from spilling and wasting. He licked the powder off his palm, tightened the bandages wrapped around his face, and adjusted his scarf, leaving only his eyes exposed. Confidence is good, but what you're saying is just a dream. Su Hongwen, having spent so much time with Su, spoke without courtesy, saying it as it was. The third-level secret realm is much more dangerous than the first. We're barely managing to stay alive, let alone compete with Tame for resources. Su was somewhat displeased. Why are you always pouring cold water on everything? If you can't speak nicely, just shut up. After adding the pepper salt, the potato was no longer hard to swallow. He quickly finished it off and thought to himself that the mashed potatoes at Western restaurants probably tasted just like this, absolutely delicious. Are you cold? Su Hongwen couldn't sit still and asked all sorts of questions. Did you bring warming pads? Tisk. Su frowned and clicked his tongue. Can you stop acting like a little wife? I'm not an idiot. Not only did I bring them, I also stuck them on. He rolled up the legs of his cotton pants, showing the warming patch on his knee, and raised his hand to pat it, magic warmth tool. Now the temperature was turning cold, already below 0. Hearing from the elder Su Hongwen, in the level 3 secret realm, even broken houses that people could live in were gone, all the buildings had collapsed. They had to carry tents, sleeping bags, cotton clothes, and quilts, each person with a big pile of bags. If they didn't bring them, traveling light, thinking they could just use resources inside the secret realm, the result would be a hard, sudden death in the wild. Su looked around. Almost every participant was dressed like a bloated fat dumpling, school uniforms hidden under various thick cotton clothes, no longer possible to tell which school they were from. This made things difficult. What if they accidentally hurt someone? Here they come. The people from Wisteria. A stir ran through the crowd. Media reporters quickly grabbed cameras and video cameras, gathering at the square entrance, pointing lenses at the red-carpeted path in the center of the venue. Several black business cars stopped precisely at the path entrance, doors opening in unison. 30 young people wearing matching purple uniforms walked out one by one, thin but stylish school uniforms, the Wisteria flower badge on their chest shining in the morning light. On each person's wrist was a golden crow warm jade bracelet, providing endless heat to the body. This bracelet was made from rare jade. Looking at it, it seemed like a blazing sun sealed in semi-transparent wax. Strands of delicate golden thread swirled around the sun, changing unpredictably, sometimes forming a flying golden crow, sometimes forming a resting solar bird. The golden crow seemed alive, breathing slowly, with each breath sending warmth from the bracelet into the cold air, forming a faint, fleeting mist. This was Jade Spirit transformed, Golden Crow Warm Jade, worth tens of millions. The team leader this time was Lu Yenma. He raised his hand to push the hair at his forehead back. Just this one action, the surrounding camera flashes turned into a white day. It's the son of Wisteria's principal. Young Master Lu. I heard his spiritual power has broken 3,000. His tamed beast is an ancient mutated beast, the divine beast Fuju. Look! The second young lady of the Lu family is here too. She also has a top-level ancient tamed beast, the colorful Qilin. Qilin protection lets the whole team gather resources unharmed. Reporters, like sharks smelling blood, surged forward, tightly following the moving Wisteria team, but tacitly keeping half a meter distance. It was both fear and respect for the king. Lu Yenma walked steadily, only turning his head to say something to his sister, that casual gesture making it seem the surrounding noise had nothing to do with him. But this only caused louder screams. So handsome. So handsome. Wisteria this year will definitely be champion. Wisteria. Go. Wisteria. Go. 10 purples. 10 purples. 10 purples. Other schools can only fight for 10th, so sad, I feel for them. Chapter 51, Championship Battle, 2. After the Wisteria team appeared, teams from other tamed beast academies arrived one after another. But reporters only glanced quickly, too lazy to even raise the camera. The St. Laurent Academy people passed by, no one interviewed. The Tianshu Academy people passed by, a few in-turn reporters took some photos. When they wanted to photograph Jelan, Su Hongwen waved his hand, and they could only awkwardly put down their cameras. At this moment, an accident happened. Because the fans were too enthusiastic, they bumped into each other, pushing a girl toward the red carpet. Seeing she was about to fall hard, Lu Yenma, closest, acted fast to catch her. Are you okay? He asked softly. The girl shook her head, biting her lip without speaking, quietly stepping aside, her heart pounding wildly. This scene was captured, everyone praising the neat freak young master as well-mannered. Lu Yenma calmly changed to a new pair of gloves, handing the old ones to his sister. I warmed them, you wear them. Lu Qingqiu had a dark look on her face, reaching out, thank you. No need to say this between siblings, Lu Yenma smiled lightly. He lifted his eyelids and searched through the crowd for the three fierce competitors of Jialan. However, the contestants were dressed too randomly, without any distinct marks, and he couldn't find them at once. He then called out to Qi Yiza and Qi Rongrong, perception. The blood tainted had been bought by Lu Yenma, made into 2 rings, and given to these 2. The purpose was to sense Qi Su's location through the bloodline of relatives. The 2 human-shaped detectors scattered, and after a short while, Qi Yiza released a huge toad snake, grinning and shouting, Brother Lu. Here. Though the white jade snake hadn't mutated into a dragon, he had latched onto a strong ally. As long as he got along with Lu Yenma, becoming his close buddy, he could sign a true mutated beast. Qi Su stared at Qi Yiza's ring, his face expressionless. Damn it, despite being family, they still treated him like a small pawn. Qi Yiza, Qi Su said seriously, once we enter the secret realm, I will no longer be your cousin. You and Qi Rongrong leave now, and I'll spare your lives. We can settle things later, think carefully about how you choose. After all, they had grown up together, so he felt a bit more lenient. They could live a hard life, they could be disabled, but dying young was something he had never considered. Whether mocking or slandering, at the end of the day, it had nothing to do with their lives. But now it was different. Qi Yiza and Qi Rongrong's betrayal could lead to the total defeat of Jialan's army. This was a matter of everyone's lives, the lives of all the Beastmasters, a bottom line, an unbreakable red line. Sugar brother, face reality, we didn't cheat, you can't handle it? Qi Yiza didn't take it seriously at all. He waved vigorously at Lu Yenma, feeling a sense of pride at helping the big shot get something done. Lu Yenma didn't come over, just gave a slight nod, knowing that Qi Su, who liked to be late, was already in position. Qi Yiza lowered his arm, looked at Qi Su, and a sarcastic smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It's actually you who should quit, it's not too late now, go back to Linchuan. In this way, the Earth Dragon Lord will be saved, and with it, you can open a small pharmacy, earn some money, don't act out of impulse and lose the beast you've worked so hard to get. Qi Yiza raised his chin, his eyelids drooping, after soaking in the wisteria for a while, his gaze held a touch of disdain when looking at people. Honestly, I have no interest in your beast, it didn't perform very well in the test. The most useless worm mutation is the worst kind of mutated beast. But Rongrong likes it, she thinks highly of it, the Earth Dragon Lord's nature means it won't harm its master, it's suitable for her, this fragile little girl. As long as you feed it a memoryless fruit, it will forget who you are and turn around into Rongrong's arms. Qi Yiza suddenly laughed, gripping Qi Su's shoulder. The memoryless fruit is very expensive, but it's already prepared, a gift from Teacher Chen. So, you're the one who needs to think carefully, sugar brother. With that, Qi Yiza chuckled and stepped into the wisteria team. At this moment, a louder cheer came from the front. The crowd parted automatically, and women holding prizes walked gracefully onto the stage. They stood by the transparent display cases, placing the treasures one by one inside. These were the prizes for this year's top 10. Soon after, a woman in a black short formal dress appeared. She held a microphone, with long black straight hair hanging down to her waist, and her delicate features were painted with just the right amount of light makeup. As a member of the strongest Order Legion, she was chosen to host the event. Senior. It's the campus beauty from Wisteria. Senior, look at me. Senior. Shisu had seen her before, she was the bad woman who had abandoned him. He squinted and stared at the ID card in front of her chest, Yi Lin Shuang. He memorized the name and looked towards the display cases for prizes 1 to 10. At this moment, the sunlight shone perfectly on the display cases, reflecting dazzling light. The champion prize was an egg. It lay quietly in a temperature-controlled box, its entire body a light reddish-golden color, and faint flame-like patterns could be seen slowly flowing under the shell. Ancient Bifong. Yi Linshuang timely said, it looks like a crane, with one leg, red patterns, white beak, a bird that symbolizes fire. It will hatch soon. This egg was laid by 2 mutated mythical beasts, the Bifong. One Bifong is rare enough, but 2 appearing together and crossing the barriers of bloodlines to breed a single offspring proves how precious this egg is. The Iron Blood Legion found this egg deep in the level 7 secret realm. To acquire the Bifong egg, they lost 47 elite soldiers, with countless others severely wounded, and only then did they sever the heads of the 2 demonized Bifong. This is the prize for the champion. The contractor must remember that this egg is stained with the blood of many heroes. It does not belong to you alone, it belongs to the souls of those fallen in the level 7 secret realm. You must use it to slay 10 times, 100 times the beasts, so that you do not betray their sacrifice. Yi Linshuang said this in a forceful tone, raising her hand to introduce the second place prize. A low-grade Earth-tier marrow cleansing pill, with an elite-quality Beastmaster's armor, can help transform one's body and reach epic proportions. This is a precious pill developed by the Danqing Pavilion. The materials used in it are unique spirit plants found only in the level 6 secret realm, rare and hard to obtain. Though hard to come by, as long as one has money or extraordinary strength, it's easy to obtain by venturing into the level 6 secret realm, not even comparable to the Bifong egg. The third place prize is an awakening fruit, which turns an ordinary beastmaster into a mutated beast. Whether it becomes an ancient mutated beast depends on whether there's ancient blood within the beast. On stage, each prize was enough to make any beastmaster's heart race with excitement. Lu Yanma was no exception, staring intently at the Bifong egg. Sis, let me trade you for a bird. Lu Qingxiu, however, declined, the fire phoenix bird is quite good, I don't plan to trade. Besides, this egg was laid by a demonized Bifong. It would be lucky if it has a loyalty of 10 points. Most people can't control it and would easily suffer a backlash. Lu Yanma pondered, then we can't let Jilan take it. He didn't want a fire-type beast, as they were all too temperamental for his liking. Since his sister had no intentions, he could only take the champion's prize, hold a competition in Zitong, and let the winner take it. That's how it should be. Su Hongwen's gaze lingered on the Bifong egg for 2 seconds before silently moving away, focusing on the 10th place beast spirit pill of medium level in the Xian tier. The Earth Dragon Monarch had not yet broken through, and without full certainty, if he had this pill, breaking through to complete form would certainly be guaranteed. At this moment, a hand gripped his face, turning his attention back to the Bifong egg. Look at this. Shisu said heavily, we are aiming for the first place. The champion's prize is truly valuable, the rest are too ordinary. If I can't get the egg, I'll hang myself at Lu Yanma's doorstep and make him suffer nightmares for the rest of his life. After Yi Linshuang finished the introduction, she lowered the microphone, and the doors to the secret realm slowly opened. The dense primitive forest, the deep canyon, and the faint shadows of beasts could be seen. There was no corridor to backtrack, no rescue team. Just like the palace gates, once they closed, it would be a week before they could be opened again. All eyes were drawn to it, gripping their bags tightly, prepared for what was to come. Yi Linshuang summoned the black snake, leaping onto its back, standing firmly on its head, holding a signal flare. The 6th championship officially begins. I wish you all good luck. With the firing of the signal flare, a loud bang echoed as green smoke spread in the air. Various beasts were summoned from their owner's space, and the humans and beasts rushed into the secret realm, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Shisu rode on the Earth Dragon Monarch, his hair blowing wildly in the wind. His gaze was firmly fixed on Shiza ahead, as if he had become a completely different person, and he softly exhaled. Kill. Chapter 52, Championship, Part 3. The Earth Dragon Monarch was unstoppable. The withered bushes were crushed by its armored scales with a crunch, and any beasts in its path were sent flying with a single charge. It's the Earth Dragon Monarch. Quickly, dodge. No, it's not trying to attack us. It seems to be heading toward. Zetone. The Earth Dragon Monarch's Beastmaster actually dared to provoke the Zetone contestants. What? Gasps and exclamations erupted, with everyone staring in shock. Everyone turned to look at the frantic figure charging ahead. The boy on the dragon's back was visible. His coat was wide open, revealing the unique sky blue of Jelon. Although not as dazzling as blazing red, it stood out among the dark cotton clothes. Jelon. It's a Jelon contestant. A school that made it into the top 10 last time. Damn. Is he that brave? Chisu lay on the back of the Earth Dragon, his eyelashes squinting slightly as the fierce wind blew. His cousin wasn't running fast, the toadskin snake beneath him wriggling slowly, as if intentionally slowing down. It moved like a proud hunter, savoring the sight of the weak prey fleeing. That leisurely, carefree attitude made it seem as though he were some kind of extraordinary master. Chi-Iza heard the movement and turned to look. He showed no fear. Sugar bro, why are you chasing me? Do you want revenge? Do you even have the strength for that? At that moment, his teammates from the Purple Wisteria squad were all around him, each one impressive. He couldn't believe Chisu would dare to hit him under the watchful eyes of the Purple Wisteria contestants. A sharp sound of wind breaking suddenly exploded. The Earth Dragon let out a muffled cry of pain, its massive body suddenly dragged back by a huge force, and the momentum of its charge sent Chisu flying. He turned his head in midair. He saw Lu Yenma gripping the Earth Dragon's tail tightly, his fingers sinking deep into the scales. Then, without any effort, he effortlessly tossed it aside, as if the mature beast's weight, hundreds of kilograms, were nothing. Chisu uncontrollably fell to the ground, the rough sand and stones scraping across his cheek, burning with pain. But he didn't try to stabilize himself. Instead, he used the momentum to speed up. His hand gripped the hilt of his knife at his waist, and like a fired cannonball, he shot straight towards Chi-Iza, who was making faces at him. Lu Yenma moved too. He took a step forward, his figure moving like a ghost, ready to block Chi-Su's path. Boom! Red flames fell from the sky, crashing down between the two. The flames exploded, scattering into a sky full of fire. Within the fire, a giant bird spread its wings and stood, its head raised as it let out a clear, long cry. A chicken's head, a swallow's beak, a serpent's neck, its whole body covered in multicolored feathers. Each feather burned with a faint flame, but it did not scorch the surrounding trees and plants. Beast name, Divine Bird Phoenix. Level, Mature. Grade, Elite. Attribute, Fire. Loyalty, 81. Skill 1, when life ends, all cultivation turns into a phoenix egg, which will be reborn in fire after a period. Skill 2, spews a fan-shaped flame forward, with basic flames in orange-red, hot enough to melt metal. Skill 3, uses flames to quickly heal wounds, the fiercer the flame, the faster the healing. Next to the phoenix stood a person, his whole body wrapped in bandages. It was Su Hongwen. He tilted his face, still not knowing where to look, his eyes calm like a stagnant pond. Your opponent is me. You? Lu Yenma laughed, turning into a teasing machine, targeting where it would hurt most. I don't bully the disabled, move aside. Su Hongwen remained calm, taking off the cloth bag from his waist. He poured the powder inside into his palm and gently blew it. Lu Yenma immediately smelled a foul stench, covering his nose and mouth as he staggered back a few steps. What is this? Su Hongwen did not answer the question. I don't know about your character, but I've heard of your obsession with cleanliness. So what is this? Lu Yenma had a bad premonition. Powder made from donkey dung. You've inhaled quite a bit just now. Lu Yenma staggered, raising his hand to support a tree, losing all his strength and means, his whole body sinking into a state of low spirits. At that moment, a beast, bigger than the phoenix, leaped over, supporting his half-collapsed body. It wasn't Fuju. It had deer antlers, a dragon head, lion eyes, a tiger back, a bear waist, serpent scales, horse hooves, and a cow tail. Its entire body was covered in red golden scales. Each scale reflected a different shine, sparkling with colors. An extraordinary beast, the colorful Qilin. Lu Qingqiu stood beside the Qilin, staring at the true phoenix, not hiding her longing. Without saying a word, she drew the sword from her back and aimed it directly at Su Hongwen, her moves sharp and decisive. Qing Dong. Qi Su first. Lu Yenmo used all his strength, trying to shout out all the stinking gas from his chest. Speaking of poop, his body went soft, and he completely lost consciousness. Lu Qingqiu gritted her back teeth, unwillingly ordering Kai Qilin to protect her big brother. She spun on her feet, bypassing Su Hongwen, but barely took 2 steps before someone wrapped around her neck and knocked her to the ground. Her spiritual power was 1800 plus, but Su Hongwen, who had surpassed 2000, was slightly stronger. Flame bird. Lu Qingqiu shouted, summoning the second spirit beast. The moment the words fell, the Earth Dragon Lord and the Phoenix appeared together. They roared and fiercely tangled with the extraordinary flame bird, relying on their superior ancient bloodline, making it hard to tell who was winning in a short time. Lu Qingqiu gripped the sword hilt tightly, maneuvering against Su Hongwen with her masterful sword technique, unable to free herself or call Kai Qilin for help. They were in a secret realm, surrounded by countless beasts watching and waiting. The useless big brother's life was most important. Suddenly, a scream came from afar. Lu Qingqiu turned sharply, her pupils shrinking. How could it be? Chisu had already knocked Chiiza down, a flash of blade, and blood sprayed. The latter's hand was hacked off brutally, the golden crow warm jade and the ring all taken. Chisu did not waste time on Chiiza, stepping toward the stunned Chi Rongrong. Killing was not the goal, grabbing treasure was the key. These two blows held by teammates had to land on something useful. Not a second to waste. But even Chisu did not expect. After cutting Chiiza, not a single Wisteria student came to stop him, all watching from afar. Wang Xingchen looked at the painful, screaming Chiiza, smiling at Lu Tianxiang, a poor man pretending to be rich, freeloading food and drink, one ruined by sugar bro, dirted beyond repair. This kind of person, wearing Wisteria uniform, bullying others, showing off, so shameful, I disliked them from the start. Let's hold still, watch them fight. After Chisu clears the way, we take back the golden crow warm jade and the blood-soaked ring. Lu Tianxiang stared at Su Hongwen, his gaze grim. Take back the blood-soaked ring for whom? Shui Baoyu, that bootlicker, isn't he more useful than those two useless ones? Wang Xingchen said matter-of-factly. When he knows the goddess died by Chisu's hand, using enemy sense, he can also find Chisu's position. Wang Xingchen knew what Lu Tianxiang meant, adding, the other ring is yours, none of us want it, you and Shui Baoyu are the best choices. Lu Tianxiang said faintly, That was better. Chapter 53, Contest, Part 4. Chi Rongrong listened to the cold words around her, her legs could not stop trembling. She panicked, looking around, but could not find Shui Baoyu, only Sugar Bro pressing close. Now, she had no strength to resist. She and Chiiza had received 200,000 subsidy every month for getting into Wisteria, spending recklessly. They even sold welfare pills, held a big feast in their old home in Linchuan, showing off in front of relatives. Using Wisteria's fame and good spirit beasts, they solved many tricky matters for relatives and friends. Over 300 spiritual power, in less than 2 months, all transferred to the spirit beasts until exhausted. With only natural meditation, she now had just over 50 points, and was arranged to join the contest. Chi Rongrong thought this time she could return with the Wisteria team fully loaded, spiritual power and spirit beasts stronger. Unexpectedly, these rich kids never treated her and Chiiza as teammates. They only saw them as a joke. Her and Chiiza's spirit beasts, Jade Rabbit and Wart Snake, had less than 100 loyalty, already scared away by ancient mutated beasts present, whereabouts unknown. Chi Rongrong did not even manage to speak a word, her whole body was knocked to the ground. The violent impact made the back of her head hit the stones hard, stars flashing in her eyes. Chisu rode on top of her, left hand gripping her neck. In his right hand, he held the bloodied kitchen knife, the blade pressed tightly against Chi Rongrong's wrist. In his pitch-black eyes, there was no anger, no hatred, not a single extra emotion. Only coldness. 2 lines of clear tears slid down Chi Rongrong's face, her hands curled up in front of her chest, her voice trembling. I am in a relationship with Wang Defa. Do you know who Wang Defa is? The big streamer. You can't hurt me, you can't. Hand. Chisu interrupted her, as if casually chatting, stretch out your hand. Whoa. Chi Rongrong's face was covered in tears, her hand tightly clutching the golden crow jade on her wrist, sobbing uncontrollably. This was a treasure worth millions, she didn't want to give it. I'm pregnant. Chi Rongrong forced herself to stay strong. If you dare touch me, Defa will make sure you regret it. Chisu straightened his back and lowered his eyes. Whose child is it? Tell the truth. Chi Rongrong moved her lips, well aware she couldn't fool Chisu. Shui Baoyu's. Ever since the molestation incident, no one in the dorm wanted to hang out with her, so she could only drown her sorrows in alcohol and have talks with licking dogs. Chisu nodded. I understand. The blade fell. He was swift and decisive, not hesitating even for a second. After several strikes, he severed Chi Rongrong's right hand. He took the 2 treasures and stuffed them into his chest, then ran toward Su Hongwen, shouting, retreat. Chi Rongrong watched helplessly as her wrist and arm were separated, blood spraying out like a broken pump, splattering her face. The pain came only after a moment of delay. A heart-wrenching scream exploded in the dense forest, startling a flock of roosting birds. Su Hongwen suddenly exerted force, knocking Lu Qingqiu flying, and whistled. The phoenix kicked off the firebird, bloodied, and flew to his side. Su Hongwen climbed onto the snake's neck, feeding the phoenix a frenzy pill, greatly enhancing its attack power and speed, and charged toward Chisu, grabbing him around the waist and soaring into the sky. The Earth Dragon Lord stayed behind, taking the frenzy pill, entering a berserk state, stomping the ground, and unleashing earth spikes, making it hard for Wang Xingchen and the others to get close. Anyone who tried to chase after the master was knocked down by its tail. Damn! There's still a hanging. Wang Xingqian and the others released their beast masters one after another, but the Earth Dragon Lord disappeared. Damn it! Wang Xingqian cursed, punching a hole in the tree. The tree spirit angrily opened its eyes, saw so many beast masters, and then closed them again. It's probably the heart's blood of the violent ape. They really came prepared this time, it's not easy to catch them. The purple wisteria beast masters exchanged words. If it's hard to catch, then don't catch them. The competition is about who brings more resources, not about us fighting. Be careful, the mantis catches the cicada, and the beast is behind. If you ask me, we should just guard the exit. Jialan will fall into our hands sooner or later. No matter what treasures they get, we'll just take them without trouble, no need to search. Lu Tianxiang waved his hand. No, what if they didn't get anything? What resources can we take back then? Don't forget, there are 90,000 participants. If we only focus on Jialan's 30 people, we will be restricted in what we do. Then the other participants will have a stable development space. What if, when resources are counted, they surpass us? This statement caused many people to agree. Indeed, we can't just guard the exit. There's nothing good nearby, and since the competition has been held several times, if the treasures hadn't been taken already, we need to venture deeper into the secret realm. Where's Lu Xiao? Asked the captain's opinion. Wang Xingqian turned around, his gaze passing over Chi's curled, twitching body, landing on the figure not far away. Lu Qingqiu propped up Lu Yanma, and without hesitation, slapped him a few times. Wake up. Mum. Lu Yanma opened his eyes, with a clear slap mark on his cheek. Lu Qingqiu immediately told him what had happened. Currently, 3 people from the team are separated, and 2 are seriously injured. She asked, should we wait here for the lost team members, or should we go deeper into the secret realm? There was no signal in the 3rd-level secret realm. Once separated from the main team, it was up to fate. She planned to go deeper into the secret realm, not waiting for the members. Jialan had a strong momentum, and she couldn't afford to waste time looking for irrelevant people. But the final decision still depended on what her big brother thought. Then let's go. Lu Yanma muddledly pushed himself up. He looked at Chiiza and Shi Rongrong, pointing toward the exit far away. You should leave too. From now on, you two are no longer students of Wisteria. Chapter 54, The Contest, Part 5. And no. Chiiza's face went pale, struggling to crawl toward Lu Yanma. I am useful, I share blood with Chi Su. And the blood essence? Chiiza lowered his head, lost. Then what use are you still? Chiiza shivered inside, looking up at Lu Yanma, whose lips carried a smile. That smile was smooth as jade, gentle as his tone just now. But in Chiiza's eyes, it was colder than any blade. Only then did he realize, this person was no different from other Wisteria students. Even worse. Calculating, cold, ruthless, vicious. But Lu Yanma was better at pretending to be approachable. Without careful look, one couldn't see the cruel nature under the surface. I brought you here just to test Jialan's strength and hidden cards. Lu Yanma squatted, brushing the dust off Chiiza's shoulder. Anyone would pick the soft targets. You and Shi Rongrong were the soft targets I released on purpose. Under the temptation of grudges and treasures, Shi Su took the bait. The beast phoenix and the hidden crazy pill were already exposed. Your task is complete. Listen well, you and Shi Rongrong, forever, are forbidden to step into Longyang City even half a step. Forbidden from any beast taming school, forbidden from becoming a beast master, treasure appraiser, or pill master. You are not worthy. I hope you live honestly as ordinary people, contribute something real to society, moving bricks, farming fields. I will help you find jobs, keeping the bond of schoolmates. If I find you disobedient, secretly training beasts, it will not be as simple as cutting off a hand. After speaking, Lu Yanma took out the backup blood essence ring, tossing it to Lu Tianxiang to claim with blood. He also wore a ring himself, locking on Su Hongwen. He even let himself be struck on purpose, otherwise how could he create hatred and establish an enemy bond with Su Hongwen? Lu Yanma lowered his gaze, following the crimson blood of the phoenix dripping on the ground, moving toward the depths of the secret realm. Capture Chi Su, reward 200 million, capture Su Hongwen, reward 150 million, capture Demon Eye, reward 100 million. Kill Chi Su, reward by Fong Egg, kill Su Hongwen, reward Supernatural Flame Bird, kill Demon Eye, reward a young mutated beast. Lu Qingqiu was stunned. Brother? Lu Yanma looked straight ahead. Flame Bird is useless. A single supernatural being is suppressed by 2 mature ones. Brother will give you a phoenix instead. Hearing the word phoenix, Lu Qingqiu lowered her head, lips pressed tight. She couldn't part with the Flame Bird, but that was a phoenix. With her spirit power, though she could sign a 3rd beast, her absorption speed couldn't keep up with the consumption. If one day all three beasts needed her at once, she simply couldn't handle it. More beasts are not always better. One must sign according to their own strength. Points dropping rapidly and inability to recover would lead to the same fate as Chi Iza and Chi Rongrong, being counter-killed. Lu Qingqiu could only take care of two beasts for now, and couldn't release the colorful Qilin, leaving only the flame bird. For the Lu siblings, the supernatural flame bird was not impressive. But for other contestants, it was undoubtedly a powerful beast. Given the world's current state, the highest level of artificially raised beasts was supernatural. The flame bird had been raised to the extreme, trained, its temperament fixed to gentle and affectionate. This beast could help them take over faster, saving a huge cost, and be used for a long time. At this moment, Wang Xingchen and others were excited, eager to sign the flame bird. As for the other two prizes, the young mutated beast, though a mutant type, was only young, needing cost and effort to raise, and was not an ancient beast. In practicality, it was not as good as the flame bird. As for the Baifang egg, the hardest part in team contests was always resource distribution. There was just one egg, and it was not suitable for anyone. Now, Lu Xiao made it clear, rewards are issued based on tasks, and those capable will earn it, everyone is convinced. The desires inside the people were stirred, and morale reached its highest point ever, causing the shadow that had hung over Chi Su to vanish completely. Seeing this, Lu Yanmo revealed a barely noticeable smile. Being the captain isn't easy, one has to always pay attention to the psychological issues of the team members. Otherwise, once the momentum drops, forget about winning, even getting into the top 10 would be tough. Lu Qingqiu turned her head and glanced at the Chi siblings slumped on the ground, lowering her voice, "Brother, if we don't send them off, they might not even make it to the door. Chi Rongrong is still pregnant. Not to mention the beasts, even those tree spirits won't let them go." "So what?" Lu Yanmo walked with his hands behind his back, strolling as if he were in his own backyard. "A troublemaker gives birth to a little troublemaker, and when they grow up, they'll continue to harm society?" He paused and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. "Little sister, don't easily interfere with others' destinies. When you save a life, you're actually transferring your own luck to them, while the calamities they were supposed to face quietly shift onto you. So, don't meddle in unnecessary matters, casually saving people can bring misfortune." Lu Qingqiu pulled at the corner of her mouth. "What kind of twisted logic is that? When you reach my level, then come talk logic with me." Lu Yanma casually snapped a branch, turning the broken end into a strand, making a toothbrush, intending to give it to Fu Zhu. Whether they survive or not depends on the will of heaven. If they can make it out, it means their fate isn't sealed. If they can't, then it's their destiny. As he spoke, the body segments of the 1,000-year-old centipede sneaked up. The two segments grabbed Chi Iza and Chi Rongrong's hair and sped up suddenly, with incredible force. The two were dragged deep into the dense forest, as light as ragdolls, disappearing without a trace, only their screams echoing continuously. Lu Yanma didn't even raise his head, shrugging his shoulders. "Looks like they're short-lived. Little sister, you should thank me, otherwise, the ones with short lives would be you." Lu Qingqiu. She avoided people and spoke in a very low voice. "Do we really have to kill them?" Chi Su had sent her the explosive pill, although it wasn't valuable, it was a gesture of kindness. To be honest, Lu Qingqiu felt reluctant. Lu Yanma stopped in his tracks, his tone calm but unquestionable. "This is a secret realm, and you must follow the rules of the secret realm. Since we've entered, we must play by the rules. If you want to make friends, you can do that outside. I can even invite Chi Su to the foot-washing city. But in the secret realm, in the competition, giving your all is the only way to truly respect your opponent, do you understand?" Chapter 55, The Competition, 6. As soon as the 20-minute mark passed, the body segments of the 1,000-segment centipede came from all directions, gathering in one place. Each segment was holding up a different trophy. Lost shoes, broken luggage, severed limbs, and Chi Iza and Chi Rongrong. Shuebaoyu rushed over with the luggage, and seeing the scene, without hesitation, summoned the fully matured hell three-headed dog. Three green-faced, tusked dog heads roared in unison, crushing the 1,000-segment centipede and saving the two. Wrong. Shuebaoyu rushed forward, helping the weak Chi Rongrong up, his eyes scanning her body, suddenly freezing at her wrist. It was empty, with a gruesome stump. "Where is your hand?" Shuebaoyu's voice changed pitch, urgently asking, "Who did this?" Chi Rongrong's eyes were vacant, she opened her mouth but couldn't make a sound. Shuebaoyu quickly took out a yellow-tier high-quality blood-replenishing pill and stuffed it into her mouth. Suddenly, his ankle tightened, and he looked down to see Chi Iza, his face pale and handsome, equally weak, and me. Without hesitation, Shuebaoyu fed the pill to his brother-in-law. He looked around. Where's the severed hand? It can still be reattached, but if it's too late, it'll be useless. Chi Iza struggled to lift his arm, pointing in a direction, but didn't let Shuebaoyu go to retrieve it. His voice was hoarse. "Let it be, if it's lost, it's lost. It will grow back one day. A life-saving straw can't run away." Upon hearing that the severed hand was not nearby, Shuebaoyu's expression grew grave. The probability of finding it was extremely slim. He took a bottle of healing saliva for tamed beasts from his luggage, dipped a cotton swab, and gently applied it to the severed wrist of Chi Rongrong, saying, "Bear with it." Soon, a thin layer of skin covered the wound. He immediately turned to treat his brother-in-law, truly putting in all his effort. Although his family was wealthy, his genes were poor, and he needed an outstanding-looking partner to improve them. This was not something his face alone could solve, it required working through bloodlines. Chi Rongrong was the goddess he had chosen, and it had to be her. Loved the house and its crow, Chiiza was the good brother he recognized all on his own. "Where is Wang Xingchen?" Shuebaoyu asked casually, "You two are always together. After such a big thing happened, where is he? Don't mention him to me." Chiiza, having stopped the bleeding, sat up straight, holding his breath, a trace of ruthlessness flickering in his eyes. "Wang Xingchen, Zitong, Chisu, Jelin. He wouldn't let any of them go." Shuebaoyu pulled out water and food and handed it to them. "And your tamed beasts?" Chiiza closed his eyes to sense for a moment, his voice cold as iron, "Dead." "Mine too." Chi Rongrong kicked in anger, fell back to the ground, and repeatedly lifted her waist and hip bridges, screaming and venting, "Ah, useless." Seeing this, Shuebaoyu scratched his head, a troubled look on his face. I did register too, the steel needle hedgehog and the hellhound. But I can only lend you one, let's say the steel needle hedgehog. He emphasized, "It's a loan. When you find a new tamed beast, you have to return it to me." The secret realm lacked neither tamed beasts nor spirit plants, a little taming and they became your own. He did not give it freely, not for money, but because he had formed a bond with the beast and could not part easily. "Hedgehog is fine too." Chi Rongrong said irritably, "Hurry up and release the contract, what are you delaying for?" She had not yet told Shuebaoyu about her pregnancy, this was a bargaining chip against Wang Defa. The child was indeed Shuebaoyu's, but she would deceive Wang Defa, claiming it was his seed. That woman-chasing playboy would never want a child, he would just pay a sum for her to deal with it herself. Now abortion was a serious crime, second only to murder. If pregnant, she had to give birth. The secretly paid abortion cost, of course, was sky-high. A good life lay ahead, mountains of money waiting. Chi Rongrong's will to survive grew stronger. She absolutely could not die. She grabbed the chi-gathering pill Shuebaoyu had given, shoving it into her mouth with a bang. Shuebaoyu timidly leaned closer, carefully saying, "Rongrong, after you've rested, could you cough?" Chi Rongrong choked, staring at his reddened ugly face, a flash of disgust in her eyes. Men were like this, overcome by desire, ignoring place, ignoring her condition, caring only for their own pleasure. This was not love, it was treating her as a tool. Chi Rongrong swallowed the chi-gathering pill, suddenly showing a seductive smile. Her gaze swept over Shuebaoyu picking at his fingers, and she gave her big brother a look. Having experienced the coldness of people, Chiiza hated everything in his heart. Especially the rich. He silently took out the toadskin snake venom, and while Shuebaoyu was unprepared, opened the lid and poured it coldly over his head. "Aha!" Screams tore through the sky. Chi Rongrong fiercely pounced, using all her strength to hold down Shuebaoyu's struggling legs. Chiiza straddled his waist, pouring the whole bottle of snake venom over his disfigured head, letting it flow into Shuebaoyu's mouth. He threw away the empty bottle and, together with his sister, held Shuebaoyu down, panting heavily, to prevent him from escaping and exposing their killing and looting. Before long, Shuebaoyu's struggles weakened, his legs kicked once, and he breathed his last. The steel needle hedgehog and the hellhound automatically exited the tamed beast space. Chiiza pinched open the forgetless fruit with one hand, threw it to the ground, "Eat." Without needing him to say, the strong aroma instantly made the two tamed beasts fight madly for it. He took advantage of the situation and signed the contract, acquiring the hellhound. Chi Rongrong obtained the steel needle hedgehog. They were both high-quality, fully matured beasts, one level higher than the growth bodies they originally had. Chiiza and Chi Rongrong exchanged a glance, and simultaneously, they smiled. "Ha, ha, ha." While laughing, Chi Rongrong opened Shuebaoyu's bag and began dividing the supplies. "Brother, I don't want the Earth Dragon King anymore, I want the colorful unicorn. With it, no one will be able to bully me. Then I want Fuzhou," Chiiza said with a smile. "I'll kill Chisu, kill his teammates, and when everyone from Jelon is dead, how can they still make the rankings?" As soon as the words were out, the two laughed madly. Laughing and laughing, tears began to well up in the corners of their eyes. How could they not know that this was just a dream? They wiped their tears away and grabbed the envy-inducing elixirs, stuffing them into their mouths. Their gaze slowly became determined. But if they didn't do it, how would they know the result? Chapter 56, The Tournament, 7. On the other end. "Don't throw it! Don't throw it!" An orange kitten flew through the air in a parabolic arc. It was only 1 month old, tossed back and forth by Wang Xingchen and Lu Tianxiong, playing gleefully. Several times, they almost missed catching it, nearly causing its death. The kitten, caught between life and death, gasped in terror, swiping its claws in vain, with no deterrent effect. The excessive stress made it on the brink of death, but it still held on, desperately clawing at the hands gripping it. "Don't throw it. I promise. Once I find Shisu, I will immediately report the location. Please, don't throw it anymore." The young man cried bitterly, kneeling in front of Lu Yenma, knocking his head on the ground several times with heavy thuds. Beside him, his teammates were bruised, lying on the ground, emitting weak cries of pain. Lu Yenma used a branch to push aside the young man's coat, revealing Tianshu's school uniform underneath. The metal nameplate that represented the captain was pinned to the young man's chest, dim and dull. He let go of the branch and spoke gently, "Not only do we need to find Shisu, but all the competitors from Jialan as well." "That's a flare gun, can you use it?" I can. The Tianshu captain nodded repeatedly. "Good." Lu Yenmo reached out and caught the kitten that was tossed to him, returning it to the young man. He then took out 2 low-grade yellow-tier strong bone pills and a pack of snacks, handing them over as well. "As long as you can use it. If you encounter Jialan's people, deal with them yourselves. If you can't handle it, fire the flare, hold them off, and wait for my support." Lu Yenma patted the kitten's head, his tone laced with a bit of reproach. "If you had agreed earlier, it wouldn't have suffered so much, and your hardship pay wouldn't be so little. You're the captain, but you couldn't see the situation clearly, insisting on leading people to strike at rocks with eggs, dragging your beast cub and your teammates down with you." The young man lowered his head, clutching the kitten tightly in his arms, his knuckles turning white. "Remember this." Lu Yenmo lowered his eyes to look at him. "Weakness, pride, and dignity aren't something to be praised. It's foolish. You're just making yourself miserable, don't make this mistake again." "I'll remember." The young man's voice trembled as he lowered his head, not daring to look directly at this powerful and influential young master. Lu Yenmo waved his hand, "Let's go." "Woo." The young man sobbed, cradling the kitten, crushing the pill and feeding it to the small beast, then taking some water to help it swallow. He was isolated from news, unaware that the lineup sent by Zitang had been changed. This was like a crushing defeat. A single person, just one person, wiped out their 30. He looked at the purple figures through teary eyes, filled with hatred. But he couldn't do anything, and he dared not discard the flare gun. Bang! A blue smoke shot up into the sky, not far away. Lu Yenmo looked up, and seeing no movement from the ring, it meant it wasn't Su Hongwen. The bloodstains from the phoenix had broken off, and now, those two were hiding somewhere unknown. But it wasn't a big issue, the blue smoke signified they had found a Jialan competitor. First, catch these small fries, don't give them a chance to develop. And use this to force Chi Su and the others to show up, and directly capture them. This is settled. Keep up, don't fall behind. Lu Yenmo quickened his pace. He didn't give Chi Su the chance to act alone. If support was needed, it would be team support, to prevent Chi Su from setting up any traps using the signal gun. Currently, there are 25 members left in Ziyuan. Aside from him, his sister, and Lu Tianxian, there are 22 remaining troubled students. Though they are troubled students, they carry far more resources than the villagers, and these resources are precious, so they must not fall into anyone else's hands. Especially Jialan. At this moment, Lu Yenmo was full of excitement, with his status at 100%, fully immersed in this game. Chi Su, what should you do? Towering trees reached high into the clouds, blocking the sunlight completely. The dense forest was dark, as if the night had fallen. 2 small beams of light cut through the path. Chi Su and Su Hongwen walked side by side, their waists tied together with a rope to prevent getting lost. The participants who came with us this time are all elders, some have joined 3 times. This is my 2nd time, and you are the only newcomer. Su Hongwen said, the meeting place we agreed on is here, the giant sequoia forest. Chi Su looked at the giant trees beside him. Compared to the ginkgo trees he saw in the level 1 secret realm, these trees were really on another level. He leaned against the tree, arms crossed, measuring it. 15 people, hand in hand, could barely wrap around it. A person standing next to the giant tree was like an ant, so pitifully small. Though it's called the giant sequoia forest, not all the trees are sequoias. Because the giant sequoia is straight and sturdy, soaring into the sky, its height overwhelms the other tree species. From a distance, it's very noticeable, so it became a landmark. Its branches hang in the air, unable to reach the ground. If it wants to attack someone, it has to pull all its roots out of the soil, causing the earth to collapse deeply. Moving the giant sequoia is very difficult, and it can't handle things for itself. It can come out easily, but no one can fill the hole when it returns. So, it won't attack people easily, its temperament is forced to be gentle. But it's not so gentle. Get lost. The face on the giant sequoia tree spoke, followed by the sounds of birds, flowers, and the national essence, ready to lash out like it was about to give Chi-Su a grand combo, with the prize being a rare limited edition card, the Genius Boys Corpse. Chapter 57, The Championship, Part 8. Su Hongwen saw the giant sequoia getting angry, quickly grabbed Chi-Su, and started running forward. He reminded him, the giant sequoia is not afraid of fire. It secretes a fireproof agent called tannic acid. In case of an emergency, it will summon lightning and set itself on fire to protect itself, burning the enemy. Don't seek death. The giant sequoia cannot move freely, but that doesn't mean humans can treat it like a helpless wooden post and chop it at will. If you dare to provoke it, you'll either be electrocuted or burned alive. It's an extremely powerful attacking plant. But in the giant sequoia forest, it's not the giant sequoias that protect them, but the strangling banyans that choke the giant trees to death. Su Hongwen stopped and stood next to a giant sequoia tightly wrapped by countless roots. On the giant sequoia, there were thick roots surrounding it, that was the strangling banyan. The strangling banyan was like a large wooden net, tightly sticking to the giant sequoia. It cuts off the nutrients and water of the sequoia, using it to grow stronger while clinging to the tree. In the end, the giant sequoia is strangled to death, rotting from the inside, leaving only the hollowed-out bark. On the outside of the bark, the strangling banyan grows even taller than the sequoia. The interior of the giant sequoia is hollow, completely dead, with a large hole exposed at the bottom, where they can slip in unnoticed and rest. Su Hongwen took the lead and climbed into the hole, with Chi-Su following closely behind. Immediately, a decaying, damp smell rushed into their nostrils. Su Hongwen took out some collected branches and threw them into a fire starter to ignite, preparing lunch. Chi-Su, on the other hand, threw the golden crow warming jade into the fire. It was a fake, just a decoration. He had been tricked. But thinking positively, he hadn't realized it was a fake, perfectly avoiding the suspicion of the universal magic eye. The magic eye wasn't that dumb. Speaking of the golden finger, the magic eye account on the platform had accumulated over 20,000 followers. Wang Defa frequently messes up and has even fallen out with his backers in the ghost market, lacking professional integrity, which ironically gained him a lot of popularity. During the day, he struggles in a level 1 secret realm, and at night, he streams for 2 hours, currently accumulating tens of thousands in tips. In the past, this would have been a fortune, but now, with the rise in living standards, he feels it's too little. Chi-Su looked at Su Hongwen, who was pulling out a hard steamed bun, and asked, "How much more do you owe?" 3 or 400 million. Thanks to you helping me find those expensive spiritual plants, otherwise, I wouldn't have known they were so valuable. Su Hongwen smiled, his face glowing in the firelight, making him look as if his skin had melted at first glance. Chi-Su. He didn't care about appearances, but this was really a bit scary. Su Hongwen noticed Chi-Su's unease and immediately lowered his head, his smile fading away completely. He placed 2 chopsticks on the hot pot, put the hard steamed bun on top to steam, and felt no ill will toward Chi-Su's reaction. When it comes to classmates, being this kind of person is already a huge kindness. Even if he offended him, he had no right to be angry. He was more worried that Chi-Su would ignore him, think he was too ugly or had too many issues, and then turn to others for company, so he whispered, "I'll pay off my debt soon. After the competition ends, I can clear it all at once, owe nothing, and from then on, I'll save some money to treat you to dinner every day." He then thought of the last competition where the earnings were less than 100 million. Now, talking about paying off 400 million at once made it seem like he was trying to tire Chi-Su out, so he quickly added, "I don't want to trouble you, I don't need your help finding resources. My spiritual power is over 2,000 now, and I also have the Phoenix Beast, much stronger than before. This time, I'll definitely kill a lot of monsters, and selling their cores will clear the debt. I'm not asking you to help me, really not. I don't want to use you, exploit you, or keep any of the prizes to myself." He explained a lot in one breath, afraid that Chi-Su would misunderstand. All right, I know. Don't rush, Chi-Su said with a wry smile, serving Su Hongwen a bowl of instant noodles and seasoning soup to keep him quiet. When it came to the prize, he was in a tough spot. It was hard to divide. Boiling a bifang egg and giving each person a piece to taste was fine. But the problem was, it couldn't be cooked. Chi-Su had no interest in the bifang egg, a demonized egg, he valued his life. Besides, in his view, there were many beast masters more powerful than bifang, countless ones, so he simply didn't care. But at the moment, discussing who the bifang egg should belong to was premature. The enemy, Lu Yenmo, was tightening the noose, giving no time for development. In reality, of the 90,000 participants, how many weren't afraid of power? How many treated money like dirt? Perhaps over 80,000 had already switched sides, helping Lu Yenmo search for Jelon's whereabouts everywhere was an enemy. Chi-Su had seen the smoke from a signal flare. It wasn't the usual red, green, or yellow, but blue, Jelon's blue. Sigh, he sighed. His teammates were scattered by the crowd, and he had no idea where they were resting for now. Although they had a designated gathering spot, how many would actually manage to enter the giant cedar forest smoothly? The situation was starting to look grim. Su. Who is the demon eye? Su Hongwen flipped the bun and steamed it, focusing on watching. This person was very famous, both in school and online, undoubtedly a small celebrity. He had many fans, and just as many enemies, but no one had ever seen him, they only knew the name. Su Hongwen said, I asked the principal, but he gave me a riddle, just showing a mysterious smile that left me clueless. Have you seen him? Su nodded, teasing, I've seen him. He's pretty handsome. Really handsome. Su Hongwen murmured softly, not sure what he was thinking. After a long pause, he said, I've watched his livestream. I think he'll definitely get into the Danqing Pavilion. Have you competed with him in knowledge? I've competed, and the demon eye won, Su said sincerely. Truth be told, the demon eye was his teacher. Everything he knew, this teacher had taught him. No matter how confident he was, he could never forget that. In terms of knowledge, he only admits the demon eye is stronger than him. You lost. Su Hongwen was full of surprise, then silently nodded and said, You lost, normal, he is all-powerful. The treasure appraisal platform has many categories: beast taming, spiritual plants, antiques, jade, spiritual artifacts, elixirs, and so on. Su is only skilled in a few, while Demon Eye claims to be an all-around talent, never wrong, so Su losing is inevitable. Su Hongwen asked again, did he come to join the competition? I want to know his strength. This was the point he wanted to ask. If Demon Eye is a hexagon warrior, then Jialan's chance of winning would greatly increase. Su casually said, he came, probably sleeping somewhere, don't expect much from him. Oh. Bang. Bang. 2 signal flares suddenly went off. Su's brows tightened. Surely 2 more Jialan participants had been found. The situation was critical, he could no longer sit and wait for death, he had to think of a plan. Suddenly, a bright idea flashed in his mind, I have an idea, can break Lu Yanma's trick. Su Hongwen's eyes lit up, tell me. Su's thoughts were clear, we actively provoke the giant cedar, make it angry, call lightning, cause a fire sea. This fire will be uncontrollable, definitely spreading widely, monsters, spiritual plants will all go mad, running with flames everywhere, affecting all areas. In this way, no one will have time to trouble the Jialan participants, most likely they will focus on putting out the fire. If not extinguished quickly, the raging fire, thick smoke, the entire level 3 secret realm will be uninhabitable. The competition will be forced to stop, next round, 2 months later, we will have a chance to develop again. Su paused, then slowly said, this is what Lu Yanma doesn't want to see. For him, the chance of winning this round is very high, the next time is uncertain. He has water-type tamed beasts, will step out, find the source of the fire, clear all giant cedars, as resources collected for Zetone. Even if he doesn't care about the fire, undervalues the giant cedar, such a big scene, he will come to take a look, see what is happening, maybe pick up a bonus. Then, you let Phoenix deliberately show up, lure Zetong over. Su Hongwen slightly nodded, good. Su continued, once the fire starts, the scene will be chaotic, no matter how strong Zetong's team cohesion, there will be stragglers, we can counter-capture them. The fire scene will be their battlefield, with Demon Eye, he can precisely lock Zetong's tail, clear the small fry first. Fight a counterattack. When to start? Su Hongwen thought this plan feasible. As long as they collect the tannic acid secreted by giant cedars and apply it on themselves, they can avoid burns, can stay here to ambush. Su decided, evening, let Earth Dragon Zune and Phoenix rest, recover strength. The side effect of weakness from the frenzy pill still remained, cannot rush this matter. He said, after dinner, we go get tannic acid, see if there are any good things on the way. The competition lasts 7 days, he has all the patience to wear down Lu Yanma. Chapter 58, Competition, 9. Boom. The first thunder wrapped in fire tore the burning clouds, the world instantly turned pale. The mountains and forests trembled, birds and beasts scattered, terrified cries drowned in rolling thunder. In this flash of lightning, several places in the forest already had fire snakes running wildly. Snap. The second thunder came one after another, hitting an ancient pine perfectly. In a moment, the whole tree burst into a torch of fire. Most beasts resting in the tree had no time to react, died on the spot, became chunks of charcoal. Only a few stronger ones, whole body on fire, howled as they rushed out of the lightning-covered area. In the distance. Young Master Lu, the giant cedar forest is on fire, I also saw Phoenix. On a tree branch, a silverback gorilla spoke human words, let go and landed on the ground. From afar, the gorilla looked ordinary. But up close, its fur was made of countless tiny, moving tentacles. This is good quality, fully mutated beast, mimic ape. It walked to its master Lu Tianxiang, arms long and hanging, standing obediently. Lu Yanmo replied neither coldly nor warmly. He lifted Fuju's chin, holding a twig brush in his hand, carefully cleaning the beast's mouth, then washed its face, applying for smoothing ointment. After finishing all this, he picked up the washboard, placed it in the basin, and worked hard scrubbing his own clothes.
Young Master Lu? Lu Tianxiang could not help but ask, did you hear what the ape said? I'm thinking whether to go or not, Lu Yanma replied.
Oh. Lu Yanma raised the back of his hand, lightly wiping the sweat from his forehead, and looked at the row of kneeling Jialan members. There were 8 prisoners in total, and after interrogation, it was learned that Jialan's gathering place was the giant cedar forest. Suddenly it caught fire, and they saw a phoenix. Maybe it was a trap set by Chi Su, trying to lure them there and capture Dan in the chaos. Lu Yanma suddenly smiled. People could go, but not the participants of Zitong. You may leave, he said to the prisoners. Help me find Chi Su and Su Hongwen's location, fire signal flares, and also find out who the magic eye really is. Lu Qingqiu took out low-rank spirit pills and energy-gathering pills, planning 2 for each person. Unexpectedly, no Jialan participant accepted them. Although kneeling, their posture was straight, faces full of disdain. Lu Qingqiu's hand froze in midair, looking at his elder brother. If they don't cooperate, what now? Lu Yanmo remained expressionless and slowly stated a fact. Loyalty cannot bring you anything. Loyalty is just a fleeting thing. Only money and pills are real. What you hold in your hand is solid. You have done nothing wrong, just made the right choice, showing you are not fools, people are not dumb. Yet still, no one took them. Lu Yanma then tried another way to persuade. In fact, even if one of you is lucky, finds a rare treasure, wins first place, and gets the Baifeng egg, it still does not belong to you. The Jialan principle will surely focus on the new star, making you give way. The reason? Su Hongwen is gifted, it should be his, to ensure the next contest can still rank high, bringing honor to the school. Lu Yanma curled his lips, hitting the point directly. Not just the Baifeng egg, all prizes for the top 10 are not yours. Even if you fought for them yourself, it's none of your business. You don't want to give, but facing Su Hongwen's power, the principal's moral pressure, the whole school watching, can you hold out? You are making clothes for others. When he spoke, the prisoners' hearts began to waver, looking at each other. If it's not theirs, they won't take it against conscience. But what is theirs? No way will they give it up. With Xiongming's temper, he might really favor Su Hongwen. Then what? First unbeatable leads to second unbeatable. Isn't that treating people as fools? Lu Yanma poured out the dirty water. Fuju used skill to form a water bubble layer, filling the basin with clean water. The former bent over scrubbing, never stopping speaking. Think of last time, when Su Hongwen got the 10th place prize. Did he share the money with you? This is a team contest, not a solo show. Whether you contributed or not, the money should be divided equally, and you have a share. Moreover, you contributed, indirectly helping him draw away many beasts, defeat many competitors. Though you did not fight side by side, did not gather resources to him, to help him reach 10th place. But as I said, indirectly. You have hardship though no merit, why not share the money? He was unjust, focusing only on himself. You suffered once, must you suffer twice? Lu Yanmo wrung out his clothes, placing them by the fire to dry. He pressed his sister's hand, smiling. Since you are from Jialan, these pills will be given after the matter is done. Don't worry, you won't lose out. Afterward I will add 2 million to each of you. With my reputation outside, as long as you don't betray me, work wholeheartedly for me, the benefits will not be few. The moment the words left his mouth, the contestants from Jilan stood up, decisively picked up the signal guns, and left together. Safe travels, Lu Yanma smiled brightly, waving his hand. Be careful on the road. Once their figures disappeared, he prepared for both outcomes, calling out to the mimicry chimpanzee, follow them, don't get spotted. Human hearts are unpredictable. What if those captives change their minds again? What if they act on loyalty? The mimicry chimpanzee jumped up, grabbed a branch, and stealthily swung towards the Jilan contestants. Lu Qingqiu whispered to his older brother, what about the fire? If no one handles it, the competition will be cancelled. Lu Tianxiang immediately released the second gorilla, the tank-like golden ape, slightly weaker, not a mutated beast, but capable of speech. He volunteered, Lu Xiao, let me have it notify the other contestants to put out the fire. Lu Yanma nodded in agreement. He picked up his scissors and focused on trimming his little garden. Once the fire was put out, the good things would remain intact, while the trash would turn to ashes. This fire was a perfect selection process. By then, most of the contestants would gather in the giant sequoia forest, and a fierce battle for resources was bound to erupt. Not to mention, just one giant sequoia was worth over 60 million. Chi Su was in the heart of the chaos. With his spiritual power, he wouldn't be able to grab anything. Even if he did get something, it would take a lot of effort, and no matter how many frenzy pills he had, they would be exhausted. Earth Dragon King, Phoenix, and Su Hongwen would all be worn out. When another signal flare went off, locking in their approximate location, he would send someone to harvest. Whoever went could easily overpower them. As the trump card of purple wisteria, Lu Yenma really didn't want to personally get involved in close combat, nor did he want to keep inhaling their foul breath. If they had eaten garlic, he would be suffocated to death. Right now, with soldiers to deploy, and the ability to use money to take down Jilan's trump card, he would never get his hands dirty himself.
Chapter 59, The Battle for Supremacy, 10. The fire raged.
Chisu held a soaked towel, tightly covering his mouth and nose, the thick sticky liquid covering his entire body, sealing him in airtight. He and Su Hongwen hid inside the strangler fig tree to avoid the thunderstorm. Several giant sequoias slithered past with their roots thrashing angrily, but could not find any ants to fight against them.
They could only keep drawing lightning and setting fires, turning the entire forest into a purgatory. At this moment, even the strangler fig's roots couldn't hold on anymore, and sparks flew out. Chisu and Su Hongwen immediately crawled out of the hole and dashed toward the area where the fire was less intense. Though not burned by the flames, Chisu was choked by the thick smoke, coughing violently, his eyes unable to open, feeling incredibly sore. Tears unconsciously streamed down his face, his vision blurry, his running slowing more and more. On the other hand, Su Hongwen showed no signs of discomfort. Noticing that Chisu couldn't take it any longer, he simply threw Chisu over his shoulder and bent down, sprinting away from the thick black smoke. He didn't know how long he ran, but ahead of them, an area covered in cold air appeared. The cold air blocked the spread of the smoke and flames, coating the surrounding trees with a layer of fine ice shards. Su Hongwen rushed in without hesitation, immediately feeling the chill sinking into his bones. As a cultivator over 2000, his fiery temper was strong. Even in sub-zero temperatures, he wouldn't feel cold. But now, he couldn't suppress his shivering. If he was feeling this way, how about Chisu? Su Hongwen hurriedly lowered Chisu, pulling out the hard towel frozen in his palm, lifting his shirt, and shoving Chisu's head into it. Feeling the warm flow, Chisu felt like he was alive. But apart from his head, every other part of his body was freezing. His teeth chattered as he stammered, find out what's causing this. Su Hongwen summoned the phoenix, letting the fire-type beast wrap around Chisu, then stood up and scanned the surroundings. With the additional heat, Chisu felt much more comfortable. He secretly opened his magical eye, seeing all the magical beasts and spiritual plants clearly. Soul-reaping vine, ghost-clapping willow tree, the body segments of 1,000-segment centipede, jade marrow revitalizing flower, short-leafed herb, golden light chrysanthemum. Wait! What just passed by? Chisu immediately turned back to look, locking onto the spiritual plant. The revitalizing flower was growing under an inconspicuous tree root. It was as crystal clear as snow, with 6 translucent petals, among which a faint silver glow could be seen. Su. Chisu stammered, unable to speak due to his excitement. He lowered his head for a moment, then raised his voice, Old Su. The flower. It's the revitalizing flower. Su Hongwen froze, his entire body stiffened. He doubted whether he had imagined it, rubbed his ears, and stared blankly at Chisu. Chisu had already put away the golden finger, pointing at the flower with a grin that stretched from ear to ear, the flower you wanted. Before he could finish speaking, Su Hongwen suddenly spun on his heel. Bang! With a loud bang, the dust from where he started hadn't settled, but he was already standing in front of the jade spirit revitalizing flower, his clothes fluttering, the wind roaring behind him. Don't eat it directly. Chisu reminded in time, be careful not to be sucked dry. Take it back and let the principal see how to mix the medicine. The rarer the spiritual herbs, the more caution must be exercised before eating them. The jade spirit revitalizing flower's medicinal power was domineering, it could grow flesh and bones, alter one's appearance, and was no different from undergoing plastic surgery. At least, surgery required anesthesia first. They had nothing prepared, and if they recklessly ate it without thinking, one could be sucked dry and die that way. Another possible death was having one's bones shattered, with blood flowing from the 7 orifices, the process of dying being extremely painful and long. Taking the revitalizing flower required pairing it with some gentle spiritual plants to balance the effect, and both must be taken together. It wouldn't work immediately. The medicinal properties were mild, so it required a gradual approach, nourishing and improving bit by bit. It could take as short as half a month or as long as 49 days, it couldn't be rushed. How to mix the medicine specifically, Chisu was a layman, and they could only hope the principal would help. Su Hongwen did his best to suppress his desire to consume the flower and carefully scraped away the soil, a more chilling aura immediately rushing towards him. His gaze burned hot, and he continued digging with his bare hands. Before long, a piece of jade appeared. It was the same as the flower, a pure white crystal, only about the size of half a palm. The long stem of the revitalizing flower was connected to it, inseparable. The cold jade was extremely hard, but the revitalizing flower had some flexibility, and its stem could bend freely. But Su Hongwen didn't dare to bend it too roughly. He took off his coat and carefully wrapped these 2 treasures. Chisu took one last look and confirmed it. He hadn't made a mistake.
A millennium-old cold jade, born from the gathering of the extreme cold of the heavens and earth, only takes shape after being sealed in ice for 10,000 years. When cultivating, placing it by one side helps a person quickly enter meditation, dispel distractions, and aids in forging the spiritual body and suppressing inner demons. This jade had a history of 10,000 years, changing hands several times since the appearance of human civilization, and was eventually buried under a tree.
It seemed more like a burial item than something left behind by someone. Tree burial. Chi-Su was certain.
Some people prefer to take a different route, not leaving behind a tombstone or a grave, having their ashes buried under a tree, connecting their soul with the tree's growth. When the tree grows tall and reaches the clouds, it means that the unity between man and nature has been achieved. Such precious jade must have belonged to a wealthy person. The burial of such a person's jade would be extraordinary. Thus, the tree to which the jade was attached must not be ordinary either. Chi-Su couldn't help but look up at the spiny-leaved oak that had buried the jade. The tree was draped in red silk for blessings, its branches dense and lush. And because of the millennium-old cold jade, the entire tree was covered with a layer of frost.
Activating his magical eye.
At a glance, Chi-Su instantly dispelled any thoughts of trying to steal the tree's benefits. The 1,000-year-old iron-armored tree spiny-leaved oak.
An extraordinary body-level tree. Forget it. However,
Chi-Su left the phoenix's embrace, rubbing his hands and walking forward with a cheeky smile. He looked at the indifferent tree's face and sweetly said, "Grandfather, may I have a few leaves for self-defense?"
"Just two will do. I wish you a long life."
The spiny-leaved oak, also known as the wish-granting tree. It can transform into an iron wall, listen to the wishes of all things, and choose a few lucky ones to fulfill their desires, truly a divine tree.
The spiny-leaved oak skill 1 is called Iron Armor Shield.
The leaves can form a shield to block a powerful attack, requiring a drop of blood to acknowledge the master. It belongs to the top class of defensive equipment, it must be obtained. And this 1,000-year-old tree demon, calling it a great-grandfather summoner would not be an exaggeration.
If we can't negotiate, what comes next is skill 2, Sword Leaves Flying Rain. So many leaves, they can shred him into mince in seconds. The atmosphere fell silent for a long while.
The iron-armored tree moved slowly, the ice on it cracking with a crack, crack. At the same time, Su Hongwen sensed danger and pulled Chi-Su away. With a whoosh, the sword leaves flying rain came head-on. Fortunately, most leaves were frozen, only a few flew out. Although Su Hongwen saw the attack route clearly, his body reacted a step slower, 2 leaves hit his shoulder, bug. He groaned softly, saw the armor reach his hand, and without stopping, turned to chase the already distant Chi-Su. The phoenix looked around in confusion, startled too late, and hurriedly hugged the jade like Hua Fu Yen to chase after its master. Soon, Su Hongwen caught up with Chi-Su, pulling the blood-stained leaf from his shoulder. He handed a leaf to Chi-Su and smiled, saying, "Longevity? Did you mean to make it angry? Otherwise, it would be really hard to take." The tree's age was clearly over 100, the national protection plaque still stood beside it. "Wishing it long life. How is this different from cursing it to die immediately? If we don't anger it, how can we get the armor?" Chi-Su took the leaf, cutting his palm, accepting the master. Against a supernormal body, even Lu Yenma might not be able to cut off a leaf. To get a tool leaf, you had to use cleverness, let the tree spirit drop it by itself. Chi-Su stared ahead. Many contestants came to help put out the fire, their beasts mostly spirit turtles. The fire was mostly extinguished, Chi-Su didn't see the purple figure, his mouth slowly drooping. "Not gonna lie, Lu Yenma is clever. This solo plan is spoiled." Xiao 1. A blue signal flare shot up with a few shouts and exploded. Bang! Su Hongwen looked at the 8 teammates closing in, his face darkened suddenly. "Traitor!" Chapter 60, Championship, 11. The fire was out, the 10,000-year cold jade no longer gave off coldness. The phoenix handed it to Chi-Su, standing ready beside its master. The traitors had already surrounded them, trying to hold them back, buying time for the Wisteria contestant. Su Hongwen looked at those familiar faces. Zhou Yi, Lu Qingye, Li Niu all were Jialan's core elites this time, also teammates from last team match. "Why?" Su Hongwen's voice was calm, unreadable for anger or joy. His gaze now stabbed into their eyes like a knife, no longer avoiding. Zhou Yi avoided his eyes, staring at the ground, muttering, "Xiaowen, don't blame us, before coming, we really wanted to defeat Wisteria and fight for rank." He changed tone, but fighting for rank, for what? Honor? Revenge? Neither. Here, only Chi-Su has a grudge against Wisteria, we don't. We go for prizes, top 10 prizes. Zhou Yi spoke firmly, gaining momentum, facing Su Hongwen without fear. "I ask you now, if I have a 1 in 10 million chance to get the Baifeng egg, can you honestly say you wouldn't feel a little dirty inside? Can you guarantee Xiong Mang wouldn't make me give it to you?" "I dare." Su Hongwen said without hesitation, his voice firm, face flushed bright red.
This is what you got yourself, I won't shamelessly ask for it. Besides, I already have the phoenix. The resources I fought for can only support one. No extra money or energy to raise another ancient beast. And with the principal's character, he wouldn't ask you to give it to me. He'd just think Jalon has another genius. Support fully. Su Hongwen grew angrier, angry at teammates for betrayal, and angry they were fooled by a few words from the enemy. Here, swords and knives clashed. These people weren't freshmen. They had been in Jalon a whole year. If they were newcomers, he wouldn't be this mad. Don't covet what's not yours, don't seek gain without effort, stand by yourself. This is Jalon's motto. You heard that, didn't you? It's in the dog's belly now. I don't want the Bai Fong egg either. Chi Su hid behind Su Hongwen and peered out, speaking with utmost seriousness. I have the Earth Dragon respect, so whoever gets the Bai Fong egg will be chosen from among you. Whoever has collected the most resources will be the one to get it. The signal flare had already been sent. He and Su Hongwen were about to become trapped, unable to protect the Yusue rebirth flower any longer. They couldn't waste time here anymore, they had to run fast. Chi Su spoke calmly, I don't know what Lu Yanma offered you, but I'll offer double. We're still teammates, look at all these other participants around us, let's not fight with them. Let's go somewhere else and take a look. This was his only chance to give them. Although they were both from Jialan, they weren't close, with little connection. At the end of the day, they were nothing but strangers. He knew that with Lu Yanma's money, he could sway many people's hearts. Therefore, he chose to show tolerance, just this once. Once they left this place and went their separate ways, they would be like water and oil, not interfering with each other. If they didn't leave, then he would have nothing to say. They would all be treated as enemies. Zhou Yi and the others still refused to back down, sneering as they stared at Su Hongwen. Don't speak so sweetly, you wouldn't even want the Bai Fong egg, would you? You can't afford to raise it, but you can sell it, right? Who doesn't know your family owes a ton of debt? You need money urgently. Last year's 10th place prize, a mid-tier beast spirit pill from the Xian rank. This was the result of everyone's hard work. And what did you do? You sold it the moment it landed in your hands, not even sharing a single penny with everyone. Since you never thought of your teammates, then we're no longer your teammates. Lu Qingye joined in, curling his lips into a mocking smile and scanning Chi Su. You two don't even mention the frenzied pill, giving it to us was just paving the way for you. This is clearly manipulation. He spat on the ground, raised his hand, and pointed directly at Chi Su's nose. You troublemaker, pushing us to create enmity with the purple vine. If it weren't for you, how would we have become targets for the purple vine? We can't even safely collect resources anymore. Since we can't collect resources anymore, we might as well just take the good things from young Master Lu. We'll stay by the main gate and wait for the competition to end, not playing as your pawns. Su Hongwen's brows furrowed even tighter. He wanted to say something, but when the words came to his lips, he realized it wouldn't make any difference. These people wouldn't listen. They were just shifting the blame to ease their guilty consciences. Should he take action? Su Hongwen stared at that glaring sky blue, his eyes bloodshot. They were all from the same institution, should he strike now? Clap, clap, clap. A slow, deliberate applause sounded from behind. Su Hongwen froze, turning around. Good. Chi Su raised his arms, the applause grew even more intense, his smile wild. Well said. To be honest, I was afraid you guys would burst into tears and admit you were wrong. If you admitted your mistake, I would have softened and let you off. But what you said was really good, fantastic. Fantastic. The group froze, a chilling sensation creeping up their spines. They knew very little about this new student and rarely saw him. In their minds, Chi Su was a street thug, always grinning. Whether it was his confrontation with the Purple Vine or his actions towards students of the Purple Vine, he didn't have any boss-like aura. He seemed more like someone who had watched too many gangster movies and was trying to put himself in the shoes of Chen Haonan or Shan Ji. But what he showed was only the style of a small lackey, with none of the calm or steadiness a true big shot would have. But now, they couldn't help but feel a sense of coldness. Chi Su lowered his arms, his smile vanishing as he released the Earth Dragon respect. Not one will be left. The cold-blooded words rang out, and Zhou Yi's group immediately swallowed the frenzied pills, feeding some to their beast masters as well. They all received a significant boost in attributes. Brothers, don't panic. First kill Chi Su. He's the weakest. Go! 8 people closed in, murderous intent rising as they attempted to take down Chi Su and Su Hongwen, hoping to earn more. Boom! The phoenix spread its wings, flames spraying out in a fan shape. The intense firelight instantly illuminated the entire area, and the flames that had just been extinguished reignited. The traitors didn't apply tannic acid, and they weren't wearing armor. Faced with the overwhelming flames, they could only dodge. At the same time, Earth Dragon Lord aimed at the people running out of the fire, casting the Earth Spikes technique and Mud technique. The range of the flames restricted their movement. To quickly escape the burning flames, there were only two paths, the left side or the right side of the flames. Running forward meant facing the Phoenix, running backward would not get them out immediately. So, Earth Dragon Lord's skills were precisely aimed at their inevitable path. PFF, 5 people were pierced by stone spikes, and 3 fell into the swamp. Their beast tamers were no exception, those who died perished, and others met the same fate. Taking the frenzy pills had 2 side effects, weakness afterward and a 10% reduction in defense. In other words, their already fragile bodies became even more brittle, like crispy chips, even more fragile than before. Even if given the chance to fight back, those growth stage beasts could barely reach the combat strength of mature stage. And Earth Dragon Lord had already reached the peak of the mature stage. With his unbreakable scales, the cats and dogs would be dreaming to break through his defense. If given the opportunity, Earth Dragon Lord could fight the perfect form rampaging ape. If he were as modest as his master, it would only take 5 seconds to crush the ape's head. Chapter 61, The Competition, 12. In the blink of an eye, the battle was over. But even though these people were eliminated, there were more blocking the way. Spirit Tortoise, White Crane, Parrot, Dark Hawk. Elite members from various schools, with their beast companions, surrounded them. They had been watching from the sidelines, patiently waiting for an opportunity. Seeing no chance, they decided to stop pretending. The lead captain's beast companions were all mature stage. Though their growth levels weren't high, they were still formidable. Whether it was the beast tamers or their beasts, they were all experienced in battle, wearing many wild defensive gear and spirit tools, greatly boosting their combat power and defense. Chisu glanced at the group, roughly estimating they were several hundred strong. Once the battle starts, both Earth Dragon Lord and Phoenix would have to take the frenzy pills again, falling into weakness once more. If Lu Yenmo and the others happened to arrive, they would be out of luck. They must turn weapons into friendship. Before Chisu could speak, the other side spoke first, trying to persuade, don't struggle. It takes courage to defeat Tame, but reality is just like this. The one speaking was the captain of St. Roland's team, with a buzz cut and a scar at the corner of his eye. He untied the cloth bag at his waist, revealing herbs like cocklebur. Most participants come here not to compete for ranks, but to collect resources not found in the Level 1 secret realm. With the identity of a participant, they can avoid the entrance fee to the Level 3 secret realm and cooperate with so many like-minded allies, helping each other out. 90,000 true beast tamers entering the secret realm together is much more reliable than a small rogue demon hunting team. They are not competitors, they are allies. The captain explained in detail, but these herbs aren't worth much. The price of pills sold in shops is one thing, but the price of raw materials is another. Unless they are rare treasures, they won't sell for high prices. If you dare to shout 50,000, the pill shops won't take them. They'll all be stuck in your hands. And how many people can recognize rare treasures? They might have passed right in front of a treasure and missed it because they didn't know it was a treasure. Their knowledge is limited. It's just so unfortunate that they missed the opportunities. The captain pulled out a handful of cocklebur, its sharp spikes pricking his rough palm, drawing out a few drops of blood. But it seemed like he felt no pain, already used to it. For these cocklebur, making them into pills can sell for 100 to 180,000, but the raw material can only sell for a few thousand. There are a bunch of people selling raw materials cheaply, driving prices down in a crazy competition. Harvesting herbs is dangerous, but we have nothing, absolutely nothing. Too many people have only their worthless lives left. If you want to make money, you have to risk your life. The captain pointed to the team members behind him, most of whom carried bamboo baskets filled with herbs. When we go out to settle the payment, with so many resources for one small team, the total won't exceed 1 million. 1 million, divided by 30 people, how much does each person get? Just over 30,000? If that's the case, why not take advantage of the opportunity to earn more? He put away the herbs, a bitter smile on his face. If we help young Master Lu, we can get pills worth tens of millions, clearly priced at tens of millions. After selling them, each person could get hundreds of thousands. Tell me, what reason do we have to refuse? Besides, refusing means not wanting to get involved in the conflict between Zitong and Jialan, and the result will be a brutal beating. Our lives might be spared, but what about the lives of our beasts? Whether inside the secret realm or outside, killing a beast is perfectly reasonable. A trained beast, docile and sensible, is a bottom line that no one can touch. For the sake of my furry kid, I'll do anything, even kill and set fires. It's much easier than killing a complete form monster and extracting its soul core. Chisu looked at Captain St. Roland's complex gaze, then turned to look at the participants still approaching from afar, remaining silent. In the face of benefits, he couldn't guarantee his own uprightness. How could he expect others to be any different? As always, he gave them a chance, just once. I will help you find valuable herbs. Have you heard of the magic eye? I'm his student. At these words, a subtle stir rippled through the crowd, and the atmosphere relaxed from its previous tense standoff. The name of the magic eye was known to anyone who had been in the industry for even a short time. He wasn't just an ordinary appraiser. It said that with a glance, he can identify the exact age, medicinal properties, and type of any spirit plant, without error. Plus, he is a versatile talent. Chisu took advantage of the moment and added, I can also connect you with a pill master. If you want low-grade yellow pills, you just need to provide the raw materials and the pill refining fee, no more than 50,000. Pill masters were rarer than ancient mutated beasts. Even a one-star pill master has more prestige and value than the principal of a beast taming academy. This was why Brother Xiong had managed to hold on so long under the pressure from Zetone. Otherwise, the school would have collapsed the day they refused recruitment. Moreover, his ability to hide his magic eye ID was also thanks to his one-star pill master identity. Otherwise, any random person wanting to be a special case on the official platform, a mysterious figure, would need to be at least on the same level as the Liu family. Pill master, a pill master with a badge, asked another captain. Chisu, of course, 1 star. A 1 star is very impressive. Being a pill master is a special profession, much rarer than being a beast tamer. Even an appraiser who knows all about antiques can't pass the pill master exam. Exactly, as long as they have a badge, that's a big deal. We can provide the raw materials and ask the pill master to make the pills, then resell them for a high price. Chisu saw the participants getting excited, his smile carrying a hint of mischievousness, and he pressed on while the iron was hot. What I'm offering might not be as generous as young Master Liu's, but we're aiming for long-term cooperation. For the herbs you collect this time, I can buy them at a price higher than the market value. The exact price will be discussed after the competition. Our cooperation will be open and honest. There's no need to lower yourselves, none of us are beneath the other. None of us is anyone else's subordinate. You help me, I help you, mutual benefit, and we all gain the respect we deserve. After these words, the surroundings suddenly went quiet. It was as if his words had struck a chord, and the participants looked at each other's bruises in silence. After a long time, Captain Tianshu stepped forward, holding an orange kitten, and said slowly, I support you. Saying this, he drew out a signal flare, raised his hand, and smashed it to the ground, shattering it. He made the first move, and then the Tianshu team switched sides. Immediately after, the St. Roland team also switched sides. Chisu smiled, his eyes catching a glimpse of the silverback gorilla moving farther away. The smile grew even wider. The scene of the fire was pitch dark, with everyone dressed in dark cotton coats, only the bright silver stood out, reflecting light. Lu Dishao's trick of using a knife to kill someone was exposed. Anyone who dared to come forward would feel the powerful punches of the crowd, and understand what it meant for one fist to be powerless against 4. Chisu tightened the treasure in his arms, feeling a slight chill, but remained calm. As the sky darkened, he had considered slipping away once everyone fell asleep, but where could he go? There was no safe place in the third-level secret realm. He would rather be surrounded by people who could suppress him, rather than facing a fully evolved supernatural beast. With an unchanged expression, Chisu said, We've all been busy for the day, let's rest here. Tomorrow, we'll cut down the giant cedar and look for spiritual plants. No spiritual plant could be worth more than the Millennium Coal Jade. Fine. The leaders dispersed, organizing the team to set up tents and assigning the night watchman in an orderly manner. Chapter 62, The Competition, 13. The small, exquisite garden was located in a dense forest, quite eye-catching, forming a stark contrast to the surrounding chaotic and broken scenery. This was the resting place specifically cleaned by Liu Yanma. The silverback gorilla returned to report, repeating everything word for word. Next to a folding small dining table, Liu Yanma paused in his slicing of the steak and looked toward the new batch of captives squatting at the edge. This batch of captured Jialan participants, 13 in total, had been seduced once again, planning to be given to Chisu while secretly investigating who the magic eye was. But his brows furrowed slightly. Liu Yanma had witnessed Chisu's persuasive skills. They were not simple. It was expected that participants from other schools would be persuaded, but he never expected Chisu to kill the traitors, disregarding the bond between schools. He was truly decisive. Now, sending more captives seemed inappropriate, as it would seem like he was personally delivering these sheep to the tiger's mouth, adding unnecessary guilt. Liu Yanma's mouth twisted downward. Seeing this, Liu Tianxiang, with 1400 spirit power, gripped the berserk pill he had seized and volunteered, Liu Xiao, let me teach them a lesson. He wanted them to understand what despair truly meant, what a gap harder to cross than the class barrier felt like. He believed that with his complete form mutated beast, he could deliver a dimensional strike to those lower-tier participants. Especially Su Hongwen, he could no longer allow him to develop freely. In terms of spirit power, Lu Tianxiang was indeed weaker, but as a beastmaster, the beasts he controlled were the main force. In terms of beasts, 2 complete forms using berserk pills could easily defeat a mature phoenix, no matter what. Then go. Lu Yanma took a sip of red wine to soothe his throat. After Lu Tianxiang left, he called over a tall, skinny man. This man had been exceptionally recruited by Zitong, possessing a low-quality mutated beast, the illusion butterfly. A silkworm transforming into a butterfly. Now, it had evolved to complete form, with little offensive power but was an expert at messing with people's mentality. Lu Yanma glanced at the Jialan captives, choose one to disguise and infiltrate the enemy camp to gain Qi Su's trust. Since Qi Su and Su Hongwen both repeatedly promised to give the Baifeng egg to the most hard-working teammate, he would send someone to infiltrate. In the end, whether Zitong or Jialan won, the Baifeng egg would belong to Zitong. The tall, skinny man faced the captives and selected a beautiful woman, illusion butterfly. The tiny butterfly flapped its wings, scattering glowing, fine scales that enveloped the man's body. Gradually, the man's appearance and shape became indistinguishable from the woman's, with added charm and a flirtatious demeanor. Charm was also an ability of the illusion butterfly, and even if Qi Su doubted his teammate, he would lose his rational judgment due to being captivated by beauty. He roughly stripped off the captive's clothes, causing the woman to scream in shock, but she still lost her blue team uniform. Meanwhile, the Jialan participants hastily removed their outer garments to cover the woman's body, angry but too afraid to speak out. The tall, skinny man put on his clothes, and the illusion butterfly transformed into a dark ghostly cat. Both humans and beast tamers are perfectly replicated. The side effect is that it consumes a lot of mana. For 7 days straight, he had to constantly channel spiritual energy into the illusion butterfly to replenish mana. With his physique, the rate of absorbing spiritual energy is far slower than the rate of consumption. But it's not a big problem, the replenishing pills from young Master Lu are more than enough. Young Master Lu, I'm leaving. If things go wrong, retreat. Don't risk your life. Don't joke around. The tall, skinny man joked, then slowly walked away. His spiritual energy was 1300, also a result of climbing from the bottom, and he had gone through no less than Su Hongwen did. The secret realm is his home. Facing Su Hongwen in a fight, he wasn't confident. His basic talent was there, but no matter how hard he worked, he couldn't catch up. But dealing with Qi Su, he was more than enough. Not long after. Lu Yanmo had eaten and drunk his fill, looking at the prisoners and using his usual method to ease his guilt. You all can go, wait at the front gate until the competition ends. These people struggled fiercely, causing their already few spiritual energy points to drop to 0. The beast tamers were heavily injured and could only enter the beast space to recover, with no further ability to collect resources. Knowing Qi Su's approximate location, they were of no use anymore, and he wouldn't keep them around, wasting the food for the wisteria. Killing wasn't his style. Let them perish on their own. Lu Yanmo watched the prisoners help each other into the forest, then stood up to clear the table. Suddenly, several screams rang out, startling a large flock of birds. He ignored it, pouring a few drops of dishwashing liquid into the basin. Another short-lived soul. Young Master Lu, I need to use the restroom. Wang Xingchen reported while clutching his stomach. You don't need to tell me about this. Wang Xingchen closed his mouth. He wanted Lu Yanmo to send someone to stand guard for him. But Lu Yanmo didn't assign anyone immediately, and he was too embarrassed to hint a second time, feeling like a useless person. Wang Xingchen could only carry the pricey toilet paper and slowly leave the group. To avoid letting Lu Yanmo catch a whiff, he purposely walked further away, squatting near a patch of low shrubs and letting the white tiger patrol. Ah! The white tiger, not knowing what it saw, sprinted off in a frenzy. Wang Xingchen couldn't get up in time and could only watch the beast disappear into the dense forest. He felt uneasy, his eyes darting around as he silently reassured himself. It's fine, the big shots are nearby, it's fine. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse. In the bushes, a pale face appeared. The familiar face was devoid of color, with blood-red eyes and blackened lips. On both sides of the cheeks were several irregular lumps of flesh, resembling green cauliflower-like growths. Wang Xingchen widened his eyes, his body trembling uncontrollably. He had seen cultivators who had fallen into madness from excessive desire for power, overdosing on pills, their spiritual energy surging. The cost was becoming neither human nor demon, losing all reason, with their bodies undergoing strange mutations. Some grew grass on their bodies, some grew flowers, some had scales. The official channel broadcasts it 24 hours a day to warn everyone never to fall into madness. Why ease? Wang Xingchen's eyes filled with fear, and he unconsciously shed tears. Before he could beg for mercy, the white tiger's dying roar drowned out his heartbreaking scream. Chapter 63, The Competition, Part 14. Night fell, and the forest was peaceful. Su Hongwen, wearing a headlamp, walked through the knee-high fern bushes, searching for wooden fuel for the night. He stopped in his tracks at the entrance of an abandoned subway station. The walls were covered in thick, shiny moss, and the semicircular cement dome was full of holes. This former busiest line, with multiple subway lines intersecting, was now completely blocked by layers of ferns. Because the spiritual plants contain a large amount of moisture, the fire hadn't harmed the roots, and the plants were still lush and green. Between the fern leaves, countless small white faces hung, their features distinct. Flat noses, piercing eyes, and monkey-like faces. They all faced outward, staring at Su Hongwen in unison, silent. Monkey-faced orchids. This spiritual plant had no offensive power. Once someone stops to watch, they will all stare at the intruder in perfect unison, making the intruder feel extremely uncomfortable and forced to leave. This strategy was humorously dubbed by spiritual ecology researchers as the gaze defense. Su Hongwen bent down and picked up a brick, throwing it forcefully at the monkey orchid. Still not satisfied, he picked up several more bricks and smashed them down, leaving a large patch of spiritual plants in tatters. "What are you looking at? What's so interesting?" he shouted until all the gazes disappeared. Su Hongwen dropped the stone and fell silent, with a cloud of worry hanging over his face. Now that the revival flower had been found, but with the current situation, whether he could safely take it out was still uncertain. Out of 90,000 participants, Chi-Su had only convinced a very small portion, and from the bigger picture, it had been useless. They would still encounter siege attacks, and it was impossible to rely on luck every time. To preserve the revival flower, there was only one way left. Return home. Take advantage of the fact that the main forces of the Purple Vine hadn't arrived yet and that LV Yen still didn't know what he had found, and directly leave the level 3 secret realm with the revival flower. But this also meant forfeiting. Once he left, he would no longer be a participant, and the host guarding the entrance would declare him a failure, banning him from re-entering. Once he left, Jialan would lose for sure, and Chi-Su's life would be in danger. Su Hongwen's face was filled with confusion. So, if he were to leave, both of them would have to leave together. It was about his face. The revival flower was far more precious than the Baifeng egg, even more important than honor. He wanted to swallow that flower whole. But he couldn't. He could only try his best to protect it, using whatever means necessary, no matter the cost. If he talked it over with Chi-Su, would the other party understand? Would he leave with him? Chi-Su was different from Lu Tianxiang. As a friend, he should understand, right? The competition would still continue, and there would be time to regain the honor next time. There was no need to focus on just this one event. But if Chi-Su refused to forfeit, if he insisted on staying here, then he could only. Su Hongwen moved. He moved his stiff legs, and the sound of crushing dry twigs startled a few gray crows. Suddenly, there was a commotion from the distant rest area, and several exclamations could be heard. His face darkened, and then he quickened his pace, crashing hard into the chest of the King Kong gorilla. Hiss. Su Hongwen gritted his teeth in pain and covered his nose as warm blood began to flow out. The wind howled, and the King Kong swung his fist. Su Hongwen quickly bent his waist to dodge. "We meet again, you ungrateful wolf." Lu Tianxiang walked out from behind the King Kong, gently rubbing the blood-red ring on his ring finger. He didn't hide his movements on purpose. The bigger the scene, the bigger the commotion. On the campsite, the silverback gorilla had already caused chaos, with the participants, who each had more than 200 spiritual power points, unable to stand against it. Their beast tamers barely managed to hold their ground, but the beast tamers themselves were too weak. Beast tamers were the biggest flaw and weakness. With the intelligence of the silverback gorilla, playing with them was like playing with dogs. The Earth Dragon King, that fool, would also be toyed with, no need for him to worry at all. Lu Tianxiang. Su Hongwen said in a calm voice, slowly speaking. He forced himself to face his old friend, his nails digging deep into his palm. He had only been thinking about the revival flower earlier, and didn't notice the ring's reminder. The jade revival flower was currently in Chi-Su's hands. Could he protect it? Su Hongwen decisively summoned the phoenix. Go help Chi-Su. The phoenix flapped its wings and flew away from here. Lu Tianxiang did not stop him, nor could he stop him. After all, he and the King Kong didn't have wings. Besides, once the beast had flown, only Su Hongwen remained, making the situation much easier to handle. Lu Tianxiang walked a few steps towards Su Hongwen, seeing him instinctively retreat, and couldn't help but laugh. So you know it was your fault first? I pretended I had forgotten, but how did I treat you during those 3 years? For 3 years, I spent at least half of my monthly pocket money on you. Lu Tianxiang raised his hand and rubbed Su Hongwen's collar. All the money was paid by me. What did you say back then? You said that if you ever needed help in the future, you could always ask. You said you'd repay my kindness for your whole life, that you'd be my oxen horse, and what else? Su Hongwen no longer retreated, nor did he respond, only lowering his head, his face burning hot. Oh, I remember now. You also said, Tianxiang, my life is yours, you can command me as you wish, and that was truly heartfelt.
Lu Tianxiang mimicked the tone of the young man from back then, but his voice grew colder and colder.
But what happened? What did you do after you got the recommendation spot? I just let you do this one thing. Just let you, give it to me. How did you repay me? Just let me do one thing? Su Hongwen finally spoke. His face twisted with anger, and he grabbed Lu Tianxiang's clothes with his other hand, repeatedly questioning. Wasn't it me who wrote your homework? Wasn't it me who washed your clothes? Wasn't it me who scrubbed your shoes? Wasn't it me who ran errands for you? You relied on me to film so many videos, every single one a hit, making a huge profit. The money you spent on me, I've long since repaid. I owe you nothing. Bullshit. Lu Tianxiang suddenly raised his hand, his spiritual power exploding in his palm, snapping the ring of protection. His hand, enveloped by fierce wind, swung toward Su Hongwen's face, but it was intercepted in midair. Su Hongwen gripped Lu Tianxiang's arm, his fingers making the bones crack loudly. He twisted the corner of his mouth, showing a terrifying smile. Even if I broke my promise first, threw the favor aside, turned my back on you, you still can't do anything about it, can you? This shameless attitude completely enraged Lu Tianxiang. He formed a hand seal with one hand, opening the beast master space, summoning the silverback gorilla, and a blinding light spread from the ground. Kong. Silverback. Take the medicine and kill him for me. As the words fell, a huge banyan tree was uprooted with raw strength, Kong gripping the tree tightly, its hair standing on end, muscles bulging, growling as it charged toward Su Hongwen. Today, you'll die. Su Hongwen kicked Lu Tianxiang aside, sidestepping to avoid, without stopping, heading straight for the armored tree. Kong raised the tree and aimed at Su Hongwen, throwing it with all its strength. The sound of its arms pounding its chest echoed like thunder. Hit! 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 At the same time, the silverback gorilla swung its tendrils, tightly wrapping around Su Hongwen's limbs. Boom! The tree trunk hit dead center, Su Hongwen spitting out a mouthful of blood, his body uncontrollably being dragged back by the silverback. Along the way, a short-haired leaf tried to sneak away from the battlefield. Its body was flat, resembling a large dead leaf, light brown in color. At the top of its broad leaf, 3 smaller leaves extended. This was not a tree leaf becoming an entity, but a type of magical beast. Normally, it was entirely green, blending perfectly with the spring and summer forests. As the seasons changed, by autumn and winter, its color would turn to withered yellow or brown, blending into the surroundings. Su Hongwen's eyes flashed sharply, and with a burst of force, he broke free with one arm, grabbing the short-haired leaf and tossing it onto the silverback's face. The short-haired leaf was covered in tiny white fuzz, non-toxic and not fatal, but it could make someone suffer terribly. It felt like asbestos fibers digging into the skin, causing unbearable pain, along with continuous itching. The fuzz penetrated deep into the skin, and no matter how much you tried, it wouldn't come out. If left untreated or not thoroughly cleaned, the area where the fuzz stuck would become inflamed. Soon, the skin would develop dense holes, tightly connected one after the other. In the center of each hole, the fuzz would stand straight up, like living creatures, breathing and expanding and contracting with each breath. It was no longer fuzz but the larvae of the short-haired leaf, parasitizing inside a person's body. Roar! The silverback gorilla's face was completely covered by the short-haired leaf's body, scratching wildly in pain, ripping apart the short-haired leaf, along with the tendrils wrapped around Su Hongwen. It didn't have the defensive power of Kong, not thick-skinned and tough. Its skin was incredibly soft, able to swim freely in the water, drilling through coral holes. As long as its head passed through, the body could follow. At this moment, those hairs seemed to come alive, burrowing deeply into its skin. It couldn't see anything for a moment, its eyeballs were even grabbed, and it became agitated, desperately rubbing its face against the tree trunk, letting out a harsh hiss. Itchy. Painful. Itchy. Painful. Worthless. Lu Tianxiang kicked the silverback and shouted to the gorilla, heading toward Su Hongwen. The distance between them grew shorter and shorter, the gorilla's hand nearly touching Su Hongwen's back. Su Hongwen suddenly stopped, shouting loudly, "I wish you a long life." Then he activated his armor blades, a light green protective shield enveloping his body. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the sword-leaf rain of the 1,000-year-old iron-armored tree shot out. Damn your mother. Chapter 64, The Tournament, Part 15. The gorilla hurriedly used its defensive skill, petrifying its body to protect Lu Tianxiang. But with its level of growth, it could not withstand the attack from the extraordinary body. Countless leaves pierced through the stone monkey, and a golden spirit core fell out. No one knew how much time had passed. The iron-armored tree shed its leaves, consuming spirit power to regrow, returning to its lush, leafy state. Seeing no one dared to provoke it anymore, it slowly closed its eyes and rested. Ha! Su Hongwen panted, picking up the spirit core, pushing aside the crumbling stone monkey, and riding on Lu Tianxiang. He roughly tore open the purple cloak,
staring at the broken golden silk soft armor underneath. With the dual protection of the stone monkey and expensive armor, Lu Tianxiang only suffered superficial wounds. That arrogant face was now gone, his body trembling uncontrollably. Su Hongwen grabbed Lu Tianxiang's hair, bringing his face close to his. Scared? Ha? Now you know fear? Lu Tianxiang trembled, raising his hand to call back the silverback gorilla. But when the silverback came over, it panicked, running around wildly, jumping up and down in distress, completely ignoring him. His face turned pale. Xiaowen, I'll help you repay the debt, just let me go. Before he finished speaking, his nasal bone cracked. Su Hongwen, holding the hard spirit core, smashed it onto Lu Tianxiang's face, again and again, the splattered blood soaking his eyes. I don't need your help. I don't need it. Lu Tianxiang must die, only death could shut his mouth. He didn't want any rumors to reach Qi Su's ears. If Qi Su didn't agree to forfeit, then he would stay here, with this hard-earned noble. The rejuvenation flower was important, but it couldn't compare to Qi Su's significance. Even if the rejuvenation flower couldn't be preserved, with Qi Su around, the flower would still have a chance. If Lu Tianxiang told Qi Su about the past, it would create a rift between them. No more interactions. Lu Tianxiang must die. Su Hongwen's arm became sore from the smashing, the other's skull crushed into pieces. He raised his other hand, carefully checking Lu Tianxiang's breath, feeling his pulse. After confirming there was no more movement, he tore off the genuine golden crow warm jade and dug into the pocket of the purple vine school uniform. There wasn't much in Lu Tianxiang's pocket, just a semi-transparent jade stone. Within it, a shrinking suitcase was vaguely visible. Su Hongwen's eyes lit up. It was the empty void jade. Also known as the storage space. It could shrink any item and store it within the space. When needed, it would automatically return to its original size. Lu Tianxiang was dead, and the empty void jade became ownerless. Su Hongwen immediately dripped blood to claim it as his own. He became the new user of the empty void jade, and only he could access it freely. Even if the empty void jade was taken by someone else, it couldn't be used, and the treasures inside couldn't be taken. Unless he died. Su Hongwen inherited all of Lu Tianxiang's belongings, struggling to get up. He patiently waited for the silverback gorilla to weaken, then took down the triple kill, collecting 2 golden spirit cores. There was no time to rest. He looked at the scattered leaves on the ground, roughly estimating there were more than 10,000. According to market price, the leaves of the extraordinary body iron armored tree were worth 100,000 per leaf. As a one-time use armor, this price wasn't cheap. 1 leaf worth 100,000. 10,000 leaves, 1 billion. Debts can be cleared now. Su Hongwen bent down to pick up the leaves, not missing a single one, then walked away. In no time, 2 Qi clan demon cultivators, like zombies, stood before the 3 corpses. These bodies stored a considerable amount of spiritual energy, not fully consumed, a great supplement. Su Hongwen returned to the campsite. He saw that the tent had been destroyed by a silverback gorilla, with deflated pots and pans scattered everywhere. The contestants were all injured to varying degrees, yet there was not a single cry of pain. It was eerily quiet. Among the crowd, a woman holding a medical box hurriedly moved around, bandaging and treating wounds for everyone. The sky blue school uniform she wore made her appear elegant and pure. Su Hongwen recognized her. Her name was Sumi. He hadn't thought she was particularly beautiful before, but today, she looked like a fairy, instantly striking his heart. But as he thought of his own face, Su Hongwen lowered his head, dismissing the thought of starting a conversation. He buried his feelings in his heart and quickly walked towards the simple tent. It was called a tent, but in fact, it was just 4 wooden sticks holding up a bedsheet, covering 3 sides, leaving one side open to the wind. A young man was sitting cross-legged inside, oblivious to everything outside, holding a finely carved piece of white jade in his hand. Su Hongwen was startled. Wasn't this the eternal cold jade? Where are the flowers? Where are the flowers? Su Hongwen quickly asked. Qi Su pointed at the bamboo basket beside him, speaking slowly but steadily. Don't be anxious, I bought some ice crystal grass, the flowers are safely stored inside. The reviving flowers were treasures for someone like Su Hongwen, who had his face ruined. But for others, it wasn't even as useful as a burdock seed. And as for the price, it was classified as a collectible, depending on whether some fool would spend a large sum to buy it and place it in their home as a decoration. If no one bought it, the reviving flower was just a plant with a price and market, nice to look at but useless, the fighter jet among trash. What was valuable was the jade. The flower could be discarded, but the jade couldn't be lost. Su Hongwen opened the bamboo basket, took a look, and was reassured. He turned his head and looked at Qi Su, who was carving jade. What are you carving? Ultraman. Oh, huh? Qi Su explained logically, it's tacky, right? It's funny, right? Looks like some abstract street stall stuff, right? Exactly, that's the effect I want. A piece of white jade, even if people didn't understand jade, they would know it was a treasure. But an Ultraman, that was probably made of plastic. The sense of cheapness was overflowing. Shisu wasn't hiding it at all, calmly carving the jade. His heart was as calm as still water, completely ignoring the enthusiastic young woman outside. The mechanism of the eternal cold jade was fully displayed at this moment. Even if the 6 great spiritual foxes turned into beautiful women, he wouldn't be distracted. Seeing this, Su Hongwen didn't want to disturb him. He left the tent and talked with other contestants, exchanging items, trading leaves for medicinal materials. He collected 9-section grass, spiritual mushrooms, ice silkworms, and began preparing medicine, applying it to the palms that had been pricked by the shortleaf thistle. This medicine, when applied to the affected area, could pull out fine hairs, like a blackhead strip. The fuzz would slowly rise to the surface of the skin and could be wiped off with a gentle swipe. Su Hongwen picked up a wet towel to wipe off the blood on his face and body, placing the golden crow warm jade bracelet next to Chisu, put it on and continue carving. "Oh, where did you get this?" Chisu didn't hold back and immediately put it on his wrist. Instantly, a warm current swept through his body, feeling incredibly comfortable. "Lu Tianxiang," Su Hongwen answered briefly. "Oh, it's him." During the chaos, Chisu didn't go out to look, he was busy, only releasing the Earth Dragon King. Turns out, it was just an outdoor mess from a bunch of dung. "Kill it?" Chisu asked. Chisu didn't say anything more, and didn't ask what Su Hongwen had obtained. That was something Su Hongwen had killed himself, it had nothing to do with him. If he had asked, it would have seemed like he wanted it, but in fact, he wasn't interested. At this moment, 2 high-grade beast spirit pills were placed in front of them. Chisu was stunned for a moment, then looked up at Su Hongwen. "Give it to the Earth Dragon King, it should be able to break through tonight." Su Hongwen rolled up his sleeves and started preparing dinner. Now that he had a lot of leaves and pills, he no longer thought about discussing with Chisu whether to forfeit, even he himself didn't want to leave, he just wanted to go down with Zitang Gang. Chisu picked up the pill and tossed it to the Earth Dragon Lord waiting with its mouth open. "Look at your useless spirit." The Earth Dragon Lord jumped up and bit the pill precisely, squinting at the golden sun warm jade bracelet. "You are useless too." Tisk. Chisu clicked his tongue, opened the beast control space and recalled the Earth Dragon Lord, tilting his head to look at the night sky. Tonight was the crucial moment to attempt a breakthrough, no one could disturb the Earth Dragon Lord, and summoning lightly was forbidden. He only hoped Lu Yenmo would not act on twisted ideas, or he would really show him death. As long as he survived tonight, this contest would surely be won. Chapter 65 Contest, 16. Near the small garden. Lu Yenmo covered his nose and stared at the corpse lying in filth. The purple team uniform was torn beyond recognition, like ragged coarse cloth patched in pieces. Wang Xingchen's body was the same. His chest cavity was wide open, broken ribs uneven. Between the breasts, at the donjong point, the spirit palace was gone. The spirit palace was the core of a beast master. After inhaling spiritual energy, it would convert it into spiritual power here to strengthen oneself. The core spiritual nucleus of a beast, officially called Beast Palace, also stored spiritual energy. Wang Xingchen's white tiger had just broken through to a mature body. The Beast Palace was not solidified, no spiritual nucleus formed, but it was still essence, and it was gone. At first, hearing the scream, they all rushed to the white tiger, thinking Wang Xingchen was with the beast. But the result was, the white tiger could not be saved, and Wang Xingchen died elsewhere. It was not the work of a demonic beast. Lu Yenmo was certain. He pointed at the trampled grass on the ground. The killer's shoe size is between 40-43, most likely male. He returned to his small garden, deeply inhaled the flower fragrance, his face grim. It didn't matter whether the killer was male or female, it was a demonic cultivator. "Brother, the contest really must be stopped." Lu Qingxiu's expression was serious. Demonic cultivators' speed of cultivation was extraordinary. As long as they could increase spiritual power, they would eat anything, poison or not. Breaking 1,000 points overnight was easy. She took out a purple signal gun. "I'll call Lu Tianxiang and the others back, let's retreat." "Wait." Lu Yenmo raised his hand to stop her. He returned to the crime scene, collecting the bloodstained and dirty uniforms piece by piece, squatting to carefully assemble them. Soon, he held a few extra scraps, looking at them under the glowing night pearl. Purple, the texture, the touch, clearly also Zitang's uniform. Chi Iza. Lu Yenmo locked onto the demonic cultivator. He picked up the scraps and smelled them, with the body fragrance pill scent, Chi Rongrong. He opened the mini trash can hanging on his waist, removed his dirty gloves and tossed them in. These two were really lucky. Who ended up being the unlucky one to save them was clear at a glance. Xue Baoyu. Only he and the team, to chase Chi Rongrong, would let down his guard and fully rescue them. Then was brutally killed, using his own supplies, laying the foundation for the two to become demonic cultivators. Other contestants had no ability, nor cared about Tang team members' affairs. After eliminating this, only the sycophant remained. Chiiza and Shi Rongrong killed and ran, surely knowing even as demonic cultivators, they were not his match, still needed to develop. Where to develop? Lu Yenmo murmured to himself. He followed the footprints of the two core team members, moving straight ahead, glancing around. Sure enough, he found something abnormal. Clearly only 2 left, yet there were 4 rows of footprints, 4 people. The Chi siblings were secretly tracking. Lu Tianxian found Su Hongwen through blood traces, meaning they found Shi Su. Go. Lu Yenmo acted decisively, rushing to the giant cedar forest. If not handled, the Earth Dragon Lord, Phoenix, Fu Zhu, and colorful Qilin, these 4 ancient mutated beasts, might all be taken by them. The 2 demonic cultivators going to seek revenge from Chi Su, this was Chi family business, he would not interfere. Once the Earth Dragon Lord became an unclaimed beast, he struck again, the timing perfectly measured. Besides the Earth Dragon Lord, there was another treasure waiting for him to pick up. The unborn child in Shi Rongrong's belly. Since it was already known she was pregnant, the monthly arrival of the Kuei water was long overdue. A check confirmed it, calculating the time, it had been nearly 2 months. The fetus, less than 2 months old, was shaped like a grape or a blueberry, tiny in size. Shi Rongrong had fallen into the path of demons, the child would undoubtedly die. But it still remained in the mother's body, being continuously washed by abundant spiritual energy. It would condense into a spirit pill that could make people rejuvenate and become young again. Its value started at 1 billion. First, the rarity. In today's world where abortion is a serious crime, performing a cesarean to take the child. Whether it was the birth mother, the operating doctor, the alchemist making the pill, or even the child's father, all would be arrested and sentenced. So this immortal pill had no production channel. To obtain it, one could only find a pregnant demon cultivator. Next, the effect, just one could truly return youth, regain beauty and vigor. The most powerful people in the world were mostly between 60 and 80 years old. They had everything, but the one thing they could not defeat was time. So far, no pill could make someone return to childhood overnight. Even if there were, after taking it, one would be frozen forever in a child's body, never growing up. Or they would return to childhood temporarily, but the pill's backlash would make them even older. Only the blueberry spirit infant. It was as if an old person inherited all the remaining years of a baby, could grow normally, carry billions in wealth, retain lifetime memories, and start a second life in the world where spiritual energy revived. A perfect start for a feel-good story. The blueberry spirit infant's starting price was 1 billion, at an auction it could eventually be called up to 10 billion. As long as it was obtained, this contest was guaranteed to win. Giant Cedar Forest. Phoenix and Su Hongwen took turns keeping watch at night. At this moment, Su Hongwen was lying on the wooden plank, already asleep, yet still hiding his face, covered tightly with thick blankets. Chi Su turned his head to look, quietly sneaking out of the tent. Sumi, squatting at the door, suddenly woke up, drowsily looking at Chi Su. Her gaze fell on the golden sun-warm jade bracelet, stayed for a second, with no reaction, only 3 words in her heart. Good riddance. As a student of Wisteria, she looked glamorous on the surface, but the suffering in private only she knew. Even so, she would rather be a phoenix tail than a chicken head. Sumi politely asked softly, "What's wrong? Want some water?" The side effect of the golden sun-warm jade was easy thirst, dryness, and heat. The water source in the secret realm was polluted, undrinkable. Either poisoned or adding some wriggling little creatures inside, only some sweet and sour crisp crystal radishes could make do. "I'll get it for you, your score is not high, so don't wander around." Sumi stood up, but having squatted too long, her legs were numb. She twisted her foot and fell into Chi Su's embrace. Sorry. Even so, she did not pull away, instead shyly listening to Chi Su's heartbeat. Chi Su did not move a bit. The 3 classic illusions of a man. She is seducing me. She did it on purpose. She likes me. Chapter 66, The Contest, 17. Chi Su thought he looked good, being liked was natural. Since childhood, his classes usually had more girls than boys. Those girls were too shy, not daring to openly send love letters, even unable to speak a word to him. When sitting with him, they even drew a strict boundary line, warning him not to cross, subtle to the bone. The more they drew the line, the more it showed something in their hearts, if not secret love, then what? And the girl throwing herself into his arms now was obvious. Chi Su thought for a moment, just like the silent injured contestants, he also pretended. He put on sunglasses. "Since you are awake, let us enjoy the night together in this clear, breezy evening." Sumi shivered. She took a few steps back, forcing a smile. "All right." "How disgusting." Chi Su took the torch, stepped forward, and led the way towards the armored tree. "Where are you taking me?" Sumi asked nervously. "Please don't confess, buddy, don't confess."
I'm begging you. Don't be so confident. Being confessed to by you is an insult. Just gathering some wool. Chisu said truthfully, I remember your beast is the netherworld black cat, quick and agile. Sumi summoned the black cat to show she was genuine. Chisu glanced at it. Illusion butterfly, mutated beast, complete form, good grade, what attribute? His face didn't change. This is a beauty trap. LV Yan's scheme is quite sinister. Chisu said, let your cat scratch the armored tree like a scratching board, and after it's done, run as fast as possible. Ah. Sumi was startled and hesitated, saying, my little cat is only a mature form, will it work? It will work. Chisu pulled out a heavy armor plate, it's an extraordinary level beast, I will protect it, don't worry. Alright. Sumi obediently followed Chisu. Not long after, the two arrived at the 1,000-year-old armored tree and frowned. Sumi ran to the three corpses first, propping up the disfigured Lu Tianxiang, staring at the discarded chest cavity. Then she tilted her head to check the two gorillas, her brow furrowing tighter, almost enough to crush a fly. Lu Tianxiang was killed by Su Hongwen, indeed, both the golden crow warm jade and the beast soul were taken. But where are the beast spirit and beast mansion? Demon cultivator. Sumi said softly, Su Hongwen has entered the demonic path, he must not be left alive. This was both a provocation and a fact. Chisu remained silent, clutching the armor plate, slowly stepping back as if he saw something extraordinary, then turned and fled. Sumi looked up in confusion, her body stiffened. Are those two things still human? Due to the allure, they caught the attention of Chi-Iza and Chi-Rongrong. At first, they didn't chase Chi-Su but stared at her intently. Illusion butterfly! Sumi shouted fiercely. The netherworld black cat transformed back into the illusion butterfly, its wings fluttering. A large amount of shimmering scale dust dispersed like smoke, enveloping Chi-Iza and Chi-Rongrong, bewildering their minds. Chi-Iza's eyes became vacant, his steps unsteady, as if trapped in some kind of chaos. Chi-Rongrong also shook her head, dazed, as if drunk. Taking advantage of the moment, Sumi turned and ran but forgot about the magical beast behind her. The steel spike hedgehog suddenly shot out, its back full of thorns, raining down like a violent storm. Sumi screamed in agony as several thorns pierced her, pinning her to the scorched banyan tree. The illusion butterfly, now without its master's control, flew erratically in the air before being swallowed by the three-headed hellhound. The illusion butterfly had a wood attribute, while the hellhound had a fire attribute. They didn't match, but it didn't care about that, raising its head to let out a piercing howl, with its flesh peeling off, large chunks falling into the muddy ground. Hearing the commotion, the Chi siblings snapped back to their senses, pulling out Sumi's beast spirit and shoving it into their mouths, then quickly heading toward Chisu. Chisu ran for his life, his legs leaving afterimages. The flying leaves of the armored tree are powerful, but they need to hit something to work. Lu Tianxiang and the beast spirit's mansion were clearly swallowed by those two, greatly increasing their strength. Therefore, even though he cursed the armored tree's ancestors, hoping to provoke the tree spirit, the two demon cultivators couldn't break the tree, but they managed to dodge its attacks, and in the end, only he got injured. The leaves could only protect him once, and he couldn't use them until the last moment. Chisu had a sudden flash of inspiration, pulling out a burst pill and setting fire wherever he ran. The surrounding half-charred trees lit up once more, the intense heat triggering the defensive cold wave of the 1,000-year-old cold jade. This time, with the golden crow warm jade, Chisu wasn't frozen stiff, but he could still feel the cold. Sugar, brother. A ghostly voice rang out, close at hand. Chisu didn't even turn his head, but the figure flashing ahead forced him to break. He lowered his face, looking at Chi-Iza with blood all over his chin, and behind him was Chi-Rongrong. Their skin was oily green, covered with green and pale yellow cauliflower all over their bodies, and sprouts were emerging. Looking at the two magical beasts again. The steel needle hedgehog's back and sides were full of spikes, many of them pierced with bloody flesh. Sumi's face hung there, and when the wind blew, the skin trembled lightly, the mouth opening and closing, as if inviting him to meet great-grandma. The hedgehog grew spider legs, sharp and long, supporting its body on both sides, removing the slow movement disadvantage. The hell three-headed dog had no dog skin, all red, muscles and veins exposed outside, but not a drop of blood came out. The three dog heads had become skulls, only the eye sockets giving off two red lights, truly zombie dogs. This was a magic cultivator and fully formed magical beasts, with no traces of the past. Brother Tang, I worked so hard to find you. Chi-Iza slowly approached, pulling up the frozen leg from the ground. The first step, his shoe stuck to the ice, his sole bare, landing on the cold mud. The second step, his sole scraped, leaving a thin layer of skin on the ground. The third step, rotten flesh poured from the sole, leaving shocking bloody footprints. He did not feel pain at all, instead more excited, speeding up. He raised his hand with force, striking heavily at Chisu. Chisu decisively activated his armor blades, blocking Chi-Iza's deadly skull-crushing palm. As soon as the shield vanished, his spine was hit heavily. Crack. Shisu's face went pale, knees weak, falling to the ground. Chi Rongrong bent over, smiling, exhaling a foul cold breath. Brother Tang, I have 2,100 spirit power, fast, right? Am I a genius? She said, raising her flat round wrist, poking Shisu's body. What did you use to make this ice-cold domain? A new beast tamer? Or another ancient mutant beast? Let me see. Shiza slowly tore open Shisu's clothes. He was not in a hurry to kill, but to torment, to tear off his skin inch by inch, cut off his fingers one by one. At this point, with his and his sister's spirit power, no one could save Brother Tang. Shiza flipped out a rough, snow-white Ultraman, tilted his head to look, then threw it aside. That thing felt cold to touch, temperature dropping sharply. What wouldn't be cold? He felt his cheek itch, scratched a few times, soft rotten flesh fell to the ground. Shiza looked but didn't care. Spirit power surged, while life force rapidly drained. But so what? He had lived fiercely once. Reached heights normal people could not reach in 10 years. Became someone even Tang feared. Besides, would he really die? There were plenty of life-extending immortal herbs, he could not die, not die. Chapter 67, The Competition, 18. Ha 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 ha. Shiza laughed madly, crushing Shisu's golden crow-warm jade. Ho-ho, Shisu's vision blurred, feeling colder and colder. He could not summon the Earth Dragon Lord. If the breakthrough failed, it would all return to before liberation. He wanted to hold on a little longer, until the Earth Dragon Lord broke through, so he could close his eyes in peace. Now he only needed to breathe, to pant, to stabilize the beast taming space, just so simple. Once the Earth Dragon Lord broke through, at full growth level, it would surely break out. Whoever it followed afterward would treat it well, no one would dare bully it. Hold on a little more, Shisu, as a beast tamer, do the last thing for the Earth Dragon Lord. Shisu slowly closed his eyes, but the next second, suddenly opened them. He took out the berserk pills from his pocket, stuffed all 9 black pills, the size of fingernails, into his mouth. With the pill swallowed, instantly, attack plus 270%, speed plus 135%, stacking and surging. Shishuza only felt a fleeting shadow pass before his eyes. Shisu whooshed toward the eternal cold jade, reached out, grabbed it, and put it in his mouth. He exerted all his strength, desperately crawling forward. The speed achieved at the cost of his life was unbelievably fast. 5 minutes later, he would undoubtedly die. But Shisu no longer cared about that. Protecting the Earth Dragon Lord was his only wish. Every second gained in this moment could add a bit more life to the Earth Dragon Lord. Suddenly, Shisu thought of the campsite, where there were over 100 beast masters. If he ran, wouldn't the demon cultists target them? And Little One, whose lifelong wish was to restore their appearance, now saw the dawn of hope so close, just a step away. Just one step. Shisu's eyes darkened, and he immediately turned back. With an unwavering determination, he pushed his body to its limits. He crawled faster, even slowly straightening his body, running on 2 legs toward the demon cultists and their beasts. He raised his fist, striking the air with a loud bang. The face of the steel needle hedgehog instantly caved in, and a blood hole appeared in the only spot not covered by its sharp spines. Ha! Shisu, enduring the flames spewing from the 3-headed dog, threw caution to the wind and charged straight into the source of the fire. He raised his hands, forcefully snapping the 3-headed dog's neck, crushing its skull underfoot, and roared as he faced the 2 demon cultists. The powerful spiritual energy surged within him, the energy stolen by the demon eye for an entire year now exploding, and his energy points skyrocketed. Spirit energy, 3,681 points. Shisu grabbed the necks of Chiiza and Shi Rongrong with one hand each, his left eye burning with an eerie green fire, and his voice was soft. Die. Flame soared, and thick black smoke rolled. LV Yenma and the others broke through the smoke, reaching the forest where the anomaly had occurred. Through the smoke, they vaguely saw several corpses, demon cultists and beasts. And a naked figure from the back. The beast's water and fire spirit cores were firmly grasped in that person's hand. Who is it? LV Yenma waved away the smoke blocking his view, but as soon as he cleared it, the choking smoke rolled back in. The youth slightly turned his head, his left eye burning with ghostly fire, shining incredibly brightly through the thick smoke. The demon eye. LV Yenma quickly sped up, but as the figure blurred, he missed. He broke through the black smoke, trying to find him again, but couldn't. His face darkened. He had personally gone out, yet failed to catch him. The other side had at least broken through 3,000 points. Jelon had such combat power. They hit it deep. It seems that the demon eyes' claim to fight for first place wasn't just empty talk. They truly had the strength. An all-around talent, indeed. A true 6-sided warrior. Zeting is in danger. LV Yenma ordered his sister to carry Chi Rongrong, his gaze cold and sharp, retreat. Aren't we going to charge Jelon's campsite? LV Qingqiu asked in confusion. Everyone mobilized, with the Rainbow Qilin continuously applying defensive shields, and they would definitely kick them all out of the competition. Retreat! LV Yanma's tone left no room for doubt, his feet quickening. Every beast master in Zeting was an elite, and they must not fall into the hands of the demon eye. They could die in high-level secret realms, or in the mouths of high-level beasts, but not here, not to die in vain. The competition was about resources, not lives. LV Yanma ordered, from today on, no one is allowed to provoke Jialan. Focus on gathering resources. This was a team competition, and only 3 from Jialan could be useful. Their resource-gathering speed was no match for Zeting's. Moreover, they had obtained the blueberry spirit baby and the bifang egg. He must have them. Shisu staggered into the half-collapsed airport and stuffed the plastic bone fairy herb he grabbed into his mouth. He stretched his neck and swallowed with all his might, collapsing to the ground, unable to stand up no matter what. Crack, crack. He struggled to roll over, feeling the broken spine and wondering how he was able to run and jump just moments ago. With injuries like this, he should have been paralyzed. Why? That feeling was strange, like someone had taken over his body, forcing him to move. He became a puppet, a marionette, controlled by someone. At this moment, the strange feeling vanished. With the effect of the immortal herb taking place, he regained control of his body, and his legs had feeling again. And his spiritual power, damn it, dropped back to 1 point. Demonic eye, tell me honestly, are you trying to possess me? Shisu felt more and more uneasy as he thought about it. If you want to possess me, just say it, don't mess with my mind with the spiritual power. The spiritual power soaring to over 3,000, this number was exactly what he expected. He knew he was not a waste. That was how confident he was. Absorbing spiritual energy was smooth. There was no resistance, as online people said. No stuffy nose, no blocked feeling at all. But as always, the demonic eye ignored him. Fine, you can do it, keep pretending to be dead for me. What could Shisu do? Dig out his eyes? That's it. He weakly raised his arm. The consequence of overdosing on the mad transformation pill was not as serious as he imagined. Also, the mad transformation pill was medicine. The principal must have prepared a lot of nourishing neutralizing herbs. Like taking 9 Viagra pills, you won't die, but you can't get up for a while, even breathing is hard. Shisu opened his mouth wide, nostrils round, forcing air into his lungs. This time he used too much force, ringing in his ears never stopped, his head tilted and he fainted hard. Chapter 68, Battle Competition, 19. The next day. In a haze, Shisu only felt someone wiping his body. Where the warm wet towel passed, the sticky tannic acid was wiped away bit by bit. He opened his eyes, sat up in shock, hair standing on end, and pushed away the monster in front of him. Su Hongwen did not move an inch, standing steady, tightly holding the now gray-white towel in his hands. Instead, Shisu's push pressed his palm against the other's thin chest, bouncing himself back, hitting the back of his head hard on something solid. The intense pain fully woke him, all the dazedness from just waking disappeared. He quickly realized his reaction was wrong, but did not want to poke Su Hongwen's chest, so he changed the topic. Did you bring me back? I looked for you all night. Su Hongwen squatted by the fire, took down the iron bucket hanging on the rack, rinsed the towel inside, and said seriously, Lu Yanma sent someone to deliver a message, ceasefire. Shisu snorted, took the towel, and wiped himself. He knew clearly, Lu Yanma was not scared, it was not worth it. The elites of Wisteria were 1 in 10,000, specially trained, lives more precious than gold, not worth losing in a trivial competition. Counting carefully, Wisteria had already lost 6 people. Chiza, Rongrong, Lu Tianshan, Sumi, plus the skin pieces stuck on the steel needle hedgehog, Shuebaoyu and Wang Xingchen. For Wisteria, this was probably the first time, needing to stop loss in time. Now that Lu Yanma was quiet, it meant he planned to fight for resources. Shisu suddenly sensed the excited emotion of Earth Dragon Lord, walked out of the tent to a vacant ground, and released it into the beast space. At the moment the magic array bloomed, his eyes also lit up. Beast name, Earth Dragon Lord, Ancient Mutated Beast. Level, Complete Form. Rank, Elite, 57%. Attribute, Earth. Loyalty, 100. Skill 1, can survive even when cut in half, has regeneration ability, flesh has very high medical value, can treat bronchitis, rheumatoid arthritis, high blood pressure, heart disease, gallstones, hemorrhoids, baldness. Skill 2, mud technique, creates a swamp 100 meters in length, width, and height, makes the soil in the magic array as soft as water. Skill 3, Earth Spike Technique, breaks defense, forms several sharp stone pillars within 100 meters, very strong penetration. Skill 4, Earth Hearing Technique, connects senses to the ground, senses positions and movements of any creature within 1000 meters, releases gravity pressure, slows enemies, limits jumping. Earth Dragon Lord was 30 meters long, body no longer slender, torso thick and heavy, limbs short but powerful. Dragon claws had 4 toes, 3 front 1 back, each tip sharp as a knife. Its back was covered with gray-black hexagonal rock scales. The edges of the scales displayed a dark golden metallic sheen. The scales on its belly were slightly yellowed, resembling the cross-section of layers that had accumulated over millions of years. Wow! Shisu couldn't help but exclaim, tilting his neck back to gaze at the grunting Earth Dragon Lord. The dragon's head was wedge-shaped, creating a stark contrast with its heavy body. On its forehead, 6 dragon horns grew, curving backward. They were deep brown, with the tips glowing with dark golden light. Boom! The Earth Dragon Lord knelt on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, allowing the little master to touch its face. On each side of its mouth, there was a short, thick dragon whisker hanging down to the ground. Shisu grabbed the whisker and climbed with all his might, trying to stand on the wide dragon's mouth. Who would have thought that the tiny little earthworm back then could evolve into such a mighty creature? In the past, he could flick its tiny, soft mouth with his finger, but now he couldn't even budge it. The dragon's mouth stood before him like a small mountain, and he could still use his body to clean the Earth Dragon Lord's teeth. Hoo! The Earth Dragon Lord emitted a low, rumbling sound like an emperor's engine. Its amber-colored vertical pupils gleamed with depth and tenderness. When the little master climbed up to its eyes, its pupils unconsciously crossed, breaking the image of fierce power, making it look like a goofy husky. Had ha! Shisu chuckled, lying on the rough dragon's mouth, feeling a deep sense of accomplishment and long-lost happiness. Classmate, your beast has evolved. Congratulations! So cool, this is the ancient mutant beast. Dude! Can I touch it? The contestants all emerged from their tents, their eyes glowing as they circled the Earth Dragon Lord, but they didn't dare approach hastily. Shisu clearly sensed the Earth Dragon Lord's feelings. This guy was dying to be touched, enjoying the attention, its little expression full of pride. He generously said, "Then come up." Roar! The Earth Dragon Lord growled, displeased. Only the master can ride, no one else can. Shisu smiled awkwardly and said to the crowd, "Looks like we can only pet it then." As soon as he finished speaking, countless hands reached up to touch the Earth Dragon Lord's body, rubbing its scales. Although it wasn't as soft as a furry beast, the sense of power was equally mesmerizing. Phoenix looked at the Earth Dragon Lord with envy, circling around Su Hongwen, excitement written all over its face. Su Hongwen raised his hand and patted Phoenix's head. "I'll aim for second place. With a low-tier Earth-level bone cleansing pill, your quality will reach epic. Don't rush." Shisu heard this and fell into deep thought. The market price of the Eternal Cold Jade was between 1.5 to 3 billion. Given that the jade in his possession wasn't large, it should be around 1.5 billion. He didn't know what treasures LV Yanma had acquired, but there was one thing he was absolutely certain of. Shi Rongrong's child, the rejuvenation pill. He couldn't delay any longer. Shisu jumped down from the dragon's head and assigned a task to the Earth Dragon Lord: go break a giant cedar, and provoke the iron armor tree to attack. The Thunder Strike and Fire Strike were indeed powerful, but as long as the spell was interrupted in time, the lightning wouldn't strike. The giant cedar was nearly fully grown, having been planted only a few years ago, looking tall and majestic, all thanks to the spiritual energy it was nourished with. In terms of cultivation, it couldn't compare to the iron armor tree, so the Earth Dragon Lord would be able to handle it. Shisu turned to the contestants. "As we agreed before, I'll help you find expensive spiritual plants. But now, there are 2 more options, timber and armor leaves, you can choose one of the 3. He explained one by one. If you want spiritual plants, it's 1 per team. Rare medicinal herbs are not something you can find on every street, so it depends on luck. I'll try to find ones worth tens of millions. If not, we'll settle for the next best, ones worth millions." After explaining the spiritual plants, he moved on to the timber. For timber, a giant cedar weighs 2,800 tons, worth over 60 million, but we can't carry all of it, so only a small amount can be taken. Each team can transport 1 ton, carried by both people and beasts, from here to the main gate. It'll take at least 3 or 4 days for a round trip. After processing and selling 1 ton of timber, you can earn about 1.2 million. The final income depends on your own stamina. If you have good stamina and don't sleep, working 24 hours a day, you could earn 3 to 4 million, maybe even 5 or 6 million. Shisu helped them calculate a clear account, saying, "Wood is not as expensive as spirit plants, but it is practical. Writing paper and toilet paper are ready, no need to use yellow ledger paper to wipe your butt. 1 ton of wood can be processed into about 10,000 rolls of toilet paper. For personal use, it can last over 500 years, for a family of 4, over 100 years. The data was clearly displayed, making many people give up the idea of spirit plants. Yellow ledger paper is not clean and can cause sores, itching, and inflammation. Expensive paper costing over 1,000 yuan per bundle can be bought, but people feel it is unnecessary to spend money on it.
There are flushing toilets in the market, washing and drying in one go, no paper needed. In winter, the seat can be heated, but water and electricity cost money, and it is hard to get used to. Using paper to wipe your butt is a deeply rooted habit that is very hard to change. With some effort and teamwork, carrying a few tons of wood, its practicality and price are far better than spirit plants. Shisu then proposed a third choice. For protective leaves, at the superhuman level, they can block deadly attacks of the same level. A team of 100 leaves costs 10 million at market price. 6 days remain until the championship ends. These leaves are like talismans. Of course, what exactly you need, decide based on your team's situation, I won't interfere. Upon hearing this, people started discussing. Little brother, the Tian Shu team wants protective gear. The St. Roland team wants wood, thanks. The Sith Academy wants wood. In the end, 0 people chose spirit plants. Shisu curled his lips into a smile. It's good they don't want spirit plants. Wood is a daily necessity, leaves are practical protective gear, both more real than spirit plants. His time should not be wasted finding spirit plants for others. He wants to gather materials to crush the wisteria. Chapter 69, Championship, End. Boom. A giant cedar was broken by the Earth Dragon Lord, and the huge trunk crashed down. Contestants needing wood took out their tools and hurried toward the giant cedar. Soon, the Earth Dragon Lord returned. It brought the team needing protective gear, running excitedly toward the 1,000-year iron armor tree. It wanted to test whether a superhuman iron armor tree could pierce its scales. Shisu returned to the tent to pack his belongings. Su Hongwen suddenly held his bag. Why? Why what? Shisu did not understand. Why help them? Spirit plants, wood, protective gear, even thoughtfully letting them choose. Su Hongwen was also puzzled. The Earth Dragon Lord has reached its complete form. No one is our match now. They attacked us before, and you. You want me to break my promise? Shisu interrupted him. The atmosphere fell silent. Silence was agreement. Su Hongwen whispered, I want them to know the consequences of bullying Jelon. The championship is not just one match. If they attack us, they will just take good things away. Next championship, they will only be worse. Shisu put down his backpack and stared at Su Hongwen deeply. After a while, he said, I gave them a chance, they accepted it, did not attack again, that is enough. Next championship is another matter. This one, since I promised, I won't break my word. Su Hongwen said nothing more, quietly disassembling the tent and packing. After some time, he finally said a few words, his eyes wandering. Well, now that the Earth Dragon Lord has broken through, let's act separately. Shisu was stunned. Their cooperation was him helping find the Fuyan Flower and Beast Guardian, while the other protected him carefully. Now Fuyan Flower and Beast Guardian were ready, but they wanted to act separately, caring nothing for him, burning the bridge. That interpretation is correct. No wonder he was urging him to break the promise. Su Hongwen wanted to break it himself. If they became a pair of scoundrels, he would have no psychological burden. Shisu remained calm. So our cooperation ends here? Su Hongwen sensed the cold distance in the words, furrowed his brow. I just think 2 people tied together looking for resources is too inefficient. Don't forget, this competition also has the Lu siblings. In the last round, the Zitting champion collected 1 billion, the runner-up 900 million, the third place 800 million, and the whole team's resources were distributed with purpose, ensuring Zitting occupied the top 10. Last time I was just lucky, a few tens of thousands more than Lu Tianxiang, squeezing into 10th. This time, Lu Yenmo will definitely gather all resources together, supply one person to sit firmly as champion, at least starting from 10 billion. We split up to search, I find spirit cores, you find spirit plants, the 2 of us together might have a chance to surpass. Su Hongwen has empty nether jade, but the storage space capacity is limited, stuffing some leaves and it is full, no way to farm iron armor trees, he cannot carry them away, only the spirit cores of magical beasts. You can tell me the truth. Shisu saw through it at a glance. I heard it, you want the prize for second place, the low-grade Earth-tier marrow cleansing pill. You think getting first place has no chance, so you want to fight for second, fight with me. Su Hongwen's body stiffened, he raised his hand to cover his reddened face. The atmosphere fell silent again for a long time, he no longer hid it. Phoenix still does not have the ability to protect itself, I must get the Earth-tier marrow cleansing pill. But I don't want you to give it to me, we compete fairly, okay? Okay. Shisu grabbed his bag and left. Shisu. Su Hongwen hurriedly called out, his voice trembling, we still friends? He repeated, Earth Dragon Lord has already broken through, it is more useful than me, you don't need me to protect you anymore. I only said it after weighing everything, if Earth Dragon Lord had not broken through, I definitely would not say this. I am really grateful to you, I remember all the help you gave me, it's just. Su Hongwen lowered his head, his washed-to-pale pants were clenched into wrinkles by him, his voice dull. I want the second place prize, and I don't want you to give it to me, can you understand? I don't want to owe you anymore.
He feared owing too much, and in the future not being able to repay it. If one day the two fall apart, he cannot face it like he faced Lu Tianxian, upright and justified. Qi Sui are still friends, right? Su Hongwen's eyes turned red, afraid to hear words that stab the heart. But this answer, he must hear it with his own ears, no matter good or bad. Qi Su turned his head expressionlessly. To be friends, first learn to trust. Lu Yenmo is just trash. Compare resources with me. Zitting is still too green. You don't trust me, you never trusted me, I have nothing to say. He opened the beast controlling space and summoned Earth Dragon Lord. The magic formation lit up. Earth Dragon Lord appeared holding a large snakeskin sack in its mouth. It looked like it had won a victory, its dragon head raised very high. Then, it lowered its head, the snakeskin sack dropped with a thud beside Qi Su's feet. Qi Su opened it and saw, completely full, all armor leaves. After dividing to everyone, there were still 7 to 8,000 pieces left, worth at least 700 million. But in the next few days, he would definitely use up quite a lot. Su Hongwen looked at the snakeskin sack, his lips tightly pressed, silently calculating in his heart. He did not delay anymore, mounted the phoenix, and flew toward the nest where magical beasts gathered. Qi Su let out a troubled breath, looking at Earth Dragon Lord that broke through because of beast spirit pills. Can this friend still be kept? Earth Dragon Lord looked confused. What situation? Qi Su grabbed the dragon whiskers and climbed onto the top of Earth Dragon Lord's head. He held tightly to the dragon horns and opened the demon eye. Run however you want, go wherever you want. Earth Dragon Lord held the snakeskin sack in its mouth and ran wildly. Sharp cold wind rushed toward his face. Qi Su absent-mindedly looked around. Thinking carefully, Su Hongwen did nothing wrong. In the level 1 secret realm he protected him for nearly 2 months, in the level 3 secret realm, what he did also had no faults. What made people angry was this kid had no heart and no feelings. Cut off just like that. So damn heartless. He had never seen such a person. If Su Hongwen wants to fight for second, then fight, whatever, he and him are not on the same track. He wants to go head-on with Lu Yenmo. So what if it's 10 billion resources, he will give Zitting a dimensional strike. This competition is no longer about grabbing eggs, but about dignity. Whoever loses is a damn loser. 6 days later. The competition gate opened wide, welcoming an unprecedented grand scene. Piles of wood stacked into small mountains. One after another. The reporters, who had been waiting for 7 days, swarmed forward, and the flashes of cameras went off one after another. The fans eagerly looked toward the depths of the secret realm, holding up signs with purple wisteria. I didn't expect this third-rate, insignificant school to do so well. They wouldn't dare push into the top 10, would they? You're thinking too much. How much is the raw wood really worth? At most 1 million, but they're definitely doing well. Among the many universities with average resources of just 1 or 2 million, Tianshu, St. Laurent, and other universities stood out, forming a stark contrast to the participants around them who carried bamboo baskets. Wisteria is here. Wisteria is here. Ha? Did I see it wrong? It seems like they don't have enough people. No way, with the big shot from the Lu family leading the team, they actually lost people? What are you shouting for? The secret realm is dangerous, it's perfectly normal for people to die, as long as it's not our Lu Shao, it's fine. On stage, Yilin Shuang had someone set up the table and asked the 5 3-star treasure appraisers to sit down, waiting for the resources to be brought in for market value estimation. Lu Yenma, his clothes neat, without a speck of dust, placed a basketball-sized void jade on the treasure appraising table, scanning the noisy crowd for Qi Su's figure. And the magic eye. This time, after kicking out 21 players from Jilan, only 9 remained. Excluding Qi Su and Su Hongwen, the magic eye must be among those 7 remaining people. As he was thinking, a dazzling phoenix descended from the sky. Su Hongwen landed, immediately looking toward the depths of the secret realm. Before long, 8 figures dressed in sky blue appeared, walking towards them. Leading the group, Qi Su gave Lu Yenma the middle finger. Lu Yenma lowered his head and sneered, avoiding the reporters and secretly raising 2 middle fingers. The thoughts of both sides were strangely the same. You are doomed. Chapter 70, Resource Estimation. The glaring lights made the night as bright as day. The open square was packed with people, the sea of black heads stretching all the way to the horizon. Su Hongwen saw that Qi Su ignored him, silently started walking, and shrank into a relatively quiet corner. No matter what, beast taming is beast taming, and people are people. He didn't know the loyalty of the Earth Dragon Monarch, yet he still abandoned a teammate with 1 point of spiritual energy just to fight for second place. He had explained a lot to Qi Su, but in the end, it was just a roundabout way of eliminating this strong competitor. The Earth Dragon Monarch was powerful, but once its blue bar ran out and it couldn't use skills, and with Qi Su unable to transfer spiritual energy, it would ultimately be doomed. He didn't believe anyone could defeat Wisteria. If it were a personal competition, there might be a chance, but for team battles, there was no hope. Lu Yanma's truce filled him with fear. If they kept fighting every day, playing mind games, Wisteria wouldn't have time to find resources, and Jilan would have a chance to win, to get the Bifong egg, to get the bone-cleansing elixir. But truce meant Wisteria would go all out to secure the championship. Even if Chisu had more ability, his energy was limited, and he couldn't beat a whole team of elites. Only second place was left. The prize he wanted. Not relying on anyone, not accepting any favors, but relying on his own strength, winning the prize with his own hands. For this, even a nobleman was his opponent. Su Hongwen felt that fate was mocking him. Whenever he was about to live a good life, reality always forced him to become a despicable villain. Why did they treat him this way? Why? He raised his hand, gripping his hair tightly, his eyes full of winding, fine blood vessels. Perhaps his brain activated a defense mechanism, and he suddenly felt he wasn't wrong. The conditions they agreed on back then were like this. Chisu would look for spiritual plants and beasts, and he would be the bodyguard. Now that they had both treasures, the cooperation naturally ended. Was he supposed to protect Chisu for the rest of his life? Yes, he had said something about a lifetime. But things had come to this point, and he couldn't help it. Su Hongwen accidentally met Chisu's gaze, his heart shook, and he felt a surge of panic, full of guilt. But he didn't want to show that he was so guilty, constantly telling himself he hadn't done anything wrong, unwilling to show weakness, not willing to lower his head. In the end, he gave Chisu a contemptuous glance and turned his face away, looking in another direction. Bastard! Chisu lost his temper. He had never seen someone so shameless. He had originally wanted to go over and say something. Give a step down to a disabled person whose pride is higher than the sky, now, ha! Clang, clang. The midnight bell rang, and the third-level secret arena for the event closed its doors on time. The spotlight suddenly shone on the high platform, illuminating the central treasure appraisal seat. There were 5 3-star treasure appraisers in total, 4 old men, and 1 young man in his 20s. Wang Defa. He held a folding fan in one hand, with a feng shui diagram painted on it, and a delicate purple clay teapot in the other. Looking like this, he could be considered a dragon among men, the best among young people. Ha! Chisu let out another cold laugh. It's pretty cold today, let's not waste words, treasure appraisal begins. Wang Defa said into the microphone, then put down the fan and teapot, and put on gloves. Not many contestants went on stage to estimate market prices, under all eyes. If it wasn't over $1 billion, who would dare go up and embarrass themselves? LV Yenmo was the first to go on stage, activating the Kongming Jade, slowly taking out the treasure. Wang Defa appraised first, his gaze scanning the dazzling treasures one by one, his eyes lighting up. Whoa! 7 orifices exquisite ginseng. Whoa! Candle shadow blood jade mushroom. Whoa! This is. The crystal box gave off a cold warmth, inside was a bloody chunk of flesh. Wang Defa covered the box, looking up at LV Yenma, his eyes full of question. Spirit infant? LV Yenma slightly nodded. Wang Defa handed the crystal box to the next old man, lowering his voice. As far as I know, on the treasure appraisal platform, someone offered 12 billion to buy such a rejuvenating treasure, which is the highest price so far. But we can't rely on online prices for appraisal, the bidder may not be sincere, just typing on a keyboard. Personally, I think 8 billion, teachers, what do you think? The other 4 3-star appraisers were old, but full of spirit. They put on white gloves, took out professional tools, tested the sticky chunk of flesh one by one, murmuring. Not top class, rejuvenation pill should stay in the mother body for over 100 years, this one is far off. True, at most 2 months, effect not so good, but usable, can return youth for 20 years or so. 12 billion was already too high, this spirit infant is low grade, given its rarity, 5 billion then. The appraisers confirmed the price, Wang Defa replied to LV Yenma. Young Master LV, if you think it's too low, you can try the auction, maybe a fool will pay high. Or find a pill master, make it into a pill, the product will definitely be over 5 billion. Since it is raw material, that is the number. LV Yenma could accept it. The price was lower than he imagined, but his trump card was not this one. He held the Kongming Jade and stepped back, using spirit stones to open it. Rumble. The sound was not like a treasure hitting the ground, more like a dam breaking. Countless monster spirit cores surged out, with colored lights, clanging and ringing as they hit the ground, making crisp and dense collision sounds. In just a few breaths, the stage was covered. The 10,000-person square was silent, only moments later, shock and uproar. So many spirit cores. How many monsters did they have to kill? Look at that purple one. Rare lightning type. And ice. Ice type. Beast attributes are 12 types: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, rain, lightning, ice, light, and dark. Most people's beasts are basic 5 elements: gold, wood, water, fire, earth. Wind, rain, lightning, ice, light, and dark only appear in mutant beasts. LV Young Master's spirit cores, judging by size, are mostly from complete monsters, and all are mutant spirit cores. Complete body, mutant, rare spirit cores, all showing the strength of the Wisteria team. This is much stronger than killing a single extraordinary ordinary monster. I remember last time, someone in Jelon dug up an extraordinary monster spirit core. What attribute was it? Very common, fire type, called melting ant, not a mutant, even if it grew to extraordinary, still trash, can't compare to Young Master LV. Exactly. Can't compare at all. Jelon worked hard to kill 13 trash monsters. Look at Wisteria team's results. This is like heaven and mud. Truly the elite of elites, the genius among geniuses. Losing to Wisteria, it's no shame at all, I admit it. The murmurs grew from whispers into a loud buzz, the mocking became deafening. Jelon New Star was hit first. Su Hongwen painfully covered his ears, his thin body curling into a ball. At the same center of attention, Lu Yenmo quietly stood with hands behind his back, his expression calm as if showing some trivial trinkets. He glanced at Wang Defa with the Ling Core, then at the faces in the audience who had completely lost composure. His gaze landed on Shisu, a small curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Don't be fooled by all these Ling Cores, this wasn't even his trump card. Wang Defa paused for a long moment, staring straight at the dazzling light, his lips moving slightly. No one could hear what he said, but the treasure appraisers beside him vaguely read two words from his mouth shape. Crazy. Truly went mad. The Ling Cores, spirit infants, and heavenly materials submitted by the Wisteria team were appraised by 5 treasure experts, and a sky-high value was estimated. 18 billion. Wang Defa rolled his throat, wiped sweat from his face, his back bending even lower. Young Master Lu, is this loot just for you, or for the whole team? The whole team. Good, 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 this is nearly 10 billion higher than last time. No wonder it's Young Master Lu. Wang Defa smiled brightly, nodding and bowing, continuing his flattery. 18 billion, the championship is certain. I have a suggestion, you might want to hear it. The official provided 10 treasures for this contest. Do you want to share resources with teammates? That way, the top 10 prizes can all be taken. Lu Yenmo shook his head politely. I will go all out to prevent any accidents. What accidents could happen? Wang Defa laughed bitterly. Lu Yenmo just smiled, activated the Kongming Jade, collected all treasures at once, and walked down the stage slowly. Next to go on stage was Su Hongwen. He just wanted to appraise quickly and leave. He took out a pitifully small Kongming Jade, took all resources out, countless leaves and Ling Cores scattered everywhere. But with Lu Yenmo in front, all these scattered items were clearly at a much lower level, their color dull and lifeless. Tisk in the audience snickered repeatedly, forgetting that they themselves couldn't even gather these trash. Su Hongwen forced himself to stay calm, tossed in the Kongming Jade and Lu Tianxiang's belongings into the pile, put on a hat, turned his back to the crowd, waiting for evaluation. Wang Defa squatted down, picked a few pills from the pile. Are these made by yourself, or refined in the secret realm? Self-made ones definitely don't count, otherwise too many would exploit it. Buying ready-made outside, entering the secret realm without doing anything, then claiming prizes at the end, would not be allowed. But if refined in the third-level secret realm from freshly gathered materials, that's acceptable. Su Hongwen silently glanced at Shisu, lowering his voice to increase his winning chances. Refined in the secret realm. Badge? How many stars as a pill master? No badge. A lone cultivator? Then we need to confirm. Make a pill here on the spot, the simplest one, Qi Shui pill. Lin Xuan Beauty, help find the materials. Su Hongwen clenched his palms, his face turning paler. Refining pills was the pill master's secret skill, not shared outside. The principal once wanted to teach him, but he refused, so never learned. Now, he was about to lose a big chance. Chapter 71 Turning the Tide. At a critical moment, a careless voice sounded. Wang Defa, are you trying to freeload pill refining? Ha! Wang Defa was stunned, craning his neck to look down. Who was slandering me? Jisoo raised his hand, smiling. Teacher, it's me. He didn't wait for Wang Defa to speak, striking first. Have you ever seen a pill master, or a lone cultivator, refine pills in front of so many people? Not even paying tuition, just wanting to see how someone works. Isn't this freeloading? You even cover ancient books when you livestream. What are you saying, refining pills on the spot? Don't you think it's ridiculous? Wang Defa was speechless, stunned for a moment, then his face turned pale and anxious. I just wanted to check, nothing else, really nothing else. He really had no intention to steal the technique, he only concluded that this pill was not made by Su Hongwen. The box holding the pills was right here, from a famous pill shop. Look at the pill's color, size, and weight, each pill shop has slight differences. Who is Wang Defa? His eyes are like a ruler. This is clearly from the Taofang pill shop. No doubt. Wang Defa simply picked up the wooden box, pointing at the exclusive logo, the peach flower. He stared at Chi Su's uniform, bluntly said, "You guys, I remember you, we've met at the ghost market. To be honest, I had him make the pills to help you too. Jelon is not easy. Everyone here is a beastmaster, not blind, whether the pill was made by him or not, everyone has doubts. Instead of being doubted and losing face, I'd rather give a chance." Wang Defa said clearly, "If the pills turn out almost right, I will turn a blind eye, no one will complain, at least they can really make pills." He suddenly changed his tone, frowning and angry, "But I give you face, you don't want it. Don't blame me for speaking clearly." He pointed at Su Hongwen, stiff in body, "He doesn't know how to make pills at all. Trying to cheat." Chi Su was steady like an old dog, walked onto the stage. He took the box from Wang Defa, raised his voice. "Since old Wang won't give us face, we won't give Zitong face either. These pills were taken from Zitong's team, they are spoils of war. Being spoils means they are Jelon's resources. Resources obtained in the secret realm." The participants below the stage opened their mouths, shocked. From which team did they take them?" Chi Su said openly, "We didn't make the pills, and we didn't bring them ourselves. The reason we said we made them, first, is these pills were obtained by our strength, they should count as resources. Second, we didn't want to make it clear, didn't want Zitong embarrassed, but old Wang. Hey, buddy." Wang Defa urgently interrupted, "Don't make more enemies. Zitong had just shown off, this directly hit his face. He couldn't avoid it." Seeing LV Yenma didn't deny it, he smiled uglier than crying, pushing Chi Su off the stage. "Since it can't be clarified now, let's not waste time, it's cold, let's continue the evaluation." Wang Defa sent away the unlucky guy, drooped his mouth, sadly counting leaves with his head down. After more than an hour, he finally finished counting, straightened his sore back. He asked Su Hongwen wearily, "Supernatural iron armor tree? Leaf hardness is unusual." Su Hongwen pressed his lips tightly, just nodded. Wang Defa picked up the calculator, letting Su Hongwen watch him calculate, to avoid the jerk finding excuses again. "Armor, spirit cores, pills, Kongming jade, add these, plus 1.3 billion, right?" He called out an integer, only when two players' resource values were very close would he calculate carefully. Su Hongwen lowered his eyes, quickly walked off the stage. The third on stage to estimate was also a Jelon student, unfamiliar face, holding only one treasure in both hands. "Yej, it's the primordial Jianmu leaf." Wang Defa's professional instinct kicked in immediately. This is a good thing, the leaf of the Tongtian Jianmu is said to contain a trace of world-creating vitality. After taking it, one can extend life for 1,000 years. Amazing. I personally value it at 100 million, what do the other teachers say? Extend life for 1,000 years, sounds powerful, but life has uncertainties, disasters can come, longevity alone doesn't mean immortality. Without disaster, living 1,000 years is possible, if disaster comes, then dead immediately, what is there to say? Wang Defa saw the other four treasure appraisers nod in agreement. The next contestant's treasure was then identified. The contestant took off their jacket, revealing a sky blue school uniform, and Wang Defa's eyes widened. It's Jia Lan again. He stared at the Wanxiang root presented by the woman, and his heart skipped a beat. The Wanxiang root, shaped like ginseng, wasn't earth-colored but colorful. Its effect was to adjust the internal multi-attribute conflicts of beast taming. When a beast consumes a spiritual core of another attribute, causing a clash of attributes, it teeters on the edge of going berserk. The Wanxiang root's role is to convert the abnormal attribute into vital energy that suits the beast's own attribute. The market price is 90 million, clearly priced. After Wang Defa stated the price, he stared at the next contestant, who revealed the sky blue school uniform. WDF. Some things are impossible to get used to, like the current situation, where one contestant after another is Jia Lan. The key is that after identifying everything, a strange phenomenon appeared. Su Hongwen, with 1.3 billion, ranked second. From third place onward, the numbers were 100 million, 90 million, 80 million, 70 million, 60 million, 50 million, 40 million, 30 million. Wang Defa looked at the last contestant, Chi Su, who was identifying the 30 million chaos source crystal, and asked what was on his mind. You did this on purpose, didn't you? You wanted to get 9 prizes, so you distributed them this way? Even with a mere 30 million, no one could compete except for Zitong. But Zitong gathered all the resources, only needing the first prize, the Baifeng egg. Now, Jia Lan truly made a comeback. Who doesn't know, last session, Zitong Academy won 9 positions, with only Jia Lan coming in last. But now it's reversed. 9 blues, 1 purple. But, to be fair, Jia Lan did rise up, last time Jia Lan was 10th, and now Zitong is in first place. A large gap ahead of second. At this moment, the crowd below became restless. Zitong is still strong, all the resources of Jia Lan combined are just over 1.8 billion, while Zitong has 18 billion. Multiple zeros. The young masters of wealthy families always do things with style.
They not only maintain the dominant position but also give away all the extra prizes to Jialan.
Truly, so generous.
That's right, the children raised in rich families have such good upbringing, unlike Jialan, who barged in making a scene, acting like a clown, jumping around in front of Zitong, seeking attention. But young Master LV doesn't argue with him.
Such a broad mind. What are you saying?
The captain of St. Roland yelled, glaring at the group of fans, you haven't even entered the secret realms, and you're talking nonsense here. The captain of Tianshu followed coldly, some people seem friendly, but they're just pretending.
A smile with a hidden knife. Are you blind? He's a gentleman on the outside but a villain inside.
The situation below got more and more chaotic, and they even started fighting.
Wang Defa quickly shouted to stop them. Don't cause trouble. What if there's a stampede? You'll all be responsible. Is there anyone else who wants to identify treasures?
But he didn't need to ask, he knew it was over.
Wang Defa gave the host Yi Lingshuang a glance, signaling that it was time to announce the rankings.
Yi Lingshuang, so, this competition.
Wait a minute. Chisu smiled, I haven't finished yet. Chapter 72, Invincible Long Ao Tian.
He opened his backpack and took out a colorful flat stone.
This is a piece of the Sky Repair Stone.
It can repair any high-level spiritual tool's attributes and restore the damaged foundation of a tamed beast.
The scene immediately went into an uproar. Who doesn't know the myth of Niwa repairing the sky? The Sky Repair Stone.
A legendary item really exists.
If it's the real deal, there's only one in the world. Wang Defa's expression turned serious, and his eyes became more devout.
He raised his arms, carefully receiving the piece of the Sky Repair Stone, and quickly walked to the other appraisers for identification. This is worth 12 billion, this is really worth 12 billion, it's even more valuable than the spiritual embryo.
It could go even higher. But, repairing the foundation of the tamed beast, considering the current situation, when a beast is seriously injured, it's usually euthanized.
There are few spiritual tools, and they have a price but no market. Indeed, no matter how valuable it is, it depends on the market.
If no one wants it, what's the point? How about 20 billion?
With that, the price was settled.
20 billion, surpassing LV Yanma's 18 billion. The ranking changed, Chi Su was first, Lu Yanma second. Su Hongwen's face turned ashen. He became third.
The price for third place was, for him, almost useless.
Not even as good as 10th. That awakening fruit that turns ordinary beast tamers into mutated ones, what use is it? Jialan Yo 13. Go Jialan.
Lu Yanma listened to the sparse cheering from the audience and smiled at Chi Su. He remained calm, taking the second Kongming Jade handed by his sister. I knew you would push back, with the magic eye helping you, you got some luck, but unfortunately, I was prepared. After speaking, he activated the Kongming Jade and took out a whole ice blue destiny stone, handing it to Wang Defa. This item could forcibly boost fortune, allowing ordinary people to defy fate and become children of destiny. It could also be used by beast tamers. After all, everything relies on fortune. With this, wishes really come true, everything goes smoothly.
Chi Su raised an eyebrow. You didn't find this in the secret realm, right?
I did find it in the secret realm, Lu Yanma said innocently. He pretended to shrug. How could I do something cheating and disgrace my honor? In fact, he bought it at the auction for 30 billion.
He was not like Su Hongwen, a small fry with no background.
When the young master of Zitong spoke, no one dared to doubt, everyone assumed he wouldn't lie. It was natural he could produce a destiny stone. Destiny stones had a market price, so Lu Yanma's total price rose to 48 billion.
Far ahead of Chi Su.
Oof.
Chi Su sneered. Bastard, playing this trick with him. But it's fine, he also had a backup plan. He dragged his heavy backpack into the light, voice deep, watch carefully, this is what crushing looks like.
He opened the backpack zipper, revealing piece after piece of rough stones. The scene fell silent, everyone full of suspicion.
What was this?
It didn't look valuable, just ordinary flat stones. Chi Su, I found these in the cave where the broken heaven stone fragments were. In recent days, he rode the Earth Dragon Lord, searching inside and out of the third-level secret realm. He even dug up a bunch of graves to find these treasures, while gathering his teammates along the way. Only 9 people survived in Jialan, proving the saying that fate is predetermined.
Just enough to leave a spot for Zitong, destined for a beautiful comeback. At this moment, all treasure appraisers stood up.
They came close to Chi Su, looking at the stone fragments with curiosity written on their faces.
As 6 stone fragments were neatly laid out, they were horrified. Genesis remnant pages.
Wang Defa shouted until his voice broke, falling to his knees in excitement. Then he lay flat on the stones, afraid to touch them. His eyes greedily stared at the carved, never-before-seen beasts and spiritual plants, wanting to memorize everything immediately. The official Iron Blood Legion task, besides killing monsters in the secret realm, was to find ancient Genesis remnant pages to fill the blanks in human civilization. Humans cannot imagine things they have never seen. These strange beasts and spiritual plants, along with ancient text explanations, were powerful proof of authenticity. Especially the size of these fragments and the carving technique, exactly like the Genesis remnant pages collected by the state. Priceless treasure. Absolutely priceless. One piece alone is worth hundreds of billions. Wang Defa shouted until out of breath, too excited, his brain blank, almost fainting. One piece worth hundreds of billions, right? Then I will start dividing them now. Chi Su smiled. In front of Lu Yanma, he pointed to the second stone fragment. This is Su Hongwen's, he's clearly second. This is Old Ma's, he's third. This is Fong Fong's, she's fourth. This is Xiao Luer's, she's fifth. This is Xiao Wang's, he's sixth. You probably thought, then I'm just seventh. Sorry, I still have more. Chi Su waved to his burly teammate. That teammate opened the backpack. 3 separated fragments of the creation scroll were revealed. Chi Su laughed and said, these were found in the Great Tomb, 9 pieces in total. How lucky, you are exactly the 10th. The last 3 words struck Lu Yanma's heart like a thunder hammer. The veins on his temples bulged. With reporters present, he forced out a polite smile, but a chill ran through it. These creation scroll fragments are national treasures, you cannot sell them. I won't sell them. Chi Su immediately responded, I am aware, I plan to hand over all the creation scroll fragments, not a single cent. And the rewards for the top 9 in this contest, I will take them all. You have no objections, right, baby? Lu Yanma took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and walked slowly toward Chi Su. The flashbulbs from the audience clicked and flashed in unison. Lu Yanma had planned to throw a punch, but now, he could only show a cloth. He raised his right hand, as if giving a sincere blessing. Congratulations, but next time in the contest, there will be no creation scroll fragments for you to pick up. Chi Su stared at the lace glove, unmoving. He asked a question, what is my name? Lu Yanma's face twitched, and reluctantly spat out 2 words, Chi Su. You already know, it's because you disrespected me first, so I won't shake your hand. Chi Su understood clearly, forgetting names is a typical act of the upper class to look down on others. They are not unable to remember, they pretend not to remember, arrogantly hinting from above, you are not worthy of my memory, we are not in the same world. This belittling and disdain is never shown with hostility, it is wrapped in politeness and casual gestures, making the one being looked down on unaware. You think you are friends, but in their eyes, you are just entertainment, a funny amusement. Now, they are equal. Chi Su pushed away Lu Yanma's hand, and the reporters' cameras almost sparked, faces full of shock. Lu Yanma showed no embarrassment, acting as if nothing happened, his gaze sweeping over the participants of Jelan. Wasn't the demon eye aiming for first place? Looks like you were given the chance to show off. At this point, just show yourself, what's there to hide? Chi Su smiled in reply, why hide, you have no idea in your heart. Of course afraid that Zetone will shamelessly throw an olive branch to disturb me. Help me deliver a message to Qin Jingzhong, if you dare, join the next contest, there is no rule saying the mentor cannot participate, right? If you don't even dare to come to the secret realm, how can you have the face to be a teacher? Lu Yanma nodded, showing politeness, I will deliver the message, let's eat together tomorrow. No problem. Chi Su agreed immediately, when young Master Lu treats, it will surely be a feast, he added, don't mind if I bring a friend? No problem, I'll send you the address later. Lu Yanma turned and walked away. Passing the awards stage, he casually picked up the 10th place prize. A mid-level mysterious beast pill. Without hesitation, he gently crushed it, the pill broke into fine powder, drifting through his fingers. Then he removed his gloves, put it into the mini trash bin at his waist, and it quickly disappeared without a trace. Chapter 73, The New Rules of the Contest. The news of Jelan's total victory spread across the country in just 1 hour. Lu Yanma returned to the villa by morning. It was not his own home, but his parents' house. Lu Shangru and Lin Yun were having breakfast, and seeing their exhausted eldest son, they instinctively turned to look out the window, admiring the view. Anyone who has raised children knows, when a child falls accidentally, never look at him. If you glance, you cannot soothe him, the louder he cries. The 2 sides were stuck like this for more than 10 minutes. Lu Yanma ran upstairs in big steps, with a loud bang, slamming the door. The couple sighed, picking up steel forks to stir the fairy grass salad. At that moment, their second daughter returned. Immediately, their heads turned to the window again. Frozen in motion, stuck in a standstill, unable to move. Dad. Mom. We've lost so much face. LV Qingqiu's voice was thick with nasal tones, her eyes red and swollen from crying before she returned. The confidence before the competition, the attention of everyone, had now turned into a boomerang, striking her in the center of the chest, leaving her feeling utterly ashamed, unable to face anyone. The atmosphere was silent, without a single sound. The two sides stood in a stalemate for about half an hour. LV Qingxiu cried as she ran back to her room, her voice heart-wrenching, audible even through a door. "Shut up!" LV Yenmo yelled, raising his voice. With no reporters following them, why bother caring about image? LV Qingqiu shouted back, "I won't shut up. If you had listened to me, just charged into the Jilan camp, kicked them all out, and they wouldn't have had a chance to win. You insisted on retreating. Why retreat?" LV Yenmo's veins bulged. "With Mo Yen stationed, do you want to die? If it weren't for you all dragging us down. A bunch of weaklings. I wouldn't have to worry about everything, and we wouldn't have lost. It's all your fault." LV Qingqiu angrily climbed out of bed, charging toward the wall and kicking it. "It's your poor decision-making. What does it have to do with being weak? You drew Mo Yen away. We could have crushed Jilan. You're the captain. It's your fault. I couldn't find anyone to draw him away. Didn't I try? What could I do if I couldn't find Mo Yen? You're so great. Why didn't you draw Mo Yen away?" LV Yenmo felt deeply wronged. "That's why I said it. Just charge into Jilan's camp, capture Chi Su and the others, and lure Mo Yen. He will definitely come to save them. And I just said, you're all a bunch of weaklings. Mo Yen comes to save people. How many lives do you have to fight him? Do you want me to protect you? I never want to team up with you again. Then go find someone else. Don't team up with me." LV Qingqiu was beyond enraged, her words like bombs exploding one after another. "We enter a secret realm, and Fu Zhu uses all its energy just to clean. It's a divine beast. Not a faucet. If it had a blue bar, it could have made the whole team invisible. The purple Wisteria team wouldn't have lost 2 core members." LV Yenmo's eyes widened in anger, taking a few deep breaths, his whole body leaning against the wall. "What are you doing, talking behind my back? How was I supposed to know that Lu Tianxiong couldn't beat Su Hongwen? How was I supposed to know he was so useless? How was I supposed to know that the beauty trap wouldn't work? Stop talking behind my back. All you do is open your mouth. What good are you?" Hearing this, LV Qingqiu's face darkened, her steps swift. She yanked open the door and kicked it, shattering LV Yenmo's door. The two immediately started pulling and fighting each other. "If it weren't for my colorful Qilin, could you have killed so many beasts without injury? Did you ever think before you said I'm useless? As for useless, Fu Zhu is the most useless. It didn't do anything. Just helped you wash dishes. Who are you calling useless? It helped me wash dishes. Is that useless? It's much more sensible than you. If you dare say another bad word about it, I'll kill the colorful Qilin. Dad. Mom. Brother's hitting me. And now he wants to kill my divine beast. Wah!" Lin Yun listened to the loud crying, the sound like a boiling kettle, sharp and piercing. She felt a headache and pinched the bridge of her nose with her slender fingers. One after another, they were truly worrying. It was just a lost championship, so what? Victory and defeat are common in battle. If they can't accept defeat, they still need to train their temperament. Besides, is this really a loss? She had already bought a press release and heavily promoted the spiritual core battle achievements gathered by the Purple Wisteria team. And as for Jilan, apart from the second place, no one else had any spiritual cores, which clearly indicated they hadn't killed any beasts. Which team is stronger? The answer is obvious. Next, she would release the old rumors about Chi Su harassing his cousin, and public opinion would be completely one-sided. At this moment, the one who should be most troubled should be the principal of Jilan, not her. Everyone shut up. Lin Yun's angry shout echoed, and the room instantly fell silent. LV Shangru slowly took a sip of porridge and said gently, "Why are you yelling at the kids? If they don't shout at home, should they go outside to shout? Let them be, they'll feel better once they vent." Lin Yun loosened her tightly furrowed brows. "Calm down and talk about serious matters." Jialan publicly issued a challenge. What did Qin Jingzhong's side say? Are they really going to join the championship? What else? Even if he doesn't go, he still must go. It's public, what else can he do? Not only must he go, he must win. Lu Shangru said, raising his voice, "Yanma, Qingqiu, are you two going to participate in the next season?" Of course, both said in unison. "Then go get familiar with your new teammates." Lu Qingqiu felt uneasy. "Dad, you mean, the Gu siblings?" "Yes. I don't want to." The siblings said together again, united in resistance, their faces full of refusal. "Then do you want to win?"
Lu Shangru asked. Yes. Then go.
Also, I plan to apply to the officials to change the championship rules.
Lu Shangru put down the bowl in his hand, thinking aloud, next season's championship, increase the secret realm level 4.
Which city's level 4 secret realm exactly, tentative?
He pondered, continuing to improve the new rules. Team matches reduced to 8 people.
Like before, Wisteria divided resources evenly but dominated the top 10 rewards, not giving other schools a chance, eating alone.
As Jalan won, many netizens dared to point out and expressed dissatisfaction, supporting Jalan. So reduced to 8 people, 10 prizes, then no school will dominate all positions, rules are more reasonable.
Lu Shangru was silent for a moment, then added a new rule. No carrying any materials into the secret realm. Now Wisteria's negative news keeps coming out, mostly about unfair wealth gaps between players. Then we give them fairness, except for empty jade, no resources allowed, not even food.
Now it really depends on skill. If someone loses and complains about talent unfairness, that's just making trouble, blaming God. Do you have anything to add? Like players can't kill or loot, can't attack each other. Hearing this, Lu Yanma broke into a grin, his misty eyes full of fierce spirit.
Dad, this is unnecessary, otherwise the championship loses its fun.
Chapter 74 Finding Teammates. Jalan Academy.
Xiong Meng faced the reporters, speaking in a deep voice to clear Chi Su's innocence.
If this is true, then when little Chi hadn't signed the Earth Dragon respect, with spiritual power below 100, Chi Rongrong's spiritual power was already over 300, why didn't she fight back? Why didn't she take revenge? A reporter sharply said, this is psychological shadow. No matter how strong she becomes, no matter how weak the other is, meeting face to face is still scary. Don't think everyone's mind is so strong. Principal Xiong, is this your answer? Bully the dead who can't speak? Won't respond? Xiong Meng responded calmly, if scared, call the police. She doesn't need to face Chi Su at all. Let the police handle it, is making a call hard? Reporter, Principal Xiong, as a man, you don't know how important reputation is for a woman. She is a Wisteria student, and her parents don't know. Once she calls the police, what about her reputation? You always speak for the champion, you decided to cover up, right? Are you a police officer? Xiong Meng asked calmly, not arrogant. Without checking anything, you, based on rumors, put a big label on a teenager, causing online violence to ruin his future. If he is innocent, and Chi Rongrong and Chi Isa are lying, who will bear the consequences? You? If you think just apologizing and resigning can make up, then you are wrong. I won't let you go, won't let your whole family go. The reporter was stunned, are you threatening me? I am not threatening you. Xiong Meng showed a kind smile. He changed tone, shouting, I am threatening all of you. Be professional as reporters. Don't put personal feelings. I will say one last time, Chi Su was wronged. Talk nonsense to me again. I, a 3-star beast master, am not joking. At these words, no one asked about the molestation anymore, and they moved on to talk about the tension between the Jalan competitors. Last night at the awards, the champion handed the washmarrow pill to the runner-up, but the runner-up slapped it away and hurriedly left the ceremony, not even joining the group photo. What happened between them? The former rising star clashed with the current rising star. What caused it? Was it jealousy because one was better than the other? How were their relationships at school? Xiong Meng remained silent. Only 9 members returned from Jalan this time, 21 lives lost, and even defeating Zitong brought no joy. As the school, Xiong Meng gave each survivor a big red envelope, 200,000. But when it came to dividing the spoils, except for Chi Su and Su Hongwen, the remaining 7 chose nothing. They also said they would not participate in the next competition, quitting forever, saving their lives. Jalan won this battle. But it was this battle that left Jalan with no usable members. Currently there were only 2 people left. What would happen in the next competition? Not enough people. The most worrying part was that the 2 remaining people had fallen out. Xiaowen could not accept that all his efforts still meant he lost and had to rely on others in the end. He could not accept favors from others. In his eyes, gratitude was a heavy mountain pressing on his back, making him bend, lowering his head, always feeling inferior. Su'er was indeed wronged, but he could not help Chi Su blame Su Hongwen. That child seemed broken now, on the edge of collapse, not daring to speak to him at all. Say even one wrong word, and the other would immediately go into rage. Xiong Meng looked at the reporters waiting for answers, losing his previous firmness, stammering a little. They have a good relationship, friends, it's normal to have conflicts, the clingy messy stuff is gay, it will be fine in a few days. I am very busy, this interview ends here. Xiong Meng said, rushing to the alchemy room. Jade Marrow Rejuvenation Flower was beyond his understanding.
He had to go back and study it carefully to make the medicine. He really had no time to talk to reporters about useless things.
If Xiaowen recovered his appearance, things should be much better. Principal's office. Get out.
Su Hongwen picked up a teacup and smashed it at Chi Su's feet, his eyes bloodshot. Chi Su suppressed his temper, sat on the sofa, pulled out Ultraman in front of him, controlling Su Hongwen's inner demons.
He calmly said, "Don't lose your temper with me, at least the phoenix is innocent, don't hurt it. Don't be narcissistic either.
I dealt with Wang Defa not for you.
If you lose face, Jialan will lose face too.
I didn't give you the washmarrow pill for free.
You pay me market price. We are trading. One mid-level Earth washmarrow pill for 100 million is not too much. If Su Hongwen quit school, he wouldn't care.
Since he stayed in Jialan and had to compete in the next competition, he had to manage him. Compared to others, Su Hongwen's greatest advantage was not being swayed by Zitome's small favors. Even if they were not on the same path, acted separately, no matter who won the rankings, the honors still belonged to Jialan. Su Hongwen listened to the formal tone and gradually calmed down. Earth Dragon Lord also needs washmarrow pill.
I don't need you to give it to me. If Chi Su didn't want something, he would buy it.
But the elite Earth Dragon Lord clearly needed the washmarrow pill, and Chi Su still tried to sell it to him.
That was giving up, so he wouldn't buy it.
Chi Su said, I have Soul Shed Dew and Falling Star Marrow. These are treasures for competing in rankings in core materials for making mid-level Earth washmarrow pills. The principal has low star rating, but wide connections. He can't make it, but he has a chat group of alchemists to research together. Once they find the formula, at least 5 mid-level Earth washmarrow pills can be made. Official prizes and secret realm resources had all been transferred to him. He didn't plan to sell them, he wanted to make them into pills for the Earth Dragon Lord and take some for himself. The magic eye stored over 3,000 spirit points, showing his daily hard cultivation was not wasted.
Washing marrow constitution is very important. It's like saving money.
He hands over his salary, spiritual power value, to his parents, magic eyes, and they save it for him, giving it back when he needs it.
When will the magic eyes return it? Now, he has some clues.
The magic eyes will release the spiritual power value only when he wants to kill monsters and save people. If it's just a personal matter, like the beast control test of Wisteria, it does not intervene, nor does it care. From this, it can be concluded that the magic eyes are like a saintly beast. Chi Su thought it through and said to Su Hongwen, what I'm selling to you is Earth level low grade, it's trash I don't want.
If you keep being difficult, I'll just sell it to someone else.
I want it, Su Hongwen said sincerely, keep it for me first, I'll send you the money once I sell all my resources.
Let's go then. Time to attend young Master LV's banquet. Chi Su wasn't afraid that LV Yenmo might act against him outside. Outside the secret realm, everyone is a person of high cultivation and manners. Ding ling ling.
Su Hongwen raised his hand signaling Chi Su to wait, took out his cracked screen phone, and swiped the green answer key with his thumb.
Hello. Congratulations, you got second place.
During the 7 days you've been in the secret realm, I've been praying day and night for you, asking heaven to bless you to come out alive. Fortunately, all your hard work wasn't in vain, you can pay back now.
How much? Su Hongwen asked without changing his expression. It was someone from the usury side.
The high-interest loan your family took is 10% daily, you owe nearly 400 million, so after 7 days, you need to pay back over 700 million. Su Hongwen nodded, I'll pay it all at once.
Hold on, don't rush.
I know you've gained quite a bit this time, but I've got good news for you.
No, wait.
There was a pause on the other side of the phone.
It's good news for me.
You've been gone for 7 days, and your father's been gambling in the casino for 7 days, couldn't chase him away. He's shouting about how his son has money, and after coming out of the secret realm, he'll pay it back.
He even borrowed another 100 million from us to play.
I stopped him, really tried, but he's so fierce, we couldn't do anything, so we just lent him the money.
After all, the borrower is like a god.
I don't know how much he has left, but I need to count the principal and interest from this loan, plus 200 million.
Upon hearing this, Su Hongwen's eyes turned bloodshot, and he took deep breaths, his deflated chest heaving violently. Chi Su couldn't help but grip Ultraman tightly.
1,000-year cold jade, come on, it's about to mutate. No one knew how long it had passed.
Su Hongwen's voice was hoarse.
I'll pay it, but please don't lend him any more money.
No problem, the other side responded perfunctorily, then brought up another matter.
Xiaowen, your brother gambled with a rich young master the day before yesterday. He might have been high on drugs, and he actually bet his head.
How exciting.
You know, he's weak and loves to play, so the result was that he lost everything. But the good news is, this time it's really good news. The rich young master doesn't want his head.
You can bring money to ransom him.
Su Hongwen's head was buzzing, and he felt a tide of despair rushing in, suffocating him.
He slightly opened his mouth, gasping heavily, his eyes bloodshot. How much? You are the pillar of Jialan, and the rich young master is, coincidentally, from Wisteria. I heard that Jialan won big this time, so the ransom is. How much? The other side laughed, deliberately slowing down their speech, and slowly said, the resources you brought back this time, 13 billion. Su Hongwen was so angry that he punched through the wooden table, hysterically yelling, let him die. Die. 13 billion. Why is that worthless life worth 13 billion? You all kill him. Oh ho. You're inciting murder, we're all going to jail. The tone on the other side was unusually serious, but the words were shameless. If you don't care, the rich young master will make your brother record a video every day and post it online, talking about how you clearly have money but didn't save him, playing the victim. You can spill all your family's dirty laundry, but the rich young master can guarantee that not a word of what you say will reach the public's ears. By then, if the matter blows up, the public will boycott you, a contestant with a bad reputation. How will you ever make a single penny? The authorities won't care about you. You're not anyone important. Do you really think they'll step in to pull you out from the public opinion? Su Hongwen could no longer hear anything, the buzzing in his ears growing louder, his vision fading to black. His phone slipped from his palm, but just as it was about to fall, a hand caught it firmly. Shisu held the phone to his ear, speaking calmly, there's something you might not know, because of the creation fragment, the authorities want to commend me, they're allowing me to make 3 wishes. I hadn't thought of them before, but now I have. First, send everyone in the Su family to prison. Second, wipe off all the debts Su Hongwen owes. Third. Shisu couldn't help but laugh when he thought about what he was going to say next, his eyes flashing cold. Third, you're coming to Jilan and joining me in the next competition. What? Chapter 75, The Banquet. The address Lu Yenma sent was in a private garden. Shisu took a taxi to the commercial street near the garden, his eyes filled with astonishment. This was the most prosperous area of Longyang City, where every inch of land was worth a fortune. Spiritual energy filled the air, even more intense than a Grade 1 secret realm. The people passing by were either rich or noble, mostly young people. They walked in groups, their clothing styles bold and flamboyant, exuding confidence and charm from the inside out. Shisu spotted Lu Yenma immediately. He was still dressed in a minimalist style, white on top, gray on the bottom, clean and refreshing. His eyebrows and eyes were gentle and kind, completely different from the others. He was the most despicable. Shisu opened the car door and turned back to look at Su Hongwen, who was lost in thought. He was wearing a full-face golden monkey mask, with a potato-shaped head sprouting yellow sprouts, tightly holding a jade Ultraman with both hands. It was painful to look at, but it was also hilarious. Su Hongwen, belatedly aware that the car had stopped, turned his head to look out the window. His gaze was vacant, not taking anything in, his brain commanding him to get out of the car, so he slowly did as he was told, putting on his hoodie. If he was close to shattering earlier, now he was dead, numbly accepting the reality. Shisu sighed. Is it really necessary to go this far? Is it necessary? It's like the two of them are playing some kind of forced abusive love drama. Chiba, the ruthless CEO, was deeply in love with Su Xiaowen, but Su Xiaowen didn't love him, desperately trying to escape, but unable to break free from his grasp, eventually forced to accept him. And then this tragic death scene, quietly telling him, although you've got me, you won't have my heart. What the hell? At this moment, 2 security teams approached together, urging them impatiently. This is not a place for you to visit, if you want to play, go somewhere else. They are my honored guests. Lu Yenma quickly intervened. Hearing this, the security teams immediately bent down to apologize to Shisu and Su Hongwen, their stern expressions quickly replaced with smiles, their attitude doing a 180-degree turn. It's fine. Shisu didn't mind, walking towards Lu Yenma. Entering the commercial street, the buildings on both sides were like castles. Banks, restaurants, even the stores of Mishui Bingchang, all had golden trim, their doorways decorated with relief sculptures, exuding a cold, distant luxury that kept people at bay. The prices were also inflated, with high-quality materials that had health benefits. Lu Yenma stepped into the Mishui Bingcheng store, bought 3 cups of Yangji Ganlu, and handed them to Shisu and Su Hongwen. Su Hongwen took his drink stiffly. His gaze passed through the store door, locking on the price of the drinks. He pulled out a piece of armor leaf and handed it to Lu Yenma. Lu Yenma smiled and politely declined, no need, it's not much money, we're friends. Take it. Shisu said with a firm tone. Lu Yenma, having a stubborn temperament, misunderstood, do you really have to be so particular? A secret realm is a secret realm, the outside world is the outside world, don't mix them up. Me treating you is my sincerity, if you insist on giving me money, then it means you don't accept my sincerity. Fine, fine, fine. Shisu said, clearly irritated, raising his hand to grab a handful of air and forming a fist. Done. He took the armor leaf from Lu Yenma and said to Su Hongwen, "This drink is on me, you pay me, and we're square." Then he turned to Lu Yenma and said, "You didn't receive any money, which means Xiaowen accepted your sincerity, right?" Lu Yenma and Su Hongwen fell into thought. It seemed no problem. They quickly moved on. They each inserted straws into their drinks and strolled slowly toward the private garden. But Chi Su wanted to go home. My stomach feels a bit. The private garden is 5 kilometers from here. Lu Yenma cut him off. If your stomach hurts, hold it a bit longer, the garden has a toilet. Su Hongwen, however, did his best to be the little helper, very active and quick. He looked around for a toilet, even stopping a passerby. "Excuse me, is there a toilet nearby?" "Enough." Chi Su rubbed his forehead and muttered, "I'm fine now." Su Hongwen fell silent again, following Lu Yenma. He suddenly realized this was not right, stopped walking, deliberately let Chi Su go ahead, then took a step, subtly keeping distance, like a proper attendant. After walking for who knows how long, the three arrived at the side gate of the garden. Looking out, everything was lush and green, like a small hidden world. But it was very well tended, with flowers and plants trimmed into unique shapes. Walking onto the stone corridor bridge, a clear stream flowed underneath, occasionally leaping with a few fish-shaped spirit beasts. Fat, golden carp with dragon horns, obviously mutant beasts, called dragon carp. Lu Yenma stopped, pointing at the dragon carp, humbly asking, "Many say it is an ancient mutant beast, what do you think?" Chi Su shook his head. The story of carp leaping the dragon gate is a later tale, not related to ancient times. Have you heard of Wenyao fish? That is the real ancient mutant beast. It looks like a carp, has bird wings, white head, red mouth, body with blue spots. Its meat can cure madness. If this fish appears now, it signals a harvest, so its skill is related to food. Chi Su counted on his fingers. Wenyao fish can produce hemp seeds, rice, yellow rice, millet, wheat, beans. If someone is lucky to get a Wenyao fish, they will never worry about food. Better to pair it with a water-type spirit beast, then eating and drinking will never be a problem. Hearing this, Lu Yenma smiled meaningfully. This smile made Chi Su feel a little strange. What was going on? Did he just say something wrong? He suddenly realized, "I won't help you find a Wenyao fish, money cannot move me, I am now a billionaire, stop dreaming." Lu Yenma put on an innocent look, this time truly innocent. "I don't want a Wenyao fish, you think too much, I was just asking." The new teammate already had one, why would he sign another? He didn't know much about Wenyao fish, and didn't want to ask the new teammate. Naturally he had to ask Chi Su. Now, he finally understood why his father made them team up with the Gu siblings. Got the news? The next contest will change the rules. Lu Yenmo revealed internal info early. Chi Su would know sooner or later, better to give him a favor. Chi Su looked puzzled. New rules are? Lu Yenmo roughly explained to Chi Su, smiling, the level 4 secret realm is set in the desert. Don't eat things randomly inside, be careful of poison. Desert. Chi Su twitched his mouth. Few magical plants, many beasts, and not allowed to bring food or drink, they want to force people to die. Chi Su's expression moved, half-closed eyes. You already have Wenyao fish, right, so you chose the desert. Correct. Lu Yenma did not hide it, soon you will meet the real one. I invited the new teammate along for you to see. Chi Su's mouth tilted down. The new rules are indeed fairer, but their disadvantage is even greater. At this moment, he only hoped the new teammate, who gave high-interest loans, had signed a food-producing spirit beast, so he only needed to worry about water. Brother Xiong once said the gambling high-interest side has a lot of transcendent body spirit beasts guarding. Then this new teammate probably has one too. Chapter 76, Food and Dishes. At this moment, the straw made a crisp sucking sound. Lu Yenma's eyes fixed on the restaurant entrance, not noticing even when his drink was finished. A stretched luxury car stopped there, entering from the main gate of the garden. A young man got out, tall and strong, bronze-skinned, carrying a kind of almost primitive wildness. He stood there, like a beast just walked out of the jungle, still not hiding its claws, his finger bones stained with a touch of blood. He took out a handkerchief, carefully wiped his hands, did not enter the restaurant, as if waiting for someone. And the victim in the car was roughly dragged out by the driver. The woman wore a purple school uniform, her face swollen and full of fresh blood, eyes unable to open, treated like garbage, casually thrown by the roadside. Chi Su was stunned for a moment, rubbed his eye sockets, and looked closely. It really was Wisteria's school uniform. Who was that man? Lu Yenma whispered to Chi Su, shall we play truth or dare? Rock, paper, scissors. Tisk, did you drink too much mango sago? Drunk? Why suddenly play truth or dare? Just one round, I already treated you to a meal, a high-end restaurant, without me, you wouldn't even get in, why not play one round with me? Fine. Chi Su casually threw scissors. With the destiny stone, Lu Yenma's luck exploded, he threw a fist, truth or dare? Chi Su looked at the dark-skinned youth, without thinking, dare.
What Lu Yenma wanted was nothing more than to let him shamelessly talk to that big shot. Perfect, he also wanted to probe the other person's identity. Lu Yenma's voice was as soft as a mosquito. Go over, stab him with the knife.
Chisu stared at Lu Yenma in disbelief. No, a real dare? Go. Lu Yenma urged. Not playing, I want to go home. Chisu turned and walked away. If not playing, fine. Lu Yenma hurried to stop Chisu. Let's eat, that person is my new teammate, another hasn't arrived, you disappearing?
Chisu then strode toward the restaurant, secretly glancing at the unconscious woman with the corner of his eye.
Don't care. Lu Yenma said lightly, if you don't want to die, just don't care.
He suddenly raised his voice, Gusan. The dark-skinned youth, pretending not to hear, turned his head and pressed his ear.
Lu Yenma did not care.
He called him not to chat, just out of courtesy, to tell him he had arrived.
Lu Yenma introduced to Chisu, surname Gu, full name Gudashi Feng Shouma, you can call him Shouma. Shouma, in modern times, means prostitute, an insult without cursing. Kuchuan's face sank, could no longer pretend deaf and mute. Lu Yenma, I give you one chance, what is my name? Lingon Gully 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 Wacha, Lingon Gu Lingon Gu, Lingon Gully 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 Wacha, Lingon Gu, clap clap.
Lu Yenma clapped twice, finished singing with a smile, then seriously said, Guchuan, his sister is called Gu Ling.
Chisu nodded, I am Chisu, he is Su Hongwan. I don't care what you call me. Guchuan responded coldly. He summoned three-eyed crows, whistled to tease the birds, patiently waiting for his sister. He suddenly paused, looked directly at Chisu, brows slightly furrowed, champion of Jialan, runner-up? Yes.
Chisu recognized the opponent's face, and pulled Su Hongwan into the restaurant. Lu Yenma followed closely, but was grabbed by Guchuan's arm, asked, why invite Jialan's people to eat?
Don't touch me. Lu Yenma forcefully shook his arm, face full of disgust. Guchuan let go, relentless. I ask, what do you mean? This is called manners, gentleman style, broad-mindedness, you don't have.
Lu Yenma took off his coat, folded it a few times, threw it to the approaching manager. Here, take us to the private room.
Okay, please follow me.
Lu Yenma said to Chisu, Guchuan is a two-star beast tamer, has a mutant beast, a dark three-eyed crow, and an ancient mutant beast, Cheng Huang. Gu Ling is also a two-star beast tamer, has a mutant beast, a lightning bull, and an ancient mutant beast, Wen Yao fish.
Chisu finally knew, in Wang Defa's livestream, who the rich crow brother was.
The private room was not big, decoration simple, only one table. But that table was made from a whole piece of golden Nanmu wood. It was unvarnished, the wood glowed with a gentle jade-like luster, emitting a faint elegant fragrance. Rich dishes were laid on the wooden table.
Different from ordinary mountain delicacies and seafood.
There were rare parts of tamed beasts, strangely shaped exotic fruits, and thick, full porridge.
Here it comes.
Lu Qingqiu smiled gently and stood, inviting Chisu to sit beside her.
Wait a moment.
Chisu leaned closer to look at the meat dishes. On the bone porcelain, yellowing chunks of meat were sliced thinly, with white tendons attached to the surface.
At a glance, he recognized it, the meat of a mature earth dragon sovereign. Golden thread dragon tendon.
Lu Yenma reported the dish name and sat down, pointing across at the thick tendons of the meat slices. The gelatin is heavy, when you chew it, the dragon tendon slightly bounces between your teeth, making a squeaky sound.
Try it.
I'll try you, grass.
Chisu cursed loudly. Lu Yenma couldn't help but cover his ears, it comes with the set meal, I didn't order it on purpose. If you don't want it, just remove it. Waiter. The golden thread dragon tendon was removed.
Chisu sat down with a stern face, picked up his chopsticks, and started eating without waiting for anyone. Su Hongwan, as a cultural server, hurried back and forth to serve Chisu, putting dishes on his plate, pouring tea and water.
Sit here. Chisu could not stand Su Hongwan's behavior. When a noble spoke, Su Hongwan obeyed.
He lifted his mask onto his head and started moving his chopsticks. Lu Yenma folded his arms on the table, smiling as he watched the two eat wildly, ignoring any sense of decorum, a low-class act, his eyes full of mockery and disdain.
But the unfriendly gaze vanished in an instant. He recommended, this is Juyin monkey brain, soft like crab roe, with a nutty oily feel.
Hearing this, Su Hongwan picked up an empty bowl and stood. He stretched out his arm, holding a wooden spoon, scooping monkey brain spoon by spoon, filling the bowl, and placed it beside Chisu. Then he served himself, his eyes glancing at a small plate of bright red tender meat.
Lu Yenma said in time, green luan tongue.
Green luan is a beast only second to the phoenix, one of the 5 phoenixes, like a small phoenix, with blue feathers. Su Hongwan's hand froze as he picked up the tongue, his gaze gradually turning cold.
Again an earth dragon sovereign, again a green luan, clearly meant to make them unhappy. Chapter 77, Jia Lan's new teammate.
Lu Yenma acted casually, Chisu, try the green luan tongue, it suits you best. It can make your breath fresh as orchids, more effective than any high-end mouthwash.
Chi Su snorted, understanding the hidden meaning.
Earlier he sprayed Lu Yenma for a long time, and the other could not respond.
Now he secretly cursed him for bad breath. Are you trying to kiss me? Chi Su struck hard. Ah. Lu Yenma was stunned. Chi Su argued logically, if you don't want to kiss me, why care about my breath? Now you want me to eat green Luan tongue, doesn't that imply hinting at a fight? Or French tongue W? Ah. Lu Yenma couldn't believe his ears and shouted in shock.
He realized his loss of composure, covered his mouth, and didn't speak another word, his heart in turmoil.
A shameless person is indeed invincible.
Chi Su finished eating, put down his chopsticks, and took a plastic bag from Su Hongwen's pocket. He poured all the snakeskin fruit, South Slope fruit, and others into the bag, then handed the Lingyan bird's nest porridge to Su Hongwen.
This helps inhibit melanin, promotes skin whitening, suitable for Su Meidan to drink.
As for other meat dishes, the plastic bag was not suitable. Chi Su turned to the waiter, bring some food boxes.
Okay.
Lu Yenma called out, get another portion of these dishes, without golden thread dragon tendon and green Luan tongue, pack them for Chi Shao, charge it to my account.
Okay.
The waiter turned and saw the Gu siblings coming, immediately stepped aside, bowing 90 degrees.
Welcome, Miss Gu, welcome, second young Master Gu.
Chi Su looked over, his heart sank. No doubt, their aura was very strong, both dressed in black. The man was 1.9 meters tall, the woman nearly 1.8 meters, with high heels almost matching her brother's height.
If the Lu siblings' temperament was noble, distant, restrained and low-key,
then the Gu siblings were full of arrogant disdain for everyone. Wild beyond limits.
Guling glanced at the leftover food, lowered her eyelids, staring at Jelan's two street stall goods.
Her thick eyelashes were each distinct, like needles, and the words she spoke pierced straight into the heart. Little brother, go tell the manager, the tableware has been licked by two beggars, we will never come to spend money here again. LV Chincho furrowed his brows, don't be like this, they are our honored guests we invited.
Ha!
Guling burst out laughing, she opened her mouth wide, laughing until she lost her voice, her expression extremely exaggerated, her face changed shape, yet even so, it could not hide her beauty, honored guests? She pouted, shook her head, hands in pockets pacing back and forth, her high heels clicking in an unhurried rhythm. If my family didn't force me, I really wouldn't want to team up with you, I wouldn't even want to eat together. You are too fake, not open, very hypocritical, putting on airs makes people want to vomit. I only have one thing to say today, don't hold us back. LV Yenma curled the corner of his mouth, returning your exact words. Then leave the freshman outside to you, don't invite us out for meals again if nothing important, no time. The Lu siblings came fast, left fast, but it was enough for Chi Su and Su Hongwen to remember their faces. All the packed restaurant food was delivered, Chi Su lifted it, what should we do with that woman? Persuade her to leave? Persuading her to leave would just be too easy for you.
LV Yenma knew Chi Su had no teammates.
Don't think about it, that person slandered Guling with cruel words, blackened her online, thinking being anonymous would protect her. Obviously, she underestimated the children of elite families, I will send her to jail for reform.
Oh, then bye-bye. Chi Su left the restaurant with Su Hongwen.
Buzz, buzz.
Brother Xiong called. Chi Su answered, what is it?
A very strange person came to school, very strange, said to be your teammate. In the office, Xiong Meng looked at the young man slumped on the sofa, living in drunken dreams. The other was just over 20, wearing traditional ceremonial clothes, black top, red skirt, a white silk belt at the waist, clearly dividing body proportions. He muttered unclearly, you ruined me and such, Xiong Meng did not understand.
A teammate. Chi Su smiled.
The official move was fast, delivering straight to the door. And that person had to bring glory to Jialan, no one could beat him in 4 years of the semester.
Brother Xiong, I'm coming right away.
Chi Su hung up, pulling Su Hongwen running hard.
An hour later.
Chi Su pushed open the office door, a strong smell of alcohol hit him. The principal was nowhere to be seen, maybe studying the Fu Yin flower, anyway, nothing to steal in the office. He looked at the young man sitting blankly on the sofa, scanning him from head to toe. Tall, about 1.9 meters, neither fat nor thin, looks a bit effeminate. Chi Su put the food on the coffee table, opened the boxes, snacks for drinking, eat. The young man did not move, his face full of hopelessness. Chi Su grinned, brother, cheer up, this is good news, you became Jialan's participant. Hearing this, tears welled up in the young man's eyes. He looked at Su Hongwen, teary-eyed, Xiaowen, we've been online for years, help me, I'll repay your debt, isn't that okay?
I already have no debts.
Whoa! The young man broke down, bent over his knees crying.
Chi Su sat beside him, put an arm around his shoulders, don't be sad, since it comes, embrace it, what's your name? Li Rui Yuan. Good name. Chisu asked the important thing, Rueyuan, do you have a supernatural beast to show me? All teammates, don't be shy. I have no beast. Li Rueyuan vented hysterically. I'm just a customer service. Chasing online payments, not offline debts. How could I have a beast? I don't fight at all. Never hit anyone. Chisu froze, completely split inside. So this is a useless person? He calmed himself, forced smile, continued, then what can you do? Any skill? The crying stopped. Li Rueyuan wiped his tears hard, said seriously, yes, I can refine pills. I used to study medicine. Chisu's eyes lit up, impressive. Show me a trick, maybe a chi blood dan? Sure. Li Rueyuan stood up and began pulling out the alchemy tools from his bag one by one. A bronze cloud pattern furnace, spiritual wood charcoal, a white jade mortar and pestle, celestial silkworm thread medicine sieve, rosewood medicine scoop. Chisu, seeing all these tools, deeply understood the power of a medicine master and nodded in acknowledgement. Li Rueyuan sat cross-legged, took out the fire source, stardust sandfire, a silvery white block. He said, these things are not cheap, just that furnace alone costs several million. My entire salary went into this, no extra money left to buy beast taming tools. Besides, an alchemist is a craftsman, they don't need beast taming. Li Rueyuan took the white jade mortar, added 2 pieces of stardust sandfire and crushed them, pouring it into the bronze cloud pattern furnace. Then he pressed down on the furnace lid, picked up the furnace, and shook it like shaking dice, explaining to Chisu as he went. Stardust sandfire carries the power of the stars, the pills made from it will emit a silvery white glow, very beautiful. As I shake it, the particles inside will collide with each other, creating sparks that ignite by themselves. It's like charcoal, it burns for a long time. But you must be careful, the amount of fire source has to be strictly controlled, or else. Boom! Suddenly, a blast of fire erupted violently. Chisu. Su Hongwen. The thick smoke dispersed, and all 3 in the room were black from head to toe, their hair singed and curled. Li Rueyuan, explosion. Chisu had a lifeless expression. That's why they say, bad students always have many tools. Didn't you study medicine? Chisu was stunned by the explosion, his eyes unusually clear. Western medicine. Oh, Western medicine, then when you said you could refine pills, do you mean pills or bullets? Pills, Dan, a common one, I succeeded once, maybe because I drank too much, and I'm a bit tired today, I'll take a nap and try again. Tell me the truth, can you or can't you? Li Rueyuan lowered his head, his lips moving, no, can't. I'm done with you. Chisu's face twisted as he suddenly lunged at Li Rueyuan. Chapter 78, The Brainless and the Unhappy. Principal's office. Chisu stood by the window, dialing the principal. He couldn't believe he had dug up a useless person from the booming black market. After talking to Li Rueyuan for almost 2 hours, he sadly realized that both beast taming and alchemy were beyond him. The other person was completely clueless. The only remaining skill, treasure appraisal, seemed even more hopeless. After intense questioning about the prices of alchemy tools, despair reached an all-time high. Li Rueyuan was truly a fool, no need to wait for old age to sell health supplements, he was young and strong, he could still scam more. The white jade mortar and pestle looked like jade, but it was actually plastic, a fake, worth at most a few hundred. Yet Li Rueyuan had spent over 10 million to buy it from a scammer. The bronze cloud pattern furnace, claimed to have a century-old history, was actually a factory mass-produced item, costing only 9 yuan with free shipping on a discount site. Li Rueyuan had spent over 6 million on it. Almost all the alchemy tools were far beyond their actual worth. As for the materials used to make the pills, those were the real deal. After all, he was a medical student, still learning alchemy, and didn't even recognize basic medicinal herbs. That was hard to excuse. But for a few thousand yuan worth of herbs, he had bought them for over 100,000, thinking he had made a huge profit. Far cheaper than the pills in the alchemy shop. Li Rueyuan spent money like water, but he wasn't a rich second generation. His income depended on Su Hongwen's debts, as long as Su Hongwen paid him back, he would get a huge commission. But now, with Su Hongwen's debts written off, his pockets were emptier than his face. Chisu believed that for someone wanting to be a pill master, the hardest thing was to become a pill master. At the very least, they should have some confidence. Some real skills. Something that could support Li Rueyuan in fulfilling his dream. Right now, there was only one thing left, to prove Li Rueyuan wasn't a waste. After the call was connected, Chisu, holding onto a sliver of hope, asked, Brother Xiong, what is Li Rueyuan's spiritual power level? 217 points, why? Alright, I got it. Chisu hung up the phone with a dark face. Scrap metal. He put on a mask of pain, lying on the windowsill in silence for a long time, quietly comforting himself. It's okay, even if the new teammate has no talent, I won't give up on him. If I abandon him because of his low talent, my actions would be no different from Zitang's. It's fine, really, it's fine, at least it's not 1.217, he should be banging gongs and setting off fireworks. Shisu turned to look at the clueless one. Li Ruiyuan's appetite was enormous, buried in the food at a high-end restaurant. And the other one, unhappy, was cleaning his bedroom. Especially the desk. Su Hongwen wiped and wiped again, afraid that the starry sand fire left behind would explode on top, directly incinerating him while he slept. Coincidentally, Clueless had already put on the funeral clothes, ready to act at any moment, to drag Unhappy to the crematorium. Don't you have clothes to change? Shisu felt unlucky. Li Ruiyuan wiped his mouth. I lost my job, found a new one, set for 8 o'clock tonight, I have to go out of town to help someone cry at a grave. Then he said, let me stay in school and teach, don't think about it. I want to be a pill master, why would I learn beast control knowledge? It's just a waste of time. As he said this, he sighed, looking up with tears shimmering in his eyes, my life only has 2 months left, please, stop forcing me to do things I don't want to do. As soon as his words fell, the sad look on his face disappeared completely. He grabbed a large piece of fish and meat, stuffing it into his mouth, his throat gurgling as he swallowed, then picked up some porridge and slurped it down, eating with oil dripping from his mouth. Wow, so satisfying, I've decided. Li Ruiyuan's cheeks were bulging, he said sincerely, I'm staying in Jilan, no one can pull me away. He shifted his tone, but the condition is, this is daily food, you satisfy me, and I'll work seriously. Shisu widened his eyes. What right do you have to make demands? How dare you ask for such things? Xiaowen didn't say anything, how dare you? Shisu decisively dialed Yi Linshuang's number. People can be bad, but can't be this outrageous. Are you treating him like a cash cow? Hello. Shisu raised his mouth in a fawning smile, Linshuang. Are we that close? Sister Linshuang. Am I that old? Shisu let his mouth drop, I'm going to file a complaint about you. Hey, what are you doing? The other side instantly softened their voice, your wish has already been granted, is there any problem left? Shisu, the first 2 wishes are not changing, for the 3rd wish I want to change it. Swapping Captain Tianshu or Captain St. Roland would be better than this. Yi Linshuang stopped teasing, said seriously, to be blunt, finding the pages of the creation is every citizen's duty and responsibility, whether there's a reward or not, it must be found. I granted you 3 wishes, and all 3 have violated the rules, and you still want to change them. Fine, I'm done, hanging up. Shisu slouched onto the sofa. But the next second, Yi Linshuang called again, cutting straight to the point, has the Baifeng egg hatched? Not yet. Shisu muttered. Remember to keep it warm, it's best to hatch it against your belly, like a 10-month pregnancy. Ha! I put it in the warming nest, isn't the effect the same? It can't be the same. Yi Linshuang said seriously. The first person it sees when it hatches is very important, it will mistakenly think you're its mom or dad, and the bond will be even closer. If it's in the warming nest, and one day the nest breaks down, and you throw it away, it will fight you to the death. Shisu suddenly jumped up, rushing home, any other things to watch out for? Or should I just sell it to you, you take it yourself? I don't want it. Yi Linshuang decisively rejected, demonized egg, do I want to die? Her voice suddenly became lower, besides, didn't I tell you before? That egg carries a lot of weight. Whoever signs for it will be watched by all the major forces and the public. You can't slack off, you can't rest, you can't be careless, you have to constantly hunt down monsters, only then will you be worthy of those lives. In other words, whoever accepts the Baifeng egg, their future path is sealed, they are bound to become a part of the Iron Blood Legion, crawling and fighting in high-level secret realms. If you want to switch careers with Baifeng, you have to bear unimaginable pressure unless you cancel the contract and let someone else carry the burden. This burden is too heavy, I can't handle it. I'm fine in the Order Legion, why would I cause trouble for myself? You deal with it. Beep beep beep. Hello? Hello? Shisu frowned, clicking his tongue, then quickened his pace. He heard the sound of footsteps approaching from behind, tap, tap, tap. Turning around, he saw Mo2 and Bu Gaoxing. Li Ruiyuan raised his voice, are you heading home? Perfect timing, I can't pay the rent, let's squeeze together and live. The 3 of us, let's all live together. Su Hongwen, aiming to be the little brother, knew taking care of a noble person's daily needs was basic. It's fine to live together, but you need to pay. Shisu planned to buy the rented house. He wasn't afraid of tenants stealing his things, most people were honest, not petty thieves. It's just that living together wasn't convenient, especially when it came to waiting for the bathroom. He didn't want to work his anal sphincter again or risk damaging his kidneys from holding in urine. Shisu, with billions of assets, already began acting as a landlord, 2,000 a month per person. Su Hongwen agreed immediately, no problem. Li Ruiyuan spread his hands towards Su Hongwen, lend me 2,000. Daily interest, 10%. What the hell? Why don't you go rob a bank?
Su Hongwen smiled faintly, with the restraint from the thousand-year cold jade, his awkwardness passed.
He felt that nothing was a big deal anymore, calm and collected. So, will you lend it? I'll lend it. First, give me 100 million.
Li Ruiyuan had no intention of paying it back, only wanting to enjoy the remaining good times.
Su Hongwen smiled as he watched Li Ruiyuan. He had a feeling that Chi Su would send Bai Fong Lei to this unlucky soul. With Bai Fong Lei, entering the level 4 secret realm wouldn't be a dead end. No matter what the other side obtained, it would all be his. Su Hongwen had no particular thoughts about Bai Fong Lei and knew what signing with Bai Fong meant. He was interested in joining the Ironblood Legion, but didn't want to be watched while working. Moreover, when signing a Beast Master, it's best not to specialize too much. All same element, all attack type, all defense type. If the situation turns into a counter, you might as well wait for death. So, the next Beast Master couldn't be another fire type. Su Hongwen thought of the secret realm located in the desert. Earlier, he had his eye on a hamster, which was water type, so he decided to buy it. At this moment, Su Hongwen felt much better about his situation. He patted Chi Su's shoulder and returned the Ultraman, thank you. Chi Su accepted Su Hongwen's thanks and didn't get too polite. Chapter 79, The Demonized Bai Fong.
Returning to the old house. There was no one at home, the tenants had all gone to work.
Li Ruiyuan tightly pinched his nose, his face scrunched up. What is this, a trash heap? Is the house you rented better than this? Chi Su asked. Of course, I rent a duplex, over 50,000 a month. Li Ruiyuan straightened his back.
Alchemy is a dangerous job, definitely not something to be done in a group.
What if someone gets injured and sues me for money?
Most importantly, the new medicinal formula I've developed cannot be leaked.
Then you'd better hide it well, don't leak it, and don't make it, Chi Su smiled.
Innovation, huh, with your basic skills not even solid, yet you're thinking of flying.
Hide it, just in case one day someone dies from it, and the school has to take the responsibility too.
Chi Su walked into the room to pack his things. You contact the landlord, I'll buy the duplex, ask him how much it costs.
In Longyang City, houses were generally not for sale, only rented by outsiders.
To rent, one needed to prove financial stability through their company, a Beastmaster Academy, or savings to show they could pay rent, earning temporary residency rights.
If none of these were available, they would be forcibly kicked out of Longyang City.
For outsiders to buy a house and get permanent residency, there were a few special circumstances under which a sale could occur. Purple Vine students, someone who made a breakthrough in a certain academic field, or someone who killed a troublesome magical beast and made a military contribution. And he had found the 9 creation pages, which was a major achievement, giving him the qualification to buy a house.
Only he could buy it, Su Hongwen and Li Ruiyuan couldn't. Li Ruiyuan held his phone and went out.
Not long after, he came back with a price, 55 million, no bargaining.
I will.
Chi Su dragged the warm nest and placed it in front of Li Ruiyuan, sincerely saying, from now on, we are teammates, life and death are bound together.
We are also roommates, our bond is exceptional. This is a gift for you to celebrate our meeting, take it. What is this?
Li Ruiyuan bent down in confusion, used his finger to open the window, and suddenly his eyes widened. In an instant, his eyes welled up with tears, and he raised his hand to hug Chi Su. You are so good to me.
I hated you so much, and you gave me a beast. We are friends, don't be so formal, quickly sign it, Chi Su said, certain that Li Ruiyuan didn't know what kind of beast this was.
Apart from medicinal herbs, Brainless was a complete novice at anything else.
Thank you. Li Ruiyuan didn't want the beast, but how could he not accept something free?
His face thicker than Su Hongwen's, he didn't say more and pulled out a sewing kit from his pocket. Inside the kit, there was no thread, only long and soft needles. Li Ruiyuan said, I can also do acupuncture, if anyone feels uncomfortable, feel free to come to me. Otherwise, I can try it now, after the needles, you'll feel completely relaxed.
No need. Chi Su and Su Hongwen spoke in unison. I can make pills comes first, I can do acupuncture doesn't have much convincing power, does it? Li Ruiyuan shrugged, not caring.
He took out a needle, held his pinky, and carefully poked the needle's tip downward.
Hiss. He drew in a cold breath, but the needle tip didn't break the skin.
He calmed his mind and continued, concentrating on it.
Hiss. His finger still didn't break the skin. Li Ruiyuan bit his lips, tightened his pinky, and encouraged himself.
The needle tip was getting closer, and suddenly, Su Hongwen nudged him with his elbow, and the needle tip plunged a whole inch into his fingertip. At the moment blood began to seep out, Li Ruiyuan felt his heart race, his body temperature soar, his face turned bright red, and his breath grew heavier. His eyes rolled up, and he collapsed, fainting to the ground.
Chi Su. Su Hongwen. It was obvious that Li Ruiyuan had fainted from the sight of blood. How could a person be this weak? How could he be this weak? Chisu let out a deep breath through his nose, grabbed Li Ruiyuan's arm, and moved him into the warm nest, performing the blood sign contract. The egg contract was the simplest. It didn't matter whether it felt good or not, it couldn't be refused. Suddenly, a red magic circle blossomed from beneath the egg, and the shell cracked with several lines of fractures. Li Ruiyuan sensed it and weakly opened his eyes. A single-legged little bird broke out of the shell, jumping in front of him, covered in sticky fluid. Its damp blue feathers had red patterns, and its white beak. Bai Fong. It chirped, sounding clear and pleasant. As it chirped, it shot out small flames, singeing the fine hairs on Li Ruiyuan's face and constantly pecking at his nose, as if trying to peck out blackheads. Bai Fong, Bai Fong. Beast name, one-legged crane Bai Fong, ancient mutant beast. Level, juvenile body. Grade, elite. Attribute, fire. Loyalty, 0. Skill 1, Bai Fong condenses flames at the tip of its beak and strikes precisely. The affected area becomes like heat disease, burning and swelling, causing the enemy to fall into a burning state. Aha! Li Ruiyuan's nose was hit. There was no fierce flame, but from his nose tip, a waxy white color gradually spread. Water! Water! Aha! He covered his face, screaming in agony, rolling back and forth. Su Hongwen, help! Chisu tightened the Ultraman, pulling Li Ruiyuan's arm hard. They struggled with all their might, finally prying Li Ruiyuan's hand off his face and applying the eternal cold jade to soothe the pain. Its coldness gently and subtly seeped into his veins and bones, slowly pulling out the fire poison. In just a few seconds, Li Ruiyuan's face swelled up like a white steamed bun, with the skin cracking and curling. If I'm disfigured, I won't let you off, he weakly muttered. Don't worry, it's just a small injury. Chisu grabbed the still fiery Bai Fong and shoved it into the warm nest, along with the Ultraman. At first, there was quite a ruckus inside, but within a few seconds, it calmed down. Chisu peeked through the window. The Bai Fong bird blinked its eyes, obedient beyond measure, as if it hadn't just attacked its master's beast. At this point, Chisu could only have Su Hongwen carry Li Ruiyuan to the hospital to reduce the swelling. Dragging his warm nest and luggage, he put down the old house key, saying goodbye to the poor past. Ruiyuan, you must not cancel the contract. Chisu started his smooth talk. What is most important in alchemy? Timing. Exactly, the heat source. Chisu forced the argument. The Bai Fong bird is a fire-type beast, it fits you perfectly. You'll save money on fire sources. Besides, you don't want to get blown up every time, right? Li Ruiyuan fell silent. Chisu continued, raising loyalty is easy, Bai Fong doesn't eat grains, only meat. There's lots of meat in the market, cheaper than grains, this kid is easy to feed, really easy. If it's picky, you need to work on other ways to raise loyalty. Feed it rare treasures, play with it every day, treat it like a king. Li Ruiyuan was persuaded, feeling that Bai Fong was indeed practical, then let it be like this. Chisu lowered his head and breathed a sigh of relief. No wonder it's a demon egg, born with such strong aggression. Forget about parents or masters, it doesn't care. It will take some effort to raise it. He got down to business. Later, you signed the sale contract with the owner. I need to go to the auction to buy a Kongming jade. Ruiyuan, do you have jade? Yes, isn't it necessary? Li Ruiyuan took out a palm-sized Kongming jade, 20 million, bought at the auction. It was 100% genuine, no deception, but Chisu was puzzled. Why didn't you put the alchemy tools in it? Are they full? No, it seems broken, can't store it. Broken? Chisu took the Kongming jade with suspicion, turning it over, no cracks. Did you do blood recognition to claim it? No, do I have to? I have built feelings with it for over a year, must I shed blood? Tisk. Chisu clicked his tongue, isn't that nonsense? You build feelings with a piece of jade. The jade spirit can transform, why not cultivate? Li Ruiyuan kept arguing, avoiding pricking his finger. Without a word, Chisu grabbed Li Ruiyuan's fingertip and squeezed blood out, successfully claiming the master. So-called 10 fingers connected to the heart, Li Ruiyuan screamed in heart-wrenching pain, frantically hitting Su Hongwen's shoulders, biting the upper lip hard. Su Hongwen held back his own cries, squeezing out words through his teeth. Sign the contract yourself, I'm going to the beast shop. After buying the beast, he still needed to go to the auction for an awakening fruit, to turn a hamster into a mutant beast. He hadn't wanted to sign for a second beast so quickly, it was rushed, but the secret realm was set in the desert, no choice. Chisu heard Su Hongwen's words, understanding his intention. Actually, he also needed to go to the beast shop to buy a second beast. Normally, with teammates preparing food, he wouldn't need to stock up. But the other person is Su Hongwen, who trusts him. Never. Anyway, Chisu didn't believe it, the oath was like farting. Holding an awakening fruit, no need to waste time finding ancient beasts, even normal mutant beasts were strong. He had already decided what animal to buy, nature's transporter. Ants. Transporting food and water produced by Wanyao fish in Fuzhou. Chapter 80, Opening the Blind Box. The inside of the official auction felt like an emptied church, the air filled with wood, leather, and perfume mixed together. The front desk was a whole curved marble block, cold white with gray ink-colored veins, polished to a shine, almost reflecting people's shadows. A woman around 35 or 36 stood behind the desk, wearing a neatly cut black suit dress. A small numbered badge pinned at her collar. From afar she looked like a head teacher. Shisu looked at her, rubbing his neck and smoothing his hair, feeling extremely nervous. It was his first time coming to bid on treasures. Unfamiliar with the process, worried about saying something wrong and being laughed at, yet afraid that asking too many questions might make the other party show impatience and then use an excuse to kick him out of Longyang City. Hello. The woman smiled and nodded. Hello, are you here to handle the entrusted auction, or to participate in the bidding? She did not intentionally maintain herself, allowing the years to leave traces on her face. Her lips, which were covered in lipstick, showed faint vertical lines. Unlike the young girls, whose lips were full and rosy without a single wrinkle. In comparison, it was clear that the middle-aged woman had a stronger sense of approachability, bringing people closer together. Shisu gradually relaxed. I'm here for the auction, to buy the empty void jade. There is a session for the empty void jade today. Her voice was neither too high nor too low, very professional, focusing only on the key points. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, in the third auction hall, there is still a preview going on. She turned sideways, took a dark blue covered album from under the counter, flipped to a page, turned it over, and pushed it toward Shisu. On the page was an image of an empty void jade, with the number and estimated price printed in the lower right corner. The number was not large, but printed clearly, starting at 10 million. This is the album for this session. Take a look first. If you want to participate in the bidding, you need to first get a bidding number, check the funds in your account, and the process will take about 3 to 5 minutes. When it's time for the auction, you can go directly into the hall with the number. Shisu understood and asked, how much money is needed in the account to be qualified for bidding? The starting liquid funds are 500 million. Real estate, spiritual plants, beast taming items, antiques, and so on do not count, to prevent someone from artificially driving up prices or running away with bids. Okay. Shisu silently returned the album. The fragment of the creation stone had not made a profit. The resources in the secret realm that weren't needed for now were listed on the appraisal platform, and they sold for over 200 million. Additionally, the most expensive resource was the fragment of the sky repair stone, with an estimated price of 200 billion. But just as the appraiser had said back then, it had a price but no market, and it wouldn't sell anytime soon. As for the prize from the battle royale, he planned to keep it for himself and not sell it. Subtracting the money for buying a house, there was about 200 million in liquid funds left in his pocket. Shisu thought for a moment, then took out the fragment of the sky repair stone from his luggage. I'll sell this first. You only accept entrusted auctions at night, right? The auction house takes in treasures for appraisal in the evening and handles bidding customers during the day. It was only 3 in the afternoon, so the front desk staff hadn't switched shifts yet. The woman before him didn't handle entrusted auctions, so she probably didn't know what the sky repair stone fragment was. It's okay, give it to me, and I'll pass it on to my night shift colleagues. The woman put on gloves and took the sky repair stone fragment with both hands. Has it been listed on the appraisal platform? It has been listed. Take it down. The auction house takes priority. After it's successfully sold, I'll contact you. The service fee is at 25% commission. Okay. Shisu was about to leave his phone number, but the woman smiled and said, no need, I know you, the champion of the battle royale, you're very famous. The officials kept your contact details and look forward to your future performance. Is there anything else? Shisu shook his head, no, thank you. He hoisted his bags and dragged the warm nest as he walked out. Seeing him leave, the front desk staff picked up the phone and dialed Yilin Chuang's number. Miss, the champion came to sell the sky repair stone fragment. Any instructions? Push it back, delay it until after the next battle royale, then release it for sale. Delay for 2 months? This. Yilin Chuang said confidently, the sky repair stone is hard to sell in the first place. It's completely normal to delay it this long. Besides, I'm helping him, not trying to harm him. Mutated beasts and ancient mutated beasts are mostly controlled by the children of wealthy families. If they suffer severe injury, the beast tamers won't casually euthanize them, their owners will spare no expense to save them. Only after the battle royale ends can treasures that repair damaged foundations be sold, and they will sell for even more. The sky repair stone fragment is the only one. Those rich second-generation heirs will fight to the death over it, and the final price will far exceed 200 billion. We make money by taking a commission, so we have to wait for the right moment to release this treasure. Maximize our own benefit. If Chisu earns more, we earn more too. Win-win.
Hide the broken skystone fragments.
Don't let certain people buy them early. If we earn less, it's a loss, understand? Front desk staff, I understand.
Chisu braved the biting cold wind, riding fast toward the beast shop. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks, eyes full of confusion. This void jade was something I bid on at the auction. To join the auction, the minimum liquid funds are 500 million.
Li Rui Yuan.
He is much richer than he imagined.
Is it really so profitable to chase debts on the main line? Could it be?
Chisu shook his head. No matter how rich Li Rui Yuan once was, now he has nothing. He missed the chance to latch onto a big spender. Chisu pushed open the beast shop door, warm air rushing out. Welcome to the clerk bent halfway, glanced at Chisu, then straightened up and perfunctorily said nothing more. Look around as you like. If you want young beasts or low-quality ones, go elsewhere.
We don't sell trash here. Chisu frowned, dropping his bag. Classic old trick to make customers spend more. He deliberately decided to buy the cheapest.
To let the clerk know, she didn't see the wrong person.
The beast shop was high-end.
Every beast had its own small room. Inside each room, built according to the beast's ecological habits. Some were covered with green fairy grass, some full of stones and sand. The glass walls were crystal clear, Chisu could see every detail of the beasts. He stood in front of the simulated desert room, looking at ants as tall as him. The beast info and price were pinned to the wall.
Good quality mature body carnivorous marching ant earth attribute, price 30 million. Earth-type Chisu murmured, the same as the Earth Dragon Lord. It wasn't a problem.
He had the awakening fruit, feeding it to a beast caused mutation, with random attributes.
But mutation carried risks.
The new skills might change from useful to useless. He wanted a hard-working, diligent, nature's laborer. Not a super ant king that calls storms and shakes the world.
It was like opening a blind box.
Spend 30 million plus one awakening fruit to get a suitable one, the odds were slim.
He had the magic eye. Normally, he should handle this calmly and easily. But the awakening fruit was a variable.
Even with cheats, it didn't guarantee success.
It was a gamble.
If he failed, he'd cry and roll on the ground.
He might really cry then. 30 million, can you afford it?
The clerk raised an eyebrow and asked.
Chisu was torn, not wanting to be disturbed. I am really poor. Don't provoke me.
Even if you provoke me, I have no money.
Just sit there. No money, then leave. No watching. I insist on watching. If not, call the police.
The clerk lost her temper, muttering shameless, then stopped pressing the matter and turned to serve others.
Ah. Chisu was startled, following the clerk's fearful gaze.
Oh, Xiaowan, what a coincidence.
Su Hongwen looked around helplessly, asking the clerk, do you have hamsters?
At this time, he couldn't buy young ones. Raising them to the 4th level secret realm wouldn't help.
The minimum had to be mature.
If lucky, breaking through to complete body would barely work. The clerk stepped back, shaking her head repeatedly, no.
Go look elsewhere. Su Hongwen noticed a fat little hamster, looked at the price, 20 million. Isn't this here? I can afford it. Pack it for me.
The clerk smiled awkwardly, perfunctorily, sorry, this beast is reserved.
Go look elsewhere. The beast shop has many. It wasn't personal. She had to take responsibility for the beasts. Appearance comes from heart.
Buyers who look neither human nor ghost, dangerous to provoke.
Who knew their psychology? Abuse the beast? Who could trust that? Chapter 81, Lord of Billions.
Su Hongwen understood the urging, eyes dark, slowly leaving the beast shop. Chisu hurried after him with luggage and warm nest.
Let's go check the ghost market. I know it's not open at this time. But the treasure mall is open, right?
Inside, they only sell high-end goods.
Let's go.
That place is full of all kinds of people, and Su Hongwen in this state won't draw too much attention.
On the road, Su Hongwen sulkily tried to start a topic. What do you want to buy? Ants.
I looked at that army ant just now for a long time, couldn't decide, need to look again. Chisu thought it wasn't wise to pick army ants. Army ants are aggressive and deadly. If they mutate, their skills would probably become stronger in this direction, maybe turning into a dark-type assassin. Red fire ants are even worse, their combat power is stronger, they dare to bite wires, often causing short circuits or small fires.
If mutated, they might become thunder warriors. Then bullet ants, their stings cause extreme pain, venom has neurotoxins, main poison, dark-type sneaky bee?
In short, none of these are what he wants. After thinking, only the most common leafcutter ants are left. Leafcutter ants are large, obviously honest, big guys. They have strong jaws, carry food on their backs, hold some in their mouths, and bring home a full harvest, chosen workers of heaven. Even without food and drink, as long as there are leaves, they can grow mushrooms themselves to eat. Leafcutter ants, as their name says, cut leaves and live on leaf juice. Luckily, Chisu had a big pile of leaves. The iron armored tree leaves weren't sold, used for defense. Since they weren't allowed in the level 4 secret realm, he could give some to feed the leafcutter ants.
You want to buy a hamster, right? Chisu asked.
Yes. Chisu looked at Su Hongwen. This man usually didn't talk much, and when not stressed, was quite quiet. He remembered the afternoon auction had awakening fruits, starting at 50 million.
Su Hongwen, who had 1.3 billion, would definitely try to grab them.
He said, if you have spare money, help me buy a void spirit jade.
I don't have bidding rights. I'll transfer you the money later.
Su Hongwen paused, stopped walking, eyes full of disbelief. I help you? The word help hit him heavily, like it touched his heart. He laughed, but it was a fierce laugh. I help, so what else do you need me to help with?
Chisu lifted the corner of his mouth. Aren't you going to buy my marrow cleansing pill?
I urgently need money, very urgent, let's trade now. Urgently need money. Su Hongwen emphasized the key words, took out his phone and transferred money to Chisu.
Wait. Chisu said deliberately, you want to bid for the awakening fruit.
100 million more or less makes a big difference.
Be careful not to miss it. We'll talk tonight. Su Hongwen stubbornly entered the transfer password, you come first.
At the same time, the invisible mountain pressing on him seemed much lighter. Chisu gave Su Hongwen the lower grade marrow cleansing pill, looking at the other's blooming happy face, full of helplessness in his eyes. He pointed to the luggage, continuing to use the favor. My arm is sore, can't lift it.
I'll do it. Su Hongwen immediately took the bag and warm nest, smiling even more.
Chisu, I'm a bit cold, give me your coat to wear. Here. Chisu, I'm so hungry I can't walk, want a sesame pancake with skewers. I'll go get it for you. Chisu, I'm so tired, help me stop a taxi, you pay. Okay. The taxi stopped at the quiet Ghost Market entrance. Su Hongwen got off feeling refreshed, strolled with Chisu in the treasure mall, in such a good mood he didn't avoid anyone, head held high. Chisu no longer paid attention to Su Hongwen, secretly communicating with the demon eye with his soul. Give me 1,000 spirit points to sign a mature body, or I die with you. Give me 1,000 spirit points to sign a mature body, or I die with you.
I beg you. Oh no. This old beast refuses both soft and hard. Chisu. Su Hongwen seemed to remember something. I remember you just looked at mature bodies, you can't sign, right? I can't sign, I'll buy it first, isn't it okay to keep it with me to raise?
Su Hongwen said seriously, but you can't casually put it into the beast space, very inconvenient.
Besides, you can't see the beast panel or loyalty.
Raising it this way is very dangerous.
Chisu admitted Su Hongwen was right. But he had to buy it.
The only downside was that it couldn't be controlled freely, and he couldn't check the loyalty to the master, but it wasn't a big deal. I'm determined to buy it, but you have to help me, take care of it with me. Upon hearing this, Su Hongwen immediately performed a Sichuan opera face-changing act, smiling lightly, alright. After visiting a few shops, the two bought a good quality, mature beast.
A giant leaf-cutting ant and a giant hamster.
The leaf-cutting ant was rust red, with an exceptionally wide head. Its side-shaped jaws opened and closed, the edges sharp, and the inside serrated like a saw. This was the main tool for cutting leaves, located on either side of its mouthparts.
Hamster, come here. Su Hongwen called the beast.
He spent 1,000 spiritual energy to form a contract with the hamster, dropping his spiritual energy to 1311. He couldn't help but twitch his lips, feeling like he lost billions. Now, only if the hamster mutated, would it feel worth it. It was already 4:30 p.m. when they left the mall, half an hour before the auction started. Su Hongwen quickly flagged down a car for Chisu. How big does the void jade need to be? It should be about the same as yours, thanks for the trouble.
No trouble, I'm off.
Su Hongwen said, not waiting for Chisu to speak, running off immediately. Chisu looked up at the 2-meter-tall leaf-cutting ant, lying on the ground. He thought to himself, with such size, it wouldn't even fit in a taxi. So careless, only worrying about saving face. He told the driver, we won't take the car, sorry.
No problem. The driver drove away. Follow me.
Chisu waved to the leaf-cutting ant, dragging his luggage to a quiet roadside. He took out the protective leaf and moved it next to the ant's mandibles, bribing it, the extraordinary leaf can only eat a little, don't be greedy. Once it mutates, you can eat a whole one, but still not too much, just one piece every few days. As long as you listen, I'll make you the strongest worker, no, the strongest ant king.
The leaf-cutting ant picked up the leaf with its forelimbs, its black eyes shining brightly. It slightly raised its body, then lowered it again, repeating this motion several times, as if expressing thanks. "Oh, you're so polite." Chi-Su liked it. He opened his bag, took out the awakening fruit, but before he could speak, the leaf-cutting ant suddenly lowered its head and snatched it away. Though its action looked fierce, it didn't hurt Chi-Su's hand, it was just a bit clumsy and silly. It seemed like it was teasing Chi-Su, as it lowered its head again, trying to bump into Chi-Su's palm. But this time, it didn't control its strength, directly knocking Chi-Su over, causing him to fall. "It's okay, it's okay, it's okay." Chi-Su waved his hand when he saw the ant trying to help him up. At that moment, the leaf-cutting ant curled into a ball, its claws on both sides retracted. Then, a flash of white light suddenly erupted. Its entire rusty red color faded, replaced by a clean, shiny white. The fur on its surface tightly adhered, forming countless tiny prism structures. With a heart full of excitement, Chi-Su trembled as he put on his sunglasses. This blind box would show its true colors at a glance. Beast name, Billion Lord Light Ant, Mutated Beast. Level, Mature. Grade, Good. Attributes, Light. Skill 1, Store light sources, which can be used for illumination, and the light energy can condense into scorching rays for attack. Skill 2, can instantly emit a brief blinding flash and use its mirror-like appearance to create an invisibility effect. Skill 3, activate a magic circle within a 500-meter radius, replicating multiple versions of itself with synchronized thoughts. Only 2 words echoed in Chi-Su's mind. Perfect. Chapter 82, Restraint. On the other end of the phone, Li Ruiyuan's voice was full of laughter. "The paperwork is done, the door code is my chest, waist, and hip measurements, 115.80.120. Don't force your way into the locked room, that's my privacy." After speaking, he instantly got into character, crying and wailing along with the funeral service team, pounding his chest and stomping his feet, tears streaming down, his nose bubbles popping. Chi-Su hung up the phone with a dark face. Isn't this the ultimate scheme? He wanted to learn from LVN to fake amnesia, but he still had to go home and input that password. "What kind of person?" he mumbled, following the navigation to walk. Beside him, the light ant carrying luggage turned heads everywhere. Pedestrians on both sides of the road all stopped to watch, taking out their phones to snap photos, spinning 360 degrees with no blind spots. There are only 3 light ants in the world, right? Yes, found in a level 7 secret realm, but they were killed by the Ironblood Legion, costing the boss a lot of effort. Look at it, mirror-like body, place it in the desert, the ocean, any place with simple scenery, it just stands by you, you wouldn't even notice. Light ants are the strongest among ants, even among all mutant beasts, they rank top class. That kid is really lucky. Huh? Is he the champion of the contest? It's really him. Quick, quick, quick. The crowd immediately surged forward, blocking Chi-Su's every step. Everyone became little reporters, using their fists as microphones, wishing to press them to his face. I heard your spirit power is only 1 point, so you haven't bonded with this light ant yet, right? Are you thinking of selling it? How much? The next contest is set in the level 4 desert. The official Wisteria website has only 4 words, go all out. Do you still dare to join? There are many negative comments about you online, molesting cousin Chi Rongrong, oppressing and humiliating new stars in Jialan. Also, teacher Chen Jingzhong was only doing his job, removing unqualified students, yet you held grudges. Do you have anything to explain? People spoke one after another, each with their own opinion. Your cousins all died, your second uncle turned white-haired overnight, his timber company had to sell timber cheaply due to oversupply from this contest, facing bankruptcy, you are the contest champion, part of the family, no matter what happened before, you should go home to help with the funeral, give some money to help him through, that's right, moreover he raised you, shouldn't you be filial for your cousins under his knees? Teacher Chen Jingzhong actually did nothing wrong, I think people should have broader minds, since you got 2 top-class beasts, full of pride, you shouldn't dwell on the past, it makes you petty, I suggest you learn from Lu Xiao of Wisteria Academy. The voices grew louder, sharper, like soft knives wrapped in reason, stabbing at his heart one by one. Chi-Su didn't respond. He knew, in such a situation, any response would be twisted, maliciously edited, spun into 17 or 18 versions, branding him an unforgivable sinner. Many stars had lessons in front of him, he didn't want to follow their path. He understood all the reasoning, all of it. But hearing so many people spreading blind goodwill, his anger surged, burning his throat dry, his knuckles cracking as he clenched his fists. His silence made others even bolder. Jialan fought a brilliant battle, winning 9 prizes, pushing Wisteria to 10th place, but think carefully, your hoarding of multiple prizes, how is it different from Wisteria before? Why not gather resources and give other schools a chance to rank? Master Appraiser Magic Eye is in your school, the Genesis Fragment, did he find it or you? I tend to think he found it, he once claimed he would fight for first place, but gave the chance to you, facing online mockery himself. Both Magic Eye and the disfigured Jalan New Star act Loki, gaining much favor, yet you love the spotlight, openly challenging Wisteria. Have you thought of the situation of your schoolmates? Will they be oppressed or retaliated against because of you? Shisu closed his eyes briefly. He told himself not to be impulsive, not to be tricked. These people just wanted to anger him, capture his loss of composure, and post it online, bringing shame to the school. But his fists were still clenched, a subtle sting spreading from his palms to his arms, then to his chest. There was a fire there, burning his organs, churning inside. Shisu suddenly opened his eyes wide. A punch was thrown towards the man who was still chattering endlessly. The fist, accompanied by the gust of wind, slammed straight towards the constantly opening and closing mouth. Shut up already! Smack! A hand firmly grasped his wrist. The force wasn't strong, but it was precise, just enough to catch the joint where he was exerting force, making it hard for his fingers to form a fist, feeling numb and swollen. You still need more training in your temperament. A gentle voice came from the side. Shisu turned his head, his face expressionless. LV Yenma. You've been following me? Stop dreaming. LV Yenma sneered, his gaze flicking towards the ghost market. Just buying a new beast. My car is blocked because of the scene you caused. I had to walk a couple of steps and even act as a traffic cop to disperse the crowd. Someone recognized him. It's young Master LV. LV Yenma from Zetu. Young Master LV, tell us, he hit someone, you saw it, right? How can someone like him be a champion? LV Yenma tilted his head, staring at the phone the person was holding up, still smiling. I saw it. But I suggest you delete the video. You filmed me, and I'm someone who doesn't like trouble. The person's face changed, hurriedly trying to delete the video. LV Yenma said no more, grabbing Chisu's arm and whispering, let's go. Chisu instinctively tried to break free, but LV Yenma's strength was much greater than his, almost dragging him out of the crowd, with Guang Yi following closely behind. LV Yenma walked into the quiet ghost market, looked back, and released his grip. Luckily, you didn't let Guang Yi step in to teach him a lesson, or it would have been treated as a magical beast and killed. Human lives always come before beasts, that's a strict rule. If I did it myself, it would be worse. You'd end up in a detention center for a few days, with fines to pay. Time and money would be wasted for nothing. Do your thing, don't worry about me. Shisu crouched down, lowering his head, his chest heaving violently, eyes a little red, but his emotions were gradually settling. LV Yenma bent down, hands on his knees. Everyone's been cursed at, even the highest authorities have been insulted by the public, but have you seen anyone lose their temper and hit someone? You can't stop others from talking. No matter how perfect you are, others will always find faults. Don't care about what others say, especially those who are beneath you. Their barking is nothing but dog noise. Why bother arguing with a few dogs? Although this analogy was insulting, Chisu did feel much better. LV Yenma continued smoothly, you help me. No. If you won't look, then don't look. I don't want you to help me pick a new beast. I'll keep it hidden as my trump card to destroy you. Don't worry, I won't make you go home with me. No need. Shisu lightly refused, turning towards Guang Yi. Guang Yi sensed the master's intention, lowering its body and opening its mouthparts. Without hesitation, Shisu crawled inside. The next second, Guang Yi's entire body shimmered with fine light patterns as it activated Skill 2. Countless mirrors reflected one another at precise angles, distorting and refracting the surrounding light, eventually blending with the environment. At first glance, the area appeared to be a blur of air, as if a transparent heat wave was gently trembling. LV Yenma raised an eyebrow. If this were in the desert, this thing would indeed be invincible, as it would be completely undetectable by the naked eye. As the blurry air returned to normal, he thoughtfully rubbed his chin. I need to find a beast that counters it. He pondered for a while and then asked the approaching bodyguard, Principal Jialan has an extraordinary beast called the Shadow Bloodbat, right? Yes, young master, would you like to buy it? Machem, it has to be a bat, doesn't it? LV Yenma spoke confidently. The bat's characteristic is that it emits invisible sound waves, which return after touching an object, forming a precise 3D sonar image in the mind. This skill is unaffected by optical invisibility, a perfect counter. He glanced at his watch and quickly walked towards the luxury car parked by the roadside. Let's go to the auction house to bid on an awakening fruit. Call the front desk and make sure they place the awakening fruit last for sale. Understood. Chapter 83, Auction. The auction venue. The lights dimmed, leaving only a spotlight on the void jade. The VIP seats were in the front row, where several auctioneers in suits and leather shoes sat upright, their paddles faintly glimmering in their hands. The auctioneer stood at the front, wearing white gloves, speaking in a calm, measured tone. 10 million, 1 million, going once. In the front row, Chen Jingzhong turned his head and glanced at the crowd in the back. There weren't many bidders, scattered here and there, and among them, there was one he knew all too well. Jialan Xinqing, Su Hongwen.
It seemed like he had just arrived, sweat covering his face and head, his whole body appearing worn out, faintly emitting a stench. Chen Jingzhong grimaced in disgust and opened his fan to cover his nose and mouth. He slightly tilted his head and whispered to the person next to him, Guchuan, that price just now was called by Jialan. Help me raise it a bit for my uncle. The February competition clearly focused on beast cores. Desert oases were scarce, the land barren, with no rare treasures for Jialan to choose from. Only countless magical beasts remained. The Void Jade directly determined how many cores participants could bring out from the desert. Otherwise, even if they killed many, it wouldn't matter if they couldn't bring back enough cores. Chen Jingzhong didn't want Su Hongwen to get it so easily, but as the Purple Vine mentor with a prestigious status, it wasn't appropriate for him to openly compete with a younger generation. So he sent out another younger person. Xiaochuan, did you hear what my uncle said? Guchuan gave no reply, his face stern as he fed a grub to the three-eyed crow. Purple Vine had fallen, and ultimately, it was all because of his uncle. Everything began because of him. To defend the position of the Purple Vine overlord, for the sake of Purple Vine and his uncle's reputation, he had no choice but to help clean up the mess, showing up in the secret realm to endure hardships like a wild person. He had been raised in comfort since childhood, when had he ever suffered such hardships? Up until now, his uncle still didn't think there was anything wrong. He believed the things said online were right, that he had only done what a mentor should do, advising poor students to drop out. What was wrong with that? This was not wrong. But his mistake was that he shouldn't have let the tiger return to the mountain. Now, he was even pushing him to do these disgraceful things. Raising the price intentionally wasn't just insulting Su Hongwen, it was insulting him. Why should he lower himself to compete with a poor person for a worthless jade? What was the point? Seeing that Guchuan ignored him, Chen Jingzhong could only give up and let Su Hongwen win the bid for the Void Jade, patiently waiting for his true goal for coming here. The Awakening Fruit. He was a Tier 3 Beastmaster with 3 mutated beasts. One was an epic-level extraordinary body, and 2 were good-quality complete bodies. For now, he didn't need the Awakening Fruit. But he didn't have an ancient mutated beast. And normal mutated beasts also came in many grades. The 3 he had were all lower tier. The Dark System Xianyu Wolf, the Electric Winged Rock, and the Windwalking White Elephant. He had once sparred with Lu Jia's younger sister, who released only one extraordinary Qilin. With a shield activated, it knocked all his beasts down without a scratch. It could be called a one-hit kill without exaggeration. Chi Su and Su Hongwen each had an ancient mutated beast, and they also obtained an ancient by Feng. If they fought, he was likely to lose. But fortunately, the Earth Dragon Sovereign, Phoenix, and Bai Feng had little use in the desert. Where could the water wizarding Zhus, shield-creating Qilin, grain-forming Ray Fish, and control-casting Cheng Huang be more useful? Chen Jingzhong thought from the enemy's perspective. Jialan had to first solve the food and water problem, so he would definitely need a second beast. The only prize in the competition was an awakening fruit, and if the skill awakened wasn't good, he would have to buy another beast and an awakening fruit to continue gambling, until he hit something useful. If one hoped for instant success, that was just a fantasy. There were many beasts on the market, but there were few awakening fruits found in advanced secret realms. As long as they snatched the awakening fruit, Jialan would be in trouble. When would the awakening fruit be in stock at the auction house? That was uncertain. It may take 1 or 2 weeks, it may take 1 or 2 months, it can greatly slow down Jialan's growth. Since he cannot raise his own limit, he will lower the opponent's limit, very simple logic. Chen Jingzhong is determined to win, even buying it to display would not be cheaper than Su Hongwen. He noticed the order of the rare items for sale had changed, the awakening fruit that should have appeared had not been put on the stage. He whispered to Guchuan, "It seems someone else wants to grab the awakening fruit, who do you think it is?" Only a few people could change the order of rare items in the auction house. Guchuan did not hesitate, Lu Yanma. If others are late, they would wait for the next round. Only Lu Yanma does not follow the rules, does whatever he wants, the whole world must revolve around him. The auction house does not want to offend anyone, they can only change the established rules. Chen Jingzhong also thought it must be young Master Lu. He smiled knowingly, leaned back comfortably in his chair. Since Lu Yanma is taking action, he does not need to sell face to compete with juniors, it would look improper if spread. 2 hours passed. The last rare item of this round was presented. Traffic on the road, Lu Yanma rushed into the hall hurriedly. He stared at the awakening fruit starting at 50 million, said little, 200 million. 210 million. Su Hongwen raised his paddle. 300 million. 310 million. 400 million. 410 million. Lu Yanma slightly squinted, looked at the malicious competitor, the poor guy. Oh, not malicious competition, just really poor. He thought for a moment, smiled gently, then I will let you have it. Su Hongwen's heart tightened, his hand raising the paddle trembled.
Let, but the other really was letting. But this time, he had to accept it. Su Hongwen lowered his head, stood up, slightly bowed to Lu Yenma. Thank you, I will repay you in the future. Lu Yenma did not believe Su Hongwen's polite words at all. Some people's polite words are only 2 words, thank you. Some people's polite words come from the heart, truly sincere, even repay small things honestly. But when big matters come, involving their own interests, they change face. He did not see through Su Hongwen's essence. All people are like Su Hongwen, no exception. No need for thanks, I also have a request. Lu Yenma gestured politely, I will send you back to school. Letting Su Hongwen have the awakening fruit, the benefit outweighs the harm. First, his yielding will spread through the auction house. The value of the awakening fruit is known to all. Su Hongwen used the yielded awakening fruit. If in the next competition Jialan wins again, this will be remembered, and Lu Yenma of the Zitong clan will be praised. Jialan's championship is no longer only by his own effort, Zitong deserves credit. Second, he wants to buy Principal Jialan's treasured beast, the pet bat. Su Hongwen accepted his favor, he must speak for him. He valued the bat's own skill, and the growth level of its extraordinary body, locking it tightly for Guangyike's death. He did not need the awakening fruit much, later there will be more auctions, or he buys at a high price, many will compete to give it. Besides, the awakening fruit's change, no matter how the bat mutates, core features, echo positioning cannot be changed. The bat moves by sound waves. After taking the awakening fruit, its hearing will be super enhanced. Finally, if he gets the bat with the awakening fruit, Jialan originally could have won, now completely lost. Chapter 84 Very Tight Lips. Lu Yenma followed Su Hongwen to get 2 rare items, thoughtfully helped him open the car door. Hungry? Shall we eat first? Su Hongwen silently shook his head, asked softly, why do you want the bat? The principal has the ancient beast Lushu, with his spirit power, 1 beast can be replaced, extra beasts must be sold. But Lu Yenma wants the bat, the principal's most treasured, whether it will be sold is uncertain. Jialan winning the championship did not bring much profit to the principal, he also did not let students take endorsements, to avoid affecting cultivation speed, he only wants fame. The school has no money. If Lu Yenma's asking price is too high, it might still sell. Why would I need a bat? Lu Yenma repeated Su Hongwen's words, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. Could Su Hongwen not know that Chi Su had gotten the light ant? Asking why he would need it, isn't the answer obvious? Chi Su, really? Lu Yenma remained calm, of course it's to prepare for the next championship. Buying an awakening fruit isn't just signing a second beast, right? I also want to sign a second one. Monsters in the desert usually hide under the sand, invisible to the naked eye. I need a beast that can find things by sound. I have money, why not just buy a transcendent body? Oh. Su Hongwen thought, if the bat followed Lu Yenma, it would live better. Though the principal was pained, for the school's growth and the beast's future, he would likely let go. Arriving at school. Su Hongwen did not forget his debt of kindness, he personally led Lu Yenma to meet the principal and guide him. He knocked on the office door. Xiong Meng was about to rest, laying a blanket on the sofa. Su Hongwen got straight to the point, explaining everything, helping Lu Yenma make the deal. I think selling is better. You go out first. Xiong Meng gestured for Lu Yenma to sit. Then I'll go home. I'm living with Chi Su now. Su Hongwen couldn't invite the principal to move in for Chi Su, he had no right. Go, close the door. Only the 2 of them remained in the room. Xiong Meng no longer held back, someone posted a photo of the light ant online, captioned, Champion Jialan acting big, hitting people in the street. You're buying my bat to target Chi Su, right? I won't sell. Go back. Lu Yenma had anticipated this. Middle-aged men were harder to deal with than kids, he knew this. So besides money, he proposed a second condition Xiong Meng could not refuse. Wisteria has a 3-star alchemist. I can help you heal Su Hongwen's face. As far as I know, you've been asking about the Jade Marrow rejuvenating flower in the alchemist group chat, but nothing has progressed. With a 3-star alchemist's help, Su Hongwen can be saved. Lu Yenma crossed his hands under his chin, smiling. You can refuse me, keep showing your pride. But I can't promise that once I leave this door, the rejuvenating flower will still be intact in your hands. Xiong Meng slammed the coffee table, furious, you're threatening me. Lu Yenma said calmly, I'm not threatening you, I'm just stating a fact, kindly reminding you. Besides, you have General Magic Eye, he's your ace, not Chi Su, not the bat. Why cling to it? Xiong Meng's eyes widened, teeth clenched tight. Chi Su and Magic Eye are basically the same person. But how could he say that out loud? He had another secret, 2 secrets in total, neither could be revealed. Xiong Meng thought about it all, weighing pros and cons carefully. After a long time, he cancelled the contract with the bat, and boldly demanded, 500 million.
A juvenile ancient mutant beast cost only 2 or 300 million, so compared to that, his price was high.
Lu Yanmo gladly agreed, pulling out a checkbook. 500 million is fine.
Then he shifted tone, but if I give you this money, there's none left to bribe the 3-star alchemist. If that expert isn't careful and damages the jade marrow rejuvenating flower, I can't do anything.
Xiong Meng slammed the checkbook, teeth gritted. You want a free ride?
I'm not freeloading, I just don't want to be a fool, Lu Yanmo said calmly. Signing a transcendent body would cost me 2,000 points, signing your bat is already a loss. Not only is it not cheap, you ask even higher.
You're the one being unreasonable first. Xiong Meng grunted, then how much will you pay? 1 yuan. Lu Yanmo smiled, you made me angry, so I won't give much. 1 yuan is enough, not freeloading.
You damn it, Xiong Meng was furious, but for Xiaowan, he had no choice but to swallow his anger and agree. He threw down cruel words, within 3 days, I want to see the finished pill of the jade marrow face restoring flower. If you trip me again, I will fight you until both fish and net are destroyed.
Don't get excited.
Lu Yanmo took out the memoryless fruit and tossed it to the bat hanging outside the window, signing a contract. He stood up and leaped out of the window, landing steadily on the bat's hind claws.
I keep my word.
You don't need to worry about that.
Since I promised you, I will definitely do it. Send the jade marrow face restoring flower to Zitting. I will let Gu Ling take over the production. You just wait for good news. After the words fell, the bat carried Lu Yanmo and disappeared into the darkness.
Xiong Meng could no longer restrain his anger. Like a madman, he smashed things everywhere, his eyes blood red.
Gu Ling.
Since she is the well-known descendant of a famous traditional Chinese medicine family, the young lady of the pill shop Taofang, then Xiaowen can be saved. But this matter, how should he tell Chi Su? Xiong Meng collapsed into the chair like a lost soul, took out a cigarette box, pulled one out, put it in his mouth, and lit it.
The atmosphere was dead silent.
Because of Chi Su, he got many small orders for making pills and gained income. Because of Chi Su, Jialan touched the threshold of a top academy.
And also Lu Shu.
Chi Su helped him too much, yet he. But those two students, both palms and backs of the hand are flesh. How could he choose? He had no face to face Chi Su anymore. In his heart, there was only death.
Ring ring ring. Xiong Meng was so startled he trembled.
The burning ash fell on his leg, scorching a hole through it. While patting it, he answered the phone, his voice hoarse, hello.
Brother Xiong, did Lu Yanmo come to you to buy a bat? Xiong Meng's heart trembled as he looked at Chi Su's incoming call.
After a long while, he let out a low and told everything in full detail.
Damn. Chi Su cursed. I knew the matter of the light and couldn't be hidden.
I figured he would definitely buy a beast that restrains me, and the bat would be the first choice.
A transcendent body is even top grade.
The target was obvious.
Who else could it be besides Brother Xiong? A transcendent body is not something everyone has.
I was just about to call you to discuss it.
Chi Su said.
Selling Lu Yanmo a bat can both suppress his heaven-defying spiritual power value and pry a sum of money from him.
Didn't expect this guy wouldn't even pay. Too shameless. Chi Su cursed non-stop.
He wanted to let the principal sell the beast, but he couldn't open his mouth. After hesitating for a long time, he made this call, already prepared to be scolded by Brother Xiong.
To win, this was the only way.
The bat could also live a better life, with hope to rise another level.
Why not say it?
But forcing someone to sell their beast, in the end, was still beastly. He held a try-it attitude.
If it didn't work, then forget it. No forcing, no pressing. Who knew, Brother Xiong had already acted, and didn't earn a single bit. No, I have to go find Lu Yanmo and talk this through.
That's it, Brother Xiong.
Hey, don't hang up.
Xiong Meng said urgently. They're helping make the pills.
Don't go talk.
Whatever it is, wait until the pills are finished, then we settle the account.
Chi Su didn't understand. You really want to give the jade marrow face restoring flower? What kind of people is the Gu family?
Can they be trusted?
Yes.
In pill matters, the Gu family won't smash their own signboard. Their face won't allow it.
You can be completely at ease. One matter is one matter. Oh, Chi Su had no choice. Then you can only swallow this humiliation for now.
But Xiong Meng laughed, his whole body relaxed. I'll bear it.
I deserve it. How are you getting along with Rui Yuen?
Chi Su stood under the duplex apartment building. SOSO.
This kid is not bad. Play well with him. I'm hanging up. Going to sleep.
Xiong Meng hurriedly cut off the communication. Just like hiding that Chi Su was a demon eye, toward Rui Yuen, he treated him the same. It has nothing to do with trust. It's just that some things, if one less person knows, it is a kind of protection.
Chapter 85 Assassination.
Xiong Meng had just fallen into a dream when a burst of "oh" at its sound pierced into his ears. He suddenly bounced up and threw a punch behind him. The fist wind was fierce, but hit nothing.
Poochie. A tearing sound exploded from his chest.
His clothes burst apart, buttons snapping and rolling to the ground. The spirit mansion connected to the beast space was heavily struck, like being torn open alive with a gash.
2 fully formed beasts were forcibly driven out.
They had only just appeared. The mysterious black-winged wolf flying outside the window crashed through the wall, its fangs sharp and white. With a snap, blood splattered in all directions.
How dare you! Xiong Meng felt a sweetness in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood.
His consciousness scattered, and he slumped weakly into the sofa. If the bat were still here, it could have summoned black mist to wrap him and escape into the night.
But unfortunately, Chen Jingzhong leisurely opened his folding fan and gently waved it.
He looked down at Xiong Meng from a high position, his voice calm and slow, even with a hint of regret in his sigh. If you had closed the school earlier, you wouldn't have ended up in this disaster.
That brat LV Yenmo actually gave the awakening fruit to Jialan, clearly going against me.
He didn't care about my life at all.
Only by taking risks could this mess be solved. It was simple to end this farce. With Jialan gone, how could those two still participate in the competition?
According to the school's strict rule, no one can transfer to another beast taming school within 4 years. Even if Jialan closed down, transfers were still prohibited, all in the name of loyalty to the alma mater. In other words, Shi Su and Su Hongwen would be banned from competing for 4 years, turning into 2 homeless wild dogs. Chen Jingzhong lowered his gaze, his eyes cold like a knife, digging into the nearly lifeless Xiong Meng.
This is what you brought upon yourself.
He crouched down and grabbed Xiong Meng's chin, forcing him to look at him. A useless fool like you, how dare you be the principal?
What gave you the right?
Xiong Meng moved his jaw, spitting blood and saliva all over Chen Jingzhong's face, using every ounce of his strength to curse, treacherous scoundrel. Chen Jingzhong's face darkened, and with a swift motion, he slapped Xiong Meng hard, sending him spinning, his head spinning, blood pouring from his mouth, nose, and ears. His brain descended into chaos.
Who is the villain? Shi Su is the villain.
His mind is as small as the tip of a needle. He holds grudges over the tiniest things.
He won't be satisfied until he ruins me. What did I do wrong?
The rules of Zitong are like this. His spirit power is only 0.5, and I chased him out.
Was I wrong? You are the ones being unreasonable, and it's endless with you, especially you. How dare you go against Zitong and accept him? You are aiding a tiger. Since that's the case, you must bear the consequences. Chen Jingzhong slowly looked around. You once identified a deer on the treasure appraisal platform, and the demon I said it was an ancient mutated beast, the Lu Shu. He paused, his eyes suddenly sharp. Where is it? Tell me, and I will spare your life. The Lu Shu is far more precious than the Earth Dragon King, little known to the world. If one were to risk stealing it, of course, they would aim for the most valuable. He had long coveted the Lu Shu, and this trip was a perfect opportunity to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. By signing the Lu Shu, he would obtain rare immortal herbs that are inexhaustible and everlasting. As long as the root system remained, it could be stimulated to grow rapidly, providing a constant, uninterrupted supply. Xiong Meng was incapable of controlling it, and was unworthy to sign it. Only he, Chen Jingzhong, was truly deserving. You, kill me, but I won't say. Xiong Meng, blood frothing from his mouth, spoke in a voice that sounded like a broken bellows. His only comfort at this moment was that he hadn't signed the contract with the Lu Shu yet, and had hidden it in the spirit power-rich pill room for cultivation. But if he died, Chen Jingzhong would eventually find it. In the pill room, there were also the rare treasures that Shi Su had given him, materials for making an Earth-tier mid-level marrow washing pill, and they absolutely couldn't fall into Chen Jingzhong's hands. Xiong Meng squeezed out the last of his strength, placing his hands on the sofa, trembling as he tried to crawl up, hoping to lead Chen Jingzhong away. Bang! Chen Jingzhong kicked him in the chest, once again striking his spirit palace. Xiong Meng crashed back into the sofa leg snapping, with chips flying, and he lost all strength to resist. 10 seconds. Chen Jingzhong raised one finger, his tone casual. I'm giving you just 10 seconds, or don't blame me for going all out. If he searched for it himself, he might alert the snake and this matter would no longer be hidden. He needed Xiong Meng to speak on his own. In truth, whether Xiong Meng spoke or not, he would still root out this threat. He was determined to take this life. 9. 8. As the countdown reached 1, a strange black mist swept in from the horizon. Thick like ink. Chen Jingzhong's pupils shrank sharply. He suddenly pulled back Xian Yu Wolf, flipped out of the window, and quickly disappeared without a trace. Lu Yenma left and returned. He walked into the room through the big hole in the wall, bent down to pick up the checkbook left on the table, and turned to leave. His steps paused, nostrils flaring. The smell of blood. He turned his head and saw the bloodied man trapped in the broken sofa. Principal Xiong. Xiong? He put the checkbook away, ran 3 steps in 2, not avoiding the blood, and hugged Xiong tightly at the waist. Hold on. You hold on for me. Lu Yanma's eyes were red, carrying the man toward the bat. Go to the hospital. He looked down at the person in his arms. Xiong Meng's face was as pale as paper, blood still flowing from the corner of his mouth. Don't die. His voice started to change. You absolutely cannot die. If you die, Jialan will collapse. I still want to go into the secret realm with Chi Su. I'm begging you. Don't die. Chapter 86, I am the streamer. Chi Su stood at the bottom of the duplex, entering the password. Beep beep, welcome home. The apartment's location was not golden, but it was indeed better than the old house. From here to the land-valuable commercial street, 15 kilometers of road, not far. Across the country, many commercial streets were rich in spiritual energy. The closer you lived, the more shocking the house price. And Jialan Academy was over 50 kilometers from the commercial street. Far away at Grandma's house. In contrast, Lu Yanma's residence was right next to the street, just a few steps out the door, completely two extremes. The villa where Lu Xiao lived must have cost over $1 billion. Shisu could not afford it for now. But he would think, when he had money, he would live next to Lu Yanma and discuss that show-off with the status of low-class person. Shisu searched for the chandelier switch on the light of the glow ants, finally found it, and pressed it. Snap. The whole room lit up suddenly. Pots were scattered all over the floor, different sizes, filled with thick soil. All planted spiritual plants had withered, leaves dried more than his heels. A gentle touch made the leaves crumble into powder, raising a small cloud of dust. Shi-su. Spiritual plants are so expensive now. A small pot of wheat seedling fairy grass costs 500,000, yet here there were so many. Looking at the dead branches, they were not the cheapest wheat seedlings, all medium to high-grade plants. Li Ruiyuan was indeed extraordinary. Shi-su lifted a heavy pot carefully to examine. It was common for plants to die before, but with the spiritual energy recovered, killing them now was really talent. He grabbed a handful of damp soil and rubbed it. Not for lack of water for irrigation. Could it be too much water poured in? Then he dug out the roots of the spiritual plants and understood immediately. Li Ruiyuan was doing crossbreeding. He planted 2 completely different spiritual plants together. Roots tangled. Causing mutual destruction, all dead. Messing around. Such waste. Shisu looked at so many pots, feeling the pain of money wasted, so much real gold and silver gone, producing nothing. How much money did Li Ruiyuan have to withstand this messing around? Moreover, what exactly did he want? What plants was he trying to cultivate? But Shisu looked at the pots on the floor. This kid was too rich. Could a male customer really save up this much? Thinking of rich people, he couldn't help but think of Ziyun. Could it be Li Ruiyuan was originally Ziyun's student? No way. When he returned with his sad face, he would have to ask properly. Shisu pushed open each bedroom door, picking the room he liked. A big iron door came into view, with several locks, especially conspicuous. This was the privacy Li Ruiyuan mentioned. Shisu stood in front of the iron door, pressed his ear to listen, no sound inside. On the top right corner of the ceiling, the red dot of the monitor flickered slightly. On the other end, Li Ruiyuan stared at the monitor, his eyes filled with cold bloodlight. Shisu listened for a while, hesitated long, finally controlled his curiosity, did not open it, but went around and entered the next bedroom to put down his luggage. He looked at the big soft bed. A private bathroom, a bathtub inside the bathroom, a smart toilet. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of sadness. He fought with all his might, just to live in a house like this. Beep beep, welcome home. Shisu stepped out of the door and looked at Su Hongwen. Did you bring me food? Su Hongwen did not respond, just stared straight at Guang Yi, his gaze blank. Suddenly, his face showed sheer terror. He turned and ran, his legs leaving after images. Catch him. Shisu ordered. Guang Yi shot forward like a flash and knocked Su Hongwen down. Let go of me. Let go. The bat is gone. The bat is gone. Su Hongwen shouted in despair. He struggled wildly, his arms scraping against Guang Yi's mouthparts, leaving several bloody cuts. Gone is gone, what are you shouting for? The neighbors still need to sleep, what time is it? Shisu walked slowly forward, pressed Su Hongwen's burning forehead to calm him. At home, there was not only the demonized by Feng, but people who could demonize at any moment. 1 block of eternal cold jade was never enough, they needed a few more. Life was precious. You don't know what I did, Su Hongwen cried, tears of regret streaming down his rough cheeks. He should have stopped Lu Yanma, not pushed the principal to sell the beast. He personally destroyed Jia Ying's hope, and made Guang Yi, this ace card, useless. Shi Su leaned close to Su Hongwen, his gaze firm. I know, it's okay. Su Hongwen choked and asked, You really know? I know everything. Shi Su emphasized. He had no ability to foresee the future, he just saw Su Hongwen's guilty look and deduced roughly. Brother Xiang's bat was not a mutant beast, Lu Yanma would have to buy the awakening fruit, and would most likely meet Su Hongwen. The result was a return to Jelan, completing the transaction. It's not your fault, no one could stop what Lu Yanma wanted, it has nothing to do with you. Shi Su asked the important thing, did you get the awakening fruit? Su Hongwen nodded with sobs, Guang Yi can't steal things now, the bat is watching. Difficulties are always fewer than solutions, No, its solutions are always more than difficulties. Shi Su said calmly. Guang Yi can't carry Lu Yanma's supplies, but it can carry magical beast supplies. Even if it can't carry the magical beast supplies, it can still find the oasis in the desert and show us the way, don't be so rigid. Besides, isn't there your hamster? He changed the topic, feed the awakening fruit to it, see what it mutates into. Su Hongwen exhaled a trembling breath and gradually calmed down. He summoned the mature hamster, silently praying it would have a useful skill. He was gambling Lu Yanma's 50-year life, a single shot. The dark magic circle bloomed, the hamster spun on the spot, tiny spots of light appearing around it. Shi Su unconsciously mimicked an electric guitar with his mouth, humming the Digimon evolution song. Evolve. Supreme Devouring Mouse. I am the streamer. Beast name, Devouring Mouse, Mutant Beast. Level, Mature Form. Grade, Good. Attribute, Dark. Loyalty, 61. Skill 1, Black Hole Devour, opens mouth to create a miniature vortex, devours non-living matter, like sunlight, soil, metal, air, water, etc., stores energy, quickly restores stamina. Skill 2, opens a high-speed spinning dark vortex in front, used to devour opponents' energy attacks, like wind blades, lightning, converting them into own energy. Skill 3, compress stored matter/energy into high-density bullets to shoot, power proportional to stored amount. Chapter 87 Save Someone. The hamster's body looked no different from a bear, round and full. Short limbs supported that fluffy ball of fur, walking like a chestnut rolling on the ground. Its fur was pitch black, the light from Guang Yi did not reflect any shine on it. Pure black pupils filled the entire eye sockets, no whites, no highlights, like two tiny black holes, quietly spinning. Occasionally, a very thin dark purple halo flashed and vanished at the edge of the pupil. Seeing this, Su Hongwen collapsed hopelessly on the cement floor, sinking into dead silence. What the hell? The hamster originally had skills to copy food and store it fresh, now it had nothing. LV Yanmo's lifespan is worthless. Shi Su looked with the magic eye and smiled with satisfaction. But looking at Su Hongwen's state again, he was a little confused. What's wrong? I think it's pretty good. You can't even see the hamster panel, what's good about it? Su Hongwen's voice was dull. Shi Su was stunned. Bad. Su Hongwen did not notice Shi Su's strangeness, thinking he was comforting him, he whispered all the devouring mouse's skills, can only store water. Shi Su laughed bitterly, you're silly, black hole devours, stores energy, isn't this storing food? Why do you need to write it so clearly? Su Hongwen argued, but now all the grains belong to living beings, skill 1 says, can only swallow non-living substances, how can this store? Shi Su showed a look of exasperation, what did you learn in high school for 3 years? He explained, unprocessed grains really have life traits, they are living beings. Whether before or after spiritual energy revived, they are still living beings. But once you cut them, process, dry, add some preservatives, like condensed milk, they become dead, considered non-living substances, and can be stored in the hamster's cheek. Shi Su took out a leaf of the iron armor tree to give an example. It originally grew on the iron armor tree, it was alive. But after leaving the tree, it no longer metabolizes or grows, so it becomes non-living substance, same with grains. After the explanation, Shi Su thought it was time to feed the light ant, previously it had been craving food, now it could taste it. Light ant, attack me, just one hit. The light ant immediately fired its scorching beam, shield activated. After the shield disappeared, the once indestructible leaf became soft, stored energy disappeared, but nutrition remained. Shi Su handed the leaf to the light ant, watching it slurp the juice, feeling it was enough, reached to take it back. Unexpectedly, the light ant suddenly let out a warning-like low growl, exuding dominance. Whoa, guarding food. Shi Su decisively released the Earth Dragon Sovereign. The 30-meter-long huge body appeared, the light ant immediately shriveled, spat out the leaf and hid in a corner, whining for mercy. The Earth Dragon Sovereign did not attack it, just slowly closed the distance. It lifted a paw against the wall, lowered its head, performing a death stare. Shi Su picked up the shriveled leaf, asked Su Hongwen, is this leaf alive or dead? Dead. Mm. Shisu stuffed the leaf into the devouring mouse's mouth, patted its bulging cheeks. Open your mouth, let your master see if you stored it well. The devouring mouse opened its bloody mouth, each cheek had a spinning black hole, the leaf disappeared without a trace. Shisu laughed, it can carry private goods, hide better than any tamed beast, no instrument can detect, X-ray can't reach. In other words, they could shop freely, stuffing grains and water into the black hole, taking it into the secret realm. This was indeed cheating. But the opponents were not honest or selfless people either. Use privileges to set rules, use identity to steal others' tamed beasts. If you just blindly follow rules, play safe, you only have one way, must be flexible. Shisu said to the devouring mouse, eat the rest half of the leaf. Xiaowen, hamster food should mainly be hamster feed leaves less, occasionally is okay, to keep nutrition balanced. Feeding a hamster, you need to do homework, not always run to the secret realm, school is not for show. Vegetables, fruits, meat, beans, some it can eat, some not, it is omnivorous yes, but not totally, you need to pay attention, don't let it die. Shisu understood Su Hongwen's education level, finally realized why his tamed beasts did not live long. The dangers of the secret realm are one thing, and the lack of care from the master is another. Each beast has its own habits and dietary preferences, and they can't be treated carelessly. Su Hongwen was educated and weakly asked, can it eat rabbit meat? Yes. Good. Su Hongwen planned to go to the identification center tomorrow to buy some, and by the way, get 2-star Beastmaster badges. Shisu took out the exploding fruit and rabbit meat, and fed some to the warm nest's demon pill Bifong. Suddenly, his phone rang. He glanced at it. It was Lu Yenmo. Hello? Come to the hospital quickly. Your principal is in trouble. Bring Honghuang Jianmuyi. Shisu's face changed drastically, and he ran out immediately. Soon, he turned back, grabbed Honghuang Jianmuyi and rushed to the hospital. Little dragon, light ant, stay and watch the house. Roar. The Earth Dragon Lord responded and continued to stare at the shivering light ant. Su Hongwen hurriedly put away the devouring mouse, to avoid anyone discovering his trump card, and rushed to catch up with Shisu. Outside the emergency room at the central hospital, Lu Yenmo paced back and forth anxiously. A hurried sound of footsteps came closer. Shisu arrived breathlessly and held up the priceless treasure he found in the level 3 restricted area, valued at 100 million. Lu Yenmo took it and knocked on the emergency room door, handing the treasure to the nurse. This item has the effect of extending life and strengthening the body, you must do your best. Rest assured, young Master Lu, with this, it's stable. The nurse handed the treasure to the doctor. She stepped out, saying to Lu Yenmo and the others, the injuries are too severe, but luckily it was delivered in time. 5 minutes later, even the great Luo Immortal wouldn't have been able to save him. Honghuang Jianmuyi can only sustain his life. His spiritual palace has been destroyed, and from now on, he can never cultivate again or sign any beasts. He has become a useless person. To restore his spiritual palace, a rare treasure, the 7-hearted Linglong Ginseng is needed to reshape his spiritual roots. Do you have it? Shisu, drenched in sweat, looked up at Lu Yenmo, his gaze complex. The answer was yes. At the time of the competition valuation, Lu Yenmo had taken it out. No. Lu Yenmo shook his head. Shisu's heart instantly sank to the bottom. Su Hongwen was furious, you clearly have it. He pointed at the emergency room, I left first, and the principal got hurt right after. There were only you two in the room, who made the move is clearer to you than me. Food can be eaten randomly, but words should not be said randomly, I don't know. Lu Yenmo frowned tightly, I didn't do this, I don't have the 7-hearted Linglong Ginseng, I sold it. In fact, he hadn't sold it. He had sent Bear Meng to the hospital, doing all he could, and didn't need a Cadillac after that. How much? I'll buy it. Shisu rasped. Not for sale, the competition is coming, I need it for myself. Lu Yenmo said, then left without hesitation. Don't leave. Su Hongwen reached out to stop him, but Shisu blocked him. Xiaowen, stay here to take care of the principal. I'll go to the secret realm. What are you looking for? Shisu said slowly, the cause and effect scale. The scale weighs good and evil karma, fate has its balance, those who harm others will ultimately harm themselves, the murderer will suffer backlash, no one can escape. While walking out, he called Li Ruiyuan, where are you? On my way home. Wait for me at the train station. Shisu hung up the phone. Li Ruiyuan must be hiding something, and this time, he was determined to find out. Chapter 88, Crazy Zoo. Shisu first went to the school with the empty void jade, stored all the heavenly treasures in the pill room inside the jade, and picked up the drowsy mature body of the deer Shu. Without pausing, he ran out of the school gate. He returned to the hospital and handed the jade nectar flower to Su Hongwen, then rushed non-stop to the apartment.
At this moment, the Earth Dragon Lord had already stopped its deadly gaze and was enjoying the light ant's thoughtful massage service. Seeing Chi Su return, it raised its chin, proud and triumphant.
Big boss is mighty. Chi Su gave a thumbs up.
He placed the deer shoe on the ground, quickly packed a few clothes, and instructed, "Help me take care of Light Ant and the little deer. Don't forget to feed Bifong. You can order takeout, right?" He took out the large phone that Bear Meng had prepared for the deer shoe and placed it under the Earth Dragon Lord's eyes.
Roar. Yes, leave it to me, you can trust me.
Chi Su patted the Earth Dragon Lord. Full of trust, he hurried to the train station. Not long after he left, Lu Shu sniffed the dry air, tapping its 4 legs into the living room. It looked around the flower pots, frowning.
Outside the door, the Earth Dragon Zun asked, "Roar? Can it come back to life?" Lu Shu did not understand, its eyes blank.
The Earth Dragon Zun lifted its paw, gestured several times, dug the soil, and pointed to the pots inside.
Lu Shu understood, shook its head, "Yo. No, they are dead." At this moment, the light ant's mouth parts vibrated, "Woo woo.
I can grow mushrooms, let's grow mushrooms to eat. I don't want takeout, I want mushrooms." It crushed the cement floor, dug a hole in place, then crawled into the room, pulling out all the dead spirit plants. It did not complain about hardship or shout tired, carrying them one trip after another into the deep hole. After transporting, it squatted down, aimed at the pit, and peed a big one. The last step, cover the soil, poke a few holes. Mushrooms take 2 to 3 years to grow, but with Lu Shu's help, surely it will be faster.
Light ant, woo woo.
Using medium-high spirit plants, it will definitely taste good.
Earth Dragon Zun pinched its nose in disgust, face full of refusal. It is pulling in stinky stuff. How can this be eaten? Lu Shu, knowledgeable, explained to Earth Dragon Zun, yo. Crops are planted like this, high quality, definitely more nutritious than takeout.
Earth Dragon Zun did not understand, but seeing the cultured master not surprised, calm, even recommending strongly, thought, okay, let's try. Lu Shu looked back at those pots, brow furrowed again. It had followed the headmaster for a long time, knew a bit about alchemy, naturally could recognize some spirit plants.
Soul-purifying lotus, demon-suppressing bamboo, 9-turn demon-transformed grass, bodhi, blood-devouring vine. These dry spirit plants mostly used to suppress demonic energy. Lu Shu looked at the big iron door, feeling uneasy. There was a demon beast. Bifong. Lu Shu lowered its head, looking at the tiny baby form. The blue little bird was thin as a stick, with a piece of 10,000-year cold jade hanging on its neck, and understood in its heart. So this little thing is for suppression. Yo. Lu Shu greeted coldly, keeping some distance. Bifong. Bifong looked at the huge Earth Dragon Zun, eyes suddenly bright. It flapped its sparse feathers, stiffened its neck, ready to fight to the death. Roar. Go. Earth Dragon Zun flicked its claw, Bifong leapt into the air, fell into the room, fainting on the spot. Poof. Earth Dragon Zun, bored, opened a Douyin app and scrolled videos. As it scrolled, a series of popular videos appeared, all about beast taming and beast tamers. Among them, a blogger called Crow Brothers Cheng Huan got tens of millions of likes. Comments crowded with worship. Wisteria's ancient tamed beasts are different, so noble. Not like these dragons and phoenixes, so old-fashioned. Fox is the best. Crow Brothers Cheng Huang is 15 meters long, fully evolved, looks ridiculously strong. I crushed Wisteria this time. As long as Wisteria gets serious, Jalan is nothing. Earth Dragon Zun could not read, so translated each comment into voice, face loan. Its eyes turned, opened the front camera, planning to publicly provoke using Lu Shu's account. Lu Shu wanted the phone back, but could not reach Earth Dragon Zun's claws, a white head showing human-like helplessness. Light Ant curiously asked, "Woo-wo? What are you doing?" Earth Dragon Zun picked a background music, turned it to max, roar. Charge. The explosive rhythm sounded familiar to Light Ant, the shop that sold it often played it. It swayed its head, excited, humming low. Soon, as the line "What does the fox say?" played. Light Ant, bold, opened its mouth, ring ding 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 ding. Music, what does the fox say? Earth Dragon Zun jumped and roared, wah-pa-pa-pa-pa-pa-pow. Music, what does the fox say? Lu Shu's Janibu spirit ignited, raising its long neck, hati-hati-hati-hati-hati-ho. Music, what does the fox say? Bifong woke from the quake, instinctively added, Joff-ffo-ffo-ffo-ffo-ffo. This wild video of demons dancing uploaded less than 5 minutes, soaring to first on trending. Hashtag brothers and sisters. You really need to come and take a look this time. They're messing with you. Chen Jingzhong rushed to the Gu family in a panic. Xiaochuan. Hurry, send someone to the hospital to take care of Xiong Meng.
In the living room, Gu Chuan had a dark face, staring at Cheng Huang, who was in violent mode, without saying a word. Everything in the room was smashed to pieces by it, breathing heavily, and emitting hot blue smoke all over its body. Seeing this, Qin Jingzhong didn't dare to shout anymore. He lowered his voice and asked Gu Chuan, "What's going on?" Gu Chuan threw his phone at him. "Xiong Meng won't give you up, and once he speaks, won't those precious students of his seek revenge? The situation is getting worse, but it's Jia Lan who's suffering. He'll just minimize everything, make the small things even smaller, and then stop talking." Hearing this, Qin Jingzhong finally relaxed. He sat down on the sofa and opened the extremely addictive video. His pupils shook. This. Cheng Huang flicked its tail and smashed the phone, sending a jolt of numbness into Qin Jingzhong's palm. Its anger couldn't be suppressed, its mouth tightly shut. Qin Jingzhong shook his hand and calmly said, "A gentleman takes revenge, it's never too late, not to mention they can only show off for 2 months. Once they enter the secret realm, it's unclear if they'll even make it out alive, so don't waste your energy being angry." Cheng Huang didn't like to hear sarcastic remarks, so it stormed into the bedroom to continue throwing a tantrum. Aside from the loud banging sounds and clattering noises, it didn't let out a single roar of anger. Gu Chuan thought he'd probably never hear the foxes cry in this lifetime. A single video changed its introverted nature forever. Chapter 89: Return to the Old Home. In the pricey express train, Chi Suchu stood by the restroom door, holding a roll of toilet paper. "Tell me, who are you exactly, and why are you so rich?" Inside the restroom, Li Ruiyuan had been squatting for so long that his legs had gone numb, helplessly saying, "I'm just a debt collector, hurry up and give me the paper, stop causing trouble." At first, he didn't feel anything, but once he entered the restroom, he realized. No sense of decency. Chi Su was quite patient. "If you don't speak, you won't get any paper." Li Ruiyuan was silent for a long time, then said, "I also have a side job, have you heard of Fa Kai?" "What's Fa Kai?" "Fa Kai, it's the little sidekick of a big boss, a very handsome sidekick." Li Ruiyuan spoke softly, opening the door to a new world for Chi Su. The boss dresses up the sidekick to look sharp, drives luxury cars, lives in mansions, using that to attract attention. For the rich young masters, the women are more proactive than you can imagine. My job is to get their contact information, then give it to my big, round, wealthy clients to pass on the sidekick. Chi Su understood. "You're a pimp." Li Ruiyuan was displeased. "Why say it so harshly? It's something both sides willingly agree to. The boss wants people, they want money, it's a relationship of love. You can call me a matchmaker. I've explained it clearly, so can you give me the paper now?" "Hurry up." Chi Su smiled, not buying the story at all. He said, "The most pimps I've seen are in small towns, I've seen quite a few. But I've never seen one as rich as you. Don't fool me, tell me the truth." The atmosphere was silent for a long time. Click, Li Ruiyuan pushed the door open. In his hand, he held the summoned little Bifong, walking slowly to the sink. Chi Su was completely confused. The water gently washed the soft feathers of the Bifong. It lay in Li Ruiyuan's palm, its little bird face full of despair. "What did you use to wipe it?" Chi Su couldn't help but grip the paper tightly. Li Ruiyuan smiled wickedly. "What do you think?" He wiped the water off the Bifong's body. "Isn't this how beast tamers do it?" "Beast?" Chi Su's eyes widened. He quickly followed Li Ruiyuan back into the stall, grabbed the small, helpless Bifong bird, and took the ancient cold jade out of his pocket. Even though he disliked it, he had to warm it with his palm to keep it from getting sick and dying from the cold. "Can you act like a human being?" Chi Su frowned. "You're the one not acting human." Li Ruiyuan snorted, taking out his spiritual plant textbook from his bag and burying himself in studying. He knew what Chi Su was worried about. "I'm not a student of Ziti, I never wanted to be a beast tamer. Clearly, I can cultivate myself." "What do you rely on to control beasts?" "Think carefully, the treasures you spend a fortune on, you have to give most of them to the beasts, treating them like ancestors. Don't you think this is a bit wrong? What if the beast runs away, dies, isn't all your hard work wasted? With that money, I might as well spend it on myself." Chi Su admitted that Li Ruiyuan had a point, investing in oneself was also a path. But humans are just not as strong as beasts. No matter how strong we are, flesh and blood, cannot become Spider-Man, Wolverine, Thor, or other superheroes. In official words, humans are locked by genes, there is a limit, cannot fly with swords, cannot make clouds turn or rain fall with a wave of the hand. But beasts have no limits, no shackles. So rather than invest in oneself, better invest in beasts. Chi Su explained this reasoning to Li Ruiyuan. But Li Ruiyuan stubbornly held his view. "Once I fatten myself up, I will consider how to feed the beasts." He knew Chi Su was giving a kind warning, so he said, "I need to first study as a pill master. Pills are a key part of my invincibility, I must learn to make them, so in the future I ask no one." Then, he revealed everything honestly. "My family condition is indeed good, stop asking directly or indirectly."
The high-interest loan company is run by my family, we even have shares in the casino.
But I am really not a rich second generation, I want to be a pill master, my family doesn't support it, insists I be a beast master, saying this job is highly noticed, has a future. I disagree, so they cut off my income, do not acknowledge me, I had to train a small account.
Me?
I can only work multiple jobs to support myself, even sold my house and car, I am much poorer than you. Jisoo twitched the corner of his mouth, this was selling misery and crying poverty. The saying goes, a camel that is thin is still bigger than a horse, how miserable could Lee Ruiyuan really be? Afraid he would borrow money or something. Jisoo, well versed in the ways of the world, understood Lee Ruiyuan meant this, so he no longer mentioned money. He held up the snoring by Fong bird with both hands, you only have 217 spirit points, minus 100 for signing by Fong, when you fatten yourself up, when will that be?
Since you signed, pay a little attention, okay? Lee Ruiyuan forced a smile, his anger still not gone, it bit my face like that, I don't want to deal with it now.
He rolled his eyes at Jisoo. I originally lived comfortably, collecting debts, making pills, life was as easy as possible. And you ruined my peaceful life, dragged me to break secret realms and play competitions, I fainted blood, brother.
This is not pretending, how am I supposed to kill? Then just take care of Bai Fong properly, Jisoo continued, it fights for you, you don't have to see blood. Lee Ruiyuan glanced at the carefree Bai Fong bird, anger rising in his nose. After all, it was his own beast, his first one. And it lost its parents from a young age, really pitiful. He hesitated a moment, reached out and held Bai Fong, took it back, wiped its wet head with a tissue. The newly born bird was not pretty, eyes bulging, sharp beak, monkey-like face, sparse feathers. Lee Ruiyuan laughed, did you notice, it looks a bit like Su Hongwan.
TCH, Jisoo lowered his head to cover his mouth. Don't say it, really don't say it, it really had that feeling, very similar.
When Brother Xiong wakes, the Fuyan pill can start production, once he leaves, not sure when he can return, what will Su Hongwan become? He could not imagine.
At this moment, in his heart there was only the karma scale. The karma scale was not a rare material, but a special beast, mutated from a turtle. It looked like a mantis sickle, unique shape, shell flipped inward like a scale plate. Take out the demon mutated turtle, leaving only the shell plate, bring it back to Brother Xiong, let him exchange injuries with the murderer. Then, the one needing 7 opening Linglong ginseng was no longer Brother Xiong was no longer useless, but the murderer.
The train ran all night, dawn brightened. Jisoo returned to his hometown, Linchuan City.
This 18th tier city has 7 secret realms. The scale was varied, and the level of the secret realm was not high, ranging from level 1 to level 3. When they reached familiar territory, looking at the chaotic fly-infested streets around him, he relaxed, no longer needing to maintain his composure.
Lee Ruiyuan looked at Jisoo with grievance, what is this, my second assignment is to cry at this grave.
You should have said something earlier, I would have stayed here waiting for you.
How would I know where your assignments are?
Jisoo shrugged.
Boom!
A row of ghostly flames rushed by, startling passers-by who quickly dodged and cursed loudly.
Looking for death. Are you rushing to be reincarnated? Hey, look at the person on that vehicle. It looks like a real dead body.
Jisoo heard this and craned his neck to look. Dust mixed with exhaust fumes filled the air, and through the haze, a person was slumped on the back seat of a ghostly fire motorcycle. To be exact, it was a dry corpse with no moisture left. The leader, a man with yellow hair, shouted loudly while riding the motorcycle, "Move aside.
Move aside. He's still breathing. Don't block the way. Air go. Go check. Find out where he went last night." "Bro?" I asked. "He went to the movie town," said the skinny dog, shouting at the top of his lungs. "What? Isn't that a level 3 secret realm? Is he crazy? Why would he go there? He probably wanted to find some treasure, buy a ghostly fire bike, and upgrade it from a bicycle to a motorcycle. Idiot." The fly-infested street gradually quieted down, and whispers began to spread. "What's going on? There are no powerful spirit plants here, how could it have drained someone dry? There are no strong spirit plants, but there are powerful magical beasts. Have you seen a mosquito spirit? It's bigger than your head. A whole swarm sucking your blood. It might not be the magical beasts or spirit plants. Don't forget, there are also magic cultivators." Lee Ruiyuan urged, "Aren't we heading to the secret realm? Let's go." Jisoo headed straight towards the level 3 secret realm, the abandoned movie town. Chapter 90, Old Classmates. The 2-story apartment. Lu Shu stood in front of the large iron gate, staring at the lock on it. He took a few steps back, suddenly using his horn to slam into it. The iron gate developed 2 holes, and a rich spiritual energy wafted out. But this spiritual energy was different from the warm, soothing kind, it was cold and eerie, causing a chill down one's spine. Lu Shu couldn't help his curiosity and peered through the holes into the room. The room was too dark, and nothing could be seen. At this moment, a light ant wandered over. It saw Lu Shu sneaking around and suddenly let out a loud shriek, startling Lu Shu. Yo! Just right, help me with the lighting. Lu Shu raised his front hoof against the dark hole, trying to express his intentions. Whoa! The light ant understood and reflected a bright light through the hole. The two beast masters stared in shock, their expressions changing. They rushed out of the apartment, frantically circling around the sleeping Earth Dragon Lord. Yo! Wha? Big brother! Something's wrong. The Earth Dragon Lord groggily opened his eyes. Lu Shu and the light ant immediately stood up straight, gesturing with their forelimbs, circling their chests, then wildly pointing towards the small dark room. Roar! Tisk! Lu Shu hurriedly stamped his forelegs, drawing a simple stick figure on the mud ground, the lines basic, with his hooves stamping heavily on the chest area. Seeing that the Earth Dragon Lord still didn't understand, looking still half asleep, Lu Shu drew another stick figure beast, alternating between human and beast, creating a drawing that seemed to go on forever. The Earth Dragon Lord suddenly understood, his expression turning serious. This clearly pointed to the Spirit Mansion, Beast Mansion. The house belonged to Li Ruiyuan, who was a magic cultivator. Roar roar roar, roar 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 roar. Quickly burn these. Don't let anyone know. You can't cultivate with this evil energy, it's too chaotic and will lead to madness. Yo! Wha? Lu Shu and the light ant rushed back into the room. Level 3 Secret Realm, the movie town. They entered the heavily guarded gates, with no room for retreat along the long corridor. But near the gate, there were many various stalls selling specialty snacks, warming coats, and other items. The shouting and selling echoed loudly, the place was bustling with activity. Shisu had initially thought that not many adventurers would dare to enter a level 3 secret realm, but after seeing this scene, he realized he had underestimated the courage of those seeking fortune. Suddenly, he sensed the Earth Dragon Lord's restlessness and immediately asked with his mind, "What's going on?" Roar! Li Ruiyuan is a bad guy. I know. Shisu responded calmly. Li Ruiyuan was talking nonsense. He did not notice that among the lies he had made up, there was a huge flaw. But this magic cultivator was different from Chi-Iza and Chi-Rongrong, his body had not changed, he still retained some rationality, could lie, he needed more observation. Ah! Li Ruiyuan screamed in fear at the suddenly leaping iron-eating ant, nervously breaking into cold sweat. He clutched Shisu's arm tightly, the 1.9-meter tall man shrank into a trembling little rabbit, timidly watching the strange and dangerous surroundings. This is my first time, you must protect me, he pleaded over and over. This was not a movie, there was no prelude, no dumb music to warn of danger, death was sudden, unexpected. At this moment, every second felt like walking on a knife's edge, cautious or not, death could come at any time. Shisu saw Li Ruiyuan dazed and distracted, and for a moment did not know if he was pretending or truly afraid. Eat first, then talk. He dragged the weak-legged Li Ruiyuan to the small food stall. 3 bowls of premium spicy soup, 2 jin of fried bread, how much? 40, sit anywhere. The stall owner casually pointed at a low table. Shisu asked seriously, 40 yuan or 400,000? Selling food in a third-level secret realm, prices were definitely not low. The busy stall owner glanced at Shisu, 400,000? Am I crazy? Food is not made of gold, what are you saying? Shisu chuckled, scanned, and paid. After being in the beast tamer world for a long time, millions felt normal, returning to normal prices was strange, feeling like spending 40 yuan as if it were 4 cents. Li Ruiyuan chose a corner table, like Lu Yanmo, with lots of work before eating. But he was not cleaning, he was carefully inspecting inside and out for potential dangers. Especially the cracks in the wooden table, shining a flashlight for a long time, afraid some small animal was hiding, ready to attack while he ate. Shisu held the tray beside him, silently counting time. Half an hour passed. Li Ruiyuan sat in relief, took the spicy soup. When can I eat that big meal from last time? When you die, I will cook it for you. Shisu leaned down to sit. Bifong smelled the spicy aroma, popped his head from Li Ruiyuan's pocket. It jumped hard, standing in front of its soup bowl, pecking at the soup. Shisu picked up a thick slice of beef, cupped it in his hand, and moved it to Bifong's mouth. Bifong. I thank your ancestors. Shoo, be careful not to be caught. Bifong understood, took the meat, bent one leg to sit, leaning against the warm bowl, eating quietly. The large bowl hid its body completely, hard to see unless at a special angle. Li Ruiyuan still could not focus while eating, looking around. He suddenly dropped the iron spoon, squatted, and started digging dirt. Not finding anything before did not mean nothing was there, now it could sneak up while he was unaware. Hiding somewhere ready to attack. This was a third-level secret realm, not first, must be cautious.
Su ate quickly, finishing the fight in less than 5 minutes. He crossed his arms, staring at Li Ruiyuan, who insisted on finding something, not rushing, not disturbing, thoughts drifting far away. The movie town opened 6 years ago, a 4-level tourist area, divided into 4 zones. Domestic Old Town style, European retro town, Venice style water city, medieval Assisi style mountain town. 2 years ago, a school took students there. He took many photos and saved them online. Returning, the movie town was unrecognizable, like a different world. Back then, people released animals. Many elderly put turtles and fish in the water city. Now, those Brazilian turtles should be rampant. Therefore, to find the Kazan effect scale, there was no better place than the water city of the movie town. Su? Is that you? Hearing the voice, Su raised his hand, covering the Bitus bird that had eaten and fallen asleep, and turned his head. The woman was wearing a neat and well-fitted windbreaker, with a gentle appearance. She wasn't the type to immediately turn heads, but the aura cultivated by money made her graceful and elegant, standing out from the crowd. She was dressed head to toe in international luxury brands, and there were 7 or 8 companions beside her, all speaking fluent foreign languages. They were all of Chinese descent. One young man fell silent, following the woman's gaze and looking at Su. His eyes lit up. Old classmate. Su. Is it really you? The 2 of them were high school classmates of Su. The woman was called Sui, and the man was named Wang Chen Jiangxiang. Chapter 91, Water City, Little Venice. When spiritual energy first revived, many middle-class families took their whole families abroad to escape the chaos at home. After social order was restored, they gradually returned. These people, with yellow skin and white hearts, had changed their nationalities. Unable to stay abroad, they had no choice but to come back. But trying to get their original country's ID cards again was nothing more than a pipe dream. They were restricted from entering Longyang City and could only live in other cities. Su didn't know exactly where they lived. Why are you not saying anything? Have you forgotten who we are? Wang Chen Jiangxiang held Suyi's hand, smiling as he quickly walked toward Su. It's all thanks to you that Sui chose to be with me, thank you. We just came back yesterday and were planning to invite old classmates for a meal. Since we ran into you, why don't you join us? Su understood. Originally, they hadn't planned to invite him. He looked at the girl who once made his heart race, and memories of the past flooded his mind. How could you confess to me? How could you? Would you confess to Louis Fei? No. Because you know you're not worthy. But you were chasing me. Oh my God. Do you think your looks and family match mine? Do you see me as cheap? I'm going crazy. That obedient girl who would never lose her temper completely broke down, lying on her desk, crying uncontrollably. She was surrounded by a group of people comforting her, and the handsome Wang Chen Jiangxiang took the opportunity to confess, warning Su not to like her anymore. Because of her, Su became insecure and isolated for a long time. After the spiritual energy revival, the world became chaotic, and he had no time to think about anything else, so he slowly got over it. Being confessed to, Sui must have also felt insecure for a long time. He couldn't blame her, nor hate her. He could only blame himself for being teased and blurting out those words. We haven't seen each other in over a year, have we? You? How are you? Sui was graceful, and her gaze no longer held the disgust it once had. She faced the shadows in her heart. Have you eaten? Let me treat you. Su calmly held the Bitus in his palm and put it in his pocket. No need, Sui waved her hand in refusal, I never eat street food. It's unclean and not nutritious. Oh, so where are you going? We're going to find. Wang Chen Jiangxiang tugged at Sui, interrupting her, just talk for a bit. Su definitely won't understand, it's a waste of time. Others are waiting for us. He turned to Su, let's exchange contact info. I'll reach out to you later. Su exchanged phone numbers with him. Who is this? Wang Chen Jiangxiang looked at Li Ruiyuan, who was digging a hole on the spot. Li Ruiyuan looked up, hello, I'm Su Junda. He covered his face, choking up, avoiding the questions he didn't want to answer. Su. Sui chuckled and covered her mouth, no longer staying. Su, we're leaving, see you again. Goodbye. Su watched them leave. Earlier, they had been speaking in a foreign language, which he understood. They were talking about a ferocious beast called Taotai appearing in the mountain city of Assisi. The most valuable part of the Taotai was its swallowing stomach, which had the same function as the Kongming jade but was more practical. It could even store living beasts inside. If a Taotai really existed, he would also want to compete for it. He couldn't keep showing off with the light ant. Su recalled the dried corpse he saw on his way here. Could it have been caused by the Taotai? It was indeed possible. It ate human flesh and absorbed essence blood, choosing how to eat based on its mood. Chisu was still thinking about the gluttonous beast, but finding the causal scale was the most important task. First, he needed to go to the small Venice in Shui City. On the way to the replica of the mountain city, Assisi, Wang Chen, the general, was displeased and said, "Why did you tell Chisu about looking for the Titan stomach of the glutton? If I hadn't stopped you, and he found out we were going to find treasures, what would have happened if he stuck to us, shamelessly following us?" Although they all had Chinese faces, they were all foreign beast masters, and their purpose for this journey was the gluttonous beast's stomach. With the stomach, they could participate in the foreign world's competition, and once they reached the secret realm, they could store as much as they wanted. As long as they obtained the treasure, they would immediately fly back to their country, without putting up with this embarrassment here. Not being allowed into Lonyang City? Who would be insulted by that? They didn't even want to go. The youth with slender eyes and willow-like eyebrows, Fu Yang, asked in confusion, "What's your situation? I don't get the gossip." When they were no longer discussing important matters, they switched to their native language, speaking clearly and properly. Wang Chen, the general, opened his mouth. "It's nothing much, Shisu, just that person just now." He thought a rich, obedient girl would be blind enough to fall for a thug. He shamelessly confessed to Sui, and Sui was so sad for several days that he couldn't eat, falling into serious inner conflict. Fu Yang still didn't understand. "I think that guy is okay, even better looking than you, it can't be that bad." "Shut up." Wang Chen got angry, pushing Fu Yang hard. "You can joke around, but not about this. Do you know the character Jian Bao? That funny clown from the movies, Shisu gives off that kind of vibe. I'm not talking about his features, it's the feel, the vibe, the temperament, do you understand? Dirty and smelly. He also has ADHD, can't sit still, always bouncing around like a monkey, and his voice is so loud, constantly yelling, it gives you a headache. The worst part is, he's so fatherly, always lecturing, thinking he's cool, mature, and full of charm." Wang Chen pouted, shaking his head, his face full of disdain. After he confessed to Sui, "I had people teach him a lesson a few times, now he's quiet, people like that need a good beating." Sui smiled in relief. "Forget it, don't bring it up, it's in the past now." Wang Chen didn't quite hit the mark. When Shisu talked to people, his gaze would linger on their faces for a long time, as if he was observing something, like a creepy stare. After every PE class, he was the smelliest of all the boys in class. Those sneakers must have been worn for years, the smell of foot odor couldn't be covered, it almost suffocated people. Summer was the worst. He always liked to pull his collar up to fan himself, and the smell of sweat, oh my god. It was a nightmare. While fanning himself, he'd also mess with his greasy, wet hair. This guy actually confessed to her. He even brought a cheap, ugly rose. And played a tacky love song on an old-fashioned phone with crackling sound. "Let's be together, who made us meet, from now on, we'll rely on each other, I'll spoil you, I'll indulge you, if anyone bullies you, I'll stand up to protect you." Because of Chisu, she permanently blacklisted the song The Most Beautiful Couple along with the singer, she couldn't bear to listen to it even a little. Now that she had let go, Sui didn't hate Chisu as much anymore, and said, "Chisu isn't that bad, he's a nice guy, he often helps girls with heavy things, running errands, taking care of girls is basic common sense." Unlike today's atmosphere, helping and giving way to girls has become something to ridicule and mock. Not helping, not giving way, but some people treat it as a source of pride, showing off everywhere, and being chased after. What is the mainstream value in this country? Is this behavior really worth praising? Sui didn't understand, couldn't figure it out. They don't even have the basic ability to protect, responsibility, and social duty thrown aside, is this still a man? It's even worse than the old-fashioned male chauvinism from the previous generation. This was why Sui didn't want to return to her country. Foreigners were much better than those petty boys back home. And because of how the atmosphere had changed, when she thought back on Chisu's actions, she wasn't that hard to accept anymore. You have passed the mental hurdle. Silly girl. Wang Chen wrapped his arm around Suyi's neck. You're always so kind, always seeing others' strengths and never considering their weaknesses. You need to change, or you'll be in big trouble later. Got it. Sui mischievously made a face at her boyfriend. She opened the map she carried with her. Are we really going to the mountain city to find the Taotai? Definitely. Wang Chen answered naturally, I've checked, the Taotia's whale-like hunger can devour everything it sees. It usually exists in barren lands, where nothing is left after it feeds. This secret realm, the mountain city of Assisi, is the most desolate. You can't even see a leaf. If we're not going there to find it, where else can we go? Sui thought for a moment, then sharply said, since it has eaten everything, it must be moving to another place. It can't still be in the mountain city. She counted on her fingers, Guofeng Town, European Town, and Water City all have potential. Especially Water City. With abundant resources, I think we should go there first. Chapter 92, A Fall from Grace. There were far more rogue cultivators in the movie town than she had imagined, probably all coming for the Tao Tai. The Tao Tai was a treasure trove in itself. First, the soul-eating bone armor, where each bone was a storage unit for spiritual energy. A foreign guild had once captured one and dissected it. They found that a bone the size of a fingernail weighed up to 300 grams. The density was 40 times that of human bones. Whether for beast tamers or for beast control, it greatly enhanced the toughness of bones. Even if run over by a heavy truck, the bones would not break. Next was the transformative stomach sack, which could be made into an astonishingly large storage bag. The capacity was 50 times that of the largest piece of void obsidian on the market. Moreover, the stomach sack had a unique property: it could digest any spiritual scan attempting to probe its contents. In other words, storage equipment made from the stomach sack could never be detected for its contents. Then, there was the greedy tongue, covered with backward-growing keratin spikes, similar to a cat's tongue but denser and sharper. Under a microscope, each of these spikes was a tiny hollow tube. After consumption, it greatly increased the speed of absorbing spiritual energy. There was also the deadly black blood, which, when made into a weapon, was incredibly powerful. Additionally, the heart of the Tao Tai, when used to make the lower-tier soul elixir, combined with 33 rare spiritual plants. Those who consumed it would permanently gain the ability to automatically absorb surrounding spiritual energy in any environment, replenishing their own consumption. This meant that the user's spiritual energy would never deplete, making them nearly invincible in long battles. However, the formula for the soul elixir was lost, and only a journal detailing the required materials was found. It took more than half a year to piece together the 33 spiritual plants. No one knew the exact method for its refinement, and foreign researchers had not been able to figure it out so far. Furthermore, the Tao Tai heart had rotted due to improper preservation. Therefore, Sui had to capture the Tao Tai no matter what and take it abroad. This way, the discrimination against Chinese people would lessen, and she could become famous in one fell swoop. Being a step ahead and seizing the opportunity was crucial. She could not afford to make even a single mistake. Sui decided, let's go to Water City. Chisu stared at Li Ruiyuan, who was digging desperately in the muddy ground. He had already dug a hole. Are you still eating? Yes. Li Ruiyuan, having found nothing, wiped the mud from his palms and asked, did you bring me my clothes? You didn't say. Just because I didn't say it, you didn't bring them? If you didn't say, of course, I didn't bring them. Don't make unreasonable demands. Li Ruiyuan stiffened his face and finished the cold hot soup in one go. Let's go. Halfway there, he suddenly remembered something. Hey, where's my bird? Have you seen my bird? Here. Chisu handed the bifang back to him, looking around at the demon hunting team. Hide it well. Your bird's markings are too obvious. Even a fool could see it. Be careful of getting robbed. Li Ruiyuan snorted, then hurry and take it, let it feed on someone else. Chisu could tell the other was joking. If it really got stolen, he'd be worried. He stared at the still suspicious Li Ruiyuan, speaking casually, you fainted blood, so why would your family force you to be a beastmaster? They should support you being a medicine master. Is it so hard to tell me the truth? Li Ruiyuan was taken aback, his face slowly darkening. After a long pause, he said, I am telling the truth. My family abandoned me, and I really do fainted blood. Chisu was brief, you are a demon cultivator. I am not. Li Ruiyuan turned his neck to look around, squeezing past Chisu to a quieter spot under the trees. He said seriously, demon cultivators are demon cultivators, evil cultivators are evil cultivators, demon cultivators deserve death, but evil cultivators just take fewer detours. Chisu said, you eat from spirit and beast reserves, that makes you a demon cultivator. No. Li Ruiyuan panicked, the essence of the two is completely different. Demon cultivators crave endlessly, evil cultivators are measured, the only cost is some side effects. Without a word, Chisu bit his finger hard, holding it in front of Li Ruiyuan. In an instant, Li Ruiyuan's eyes turned crimson, covering all the whites. You don't faint at blood, you pretend. You are afraid of losing control and afraid I or Xiaowen will discover your secret. Chisu slowly took out Ultraman, pressing it to Li Ruiyuan's forehead to suppress his demonic nature. Demon cultivator or evil cultivator is the same, both walk twisted paths, stop fooling yourself with words. Unbelievable, beasts, half demons, now there's a real demon. But thankfully, this demon knows to combine spirit plants when taking it, unlike the cousin's situation, at least the body hasn't mutated yet. To cure it completely, he must create a pill to remove the demonic nature, or he'll go mad at the sight of blood. If this leaks, Li Ruiyuan would surely die. His family probably knows too, that's why they abandoned him, who would dare take him in. As for his real spirit power, probably only Brother Xiong knows. And Brother Xiong likely doesn't know Li Ruiyuan is a demon cultivator, he just wants to hide this little genius. The truth would eventually come out.
Seeing Li Ruiyuan return to normal, Chi Su withdrew Ultraman. So, how much spirit power do you have? Over 6,000. Chi Su's mouth dropped open in shock. Goodness, this battle power equals a transcendent body. Spirit and beast reserves really weren't wasted. But compared to the endlessly craving demon cultivators, this number is much lower. Back then, the cousins skyrocketed by 2,000 plus in one night. But whether eating fast or slow, Li Ruiyuan's body was damaged and needed treatment. Chi Su said, I will protect you once, won't report you, and will help heal your body. But you must promise never to eat it again. Everyone here is an exorcist, shortcuts aren't taken this way. Li Ruiyuan, experimenting and learning alchemy, knew his mistakes, regretted them, and wanted to remove the demon nature and correct his path. Chi Su read his thoughts and dared to speak freely, otherwise, he would have reported him already. But he wasn't sure if Li Ruiyuan would repeat the mistake, since the cultivation speed was so tempting. Even Lu Yenmo only reached 3,000 plus at most, Li Ruiyuan doubled it. I promise you. Li Ruiyuan said seriously, as long as you stay silent, I won't kill you. Then he raised his pinky swear. Chi Su pushed his hand away, childish. If you don't pinky swear, it shows guilt, you want to report me. Tisk. Chi Su had no choice but to link pinkies with Li Ruiyuan. If I betray you, may lightning strike me, alright? And. He paused, wanting to build a trust even stronger than emotion, exchanging leverage. Chi Su spoke slowly, I am the demon eye, I need you to take my place, help me hide. Li Ruiyuan's heart jolted. Hooked his pinky tight, his eyes shining as if they could shoot lasers. You are that famous. He changed his tone, asking blankly, who is the demon eye? I never pay attention to these things, sorry if I hurt your pride. Chi Su. Another bastard. Chapter 93, Su Hongwen's Past. The newly opened Water City Canal was clear, the man-made navigable channel winding through vintage European-style small buildings. Taking a gondola, a round along the canal took about half an hour. On the fountain square stood a huge LED screen, specially for proposals. Street performers stood beside, playing the accordion for the newlyweds. The boy held homemade soap bubbles mixed with soap and shampoo, a colorful plastic tube in his mouth, blowing one colorful bubble after another. The bubbles rose into the air and burst one after another. Bang! The toad, swollen after death, was crushed by Feng's foot, splashing maggots all over himself. It shook its feathers a few times, as if thinking of something fun, and with a face full of evil rushed at Li Ruiyuan. Ah! Don't come! Sit down! Sit! Chi Su blinked a few times, the peaceful scene in front of him completely changed. The LED screen cracked into butterfly patterns, with some beast's guts hanging, attracting a swarm of fist-sized green-headed flies. The water level of the man-made canal did not fall but rose, almost flooding all the roads, only the broken European-style buildings floated on the surface. The sewage was black, giving off a strong fishy stench. Occasionally, debris of colorful puppets, swollen deformed human-shaped cutouts, plastic models wearing rotten wedding dresses, maybe even some real human fragments drifted by. It was already evening, Chi Su could not see clearly. The exterior walls of the buildings were peeling and corroded beyond recognition. Through the dark glass, he could only see his own shadow, unable to see inside, not knowing if anything was hidden within. Chi Su sensed something was wrong. Usually, bricks near water grow moss, but here there was none, only dense black mold spots. Could it have been eaten by aquatic beasts? Chi Su stared at the black canal nearby, steadying his mind. He activated the Kongming Jade, took out a lamp to put on his forehead, then grabbed a pair of knee-high rain boots, shouting loudly, Li Ruiyuan, come here. Soon, Li Ruiyuan, holding the dirty Feng, full of grievance, walked slowly to Chi Su. What? You wear these, then carry me to find a boat. Chi Su shook the rain boots. Li Ruiyuan bent to look at the shoe size, too small, can't wear, I'm size 45. I'm 43, not much difference, just curl your toes a bit, otherwise I'll find the boat, you wait here. No, what if something happens to me? Li Ruiyuan immediately refused. Chi Su was speechless, hesitated, then after a moment, you're not worried about me, a 14-point spiritual power, but worried about your own 6,000 plus? It's my first time, I'm scared. Then wear the shoes, carry me, I'll guide you. Li Ruiyuan shook his head like a rattle. I'm afraid something in the river will bite me, these rubber rain boots don't give me safety, I have an idea. I can't carry you. Chi Su cut him off. He could carry Li Ruiyuan a few steps, but all the way to the gondola, at least 5 kilometers, he didn't have that much stamina. Li Ruiyuan pointed to the canal, I mean, we just sit here and wait, let the boat come to us, and have dinner while waiting. As he spoke, an abandoned amusement boat, upside down, slowly floated past Chi Su's eyes. The bottom of the boat was full of black mold, had several holes, useless. But indeed, a boat passed by. Okay. Chi Su agreed happily, moved away from the canal to a higher spot to make fire. He set up a portable butane stove, placed a small iron pot on it, poured in mineral water, rice porridge? Sure. Li Ruiyuan carefully checked the surroundings as usual. Chi Su opened the plastic bag, took out a handful of rice. Wait. Li Ruiyuan stared at the rice in Chi Su's hand. Sweat drenched his body. On every flat, round grain of rice, there grew a small yellow eye. The eye glared angrily, unwilling to close in death, looking extremely terrifying. What's wrong? Chi Su asked, puzzled. Li Ruiyuan pointed at the rice's eyes. Why are there? Haven't you eaten poor quality rice before? Chi Su put the rice into the pot and tied the bag tightly. Actually, all rice now has eyes. The higher the quality, the more eyes there are. But high quality rice has white eyes, not yellow ones, and once cooked, they are even harder to see. Poor quality rice still shows a little after cooking, you just don't look at it. This was common sense, and Li Ruiyuan didn't even know. I thought they were all round, white, and plump. Li Ruiyuan squatted by the pot, speaking more sadly, the words, "don't want to eat," carved into his forehead. Are you talking about pulsing rice? Chi Su had tried it once, given by the gambling stone vendor, melted in the mouth. But that rice was so expensive, even though he had 200 million savings, that money could disappear buying some pills. He also had to keep funds to buy raw materials from Captain Tianshu and Captain St. Roland, and pay Brother Xiong for pill making. Also, for the mid-grade Earth-stage marrow cleansing pills, Brother Xiong probably couldn't make them himself, he'd have to find someone, likely the Gu family. Brother Xiong couldn't bear these costs, he had to cover them. All these were places to spend money, not a penny could be wasted. His demand for food was low, as long as it filled his stomach, why eat something so good? Chi Su stirred the rice porridge with an iron spoon. Make do and eat, it won't kill you. Work hard, collect some spirit cores and treasures to sell, then we can afford top-quality rice. Li Ruiyuan could only accept reality. He spread out his hands. Give me a bottle of mineral water, I want to bathe by Fong. Chi Su grabbed a cotton wet wipe and tossed it over. In the secret realm, water is precious, use this. Li Ruiyuan pinched the thin as gauze wipe, wiping Bai Fong's face carelessly. If you act naughty again, I'll slap you to death. Bai Fong. Be gentle. It hurts. Li Ruiyuan sensed the beast's intention, immediately controlling the strength. I don't ask what you can do for me, only one thing, grow up quickly, go to Daoshu Hongwon. Chi Su heard this. I did your digging, why take revenge on others? Others? Li Ruiyuan smiled, picking up small blue feathers one by one to wipe. Su Hongwon is not others, we are senior and junior at the same university, just not familiar. He leaned close to Chi Su. For the sake of our mutual trust, I advise you, don't deal with Su Hongwon, he's not a good person. Why? Chi Su became interested. His knowledge of Su Hongwon mostly came from Brother Xiong, sounded miserable. But judging by Li Ruiyuan, it seemed the pitiful ones also had hateful sides. Li Ruiyuan lifted his eyelids, recalling the past. When he was in 10th grade, I was in 12th. His family didn't know much, and the loan was monthly interest, not daily. My father gave me his family's account to practice on. Of course I had to see who this kid was, to recognize his face. The first time I saw him in person was during freshman military training. I looked from far away, found him surrounded by girls, receiving love letters and gifts, hands getting weak from holding too many. Then, in front of them, he threw cheap, worthless items into the trash, saying not to send him trash again. Chi Su. Ha! Although those things ended up in the trash anyway, doing it in front of everyone wasn't that harsh. Li Ruiyuan looked at Chi Su, as if finding a kindred spirit, getting even closer. Later, when school officially started, Su Hongwon became the school celebrity, the undisputed campus idol, his desk always full of valuable gifts. Once, a girl in his class, poor and not very attractive, secretly gave him a love letter. Someone saw it and it reached Su Hongwon's ears. The next day, he waited until the class was full, tore the letter, and kicked over the girl's desk. He lifted the desk again and smashed it several times, and the backpack, textbooks, and sanitary pads all fell out. The floor had just been mopped in the morning and was not clean, full of mud spots, and the new books got dirty. The girl blushed and buried her head to pick them up herself. No one helped, everyone just watched the show. Li Ruiyuan had been secretly observing Su Hongwon and knew him inside out. He also knew why Su Hongwon acted this way. Lu Tianxiang and the others kept teasing him with your wife, and he, ashamed and furious, took out his anger on the girl. Well-mannered Li Ruiyuan could not bear this and kept a mental note of Su Hongwon's deeds. He, watching others pick up things in embarrassment, felt pleased, and casually went out to skip class with Lu Tianxiang. The girl was isolated by the whole class, even the female teacher picked on her daily, made her stand, suppressed her, called her parents for a small thing, ruining her face. One day she suddenly jumped from upstairs, falling half dead. Suicide? Well, her family bore it. Su Hongwon and his good brothers did whatever they wanted, acting as if nothing happened, partying every night, befriending rich women, chatting and drinking, paying off the month's debts in one night, still with extra money. He enjoyed it, surrounded by beautiful rich women, both thrilled and earning money. I even envied him. Li Ruiyuan sneered coldly, clearly mocking. He spoke harshly, had a bad temper, looked down on everyone. Especially people like you, average looking, no family background, just easy targets. Chi Su shuddered, his eyes blank for a moment. A virage? A man could be average in ability, money, height, emotional intelligence, driving skill, taking medicine. But born average in looks, only surgery could change it, full-on technology needed. Chapter 94 Water, cannot drink anymore. In fact, Li Ruiyuan found everyone average. If he thought everyone was handsome, wouldn't that make him what, gay? Unless someone was so amazing that he had to admit it, Su Hongwen was one. But that character, really hard to describe. Li Ruiyuan patted Chi Su's shoulder, continuing to criticize Su Hongwen. 2 years ago, a serious epidemic occurred, everyone had to wear masks. The new victim, like you, average-looking, liked wearing plain clothes, tried to dress well, but lacked aesthetic sense. Chi Su suddenly clutched his chest, feeling stabbed multiple times. Li Ruiyuan lost in memories, he wore the same mask as Su Hongwen, black common type, not on purpose. Su Hongwen saw it, blocked him on the podium, repeatedly warned him to take off the mask, not to copy him. The man had no choice, his face turned dark red and purple, extremely ashamed, could only take it off. Li Ruiyuan laughed at himself, eyes full of contempt for Su Hongwen. This is my impression of him, when collecting debts, he naturally showed no mercy. Until the acid incident happened, he completely changed, deeply understood the ugly person's situation, became low-key in everything, and soon reported to Jialun. Li Ruiyuan slapped his own face meaningfully, but mountains may change, nature not. Once restored, to regain lost dignity, he will go further. Being teammates with him, we will suffer a lot. Chi Su's face darkened. Suffering aside. Are you indirectly mocking me? Because I got you into Jialun, you were unhappy, and now making up lies to kill 2 birds with 1 stone? Insulting 2 people at once, you are really something. Chi Su grabbed Li Ruiyuan's shoulder. What do you mean average? Tell me, am I average? If you have red eye disease, go treat it. No matter what you say, I am the type of little handsome, no average. There is no average here. Li Ruiyuan was speechless. I am telling the truth, these things were all done by Su Hongwen. What good does slandering him do me? Believe it or not, you decide. Just by asking around Su Hongwen's old home, you'll know, there's not a word of lies. Seeing this, Chi Su fell silent and added some pickled vegetables to the pot. The Su Hongwen brother in Xion's words, and the Su Hongwen in Li Ruiyuan's words, are actually the same person. One pitiful, the other arrogant and overbearing, hard to judge. Whether Su Hongwen would escalate further, no one could say, but if he dared to jump in his face with a big move, he'd show him what it means to be disciplined under the stick. Chi Su handed Li Ruiyuan an iron spoon. Should be cooked, don't touch the bowl, we'll eat straight from the pot. You didn't bring meat? Li Ruiyuan stared at the pickled vegetables. I did, but not for you. Chi Su opened the rabbit meat snack and handed it to Bai Feng. Am I worse than an animal? You tell me? Comparing yourself to a young creature, don't you feel ashamed? Li Ruiyuan pouted and scooped porridge, ignoring Chi Su. After eating, Chi Su cleaned the pot with a wet wipe and looked at the canal. There floated quietly a cartoon boat, shaped like Mickey Mouse, enough for 2 people. Seeing it drift away, Chi Su immediately chased it, wading through the dirty water to pull it back. Get on the boat. Bai Feng stood at the very front of the small boat, chest out, head high. He thought himself the captain, flapped his wings hard. Bai Feng. Charge. Chi Su held the steering wheel, pedaling the small boat, looking around for the hidden scale of cause and effect in the canal. Chi Su, this is stagnant water, right? Li Ruiyuan reached out to feel the wind. But now there was no wind, just a chill. Stagnant water, Chi Su replied. Li Ruiyuan asked with soul-deep doubt, if it's stagnant, how can it flow? There are tamed beasts in the river. They swim back and forth, moving the water's direction. Chi Su frowned. Don't be so jumpy, you're making me nervous too. Strong but timid like a mouse, what kind of person is this? He got tired, lifted his feet off the pedals, drifting with the current. On both sides, walls were set with dark windows, and beside them many dead flowers. Passing under low bridges, the view suddenly opened wide. On both riverbanks, campfires of all sizes were scattered everywhere. Bai Feng. Meat. So much meat. Li Ruiyuan quickly grabbed Bai Feng's beak. Don't get us in trouble. Clearly, this was a resting demon hunting squad. Meat? Multiple squads. He really couldn't fight. But Bai Feng's unique call still reached the sharp-eared demon hunters. They all looked over, eyes burning. Li Ruiyuan sighed, took out a sewing kit, pinched a long needle between his fingers. Chi Su, give me space, I'll try to shoot them dead. Don't rush. Chi Su pressed Li Ruiyuan's arm, watching the giant empty turtle shells beside them. Turtle shells were also armor, easy to use, stand in front or empty the meat and wear it. Li Ruiyuan moved first. If one strike failed, both sides would fall into chaos.
Then he'd have to recall the Earth Dragon Lord, leaving 2 unclaimed tamed beasts at home. Someone stealing them to sign a contract would be bad.
Is this the Jialan champion? Someone shouted.
The reward for the champion of the contest, the Bifong egg, unique, almost certainly.
Yes.
Shisu planned to find an excuse to leave, to avoid breaking defenses again.
Really, Shisu? Genius of Linchuan City. Shisu. Please come.
We found something strange. Shisu thought, turned the wheel, pedaled.
Be careful, could be a trap. Li Ruiyuan was alert. I have armored blades, it's fine. What about me?
Show off your 6,000 plus king style, stand tall, you're invincible. I'm invincible at range, not in melee, really not, let's not go.
Li Ruiyuan pleaded, palms sweating. Then swim off the boat. I dare not. If you dare not, shut your mouth.
I'm here, what are you afraid of? Shisu pedaled wildly toward the shore.
I'm scared because it's you. With Su Hongwen, I wouldn't be so afraid.
Li Ruiyuan had heard a little about Show-Off's power, called a humanoid fierce beast.
Looking at Shisu again. What's the difference with a tiny pet?
Li Ruiyuan decisively fought with Shisu for control of the boat. He grabbed the other steering wheel, feet on the pedals, pushed with force, and cracked the bottom of the boat broke, dirty water rushed in instantly.
Damn you!
Shisu felt the boat sinking little by little, then stomped the pedal with all his strength. Finally, just before sinking, they both reached the shore unharmed. The little Mickey Mouse boat stopped on the steps, below, a thin layer of stagnant water slapped against the hull. Suddenly, a black hand with clear knuckles emerged from the water, knocked the stern, and dragged it forcefully into the river bottom. This anomaly was unnoticed, people only thought the boat's balance shifted, it sank, all eyes focused on the champion. Shisu, look at these turtle shells, they float in corners. From our past few days' investigation, all the turtles and fish in the river are dead. Everyone surrounded Shisu and Li Ruiyuan, showing collected empty turtle shells and dried up fish corpses.
There is no living thing in the polluted water.
Now the wind is still, yet the water flows by itself.
We suspect.
The burly man spoke slowly, the canal has become sentient.
In other words, the water humans depend on to live. It has self-awareness and signs of life.
The silent canal stirred huge ripples, a thick black hand rose into the sky, covering sun and moon, water dropped 3 or 4 meters, revealing a riverbed full of human corpses. The giant hand carried a stench wind, spread its fingers to grab the crowd.
Chapter 95 Fortune from Disaster.
Spirit of the artificial canal, corrupted hand of the abyss, humans long-released blessings, incense wishes, and remains deposited in the riverbed.
After spiritual revival, the water spirit is born from years of accumulated resentment. Status, rampage hungry. The massive black hand pressed down, humans tiny as dust.
Shisu activated his magic eye, his whole body stunned.
This pressure must be like Sun Wukong under the Five-Finger Mountain, right? Even the monkey couldn't escape, how could he avoid it? Run!
The burly man's roar deafened, everyone snapped out of daze, fleeing on their beasts.
Bifong! I'll fight with you.
A small blue bird flew against the crowd, spitting weak flames, charging at the corrupted water spirit.
Water and fire oppose, theoretically, if Bifong is strong, the heat can dry the river. But in reality, it's courting death.
Seeing this, Shisu hurried through the crowd toward Bifong.
He yelled hoarse, Li Ruiyuan. Pull back. Li Ruiyuan.
He activated the armor blades, about to grab Bifong, but the black hand slammed down. Unprepared scattered cultivators and beast riders were instantly flattened like thin paper, crushed into the ground.
Shisu narrowly survived, frantically looking for Bifong. Here. It's safe.
Li Ruiyuan climbed the European-style building roof, escaping faster than anyone.
He reached a relatively safe spot, then remembered Bifong.
1 second before the black hand hit the ground, Bifong returned to his hand. Now, only Shisu stood in the danger zone.
Run! Run!
Li Ruiyuan worried for Shisu, eyes full of concern. But he didn't dare go down to save him, better to run if possible, die if not, they weren't close.
Shisu ran into the dense forest, face serious. No loyalty.
Countless small black hands emerged from the giant hand, like centipede legs, spreading in all directions, grabbing corpses into the polluted water. Shisu's ankle tightened, looking down, a small black hand emerged from a puddle under bricks, 5 long fingers clamped around his ankle like iron hoops.
It's over.
The small black hand yanked sharply, dragging Shisu toward the giant black hand. Many others shared the same tragic fate. The burly man rode the blood-sweating horse far from the canal, speeding through the forest. But the small black hands were faster, grabbing his hair and clothes. The tail of the BMW, along with its hooves, yanked both the person and the beast back.
Li Ruiyuan stood on the rooftop, watching this scene clearly. He silently took a few steps back, leaned down to open the small building's window, making not a single sound, and hid into the cold, damp room. Bai Fong stretched its neck, looking out the window. It wore an expression of defiance, opening its mouth to urge Li Ruiyuan to hurry to the smelly water river. By your mother, shut up! Li Ruiyuan tightly gripped the bird's beak, beads of sweat as large as beans slid down his temples, and his lips turned pale with fear. It had been over a year, and those that could become spirits had already done so. Everyone thought it was like this now, that things wouldn't get worse. Who could have imagined that even the water? Li Ruiyuan took a deep breath, paused for a moment, and gently propped himself up, peeking at the now calm canal. The people and beasts caught in the river floated on the surface of the water, their faces showing signs of death. Dirty water flowed into their mouths and noses, infiltrating their internal organs, draining their essence. Starting from those with lower cultivation, the muscles of both the people and the beasts, which had been bulging, shrank as if deflating, visibly transforming into dry corpses, sinking to the bottom one after another. A few rare high cultivators, struggling with spiritual energy to resist the attack of the filthy water, used all their strength to crawl towards the shore, but were dragged back each time, with no ability to fight back. Their beasts died, and no matter how the beast masters struggled, it was all in vain. Until they were utterly exhausted, these strong ones gradually sank into the water, never making a sound again. Li Ruiyuan withdrew his head, his eyes wide open. There was no hope. Shisu, with only 14 points of spiritual energy, was certainly beyond saving. Wait. Li Ruiyuan thought of the shield that had resisted the crushing force of the giant hand. If Shisu still had the leaves, it could hold on a little longer. But relying on himself, it would be hard to climb ashore, he would need someone to pull him up. Li Ruiyuan lowered his head, his body trembling uncontrollably. Then summon the beast. Don't expect it to help. In the water. The shield fit closely around Chisu's body, perfectly enclosing him, releasing enough oxygen for him to breathe. Each leaf was consumed in a second, and it could only last for about an hour and a half at most. Chisu, enclosed in the shield, was safe for now, with no immediate threat to his life. But the corrupted water spirit pressed him firmly to the riverbed and kept assaulting the shield. He was tossed around in the swirling mud, like a ball, dizzy, almost throwing up his dinner. He didn't know what he tripped over, but he suddenly plunged headfirst into the mud, his head deeply embedded in the dirt, unable to pull himself out for a long while. Although the shield provided oxygen, he was submerged in water, his mouth and nose buried in the mud, and due to psychological effects, he felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation, struggling to breathe. Shisu braced his hands against the mud, desperately kicking his legs to stabilize his feet on the riverbed. Using all his strength, he managed to push himself up several times, finally pulling his head free from the mud. Who? Shisu sighed in relief, activated his magic eye, and surveyed the pitch-black surroundings. Countless beast master information appeared: 3 rams, dead; sweat-blooded horse, dead; stone monkey, dead; moon rabbit, dead; spirit turtle, dead; koi, dead. The demon hunting team could barely afford any empty jade, and the spirit plants they found were also submerged in the water, all consumed by the corrupted water spirit, all withered. As for the human skeletons, without the magic eye, the sight of them floating in the mud was clear, a vast sea of bones, stretching endlessly, piled up in mountains. Oh my! Shisu was greatly shocked, his eyes full of astonishment. It was the first time he had seen so many dead bodies, and his heart pounded like a hammer striking his chest, heavy and dull, shaking his fingers with the impact. Some of the bodies had not yet decayed, their gray-white pupils staring at him, their dried fingers tightly clutching a family portrait. Some bodies had their mouths wide open, arms raised above them, their eyes full of terror and despair. Shisu numbly took a few steps forward, his feet tripping over something again. He lowered his head, bracing against the water pressure, bending down to clear the thick mud. It was a turtle shell. But this turtle shell is not like an ordinary one, its hexagonal texture is deeply concave, etched with the 10 heavenly stems and 12 earthly branches. It is the cause and effect scale. Shisu immediately cleared all the mud that had piled up in the concave areas, revealing the weight in the center of the turtle shell that was raised. The weight emitted a faint golden light in the darkness, flickering on and off. This mutated turtle's cultivation level is not high, only having 1 weight, indicating it can only be used once. Its physical body had already disappeared, becoming nourishment for the demonized water spirit, leaving only the shell. Shisu knocked on the edge of the turtle shell, growling as he tried to lift it. But the 500-kilogram turtle shell, in the mud, felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. It didn't move at all. He then thought of the void jade. But the void jade was filled with medicinal herbs and protective leaves from the alchemy room, it couldn't fit. It was also impossible to throw away the cause and effect scale. Finding it but not being able to take it, Shisu was so angry he started stomping. Demon Eye! Give me back my spirit power! Boom! A splash of water suddenly rang out. A tall figure quickly darted through the black water, effortlessly moving. Chapter 96, Visiting. Li Ruiyuan held his breath, searching for Chisu's whereabouts, silently encouraging himself. You're invincible. You can do it. The little black hands wildly tangled up, burrowing into his skin, draining his vitality. However, the next second, they were forced out by the powerful spiritual energy within Li Ruiyuan. Xie. Glub glub glub. Li Ruiyuan was choked by the foul-smelling water, gagging violently, only able to force his way up to the surface to breathe. Ha ha. Chisu. Where are you? If you're alive, make a sound. At the bottom of the river. Chisu heard Li Ruiyuan's muffled voice and was overjoyed. What loyalty, this is a man of loyalty. At that moment, the demonized water spirit seemed frantic, and it kicked him hard. The river water became violent, surging violently, stirring up all the bones at the river bottom, swirling them into whirlpools, constantly smashing toward Chisu. Chisu gritted his teeth, tightly holding onto the edge of the turtle shell, his 10 fingers locked in place. His body curled in the groove, regardless of how the water flow and corpses crashed into him, he would never let go. The leaf armor was quickly consumed by this repeated violent force and was soon about to wear out. Should he summon the Earth Dragon Lord? Chisu closed his eyes, his brows furrowing tightly. There's no choice. Hand. Glub glub glub. Give me. Chisu trembled in his heart and opened his eyes. He saw Li Ruiyuan being tossed about by the bones, running away and swimming back, desperately stretching his arm. Chisu immediately grabbed Li Ruiyuan's hand and, using all his strength, pulled him close. There's still the cause and effect scale. The cause and effect scale. Li Ruiyuan squinted his eyes and pressed down on Chisu's head, signaling him to hold tight to the turtle shell. He rooted himself into the mud with a horse stance, stretched his arms to embrace the turtle shell, and veins popped up on his neck, his muscles bulging. Li Ruiyuan gritted his back teeth, tilting the heavy, bowl-shaped turtle shell to reduce the resistance, bent his legs and kicked upward, breaking through the water's surface. Ha! He swung his arm in a wide arc, hurling Chisu and the turtle shell far away. The heavy turtle shell crushed several trees and fell deep into the dense forest. Bai Feng. Pull me up. Li Ruiyuan shouted. Bai Feng. The small blue bird, filled with blood and excitement, flew out from the beast space, grabbed Li Ruiyuan's collar, and flapped its wings. But it was useless at all. Li Ruiyuan grabbed the palm-sized Bai Feng, his face dark, and swam out of the foul-smelling river. His body was covered with bruises, some areas were bleeding. He found Chisu, you owe me a life. Chisu was dizzy from the fall, seeing Li Ruiyuan with double vision. I know, I will repay it later. Not later, now, help me treat my wounds. Li Ruiyuan closed his eyes and took off his clothes, revealing his muscular body covered in bloodstains. His voice was hoarse as he urged, hurry up, I can't hold on much longer. Seeing this, Chisu first handed over Ultraman to Li Ruiyuan. Then he took out a new headlamp, a blood-boosting pill, and bottled water, cleaning his back before applying the medicine. Chisu said, later, let's head to the entrance of the secret realm, get you some clothes, and also contact the Order Legion to report the water spirit incident. Li Ruiyuan didn't want to deal with the authorities, feeling guilty. He reluctantly said, why bother with such trivial matters? They're very busy. It's just stagnant water, it won't spread, let's just do a good deed and take care of it while we're at it. Chisu reminded Li Ruiyuan, do you remember those ghostly fire youths? One of them turned into a dried corpse. They said it happened after they entered the movie town, maybe they drank the canal water or ate something they shouldn't have. Chisu shook his head, dismissing the idea, speaking with clarity, would you drink such smelly, filthy water? Moreover, in the secret realm, you can't casually eat or drink anything. He wouldn't have eaten or drunk. Besides, even if he did drink or eat, he couldn't leave the secret realm and return home. It's impossible that his companions would find him and take him to the hospital. So, what do you mean? Li Ruiyuan asked. He must have gotten into trouble outside, no doubt. Chisu pondered for a long time. The problem most likely lies with the water resources in the market. Based on the information provided by the magical eyes, he said, the reason the canal gains self-awareness is because of human superstition. And in places we can't see, could a river or a mountain also become an entity? People drink directly from mountain spring water or glacier water, many don't even filter or sterilize it, they just drink the pure, sweet, original water. Here's the key point. Chisu walked up to Li Ruiyuan, applying a vitality pill on his chest. Some businesses make money off the original water, handling the source carelessly or not at all, then filling it up and selling it as mineral water, distributing it nationwide. So, low-level cultivators who drink it can't digest it, and the result is a dried corpse. Li Ruiyuan suddenly understood. He said firmly, we must trace it back to the source and handle it, cutting off the supply to the market. Otherwise, many people will die, including beast tamers. So we need to report it. Chisu took off his own coat and draped it over Li Ruiyuan, looking down at the tortoiseshell.
Under the 6 or 7,000 leaves, the water was gone, and there was now empty space to store the karma scale. But he wouldn't just return home.
The entry fee for the third-level secret realm was 1.36 million for both of them.
They hadn't made back a single penny, and were down several billion.
He wouldn't leave without making that money back. Especially that canal, he'd fill it up no matter what. The next day, the two-story apartment was filled with a faint blue smoke, inside and out, blackened. The firefighter looked up at the massive earth dragon, moving its lips. Is your master home? The earth dragon shook its head. Roar. No.
Then, it raised its paw and scratched its scales, using them as currency to pay the firefighter.
No, it's free. The firefighter quickly stopped it. Can you sign here? Oh. I'll do it.
Lu Shu bounced over to the firefighter, biting the pen, tilting its head, and wrote Chi-Su's name carefully on the paper.
The firefighter smiled, taking the form and rubbing Lu Shu's head. Really smart. Doesn't your master have any adults around? The earth dragon was displeased. Roar. I am.
The firefighter twitched his mouth.
So, there were no adults.
He gave one last deep look at the apartment turned into ruins. It was worth more than 50 million in market value, and it was all burnt down.
The firefighter asked again, is your master fierce? Does he usually beat you?
The earth dragon, Light Ant, and Lu Shu all shook their heads firmly.
All right. The firefighter dryly smiled and climbed into the fire truck. Now, the first beating was coming. At the hospital. Knock, knock, knock. The nurse knocked on the door. Come in. Su Hongwen was feeding the recovering Xiong Meng. It's not about the cost, the Taofang Dan Pharmacy asked me to deliver this. Su Hongwen was full of doubts, reaching out to take the black gift box.
He untied the bow, took out the jade bottle cool to the touch, embedded in sponge.
Hadn't he just sent the jade marrow rejuvenation flower yesterday? And now it was already refined?
The nurse said, the young lady from Taofang asked me to pass on, take 1 pill a day, see you at the competition.
Su Hongwen nodded slightly, looking at the principal with questioning eyes. Eat it, it's fine. Xiong Meng weakly smiled.
Su Hongwen swallowed the small pill, continuing to feed the principal. Chi-Su went to find the karma scale.
I can't reach him for now, but don't worry, he will be fine. Xiong Meng wasn't worried that Chi-Su would be in trouble. As long as Li Ruiyuan was with him, the two would definitely be fine.
At this moment, his mind was focused on Su Hongwen. You're the one participating in the championship, every minute and second counts, go ahead, I can handle it myself.
Su Hongwen remained silent. He was also thinking about this. He didn't know when Chi-Su would return, and if he didn't come back within 2 months or if he stayed out for a month, then the time he spent in the hospital would be completely wasted, and there would be no advantage in fighting against Zitone. But even knowing that the principal was attacked, he still turned and left. Actually, when Su Hongwen fell silent, Xiong Meng understood what he meant. And he didn't want to delay this outstanding student, so he raised his hand and gave him a gentle push. Go ahead. Then, if you need anything, just contact me. Su Hongwen was heading to the secret realm, and there was no signal on his phone. Even if there was, he wouldn't be able to get there in time. Both of them understood the polite words spoken. Xiong Meng didn't change his smile. As soon as Su Hongwen stood up, LV Yanma pushed the door open and walked in, carrying 2 fruit baskets, both premium goods for strengthening the body. LV Yanma placed the baskets down and looked at Xiong Meng, speaking politely, how is your health? Don't be afraid of anyone attacking you again. I've already had people guarding you tightly, and I will make sure you live until the championship. Xiong Meng had learned from the doctor that it was LV Yanma who had saved him, so his attitude softened a bit. Thank you for your trouble. No need to be polite. LV Yanma looked around for a chair. Su Hongwen glanced at him and didn't want to waste any more time, quickly heading toward the third-level secret realm in Longyang City. LV Yanma wiped the chair clean, sat down beside the hospital bed, and started chatting with Xiong Meng. I heard everything. That kid has bad character, yet you're still protecting him so much. Chi-Su will be heartbroken if he finds out. Xiong Meng replied softly, when the granary is full, one knows rituals, and when food and clothing are sufficient, one knows honor and disgrace. The material foundation determines a person's moral level. Xiaowen's family is poor, and his parents are like that, so he grew up without proper guidance. You can't judge him by too high of a standard. Someone like him needs long-term education and guidance, and when his material life becomes more abundant, his noble character will naturally emerge. Is that so? LV Yanma raised an eyebrow. He didn't want to discuss unimportant matters anymore. Who hurt you? I don't want to take the blame. I don't know. It was too dark, and I couldn't see clearly. Xiong Meng kept quiet about it and struggled to move his body to lie down, covering himself with the blanket. Afraid to say?
LV Yenma thought for a moment and smiled with narrowed eyes. Anyone who can make a 3-star Beastmaster and a 1-star Alchemist Principal unwilling to speak, it must be someone from within Zetone.
You're wary of them. You're not talking because even if you did, it wouldn't help.
The law can't punish them, and if you're not careful, you might end up being slandered, as if you staged the whole thing yourself.
So, it's better not to mention it. Is it Chen Jingzhong?
He's a participant in the next championship, so he naturally wants to pave the way for himself. Upon hearing this, Xiong Meng couldn't help but shudder.
Thank you, I understand everything now. LV Yenma stood up and slowly walked out.
Not long after, 2 caregivers entered to attend to Xiong Meng's daily needs.
Chapter 97, Fool.
At the entrance of the movie town, the signal was weak. Chisu made a call to Yi Linchuan, informing her about Shuailing. You can say you found out on your own, and made a big contribution.
There were also members of the Order Legion in Linchuan City, whose duty was to kill the magical beasts invading the city.
With dry corpses appearing in the city, they must be investigating as well, but they are certainly searching in the wrong direction, looking into magical beasts. The latest news was that there was a problem with the water source. Yi Linchuan could report it early and receive official recognition. Shisu made a request. In exchange, go to Taofang and find someone to help me make an intermediate-level Earth-grade bone cleansing pill. On the other end of the phone, Yi Linchuan's laughter couldn't be contained.
She coughed lightly a few times. Is the information accurate? Shuailing?
Chisu answered honestly, I'm not sure whether the dry corpses in the city are caused by Shuailing, but you have to find the exact evidence yourself. I have no time.
And water becoming a spirit, I can guarantee that it really happened. How it became a spirit, I've already told you.
Hurry up and investigate thoroughly. Yi Linchuan, since you said that, I'll trust you completely.
Uncle Ma, come here for a moment.
She wrote down the information Chisu provided on a piece of paper and handed it to the middle-aged butler. Go to Linchuan City and check out the newly released bottled mineral water and beverages on the market.
Okay, Mississippi.
Yi Linchuan picked up the receiver and talked about the bone-washing pill. You asked me to go to Taofang to find the alchemist, wasn't it just so others wouldn't take your business? But everyone knows what treasures you got in the grand tournament. Even if I step in, I'm afraid it won't be hidden from the eldest miss of the Gu family. She won't help you. Chisu patiently said, she will help. Even if I go, Taofang will surely accept it. How famous the alchemy shop is depends on what quality of pills the shop has successfully refined. Middle-class earthgrade is enough to prove an alchemist's extraordinary ability, making Taofang more authoritative and their business booming. But whether I go or Brother Xiong goes, Taofang will definitely demand a high price, emptying out our pockets.
You go, with the face of Missy, Gu Ling won't dare to be too outrageous. Help us out, Ancestor. Ancestor.
Yi Linchuan silently smiled. She really bought into this, shaking her head, twisting her body a few times, then said, I'll help. Wait for me at the entrance of the secret realm.
I'm going to get the raw materials.
She summoned the wind element dragon beard crane, Linchuan City.
In the secret realm. Chisu contacted the principal to report in. Brother Xiong, have you eaten? I've eaten. How are you in Shaoyuan? We're fine. What about Su Hongwen? Did he take this opportunity to learn some beast taming theory from you?
Brother Xiong looked at the nurse in front of him, hesitating. He has. He then changed the subject, but I don't want him to take care of me.
The opponent is too strong this time. How can he stay with me? I've sent him to the secret realm. Shisu paused. You let him go, and he just left? You stayed in the hospital alone?
Brother Xiong noticed Chisu's dissatisfaction in his tone and immediately used the art of words. Lu Yenma sent someone to protect my life, guaranteeing that I will make it to the grand tournament. I don't need Xiao. Why should he stay with me? If he said directly that Su Hongwen left first, and just as it happened, Lu Yenma sent 2 caretakers and protective personnel, Chisu would definitely be dissatisfied with Xiao. But if he first said that Lu Yenma sent people to protect him, and then Su Hongwen left, the meaning would be entirely different. This was his signature move, one he had practiced for over 20 years to maintain good relations with his in-laws.
To keep family harmony, it all depended on him skillfully maneuvering. That's true.
Chisu didn't understand the underlying meaning but, after hearing Brother Xiong's carefully constructed words, immediately gave up on criticizing Su Hongwen.
It's fine as long as someone replaced him. No problem. Brother Xiong didn't dare speak further to Chisu, finding an excuse. I'm a bit sleepy, going to take a nap.
You be safe.
Bye.
Hold on, Brother Xiong, I haven't finished. Lu Shu and the herbs are with me. I'm keeping them for you, and I'll return them when you're discharged.
I know, Master Lu wrote me a letter. The delivery person brought it, and everything is explained in the letter. Master Lu. Chisu couldn't help but smile. Then rest, I won't disturb you. With Lu Shu around, the Earth Dragon Lord and Light Ant are also high-intelligence beast tamers, so the mess at home must have been dealt with by now. At this moment, Chi-Su felt at ease and thought it was only right to bring back some reward for himself. Chi-Su. How do I look in this? Hearing the voice, Chi-Su raised his eyelids and stared at the black sea urchin for 3 full seconds. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. You, serious? Li Ruiyuan was wearing a hedgehog skin, with only his face showing, and he looked exactly like a hedgehog. He excitedly spun around, the sharp spikes almost sweeping against the nearby clothing rack. Help me pay the bill, my phone's dead. Chi-Su, take it off. Let's go check out the stalls selling coats. You won't even be able to lie down in that. No. Li Ruiyuan's mouth drooped. I'll sleep in this set. Chi-Su gave the final ultimatum, will you take it off or not? I won't. Li Ruiyuan started to act stubborn, holding on to the vendor without letting go. This set's skin protection is full, you buy it for me first, then we go buy a coat, no conflict. Yes, young man, no conflict. The vendor immediately chimed in. Deep in the secret realm, there are many mosquitoes, their saliva contains anesthetic, you could be bitten to death without knowing how you died. Besides, mosquitoes act in groups, buzzing over, buzzing away, takes only a few seconds, you're gone, your body dry and stiff, full of holes all over. Chi-Su knew the vendor exaggerated, just to sell. Water City has the most mosquitoes and flies, but I haven't met a single mosquito. Mosquitoes bite fiercely, magical beasts bite mosquitoes even harder, their enemies are many, full of blood, any magical beast would take a bite, probably all already wiped out, so we really don't need hedgehog skin. At the end, Chi-Su stared at Li Ruiyuan, signaling him to take it off with his eyes. Everything was explained clearly, buying now would be foolish. The vendor looked at Chi-Su, realizing he had met a secret realm veteran, this hedgehog skin wouldn't fetch a high price. But luckily, there was still one young man to deceive. He looked at Li Ruiyuan, smoothly speaking, this set of equipment was stripped from a mature hedgehog. Go ask outside, the price for a mature one, even low quality, starts at 3 million. I won't ask you for 4 or 5 million, 1,550,000 is the lowest. The vendor raised his hand to gesture, deliberately showing a bandage wrapped around his finger. I won't count the labor fee, even selling at cost is a loss, it protects against mosquitoes, you can protect against other magical beasts too. Li Ruiyuan nodded repeatedly, make it round, sell at 1,500,000, sell or not, if not I'll go. The vendor felt secretly pleased, but showed a bitter face, 1,550,000 is the lowest okay, take it for 1,500,000. Li Ruiyuan opened his hands to Chi-Su, you help me pay first, or give me the power bank, I'll buy it myself. Su Hongwen already transferred the money, I have cash in my card. Chi-Su saw Li Ruiyuan was determined not to take it off, but he couldn't watch him be scammed so much. Outside, prices were high, but magical beasts in the secret realm weren't worth much. Catch a few casually, skin them, wash, sell, including labor cost, max cost 100. He immediately bargained with the vendor, 200,000. 200,000 covered the vendor's risk in labor. Li Ruiyuan was shocked, his face instantly red. He gently pushed Chi-Su, lowering his voice, what are you doing, cutting the Dragon Slayer sword? We're not people short of money, why fight a low-level worker over 10 or so bucks? Chi-Su said helplessly, young Master Li, I'm a low-level worker too, you think I'm a rich second generation? You're not rich either, you said it yourself. Secondly, that's not 10 or so, that's 1,350,000, do you know what 1,350,000 means? Back then, I could live a lifetime with this money. Chi-Su bypassed Li Ruiyuan to the vendor, but was pulled back by him before speaking. Power. Bank. Li Ruiyuan said each word sharply, eyes fierce. Chi-Su, cutting the Dragon Slayer sword is really embarrassing, if you embarrass yourself don't drag me into it. The vendor worked so hard, stitching, polishing, all handmade, don't know how many holes pricked in his hands, 1,500,000 very expensive? Even if he asks for more, I'm happy to buy it, none of your business. Chapter 98, the first gift I gave myself. Okay. Chi-Su took out the power bank, threw it to Li Ruiyuan, and turned to leave. Li Ruiyuan plugged in, paid at top speed, swinging his arms with quick small steps. The heavy hedgehog suit caused slight stifled laughter, he pretended not to hear. The hedgehog suit gave him full security, didn't care if others laughed. Are you angry? Li Ruiyuan chased Chi-Su, I know you mean well, but I don't like bargaining so fiercely. If the vendor gets upset because of your cut, argues with you, when you start cursing, everyone will laugh at you as a poor loser, so shameful, and your own good mood will be ruined. Don't talk to me. Chi-Su didn't want to deal with this idiot and walked to the coat stall. Last night he spent in the damp forest, though he made a fire, the flames kept going out by themselves. He managed through the night, now he has a bit of a cold, so he needs something thicker. How much? Chi-Su rubbed the material of the military coat and asked. 350. I'll take one. Li Rueyuan, I want one too. Buy your own.
Chi Su scanned the payment, took the coat and put it on, looking for the stall selling spiritual weapons.
Soon, a clean white dagger with an oily shine caught his attention. He stepped forward, puckered at the dagger. How much? You know your stuff, huh?
The stall owner was a fat woman, her small eyes squinted. This dagger was the most expensive and the best spiritual weapon at the stall. It was 26 centimeters long, the blade 15 centimeters, thickness 0.45 centimeters. But compared to the long curved sword made from elephant white tusks, the black giant blade polished from ox horn, the fishbone whip made from deep sea monsters, it didn't look strong or special. To notice it at once meant the young man knew his stuff. But, why did this person look so familiar? The fat lady couldn't remember where she had seen him. Tai refined gold. Chi Su stared at the golden patterns on the blade, mid to high grade forging material, not just a grain size addition to boost normal properties, but made from a whole block of Tai refined gold, right?
Right.
The fat lady's eyes were full of approval, genuine, can't fake it.
If you want it, the one price is 3 million. 3 million. Li Rueyuan was stunned. Why, what is Tai refined gold? I'll take it. Chi Su didn't bargain.
Back when gambling stones, Wang Defa found a bull-sized Tai refined gold, enough to make 3 such daggers. By calculation, the dagger cost at least 2.7 million, plus 300,000 for craftsmanship. Even if the craftsmanship fee was high, one small slip and you'd lose a finger, or 4 fingers at once, harder than making a porcupine suit. The fat lady glanced at Li Rueyuan and stood up. She puffed her cheeks, breathed deeply into her belly, and brought a large heavy elephant leg from under the table. Thud, she placed it on the table. She exhaled slowly, patted the leg. You all know how thick elephant skin is, this is an unskinned leg, watch carefully. Then she pinched the dagger handle with her thumb and forefinger, lifted it, and let the blade fall gently on the elephant leg. Gee. The blade slid down smoothly, smoother than cutting tofu, splitting the leg in two, the cut clean and flat. I'll take it. From afar, Wang Qinjian's eyes brightened, running quickly. I want this dagger. How much? The fat lady's thud with the elephant leg drew a crowd of wandering fighters, curious to watch. They saw the dagger's power and shouted, bidding eagerly. 1 million. 180,000. The fat lady shouted loudly, 3 million, that young brother wants it. I just demonstrated it once to show the quality. Give it to me. Wang Qinjian hugged Chi Su's neck, whispering, we know your family's situation, no need to borrow money to show off, not worth it, a reunion doesn't need it. He thought Chi Su just didn't want to look poor at the reunion, especially with Bai Yue Guang Sui present, must keep up appearances. I understand, but you can't use this dagger. Are you a beast master? I'm 1 star, how about you? Chi Su, 1 star. Wang Xinjiang was stunned, you're a beast master? Not a wandering fighter? Do you have a badge? Yes. Let me see. Wang Xinjiang looked unbelieving. At that moment, shouts came from the crowd. Chi Su is the champion of the battle for supremacy, a genius from our Linchuan city. Defeated the national ruler, the Zitong Academy. You don't know him? Let it go? Who said let it go? How dare you? Which school are you from? Definitely not Zitong, look at their clothes and gear, not even close to a Zitong student's toe. The champion doesn't even recognize you, are you a spy sent from abroad? Wang Chen and the others were stunned, and Sui beside him never expected this. She looked at Chi Su in disbelief, her eyes filled with a heat she had never felt before. Just thinking that such a powerful person had once admired her made her heart flutter. But now, it was too late to say anything. She didn't want to appear so vulgar. Out of politeness, Sui walked to Chi Su's side and softly said, what I said before was too much. I apologize, don't take it to heart. We were all too young back then. It's okay. Chi Su handed some money to Aunt Fatty, took the dagger with the sheathed blade in both hands. This was his first valuable gift to himself, not light in weight. The touch of the scabbard was rough and cold, made from the companion stone of Tai golden essence. Even though the blade was sharp, it would not harm the scabbard, as both had their own spirit. How much is the scabbard? Chi Su asked. Aunt Fatty's admiration almost overflowed from her eyes. Silently giving a gift, the worst thing was that the other party didn't recognize its value, making the gift useless. No charge, you are the pride of our Linchuan city. I only have one wish, win the next championship. Defeat the elite of the Purple Vine. I will not disappoint, Chi Su said, gripping the dagger and slamming it to the ground with a loud sound. Chi Su. The crowd parted, even bowing slightly to show respect. Yilin Chuang stepped down from the extraordinary body of the dragon-beard crane, her black hair fluttering in the wind, and her military uniform from the Order Legion radiated an unapproachable authority. She opened the empty jade box she was carrying and coldly said, the items. Chisu took out the materials for the Earth-grade washing marrow pills, placing them one by one into the jade box. Yi Lingchuan glanced sideways at Wang Chen and the others. Chinese people who stay abroad for too long do indeed undergo subtle changes in their features. She couldn't quite pinpoint where the change occurred, maybe it was in the temperament. In any case, she could tell at a glance that the people in front were all banana people, yellow on the outside, white on the inside.
Who allowed you to enter the secret realm?
Yi Lingchuan spoke coldly. Sui furrowed her brows. Everyone is responsible for killing magical beasts.
Why can't we enter?
There is no rule, domestic or foreign, that beast masters can't enter the secret realm. Yi Lingchuan sneered, lifting the corners of her mouth. Are you here to kill magical beasts or to steal treasures?
We both know the answer.
She lifted her chin. I won't say anything if I don't see it, but if I do, I will say it once. Get lost.
You're being unreasonable. We spent money on this.
Sui stomped her foot in anger. Yi Lingchuan raised an eyebrow. I am a member of the Order Legion.
How dare you throw a tantrum at me? Do you want to be forcibly sent back abroad?
Sui clenched her fists and glared at Chisu, hoping that this old classmate, who secretly admired her, would help mediate.
Don't look at him, look at me. Yi Lingchuan snapped her fingers. What does it have to do with him? Can't you solve your own problems? How did you become a beast master?
The official personnel guarding the gate heard the snap and immediately marched forward in formation.
Yi Lingchuan pointed at Sui and Wang Chen. Without any politeness, drag them out. Not one is allowed back in. Also, check their empty void jade. If they brought any treasures from our country, seize them all.
Yes.